Chapter 1. The King of Knights in the New World. Author, Joyful Interest. Hundreds of years ago, the sacred unified empire was divided into 9 due to civil strife. Britain is one of them. The one who drew this sword is the King of Britain, and this is a legend left by the generations of Britain. The king is judged by the sword of the king. Then, the king died. To put it simply, a certain traverser was fooled by spreading fire to become the king of kings and burned himself and reborn in a new world, but this world seems very strange. Protagonist: fuck you, I read less, don't lie to me. Charlemagne and Alexander were heroes of the same time? Well, I take it as it is. But what's the matter with the shining of Babylon and Nobunaga of the island country? When Babylon disappeared, the people of the island country were still hanging on the tree as monkeys. Are you telling me that they are the product of an era? However, Mao Wang is still very cute. Finally, can anyone tell me why I can pull out this sword in the stone? Number 1. When King Arthur was still a girl. The huge Western-style courtyard is located in the castle, and the surrounding decorations are luxurious and elegant, even a small stone is well crafted. Roses are all over the garden, blooming wantonly. In an open space in the courtyard, 2 figures, one blue and one white, were fighting fiercely. The impact of the sword and the sword made the air tremble, and the quiet garden at this moment was like a strong wind blowing. The blue-haired petite girl looked extremely strong, and the sword in her hand brought strong winds to make it hard to imagine how a petite girl like her could possess such power. In contrast, her opponent is not as strong as her own. But even under such a strong attack, the man's face did not see the slightest amount of pressure and panic. Seeing the opportunity, the sword in the man's hand swung vigorously. The girl was instantly repelled. Your swordsmanship is very strong, come again. Footsteps slid backwards on the ground for a certain distance to bring up clouds of dust. The girl continued to swing her sword forward when her footsteps stopped. Hey, hey, hey! I'm still a patient anyway. As a resumption of exercise, those are enough. Miss Leah, are you a little addicted unknowingly? While smiling, the man, or said that Lucifer had already begun to think about whether he was reborn in a strange world this time. The dumb Mao in front of him seemed to have seen it in his previous life, but it was on the screen. Lucifer is also the name of his last life. Ms. Mao Mao, who has not yet become the king, is still too tender. Inexperience is a flaw. Come to think of it, I was once a 50-50 with the undead team. Well, although I was fooled into spontaneous combustion at last. After another confrontation, the sword in the girl's hand had already flown out. It was spinning and was caught by Lucifer. It's all said, I'm a wounded now, Miss Cavaliers is a little too fascinated. Lucifer said with a smile after returning the sword to the girl. A few days ago, he came to this world inexplicably. At that time, the seriously injured self was picked up by the girl in front of her, and then she became her sparring partner inexplicably. Over the past few days, I also know the basic common sense of this world. Although the girl in front of her looks like a certain Night King, and here is also Britain, but this world is not a familiar world. Thousands of years ago, after the collapse of the old empire that unified the continent entered a chaotic era of war. Until now, there are only 9 countries left after mergers. Britain is one of them. Although I don't know how to be born again, but this time it doesn't seem to be an undead. Just as Lucifer was thinking about her own affairs, the girl named Altria in front of her took the initiative to speak. Ah, I'm sorry. She was a little ashamed of what happened just now. After all, as a knight, it seems a bit too much to force the wounded to practice swords, especially when the opponent is calling a stop. I'm sorry. I don't think there is any need to apologize for hard work. Lucifer comforted the girl in front of him. But, you obviously haven't fully recovered yet, but I forcefully pulled you to practice the sword, and finally unconsciously wanted to fight you out. I didn't take into account the feeling of your injury. As a knight, I was too negligent. I am sorry. It's rare for a knight to say sorry to people twice in such a short period of time. As far as a knight is concerned, you are very qualified. At least in my eyes, I have not seen anyone more suitable for the title of knight than you. Recalling the memory of the past, Lucifer couldn't help but think of the anime he had watched. Altria in the game. The man in front of me is not only a face, but also a very similar personality. I would be embarrassed to praise me so much. As a knight, I still have a lot to learn. Putting the sword away, a troubled expression appeared on the girl's face. Yes, all you lack is experience. One day in the future, you will definitely become a good knight. You may even be a Night King. Night King. Altria wanted to say something, but by the garden, a maid came here at some point. She is dressed in Gothic clothing, and the colors are mainly black and white. Asterisk. Number 2 Chaotic Continent. Miss Leah, the Lord Duke is looking for you, please go over immediately. The maid named Victoria leaned forward and said to the lady in front of her. The Duke in her mouth is also the owner of this castle, or the land. One of the 4 Grand Princes of Britain. Aunt Lungaminiad is looking for me, I have to go there quickly. Leah put down the sword, her expression a little flustered. She is very afraid of her aunt. Go. I'll just walk around, this garden is pretty good. When I come back, please continue to share your experience of swordsmanship with me. As long as you don't continue to do it, you are always welcome. Waved goodbye to Leah, until the girl's figure completely disappeared at the end of the road. Lucifer did not put down her arm. Coming to the pavilion in the middle of the garden, he began to enjoy a moment of tranquility. Seeing the beautiful maid lady in front of him seemed to have no intention of leaving, he began to randomly find a topic for today's course. Yes, courses. During this time, in addition to the night girl, the maid lady was the person responsible for teaching her basic knowledge. It is said that this is also derived from the order of the Duchess. Today's topic naturally focused on Britain, and then a very interesting piece of information emerged. Choose the sword of the king. Lucifer discovered now that it seems to have this sword here too. Don't you know? I really doubt where you are from. The ancestors of the past are the kings selected by the sword of king selection, without exception. It should have been passed on to his successors by the previous kings. The voice was cut off, and she began to worry about the current situation in the country. It is said that the sword can only be used by people with royal blood. The people who used the sword in the past were born from the royal family. This seems to prove this legend. However, this generation has had a small accident. It's just that the king of this generation was seriously injured and killed in the war, and he doesn't seem to have a successor. That's why you came up with the method of drawing the sword openly. It is said to be drawing a sword, but it is actually another test of using a sword. As for whether there is shady, only the parties know. It was the method that the 4 Grand Princes came up with together. The maid responded calmly. Yes. This continent is not peaceful. Britain is surrounded by enemies on 3 sides. The previous generations of kings in southern France have fought for nearly 100 years, which has exhausted the blood of the people. After the death of the king, the nobles in the country are also ready to move. The country has reached the stage of domestic and foreign difficulties, and it urgently needs a new king to get out of the predicament, at least to stabilize the situation. The Britain in front of us is much more dangerous than the one in our own history. Rose is to the north, Holy Rome is to the east, and France is to the south. Although there is no major chaos in the sea to the west, pirates will appear from time to time. The sword drawing ceremony is still held now, thanks to the powerful suppression of the 4 princes. But this kind of repressive force could not last long, after all. They couldn't replace Wang. That's why they need a new king. How do you know so clearly? Conjecture from your words, this is not a difficult result, is it? Isn't it a rare result? Is it simple? The maid wanted to ask this question, but couldn't say it. At this time Lucifer suddenly changed a question. By the way, when will the election of the king end? Tomorrow is the deadline. But so far, no one can pull the sword from the stone seat. Maybe someone can do it, but maybe they don't want to do it deliberately. Lucifer started jokingly. How could there be such a person? Why is it impossible? This country has reached the critical point of collapse. As long as a slight deviation, the entire country will be destroyed. Now is not a good time to be crowned king. What awaits the new king is hell. Indefinite. No matter how you look at it, this country is a mess, and it may capsize if you are not careful. At that time, the anger of the people will undoubtedly be transferred to the new king. After all, the higher the expectation, the greater the disappointment. Being a king now is not a pleasure, and it also requires ability. The maid was silent, she didn't know how to answer. However, there are still some idiots who are willing to go to such hell because those people are smiling, that's enough. People who will draw their swords for this reason, give up everything about themselves as humans, and become the king of ideals. Awkwardly a little cute. Lucifer laughed, his expression full of nostalgia. In the light of the Dark Age, the king of the incarnation of the dragon saved his country with his own power. After 10 years of battle and 12 victories, the king's reputation was pushed to the extreme. However, the final result of such a king is... yeah, it's so stupid that it hurts. Do you know who she is? The maid was a little surprised, and it seemed that she also knew the default candidate. I know. Haven't you told me what you have done in the past 2 days, and whether it is in novels or other art, the protagonist is usually the last to appear. Only in this way will it be convincing, and it will also look like a king. For a moment, the maid felt that the man in front of her was a little scary. Don't talk about her, Miss Victoria, can you take me to choose the place where the king's sword is located? There was a touch in my heart, Lucifer made this request. Miss said, I hope you wait for her to come back. Don't worry, I'm just going to have a look. I'll be back soon, and your lady should have also said that we must meet the reasonable needs of the guests. Before afternoon tea, we must rush back. No problem. Although I don't know what this strange world has developed into, Lucifer decided to take a look at the legendary sword of the king. According to legend, the fate of that sword is connected to the fate of the sword bearer. Asterisk. Number 3 Beautiful flowers. This is a temporarily constructed square. On the central stone platform, a golden sword is emitting a dazzling light under the sunlight. There are not many knights around, or in other words, countless previous failures have made them no longer interested in this sword in the stone. The golden sword symbolizes victory, lonely in the stone, as if waiting for the destined master to arrive. Lucifer didn't look like a knight in white clothes, but more like a nobleman. He looked around and found that the few remaining people seemed to have left silently. Their faces were full of helplessness, and they seemed to have tried. When other people looked to Lucifer, they thought he was also a sword puller. They stopped, with a sense of watching a play in their eyes. Lucifer did not immediately go to the place where the sword was drawn, but stood there for a long time. After waiting for a long time, the others couldn't see what they wanted to see, and left without interest. At this moment, the picture reflected in Lucifer's eyes was completely different from what others saw. There are traces of magic in this place. Which is the most basic illusion technique, which will affect people's minds. Sure enough, is there a shady? Lucifer didn't care about this kind of thing, he walked straight to the place where the sword was. When he was only 3 steps away from the sword, the scene in front of him suddenly changed, and the surrounding area instantly became a virgin forest full of beasts. That, although it's not a big problem, but I am more or less entrusted by others, can I stop there? A voice spread from the woods, like an echo, unable to determine the source. Well, it's interesting. Choosing the king's sword does not mean that everyone can try to pull it out. Lucifer looked around. Not surprisingly, this is another kind of illusion. It's all the knights, and of course the knights are also included. That's right, I'm also a knight, and I swore allegiance to Dark Moon. Now I want to see if I can pull up this sword of destiny. At this point, Lucifer couldn't help but start to doubt his moonlight. The sword, of course, and the feel of the tale of a certain half-dragon girl. Dark Moon. Full name Dark Moon Knights. Are you kidding me? Even if it is a lie, at least one should find a knight that is well known and really exist, such as the Fiona Knights. I have never heard of the Dark Moon Knights. Revealing a little embarrassment. Then there is no way. I suggest you go back and read more books and play games. Trust me, you will discover a new world later. Until now, Lucifer felt that the reason why he crossed was because he played more games. I'm sorry, I can't let you pass. Apparitions appeared around, and the forest appeared. The boring illusion always feels underestimated. The magician who doesn't know where is hiding. If you think this will stop me, I will be troubled. Mr. Cavaliers, you don't belong to this land or this world. Why do you want to be attached to this sword? The apex of the kingship does not symbolize glory, but the responsibility of the entire country in your body. Now that you understand that what is waiting for you is hell, why do you still want to move forward? This time, the voice became a question of doubt. The flame will be extinguished, and the future reflected in the eyes is a world without fire. For the continuation of the Age of Fire, a certain hero stepped forward and finally turned his body to ignite the flame, and even his own name was deprived of it, but that is not it's the so-called era, just because of an agreement with a young girl. At this moment, Lucifer is telling the story of his last world. After me, I don't know how many years have passed, there should still be undead going forward. One of them will eventually make a very different choice from mine. Maybe it's like what Lashriek said, spreading fire is destined to be a cursed road. This is a cursed body. What? Don't understand? It doesn't matter if you don't understand. I'm just curious about this sword now and want to try it. If I was really just curious, I wouldn't be so troubled. I can't see you in my eyes. I'm sorry, tomorrow is the deadline. I don't want any changes. Oh. Is the negotiation broken? It seems that good things don't make sense. Lucifer's voice revealed a little helplessness. It's great if you can understand. Just when the owner of the voice thought Lucifer was about to give up, a flame burned in Lucifer's hands. Then use a more direct way. During the words, the hand was already on the hilt. The flame flowed along Lucifer's hand to the entire sword body, and the moment the sword was drawn, the flame like a hurricane turned into a sharp blade across. There seemed to be a burning space fissure in the space of the forest. Starting from this, the phantom of the entire forest was quickly burned out. The illusion disappeared, revealing the true face of the magician. What? Wow! It's dangerous. Too dangerous. Where did you get such a dangerous flame? A white-haired man with a white cloak was struggling to slap the flame on the corner of his clothes. He holds a different kind of staff in his hand, whose name is Merlin. Asterisk. Number 4 The Fire of Sin Karma, seeking votes, flowers. I just said that I used to be a Dark Moon Knight. This is the flame obtained after hacking a traitor pope. I heard that it caused the destruction of a kingdom in a certain age of fire. Its name, Sin Karma Fire. I caught you, mage. Lucifer's hand quickly crossed, and the blade aimed at the magician's neck. The airwaves passing by the flames can even feel a scorching smell in the air. The magician Merlin didn't react at all, he subconsciously took out the sword in his staff to block. Chapter 2. Ah, with this kind of strength, are you a monster? The strength from his arm made Merlin almost think that his hand would break. The sword was blown away, and Merlin made the final resistance at the moment of crisis. I surrender. The sword stopped a centimeter near his neck, and Merlin swallowed his saliva and began to heartache his cloak. Now can I have a good talk? Lucifer smiled and looked at the red crutch in front of him. This coquettish magician didn't seem to have petals to clear the way wherever he went, as he remembered. It just looks exactly the same as in the memory. What he cared about most were Merlin's eyes, which were said to be clairvoyants that could see everything now. Clairvoyance, a figure you can't see in your eyes, is that why you want to stop me? You have said that you have a good talk, can you take your sword away? During the words, Merlin carefully pushed the seemingly ordinary sword. Of course. Let's talk peacefully. During the words, Lucifer quickly retracted his sword. What are you talking about? Merlin looked at the ordinary sword with lingering fears, and finally at the trace of flame remaining in the air. Like this sword. Following Lucifer's words, they all looked at the holy sword submerged in the stone in unison. It is said that the sword is made by the elves, but it is only a legend. Perhaps no one understands its origin better than the one in front of him. Well, since you want to know, it doesn't matter to tell you. Merlin dealt with his burnt robe with a heartache, and on the one hand there was the urge to draw a circle to curse Lucifer. This sword was born at the end of the old empire. The last emperor of the empire forged it with elves and incorporated the concept into the weapon itself, and finally formed the appearance of the holy sword. The batch of weapons that were born with it were called armed as a concept. The emperor originally wanted to maintain the rule of the empire, but ironically, these weapons became the original culprits of the destruction of the empire. The sword of oath, the original fire, the revolver sword of victory, etc. were all at that time the arms that have been handed down. Unfortunately, the craftsmanship of forging has now been lost, and no one can create the same work anymore. The weapons handed down from the old empire are not only the holy sword in front of them, but also other weapons of the same period. With the destruction of the empire, these weapons spread to various countries, and it is said that those who possess them are heroes without exception. And these heritages have become one of the sources of chaos in this continent. Concept armed, the holy sword forged in the old empire era, its craftsmanship has been lost. It sounds very epic. By the way, since there is a holy sword, there should be a holy spear. Although there are some deviations from the legend in the memory, it is only natural that there are some small deviations in the world that is not in the memory. How do you know? Well, is there really? I advise you not to have expectations of that thing, it is not a weapon that humans can master. Those who drive the weapon of the gods will gradually become the shadow of the gods themselves. Merlin knows the origin of the holy gun, because of this. He doesn't want anyone to liberate that kind of thing. Holy gun or something, I didn't expect it. During the words, Lucifer slowly walked towards the holy sword. In the sun, the shining blade of the sword was so sad as if it was in sharp contrast with the ending of a certain girl in the future. His hand slowly clenched the hilt of the sword. In other words, this sword seems to be driven by the blood of the royal family. Lucifer was about to say whether this sword only recognized the blood of the royal family, was there any secret, but he didn't use much force and the sword was pulled out of the stone platform. He himself was a little surprised. What's the situation, fake? Lucifer moved the sword in his hand unexpectedly and pointed it at Merlin. Wow, what did you do? I know that my bad premonition is right. I really can't let you get close to this sword. Put it back quickly. Merlin opened his eyes wide, as if seeing the end of the world. His voice was as mad as his expression. Wait, the one who drew this sword is the King of Britain. It seems that I also have the qualifications to be a king. Lucifer waved the sword in his hand, smiling very badly. Anything is fine, please put it back before others see it. If anyone comes over, it's all over. It's okay to put it back, but the magician, remember, you owe me a favor. Good. No problem, a favor. I owe you. Seeing Merlin's consent, Lucifer put the sword back where it was. At this moment, Lucifer suddenly had an interesting idea in his mind. He couldn't wait to test the possibilities he imagined. Goodbye, Funny magician. Leaving these words, Lucifer left here alone. Please support the new book, and throw away whatever you have. In addition, you are welcome to leave a message in the comment area. Asterisk. Number 5. The Doomed Future. Please ask for votes, ask for flowers. At dusk, a cool breeze blew across the courtyard, and the air was filled with the fragrance of flowers. The blonde girl was sitting alone in the pavilion. Her expression was no longer the firmness and vitality she had before, but instead she felt a sense of depression. However, even this did not detract from her beauty. Lucifer just came back and saw the scene in front of him. He looked to the garden on one side and slowly approached the flowers with his hands, but at the last moment he chose to give up. The white rose is too pure, not suitable for the mood of the girl at this time. The melancholy expression is not suitable for you, lovely Knight G. It is more suitable for the aristocratic lady in the deep boudoir. Lucifer went straight to the girl's side and said with a smile. Please don't make jokes in this frivolous tone. Miss Knight's expression was very serious. She doesn't seem to like this kind of joke. Okay. I don't seem to have a talent for joking. You didn't even smile. Did something happen? Lucifer sat down opposite the girl while apologizing. Although there is not much time to get along, to the girl in front of her, she seems to be one of the few people who can communicate normally. In your heart, Lucifer, what should the king look like? Wang? The answer to this question is somewhat broad. The kingly way is humane, but it is superior to humanity. Different kings follow different ways of kingly. There are people who are looking forward to the virtuous king, and some are in order to practice the right king. The overlord who pursues his own desires, the heroic king who surpasses all living beings and carries the world with one's own strength. There are kings who burn their own salaries for the continuation of the times, and many other kings. Is there so many? Lucifer's words touched the knight in front of G quite a bit. Before that, she seemed to have only a kind of king image in her heart. That is to give up the feelings of being a person, and sublimate to the ideal holy king. Of course, as I said, the kingly way is the humanity, and the humanity is mastered by the human body without being detached from the human being. This is the king. You would ask, do you finally want to become a night king? To be detached from human beings and exist in the world in another posture. That is not a king, but a god, or a demon. Maybe there are kings and demon kings and gods and demons, but kings and demon kings cannot become kings of people. At least now they are still human beings, living here as human beings. Even a certain arrogant golden sparkle never regarded himself as a god, but existed as a king. Well, my aunt told me a lot. Maybe I can't practice swords with you again in the future. Altria's expression sank. In that case, come with me. I'll take you to a place. Getting up, Lucifer walked out of the pavilion. Where to go? A place related to swords. They disappeared into the garden. On the White Castle, beside a glass window, two tall figures were watching the direction they were leaving. Master, is it really okay to let Miss be with that man like this? The black long straight Victoria looked a little worried. The maid's side is the Duchess of Britain, who is also recognized as the strongest knight in Britain, Lungominiad. A person who was once feared as a goddess. White armor, golden hair, green eyes, the beauty of the Duchess will give people a sense of majesty. The things she is about to carry are too heavy for her. In order to carry this burden, she has to give up many of her feelings as a human being. At least, let her do what she likes now. In the heart of the Duchess, her niece is not actually a good candidate for the king. In order to become a real king, the girl can only give up other things to keep the focus of the kingly way. She does not want such a small girl to bear a heavy burden. However, sometimes fate is so malicious, and only girls in the entire country can draw the sword of choosing the king. Lungominiad thought that if she could do it, she would take care of everything by herself, but the holy sword refused her. As for that man, is the investigation clear? The Duchess continued. Not yet. From what he occasionally revealed, he is not from this continent. Then it has nothing to do with us. As long as they are not from this continent, it means that there is no conflict of interest, and naturally it is irrelevant. At the end of the evening, the night gradually fell. For the second time, Lucifer came to the location of the sword of King Xian, and the golden sword in front of him was still quietly waiting for the return of his master. Sorcerer, you dark should still be there, Lucifer said loudly into the surrounding air. Under Altria's strange gaze, a figure in a white robe appeared in front of them like a mirage. Who is a voyeur? I'm just curious about everything, I'm not the nasty thief in your mouth. Didn't you go? Why are you running back again? She is. The moment she saw the girl, Merlin had no idea. Good premonition. Let her see the future after she drew the sword, I think you should be able to do it. It can be done, even if you don't say it, I will do it, but, now, is it really appropriate? Whether it is a knight or a king, everything should be her own choice. Not being forced to draw a sword. Okay. Merlin agreed, and he turned to look at the night girl for the last time, asking her opinion. Do you really want to see that future that belongs to you? Originally, this should be the future that she would see when she waited for the girl to draw her sword tomorrow. It was part of the ritual to become a king, and it was also the last chance for the girl to repent. Yes, no matter what is waiting for me in the future, I want to see clearly. Altria's girl had a bad premonition, but still insisted on her heart. Asterisk. Number 6. Become my knight, please ask for votes, ask for flowers. The moment her hand touched the sword, a dim spread, and the girl instantly seemed to be in another era. Everything around is flowing quickly, from coronation to war, from rest to betrayal, the final picture is fixed on this blood-stained sword hill. Only now did Altria realize that the gun in her hand had pierced a certain knight's body. When the fantasy picture returned to reality again, Altria's face was a little pale. Do you want to decide? Just like what this man said, you have the right to give up. At this moment, Merlin as a magician spoke softly. No, although the ending, but there are many people smiling there, this is enough. Altria was surprised at first, and then restored her original expression, with a faint smile on her face. The king saved the country, but the country failed to save the king. This is the sorrow of the king who dedicated himself to the country. But even so, the girl seemed to insist on saving the country. The answer is so simple, it's terrible to think about it. Lucifer sighed. I don't know why, looking at the girl in front of him, he seemed to see himself in his previous life. The self who burns as the king of salaries in the world where the flames will be extinguished. How long can you burn? I remember someone asked me this question at that time. How did I answer at the time? In your eyes, I am not fit to be a king. If it were you, it would undoubtedly be a noble saint king. But... Lucifer paused for a moment, changed his tone and continued. The king is the gear that the country runs. Someone who squinted his eyes once said so. With the king as the foundation, the entire country will be transformed into a huge and sophisticated machine. However, the support of this machine, except for the king. There are other small gears. The more sophisticated the machinery, the more likely it is to break. Once some of the small gears go wrong, the whole machinery will go to ruin. The king is the gear of the country. If the responsibility of the king is to promote the operation of the country, I am willing to be that gear. The girl's expression was very firm. But it is precisely because of this that makes people love. It seems that you still understand that before you became the king, you were a human being. People cannot completely cool their hearts and turn them into cold and merciless machines. This is the sadness of mankind, but it is also a fortunate thing. If the kingly way I choose is destined to operate only mechanically, I am willing to accept this cold fate. The night girl insisted on saying her choice, but Lucifer said the coldest words at this moment. Give up, Leah. What? For a moment, Altria's brain was full of anger. It is a feeling that comes from being denied. The denial of the will is more irritating than mocking. She subconsciously thought that the man in front of her didn't understand anything, but was just saying self-righteous things there. She stared at him tightly, as if trying to force him to ask him that reason. Just through the eyes of the magician, you have already seen your destined future. That future is too sad, that is not the ending you should have. Lucifer calmly stated his reasons. However, this reason was not accepted. No, it should be said that it was impossible to be accepted from the beginning. If I give up, who will shoulder the responsibility of being the king, who will bear the hope of all the people, and who will save this country on the verge of shattering? Altoria almost shouted at Lucifer, snarled. A country on the verge of breaking, but hope is pinned on a night girl. I don't know if it should be ironic or sad. I will bear it, and I will give this country a new life. In the words, Lucifer came to the holy sword. He put his hand on the holy sword and pulled up the holy sword without hesitation. At this moment, consternation drowned out anger. The night girl's brain crashed. The holy sword that no one can draw in the legend is now in Lucifer's hands. Let go, that burden is too heavy for you. You can't calm the urge to be a king in your heart. In the end, you will be completely separated from it and tied to the cross called the Holy King. But even so, you still let this country continue on. In the end, your sacrifice is meaningless. In the destruction of this country, you are only a material, and burning yourself is only delaying its demise. The people of Loshriek may be right, spreading fire is destined to be a cursed road. If the old era does not end, the new era will not come. This time, it seems to be for the same reason again. But I have a different choice. Lucifer's words broke the girl's last line of defense. Yes, if she saved this country, she might be proud of herself. But she did not completely save the country, but let it be destroyed in her own hands again. Maybe he would not be a qualified king. This kind of thought spread in the heart of the girl. The name of the sword is a firm victory. But your heart has been shaken. Do your trembling hands still have the courage to pick up the sword of victory in front of you, Altria? Lucifer put the sword in front of the girl's eyes, but the girl seemed to have lost the courage to accept it. I don't know. What is this? The girl who was educated to live as a king began to waver for the first time in her life. If the future she sees is a completely saved Britain, she may not be so, but it is not. It is a miserable future. If the man in front of her hadn't pulled up the holy sword, she could still hold on to it. But put down the sword and be my one. Asterisk. Number 7. What did he not do to me? As the night darkened, under the moonlight, the two figures slowly walked back to the Duke's castle. Along the way, Altria's mood was a little complicated. What if I didn't agree with me at the time? Altria looked at Lucifer on the avenue of the castle yesterday. In the end, the girl agreed with Lucifer's decision. She gave up being a king, and instead used the identity of a knight for Lucifer. In exchange, Lucifer will lead this country to peace and prosperity. This is the vow they made between each other. The holy sword is the proof of the king. The sword is already in my hands. If you want to become a king, you have to defeat me. As for the outcome of the battle, you don't need to say it all, right? Lucifer smiled. Response to the girl. The person who drew the holy sword is qualified to be the king, but if there are two selected candidates suddenly appear, the best way is to determine who is more suitable to be the king through a duel. Lucifer made the girl give up the idea of becoming king in a semi-compulsive way. Chapter 3. I can't beat you, I know, and I know it very well. I don't know why, but when I see you are about to become a queen, my heart is relieved. Because I don't have to bear that ruined future and relax. As a knight, I seem to have become a little selfish. At this moment, Altria was relieved instead. If her sacrifice can be exchanged for the peace and continuation of the country, the girl will never hesitate. At this moment, she still has such firmness and persistence in her heart. However, if the final outcome is a tragedy, the country will still be destroyed, and her sacrifice will become meaningless. Or, if someone can lead this country to the future in her heart, she is willing to give up the possibility of being a king. Selfish? I think this kind of selfishness is pretty good. Not bad. Someone once said that you can do whatever you are at any age. A girl like you should be the time to pursue the wind and the snow. But you do not want to be a king because of the strong desire in your heart, but because only you can save this country, so even if you see the ruined future, you still choose the holy sword. This is also the best between you and the other kings. Different places. If you still have doubts, try what you should do at this age. Lucifer suggested. The girl does not want to be king because of interest, but because of responsibility. In Lucifer's view, such a heavy responsibility should not be placed on her, at least now. What should be done, is that sword practice. Then become a knight like my aunt. Altria was a little confused. She seemed to look forward to her aunt. Hey, what are you thinking in your head? I mean, try to fall in love. No matter what the final result is, it will be a good memory in your future life. Lucifer half suggested jokingly. Yes, the girl in front of me is only 15 years old, and only 16 years old after her birthday this year. If you want to say, falling in love is probably something she is suitable to do right now. Love. This, me, I can't. Not at all, I don't want to. Altria's expression became very flustered, she blushed and her voice became stammered. Oh why? No one likes a girl like me. Because of practice, my whole body is muscled, not as slender as a noble lady. Moreover, I don't even have a reliable object to talk about love. The girl fell into self-denial. In her mind, the girl in love should be the kind of thing that aristocratic lady would do. Because of her exercise, she has mostly muscles. Whether it is personality or body, she is not a soft girl like Missy, so she has a low self-esteem. Yes. Lucifer's words made the girl lower her head even more. And so think about me? Forgive me for my lack of self-effacement. I consider myself a very good knight and possess the virtues of other people. Although I don't know the level of the world, whether it's strategy or force, if you use 100 in terms of points, I believe that I am at least above 90. Lucifer came to the girl, and he stopped and looked at the night girl earnestly. With this sentence, the atmosphere between them became ambiguous. Listening to this hesitant confession-like announcement, the girl's brain instantly went into a crash state. From now on, without accident, Lucifer will become her king. The confession in this case, the girl is naturally very confused. The story that the female knight and the king have to tell? Please don't make such a joke. Altria desperately denied it, and she couldn't believe it. Okay. It seems that I am not sensitive enough to the girl's heart, but the suggestion I just made is not a joke, really. Just when the girl was about to say something, another bitter voice came into their ears. Altria. The owner of the voice is Lungaminiad, the duke who is known as the goddess of dragon blood. At this moment, she had put on her armor, and she was still holding a silver spear in her hand. Auntie. In an instant, Altria's panic turned into fear. You go down and rest first, I have something to tell this strange knight. Go down, rest. Lungaminiad increased his tone. Yes. The girl reluctantly agreed, but before leaving, she seemed to be worried about Lucifer, so she added. Don't worry, he didn't do anything right. Asterisk. Number 8 Ways to express gratitude, seeking votes, flowers. A cold wind blows, and the girl's figure has disappeared. But don't know why, Lucifer felt that the chill from Lungaminia was a little bit more. I always feel that there is a trend that is getting darker and darker. Let me guess, if not surprising, it should be the third-rate magician who made you hear something. For a long time, Lucifer said first. Except for Merlin, he couldn't think of the reason why Lungaminiad would come here to block himself. Merlin didn't stop him from becoming king before, but it didn't mean that Merlin did nothing. In fact, Lucifer's illusion did not last long. Merlin did report a lot of things to me. It also includes the holy sword in your hand. Maybe you should regret that you didn't directly chop off his head last time. Did he even tell you this? Yes, the weak rabbit did not have the courage to conceal the facts when facing the lion. Is your current expression intending to inquire about it? Because the direction of this country is different from what you expected. Lucifer's words became sharper. Your own appearance will undoubtedly affect many people, but not everyone can accept their own influence like a night girl. The position of the Duchess in front of her is likely to be completely opposite to that of Altria. As a relative, I want to thank you. From the beginning, we didn't want Altria to bear the entire country. This burden was too heavy on her immature shoulders, but at that time, no one except her could bear it. This important task. That's why I want to thank you for freeing her from the shackles of the country. Lungominiad said thank you. Her words also made Lucifer understand that he had misunderstood the Night Duke in front of him. Sorry, please forgive me for being rude. I thought you were a steel lion king who would sacrifice his relatives for the country without hesitation. What you say now makes me feel a little apologetic. No need to apologize. The gun in my hand exists for this country. I can sacrifice anyone for this. It doesn't matter if the world can't explain it. I have never expected anyone's understanding. He said in a cold tone. Well, compared to her, you are more like a qualified king. Looking at the Duchess in front of her, Lucifer felt that it might be more appropriate for her to become a king. However, this is impossible. Without the approval of the Holy Sword, she would lose the righteousness to rule this country. Now that the Holy Sword had already recognized the Lord, even if she forcibly claimed the king, she would only be conquered by the other three dukes. But I can't pick up the Holy Sword, the Holy Sword didn't agree with me. Sorry. Lungaminiad's expression was very calm. She stands here to protect this country, and she doesn't really care much about who is the king. In other words, as long as that future can be achieved, she will agree with who is on the throne. This is the same as the night girl. Sorry? I don't think you need to be sorry, you. Lucifer was only halfway through when he saw the silver spear in his eyes stab at him quickly. With force under his feet, Lucifer had retreated for a long time in an instant. A few strands of my own hair floated in the air, which also made me now somewhat understand what the other party's just apologetic meant. As a relative, I will thank you. But at the same time, as the Duke of Britain, I also need to test your qualifications as a king. Even if the Holy Sword has recognized you, it is the same. Lungaminiad nodded, very satisfied with Lucifer's reaction. Tested in this way? Should I say that you really have your style? Yes. If you can't even pass my level, even if you get the Holy Sword, you won't be able to get the approval of the other three grand princes. Pull out your Holy Sword and show me its true brilliance. Really? So, it's rude. Lucifer pulled out the Holy Sword from his waist, and the light covered the entire sword. That is the brilliant sword that embodies the belief in victory. However, Lucifer did not stop there. May the fire coexist with me. Accompanied by the chanting of the incantation, Lucifer swung the sword, and a flame spread along his arm to the entire sword. This time it was not the fire of sin, but the fire of the beginning. Very good. It is this power that radiates light in the dark, dispels the cold, and illuminates the entire dark age, so that the people can see hope and continue the fire of the entire country. Continue. The gun in Lungaminiad's hand glowed white, and she rushed towards Lucifer. The moment the sword hit the gun, the light shone, the air vibrated, and the earth shattered, as if it had become another day. The pressure from the air made the surrounding grass all bow their heads. At the intersection of fire and light, the battle between them has surpassed the limit that ordinary people can reach. This is a ritual of mutual recognition, and I believe in their own proofs. After a long time, the ground was deformed, and it was in a deep pit. Lungaminiad and Lucifer were panting. The clothes on Lucifer's body are still intact, compared with Lungaminiad's ordinary armor is a bit dilapidated, they fell into pieces. The high-level spear holy sword shattered under the impact. Sorry. I seem to be a bit addicted to my previous instincts, Lucifer said with a smile after retracting the sword. No need to apologize, I haven't met an opponent like you for a long time, you make me very satisfied. Here. As the Duchess, you don't seem to be in front of others. During the words, Lucifer took off his clothes and threw them to Lungaminiad. Lungaminiad didn't have any expressions of shyness, and naturally accepted Lucifer's kindness. Although she didn't fit her well, she at least covered her whole body now. Well, did you show mercy just now? Lungaminiad asked after packing his appearance. It's not the same for you, and it's not a battle of life and death. It's just a test, just click as far as it is. I don't know if my knight is qualified as a sparring partner. Lucifer was like a gentleman while talking. Spread out his right hand to Lungaminiad. Qualified. Fully qualified. I really hope I can fight you like this in the future, but you will be crowned king tomorrow. Maybe there will be no such opportunity in the future. A smile appeared on Lungaminiad's face. Put her hand on Lucifer's hand. Accepted this helpful etiquette. King, for the public. If it is private time, I would welcome your visit. The kingly way you are heading is completely different from Altria's. They supported each other and left here. Along the way, their conversation began to turn to a certain cute knight girl. Because, I am very strong. Whether it is body or mind. As for our lovely girl knight, give her another 10 years, she will be strong, give her 20 years, she may reach the peak of life. But now, I will looking forward to her growth as a knight, not a king. You like her very much. I like you too. Under the moonlight, they returned to the long-awaited castle together. Asterisk. Number 9. The 4 Dukes of Britain, please ask for votes, ask for flowers. Inside Lungaminiad's castle, there were fully armed solemn knights all around. They strictly guard everything around them to prevent any suspicious persons and intruders. At the top of the castle, this is where the castle is most heavily guarded, and the nearby knights were moved away to prevent them from hearing the subsequent conversation. There are 5 different figures sitting beside a white jade stone table. 3 women and 2 men, they are the current 4 princes of Britain and the new king who is about to be crowned. At the invitation of Lungaminiad, the other 3 grand princes came here. Get ready to meet Lucifer, the new king. At the same time, this is also a ceremony of identification. If you want to be crowned, you must first get the support of the 4 princes. The meaning of Lungaminiad is already very obvious. Although she supported Lucifer, Lucifer still needs to rely on her own ability to get the other 3. The black tea on the table has become cold, but none of the people here wants to taste it. The 3 justices looked at Lucifer, their eyes focused on the holy sword in his hand. The sword has been sheathed, and the overall appearance is not visible, but the luxurious exterior outside the sheath can be seen. Lucifer changed into a formal suit rarely seen, a white armor, and a white cloak behind him. If only from the outside, it looked like Lungaminiad. In fact, this armor was also sent by Lungaminia. While the 3 princes were looking at Lucifer, he was also looking at them. For a while, the atmosphere became a little weird. Hey! Is this our new king? It looks surprisingly young, and he has my appetite. The Grand Duke of the West, Semiramis spoke first. Unlike Lungaminiad, who is a sideline of the royal family for countless generations. This beautiful woman is an elf, and is said to be a direct descendant of the contract elf made by the first king. Until now, she has been regarded as the veteran of the 3 dynasties. Finally someone can stand up. I thought no one can inherit the crown. The smiling woman has long red hair and looks full of maternal brilliance. Her name is Boudica, the Duke of the East. Goddess of victory who has resisted the invasion of Holy Rome several times. Lengaminiad, I don't know where you found this guy, but can he really take on the responsibility of protecting this country? The person who spoke this time was a serious man, Joel. Jos, the Grand Duke of the South, is a family of swords who have served the royal family in the past. Because of his achievements in slaying the dragon, he was called Saint George by the world. No matter who he is, he drew the holy sword in the stone, and the holy sword also chose him. The one who drew the holy sword is the King of Britain. This is not only the legacy of the previous kings, but also the history of Britain. The tradition since then. The response to Georgios was Lungamaniard, the Grand Duke of the North, the strongest knight in Britain, with many titles such as the Glorious Lion and the Goddess of Ice and Blood. Guarding the northern fortress for many years, she has achieved her fame with the blood of countless Ruths in the glacier country. At the same time, she was also a sideline of the king. Although she had been separated from the royal family countless generations ago, her bloodline was awakened in this generation and she was honored to become the North Duke. But he doesn't have royal blood. St. George retorted immediately. Morgan, who has the blood of the royal family, is not only unable to draw the holy sword, but also unable to fulfill the responsibility of the king. If the country is handed over to her, the people will not recognize her legitimacy, let alone those aristocrats with inflated ambitions. In the end, the country will only go to destruction. Lungaminiad opened his eyes and looked at St. George indifferently. The royal family is not without queens, but it is obviously impossible for Morgan to become queen. I can't agree. If you are not a member of the royal family, you want to inherit this country. In this way, what is the meaning of the country left by the ancestor? Oh! What's the point? Do you mean that the inheritance of royal blood is more important than saving the country in front of you? Sitting on the top, Lucifer said in a timely manner. I never meant that. It seems that the royal bloodline seems to be more recognized by you than an unknown person like me who didn't know where it came from. During the words, Lucifer looked at the 3 grand princes next to him. Although they are not direct, their expressions have already explained the meaning. After all, no matter how you look at it, Lucifer looks very suspicious, but there is a royal family member with blood, and the two are not comparable at all. It's not such an exaggeration, but you also said it yourself, an unknown person who didn't know where it came from. We only saw you for the first time today. If we want us to believe in you, don't you think it's too strange? Semiramis's expression seemed casual, but he told a fact. Really, then I won't talk too much nonsense. I will only ask one question now, 4 dukes, are you still willing to unite under this holy sword? Lucifer got up, with the holy sword in hand. Unplug. He put the shining holy sword directly on the tabletop. Please support the new book, and throw away whatever you have. In addition, you are welcome to leave a message in the comment area. Asterisk. Number 10. It doesn't matter who I am, please ask for votes, ask for flowers. The light of the holy sword shone on the faces of everyone. And the eyes of the 4 grand princes were all attracted by the holy sword in front of them. Yes, how could it be possible to forget that they used to fight everywhere under the leadership of the master of this sword, and the glory that led to victory can't be forgotten as long as they have seen it once. This kind of brilliance is really the sword. It's not wrong. Boudica stretched out her hand to touch the sword, but took it back halfway. It seems that I am worried that I will damage its brilliance. I really want to agree, but... Semiramis looked at the rest of the people around him and made a deliberate hesitation. St. George was silent, while Lungaminiad was waiting for Lucifer to deal with it. Whether one's own power, whether he can control the methods of his officials, and whether he has the ability to know and use people, all of these test whether a king is a king or not. If it can pass smoothly, there will be less trouble in the future. Everyone, who am I? Where do I come from? Or am I from Britain? It doesn't matter. What's important is that at this moment, this country is like a crazy beast that has reached the brink of crisis. It needs a king who is strong enough to control this beast of disaster. Don't care about other things, but put everything in the king and the country itself. This is the absolute king's speech. The question at hand is not whether Lucifer is the right candidate. But from the beginning, this country has not had too many options. It needs a king, no matter what the unknown person is, whether it is a tyrant or a virtuous king. It doesn't matter. Really? What if you can't? Semiramis put her right hand to her mouth, and a cruel smile hung from the corner of her mouth. Duke Semiramis. Since you all have doubts about me, I will give you a privilege. If I can't do it, you can kill me at any time. Then choose a new one for this sword. The host. Lucifer's words made the atmosphere of the scene suddenly become tense. There seems to be a tendency for a war to break out. The relationship between the Grand Duke and the new king seems to have dropped to a freezing point. Hey! Don't be so angry, everyone, our goal is the same, for Britain. Now there is no need to be like an enemy. Boudica felt that the situation was not right, and she immediately came out to ease the atmosphere. Duke Boudica, do you agree? St. George looked at his compatriot. At least I have no reason to object. The country needs a king, and he drew the holy sword that no one can drew at this time. I don't think this is a funny accident. I would rather believe that this is what everyone says. Fate. Chapter 4. Duke George, do you have anything else you want to say? If the four dukes cannot agree, there may be unexpected changes in the succession ceremony. Lungaminiad said at the right moment. The situation in front of him is already very clear, because Lucifer just said that the three big princes have already recognized his qualifications as king. In the end, only one was left. I agree. But there is one last question. St. George hesitated for a long time before finally making a choice. 3-1 if he disagrees. Britain is likely to face civil war. Let's go. I am not the kind of tyrant who can't even listen to the words of the courtiers. It is also the responsibility of the king to listen to the words of the courtiers. Lucifer looked at St. George indifferently, neither happy nor complacent in his words. Let me see your strength. When the words fell, St. George pulled out the holy sword on his waist, and the sword in his hand had already been slashed towards Lucifer. Just as the blade was about to touch Lucifer, a golden light flashed from his hand, and after that, the sword in St. George's hand was already flying into the air. And he himself took a few steps back. Do you want to continue? Lucifer's left hand was still under the cloak, and the holy sword in his right hand had just knocked away the sword in George's hand. Knight Joeljo swears to you that in this life I will follow in your footsteps until death. Please be kind to the king's blood. Your loyalty, I accept it. It's just that you probably made a mistake. I never thought about what to do with them. Withdrawing the sword, Lucifer took the initiative to walk towards the door. He handed over the next thing to the four grand princes. After a long time, the atmosphere in the hall finally returned to normal. Everyone, how do you feel? Lungaminiad looked at the other three grand princes indifferently. I'm very satisfied, our new king. Semiramis made his own judgment. Perhaps no one in Britain is more suitable to be a king than him. Lungaminiad, where did you find him? Boudica smiled and said his thoughts. I didn't find him, he found me. I also have to admit that compared to the first king, he may be more suitable for the title of king, but this courage may also bring Britain into the abyss of war. Although St. George's words are also affirmative, they reveal some concerns. I will think about the next thing later. If he can let Britain dominate the mainland, I would be happy to see this situation. Semiramis held the opposite opinion. Asterisk. No. 11 Who agrees and who opposes, seeking votes, flowers. In the royal city of Britain, the white flag flutters in the wind. Today is the last day to draw the sword, and almost all the knights came to the scene. They are waiting anxiously, waiting for the legendary man who can draw the sword to appear. Lucifer had made a strategy with the 4 grand princes yesterday. Taking into account the acceptance of the people, Lucifer temporarily put the sword back and asked Merlin, a third-rate magician, to spread the rumors around. The content of the rumors was nothing more than a man of destiny has appeared, he can draw the legendary sword of choosing the king. Thousands of knights are surrounding the sword of the king. All of them have drawn their swords. They are not unwilling to fail. I just want to witness the birth of the king with my own eyes and serve it. After waiting for a long time, they finally saw Lucifer appeared in a blue and white armor. Behind him was his direct knight G, Altria. The shiny white armor was particularly conspicuous, as if it was taken from Lucifer's momentum. The knights unconsciously stepped back, and they gave way to the strange knight. Lucifer came to the side of the sword to draw the king, holding the sword in one hand, he easily drew it out of the stone. In an instant, the dark clouds in the sky were dissipated, and a golden light fell directly, reflecting on his whole body. The one who drew this sword is the King of Britain. Give me the loyalty of yours. Lucifer uttered this famous saying, holding up the holy sword in his hand. For a while, many knights lowered their heads unconsciously and knelt down on one knee. They had waited for this person to appear for too long. However, not everyone is like this. A blonde knight came straight to Lucifer when everyone was kneeling. I can't agree. You are not the blood of the king. Knight Gawain stood up. Next to him are a group of knights similar to him, and they have doubts about the sword of the king. If the person drawing the sword is one of them, they may not be like this, but Lucifer is a knight who has never seen him before. Even though the armor has the emblem of the Lion Duke, they still cannot accept. Lucifer was not angry when faced with the blatant attack by the knights who are Gawain, on the contrary, he was very happy. Altria squeezed the sword in her hand, she was about to start to let the ignorant in front of her understand the cost of offending the king, but Lucifer raised her hand and signaled that she didn't need to do it. Tell me, knight. Are you looking at the blood of the royal family, or the heritage of this country for a long time? Originally, I wondered if I wanted to kill the chicken and the monkey. Did this chicken jump out so soon? In order for people to recognize their own strength, at least on the surface they recognize their identity as the king. Lucifer needs a fact that everyone can accept, and this fact is naturally composed of strength. Not so, but I can't accept a king who doesn't even know his name. If you want me to identify with it, then show it to me and use the sword in your hand. Gawain looked at Lucifer seriously, speaking between words. Not only did he fail to recognize Lucille as the king, he even drew his sword. Young knight, do you know what you are doing? It is a capital crime to dare to face the king's blade. Lucifer looked at Gawain calmly, his words full of majesty. If you defeat me and prove your qualifications as a king, I am willing to die. But if you can't even do this, you are not qualified to be a king. This king is chaotic enough, and we can't let him continue chaos. For this, we need a powerful king. Gawain's words were supported by some high-level knights, and some neutral knights were shaken by this, but some knights still bowed their heads and knelt on the ground. Yes. Gawain is right. Yes. Britain doesn't need a fragile king. For a time, the sentiment was infuriated. Lucifer looked at the many knights in front of him, and roughly understood the group they belonged to. It seems that this is not only your wish, but also the wish of all of you. Well, although the offenses you have committed to me because of ignorance are countless, I still have the tolerance of being a king. But you all have to give me too. Listen carefully, I can only tolerate once." Lucifer opened his arms and announced loudly to the surroundings. After speaking, he returned to his mind and looked at Xiang Jiaoan. "Draw your sword, Gao Wenking. Use the sword in your hand to verify if I am worthy of your service." Gawain's body burst out with a powerful flow of magical power, and the golden light was like the sun. With a move, he rushed towards Lucifer with swords in both hands. At 20 meters, Lucifer didn't move. At 10 meters, Lucifer still didn't move. At 5 meters, Lucifer was as calm as before. Just when everyone thought that the newly born king was so frightened by Gao Wen's charge that he couldn't move, suddenly there was a click in the air, an orange light flashed, and the sword in Gao Wen's hand had been beaten. "Fly into the air!" Gao Wen stayed and stared at his hands that had no swords for a long time, and was stunned at a position 3 meters away from Lucifer. The sword in the sky turned straight and fell into the ground in front of him. One blow, just one blow, and the knight's sword flew away. The absolute overwhelming advantage made everyone in the audience suddenly lose their ability to speak. Asterisk. Number 12 Knights, seeking tickets, flowers. Knight Gawain may not be the strongest among them, but he is also in the front row. No knight had ever thought that someone would hit the sword in his hand with one blow, and I am afraid that even Gawain himself hadn't thought about this result. This time, no one dared to question Lucifer's strength as a king. Although other parties don't know yet, there is no doubt that Lucifer has qualified just as a force. Knight Gawain. He is disrespectful to the king. Willing to die. At this moment, Gawain knelt down and lowered his head. Your disrespect stems from your loyalty to the country. I don't hate your loyalty. But I can't forgive you for your sins. Then, Knight Gawain, are you willing to accept any punishment? Lucifer's words made Gawain prepare for the worst. He knew that offending the king was a capital crime. But he did not regret it. Yes. I now formally appoint you as the chief knight of the Round Table, directly under the national knights of this country. Those who take you, go south with me and drive France out of this land. King. This time, Gao Wen was stunned. Lucifer didn't care about his complicated and moved expression. He retracted his sword and announced it loudly to all the knights present. Everyone here, listen. From now on, I declare that the Knights of the Round Table are officially established. Gawain is the first knight and the chief knight. Take your loyalty and go to the front. I will justify your honor and allow the best knight among you joins the knights. Lucifer's words made the scene boil, glory and self-esteem, the country and the people. Forgiving the rebellious king because of his loyalty, his prestige reached its peak at this moment. Not to mention that Lucifer gave this honor to the knights of his men in the name of the king. Yes. Gawain put one hand on his chest, tears running across his eyes. That's right. They have been waiting for such a king to appear for too long. Wang. With this voice, the crowd directly began to cheer. In this lively crowd, Altria smiled and looked at her arm. In the end, her eyes turned to Lucifer, her eyes already determined. In a tall building in the royal city, the 4 grand princes witnessed everything just now with their own eyes. Originally, they were discussing to help Lucifer suppress the situation, but they were a little worried after being rejected directly by Lucifer. But now it seems that this worry is unnecessary. Not bad. The situation is much better than expected, and there will be a new force immediately. The pressure on the front line will also be less. Semiramis supported his chin with one hand, half leaning against the guardrail. At the end, she looked at Lucifer in her eyes full of interest. Become a private king's knights on the spot, so as to gather the vitality in Yun, and supplement his guard. With very skilled hands, our new king doesn't seem to be the type that only has power. Lungaminiade, isn't this really what you taught him? Boudica looked at the goddess next to him with some surprise. Most of the knights here were originally not guards of the royal family. They belonged to different places and different families. But in this case, Lucifer made the decision to form the knights, and other people couldn't stop it. Even if they were reluctant, they could only watch these knights join the king's command. After all, the knight's loyalty is there, and if anyone says he doesn't want it now, he will immediately become a target of public criticism. As far as the result is concerned, Lucifer got a new army in vain. Regardless of the future fate of this army, at least it can be used now. If the person standing there was me, the knight is dead. I wouldn't use such a method, and I'm not good at it. Gymniad responded calmly to her. If she were the king, she would not forgive the rebellious knight. With his blood, other people can understand that the king's majesty cannot be offended, and even make other weak people feel fear. She didn't have Lucifer's method. It's not unexpected, it's just that I don't think about it because of my personality. Oh. That's right, that's his own ability. Wang's ability has been reassuring, everyone. The next step is to see if we can tide over this difficulty. St. George made a summary for this assessment. Compared to Lucifer's small difficulties now, there are still greater difficulties waiting for them. Ross in the north, Rome in the east, France in the south, and Britain surrounded by the three kingdoms will face a real test. Asterisk. Number 13 also play two-line operation, seeking tickets, flowers. The royal city has just entered the night, and the knights who have just gathered are getting ready to go. The next day, they will set off to the front line. They are high-spirited and ready to completely beat the invading French people back to their hometown under the leadership of the new king. Inside the royal city, Semiramis' private luxury manor has been under martial law, and there are two types of knights' badges guarding this place. At this moment, the four grand princes and the new king are discussing how to solve the plight of the country. Originally, St. George was going to let Lucifer directly enter the palace, but Lucifer temporarily declined because the situation is too chaotic. Although there is only a nominal princess left in the royal family, no one knows whether there is a spy there. Discussing secrets in such a place is simply seeking death. In this regard, the princes also agreed. The Duke of West also used his private estate as a place for consultation. After a simple opening, Semiramis went directly to the subject. Of the four princes, Gymniad is the strongest. Boudica is good at defense. St. George is a handsome talent with both offensive and defensive capabilities. She is more good at intelligence and power. Britain has fought for years, and it has not completely collapsed after becoming this ghost. A large part of it is because of the existence of the four of them. Now there is a good news and a bad news. Wang, which one do you want to listen to first? Semiramis's smile felt more like watching a play. Lucifer looked at her, always feeling that the so-called good news might not be so good. Good news, he said directly. Hey! I thought Wang would listen to the bad news first, like most people do. Then, after hearing the good news, the mood will improve. There is enough bad news now. Let me relax by listening to the good news first. The good news is that the three legions of the Grey Eagle, Nightmare, and Flying Dragon of France temporarily chose to rest after they captured the White Rock Fortress, and did not continue to attack the Dragon Scale Fortress. Our last line of defense in the south is still there. The king has selected Zhou. Zhous can also immediately return to Dragon Scale to command operations. This is good news? Are there any decisive misunderstandings between our perceptions of good news and bad news? Lucifer quietly listened to the good news from Semiramis, but he didn't know why, but he always felt that this news had nothing to do with the so-called good news. Judging from the current situation, this is all good news, and it is hard to imagine the bad news. Compared with the next news, it is indeed good news. Let's talk. My heart is very good, no matter what news I hear. Lucifer waved her to continue. Even if she said that the Romans had come to the edge of the royal city, Lucifer could accept it. Then I'll be straight. There is news from Ross in the frozen ground to the north. The Leda has issued a mobilization order. 4 animalized legions are being assembled. Once the assembly is completed, this force with a total of more than 100,000 may go south at any time. According to previous intelligence, they are preparing to invade this royal city in one fell swoop. After Semiramis finished speaking, the expressions of the other three did not change, and they had heard the news before they wanted to come. They were still watching Lucifer's reaction at the same time. Lucifer felt that although there was pressure, it was not too much. How do you feel that we are about to face the risk of fighting on the two fronts? Didn't Gymniad fear this group of barbarians before? As he said, he looked at the goddess Duke beside him. These days, I have been sitting in Gymniad's house. Thanks to a certain maid, Lucifer has listened to a legend about the lion goddess. It is said that before she guards the north, Rose has always been a big problem, but after her, at least there is no need to worry too much about Rose's invasion. Their way of fighting is very barbaric. If they don't fight them once for a period of time, they will forget that they have suffered. This has been the case for years. Gymniad calmly stated a fact. That's it, it's just a beating in short, right? Is there any more? If it's just like this, with our goddess, the situation is not too bad. Lucifer somewhat understood the current situation in the north. To put it simply, Ross's invasion made it impossible for Gymniad to appear in the south to help, but at least for the time being, there is no need to worry about the problems in the north. Then I will continue. To the east, even though Emperor Caligula of the Holy Roman Empire is seriously ill, he still ordered the 3 legions of the Sword Emperor Lucius to march west. As for the reason, it seems to be listening. When we arrived south of us, we were defeated by the French, so we were also ready to do it. Semiramis confirmed that Lucifer could bear the bad news, and then broke out a more bad news. Not only in the north. The Holy Roman Empire in the east and west also has the idea of taking the opportunity to make trouble. The Roman army is much stronger than the barbarians in the north, even though the north has an advantage in numbers. For a moment, Lucifer somewhat understood why the 4 dukes were silent, and there was no joy in the coronation of the new king. Okay. Although I thought this was a mess before, I didn't expect the problem to be more serious than I thought. There are troubles in the south, north, and east. Fortunately, there is the sea to the west, so there won't be anything, and many more, asterisk. Number 14 will not be stolen, please ask for tickets, ask for flowers. Thinking of the west, Lucifer officially confirmed to the Duke of the West. 3-line combat. That, Duke Semiramis. Let me ask one more question. There is nothing wrong with the west. It is already a 3-line combat. If there is a pirate or the like from the west, this country will almost be over. At present, the domestic internal worries have not been completely resolved, and the external problems have continued. If something happens to the west, even if the other 3 sides are fine in the end, it will be fatal. It's okay to the west, but it's just okay for the time being. Compared to the problems of the other 3 sides, the quietness of the west is somewhat unusual. Even if it is a sea, the living standards of the people on this continent are not bad, and battleships or something can definitely be made. Chapter 5. What about the French landing operations? Is there such a possibility? The reason why they stopped their frontline offensive in the south was to attract our troops, and then landed from the west to launch a surprise attack on us. Lucifer said. There is a strategic possibility. His words instantly changed the faces of the dukes, and they seemed to have never thought of this possibility before. Thinking about it now, it is not impossible. No, it should be said that it is quite feasible. Hey, I'm a little grateful that you are our king at first. For now, there is no news in this regard. I will order my fleet to strengthen its defense along the coast. However, the French navy has never been strong. If we are on guard, they can't help it. Semiramis reacted first, and she made a promise. Since there is no problem to the west for the time being, Lucifer can calmly consider the other 3 lines for the time being. Okay. Since you said that, I believe it. The West is temporarily worry-free, which means that we are currently facing a three-line battle. If it is the North, Gominiad, I need you to go back to the North Frost immediately. Fortress. As the king, Lucifer gave his first order. Due to a series of previous performances, no one present objected to his order. No problem. I will remind the Ross people of the fears they faced. Gominiad nodded and motioned. With the assurance, Lucifer looked at the big sister who belonged to Boudica. From the east. Well, I have a question here. How to say it, it's a little hard to tell. With that, Boudica's expression was a little difficult. Please speak. We are sitting here now to solve the problem. My Eastern Legion has just had a battle with Rome. Now it is facing the issue of repairing and replenishing troops, but Rome is the 3 new legions, and the Sword Emperor is there. I can only delay the time, but... Boudica said of the dilemma she faced. Unlike the North, the situation in the East is a bit more complicated. Moreover, the previous king had been desperately killing the centuries-old enemy in the South, and at the same time he did not repair his internal affairs. As a result, all aspects of this country were terrible. The 4 of them are supporting this country with their own strength, and it was difficult to get assistance from the central government a few years ago. Hearing the deep meaning of Boudica's words, Lucifer did not hold her accountable, nor did she make her defend her desperately. He just subconsciously made the worst plans and estimates. Is it possible for the East to fall? Before that, I was curious about what happened to this country before. Not only does the country's internal affairs seem to be terrible, but even diplomacy seems to have big problems. I won't say that France is an old enemy. Why is the relationship between the North and the East so bad? Lucifer had no idea what was going on in this weird situation. Now that the Frenchmen in the South are old enemies, it is better to fix them with the North and East first, and concentrate on killing the old enemies in the South. There is a bit of trouble now, and the East and North sides come to step on it. It seems that it is because of the previous external strategy. Lucifer looked at the 4 dukes earnestly, and Gominiad closed her eyes calmly. A strong woman like her would actually avoid Lucifer's gaze by closing her eyes. Lucifer felt that the problem should lie with the king. He turned his gaze to Semiramis, but the beautiful Duchess just rolled her long black hair with her fingers, with a deliberately evasive smile on her face. His eyes moved again, this time the target was Boudica. This. Boudica smiled awkwardly, holding her hair as if she didn't know what to say. In the end, Joel Joss took the initiative to answer this question. When the former king was alive, he had been fighting around. Although he gained a lot of territory, it also made the surrounding countries hostile to Britain. Okay. The truth is out. Lucifer finally understood why these people were reluctant to speak. This old king is really powerful, I don't know what to say. Even if Emperor Qin Shi Huang swept away the 6 countries, he did not go to war with other countries at the same time. What's more, there are 9 countries on this continent. Not surprisingly, other countries' impressions of Britain are probably not very good. Asterisk. Number 15. War does not necessarily require a knife. Despite the headache, Lucifer insisted on continuing the meeting. After all, he has already taken over the crown, and now it is not the time to complain about the past, but to find a way to solve the current problem. However, there are some things that need to be explained in advance. Hostility? This is no longer hostility, but the rhythm of killing people without giving us a chance while we haven't recovered. I won't ask how much of that many land is still preserved, but in the future, I think you all can be based on my new national policy. After Lucifer had finished speaking, the 4 dukes also said that the problem was not big. This is natural. Gominiad spoke first. Then there is Boudica. No problem. I will obey the king's decision. Joel Joss also stated at the same time. The only person who didn't say anything was Semiramis. She was looking at Lucifer with an artistic gaze, and said slowly after a while. I want to remind you, my king, as you said, the current situation in Britain is very dangerous. If the immediate matter is not resolved, I am afraid there will be no future. Lucifer didn't make any promises of big talk. He knew that to deal with the Duchess in front of him, doing it is always more useful than talking. Duke, how much do you know about Holy Rome? He said directly. What do you want to say? Semiramis subconsciously narrowed his smile. She instinctively thought that Lucifer wanted to use this as an excuse to hold her accountable, but that was just a misunderstanding. Lucifer had never thought of this before. Now it's the enemy. Don't say she has no problem. Even if she really has a problem, as long as it doesn't affect the overall situation, Lucifer will pretend not to see it. Sorry. There may be something wrong with my statement. I apologize to you first, my lady. I mean, can your intelligence network be able to contact Shinra? Especially the members of the Shinra elders. Lucifer's words did not fully explain, but Semiramis already understood what he meant. This is also her favorite practice. Hey, what do you want to do? There was no response, but the rhetorical question itself already explained her ability. Does it affect it? Even if it's only part of it, it's good. Tell them, I'm willing to talk to them, and talk to them with money equal to time. Even if our two countries are really at war, they will have to without the slightest benefit. The military exploits will only belong to the generals and the governor. Tell them this. I believe those people will not have trouble with the money. Lucifer analyzed the current situation seriously. The Senate in Rome has a certain influence in the country. As long as the conditions are good, it shouldn't be difficult to make use of them. Do you stop sending troops? Don't expect too much from those people, the usual little actions don't matter. But they can't make this decision at all, and it doesn't make sense to talk to them, especially because they will worry about the Emperor's anger. Semiramis immediately poured cold water on Lucifer. I'm not naive enough to rely on them to get things done. I mean, let them argue with other people about the necessity of this war. You don't need to stop it completely, just postpone the time to send troops. You don't have to offend the Emperor at all. At most 2 months, at least 1 month is the bottom line. As long as they can do it, we will pay them a reward that will make their heart beat. Lucifer explained his intentions. If those guys were directly asked to stop the dispatch of troops, they probably wouldn't dare to do it, considering the anger of the Roman Emperor. But if it is only delayed for a month, they can do it. After all, talking nonsense is what they do best. Just talk nonsense and you can get money, which is not betraying the motherland. Those veterans should be happy to help their wallets. Semiramis brightened his eyes and thought this method was not bad. It's not difficult to do. Where do you plan to get this money from? What I want to remind you is the palace. I looked at the decorations of the palace before. If nothing else, the royal family should still have a lot of private money. I am now the king, and the money belongs to me. It is not difficult to take out a part. The money problem is solved. There is one more problem. Only 2 months, what about after 2 months? This is what I want to say now. The Britain in front of us seems very dangerous, but the key source is not the north, nor the east, but the south. As long as you quickly defeat the French in the south and force them to sign a truce, all problems are not problems. Lucifer stood up, pressing both on the table, looking at the 4 grand princes sitting. In a chaotic situation, Lucifer quickly found the key to the problem. Not to the north, nor to the east, but to the south. The north and the east are at best taking advantage of the fire, and they will retreat without seeing the result, but the south is different. They will not retreat until they are pressed the ground and rubbed. Asterisk. Number 16 France will never surrender, unless. What we are facing is a 3-line invasion, but as long as we quickly defeat the most critical south, the problems of the east and the north will naturally be resolved. Quickly defeat France, if it can be done, it will definitely make people reevaluate Britain's current strength. At this time, Joel Joss thought seriously. After solving France, even if Rome comes over, our southern main force will be able to come back. They will retreat if they can't take advantage. Boudica also said the possibility of follow-up. As long as it doesn't immediately fire at the main force in the east, there is room for maneuver. The main force in the north. Gymniad was also a little moved at this time. But Lucifer immediately rejected the idea in her mind. The main force in the north cannot be moved, Gymniad, the safety of the north is left to you. Please don't worry, Wang. Having said that, the next foreign policy has been basically clear. Everyone, we need to fight hard now. Only a beautiful game in the south can make others temporarily put away their careful thoughts about Britain. It can also win the breathing time for the next few years. After listening to Lucifer's words, the confidence in the hearts of the princes in front of them also increased a lot. At least there is a solution to the problem. These are the external policies, and what I want to talk about next is internal issues. Lucifer said while their confidence continued to dominate. Inside, Boudica was puzzled. I am a new king, not even the blood of the king's family. The problems caused by this can already be seen before. I will personally conquer the next war in the south. Whether this king city will cause chaos or not will affect the battle. It's so thoughtful, Wang. Semiramis smiled. In fact, she originally wanted to talk about this problem and even had a solution. But now it seems unnecessary. Next, I appoint Semiramis as the Prime Minister of Britain. During my absence, you will be solely responsible for the affairs of the king's city. If there is no such mess around, Lucifer should be stabilizing the domestic situation for a long time, but now he does not have that time. Domestic problems can only be passed to others temporarily. At present, there are only 4 people in front of you who can be trusted, but the other 3 have tasks, and they are based on power. Semiramis is also the most suitable candidate among the 4. Another unexpected decision. Semiramis was stunned for a moment, then smiled very happily. This decision was very unexpected, because she originally wanted to recommend herself to stay to deal with the funeral of the royal city. In Lucifer's decision, she thought of it together. Soon after the meeting ended, the other 3 had already left to prepare for their own affairs. Lucifer left Semiramis alone. Lucifer is still considering how to speak. After all, this kind of aloneness is not like official business, and it will cause unnecessary trouble if people misunderstand them. But Semiramis spoke very generously first. Well, everyone else has left. Your Majesty, what do you want to say, can you tell me now? The Duke. Lucifer was about to say something, but was immediately corrected by Semiramis. Just call me Myra. Myra. Yes. This is a nickname that belongs only to Your Majesty the King. At this time, Semiramis's amorous feelings gave Lucifer a heartbeat feeling, but immediately, he put this feeling away temporarily. Business, right, business. Business matters. Myra, I want the military habits, personalities, and even information of previous campaigns for important generals in southern France. Can it be done? This is why Lucifer left her alone. Compared with the other 3 overly decent practices, this kind of thing is more acceptable to her, and can even be done. Small. Phil is so mysterious, I thought you wanted their legion layout. Milla changed Lucifer's name to Phil without authorization. Although it might be considered disrespectful to a king, Lucifer didn't care much. What he cared more about was the words behind her. Can you get this kind of thing too? Lucifer looked at Myra with some surprise. Of course, can't. What are you thinking about, Your Majesty Phil? If I can get such confidential documents, Britain will at least not become what it is now. What seemed like a joke, Lucifer saw a trace of bleakness in her eyes. The 4 princes love this country very much, and because of this, when this country is facing collapse, they will feel extremely self-blame. They subconsciously wonder if they haven't done a good job, and they can only think like this. But as a courtier, you have fulfilled your responsibilities. This is the way of loyalty, and you don't need to blame yourself. The prosperity of a kingdom may require thousands of people to work together, but the decline of a kingdom often requires only one person. Lucifer said in the words is not comforting comfort. Semiramis looked at Lucifer seriously, and after watching it for a long time, he smiled. Then, so that the kingdom will not continue to decline, Your Majesty work hard. We are all looking forward to a new Britain. I will show you hope. Under the moon, the two walked in different directions with smiles. Asterisk. Number 17. The Troubles of the Night Girl. Please ask for votes, ask for flowers. Strolling in the corridor, came to the temporary residence prepared for him in this manner. Not long before the door, Lucifer found that the figure of a certain knight had been waiting there for a long time. She didn't seem to notice her arrival, the hesitation on her face was visible to the naked eye. Are you unable to sleep because you are going out tomorrow, Leah? Lucifer came to her and asked caringly. Altoria was a little gaff because of her surprise. Lucifer, no, Your Majesty. She originally wanted to call Lucifer by her original name, but she changed her name immediately after thinking of something. They are masters and slaves, but Lucifer's identity has changed. Leah, you are my exclusive knight now, so you don't need to be so polite. Just call me master. Looking at the knight in front of her, Lucifer directly gave her a certain name out of some evil taste. Although based on the current situation, there will probably not be world-famous paintings like You Are My Master. But this is fine for now, and I can't ask for too much. Lord, Master. You were just discussing with the 4 grand princes about what happened in Britain. Is the situation serious? Nothing. Although the situation is terrible, it's not the worst. We already have a solution. Now we just need to follow the plan step by step. Don't worry, I will bring new life to this country. This is one of ours. Agreement between. The next most important thing is to defeat the 3 French legions. Fortunately, Lucifer still has some experience at this point. Recalling the previous world, I had fought with the undead team, and there was a God-Eater 25 Pope. Even because of the timeline, he directly participated in the Battle of La Shriek against the Unknown King. Compared with the previous opponent, the enemy in front of him is nothing. Perhaps their only advantage is quantity. Well, I believe in Lu, Master. Chapter 6. At this point, Leah's expression became a little hesitant. She looked a little embarrassed, and that kind of hesitant expression seldom appeared on the girl knight. Is there anything else? Leah, hesitation is not your style. I like your decisiveness. Lucifer asked her hesitation on the initiative. I want to join the Knights of the Round Table. Become a knight and go out with you. Leah fell silent after speaking. She also knew that a new knight like her, and also a direct knight of the king, said how rude this request was. After all, such a statement seems to be that she is actively breaking the agreement, or even dissatisfied with the king's direct knights. However, she simply wanted to do her best for this country as a knight. It's not that she doesn't want to be the king's exclusive knight, but at the same time, she also wants to be a member of the Round Table. This is what the girl thinks at the moment. It seemed to other people to be very ordinary things, but to her it seemed to be a kind of greed. After waiting for a long time, Leah did not get Lucifer's response. She subconsciously raised her head to look at Lucifer. Lucifer was looking at her with a smile at this time. That's it, he said. Can't it? No problem, if you want to witness everything with your own eyes, how could I refuse it? It's just that I am a little bit lost in my heart now. At this point, Lucifer deliberately appeared depressed. Will be distressed by such trivial things, the girl-style Night King is really cute. Lost. Just saw Leah, you hesitated for so long, I thought you wanted to agree to the confession before me. In the end, you wanted to join the knights. Alas, I really don't have much charm." Lucifer's words instantly made Leia a little flustered. She didn't seem to be the kind of girl who could face straight shots normally. "No, no. The owner is very charming, but I just don't want to think about love for the time being. Britain is still in a serious predicament, I can't." The girl still did not let go of the responsibility of the country. Although she had already embarked on a different path from Wang, the shadow named Wang still seemed to restrain her. "Think about it too, if it's something so simple that you can let go, it's not her. It's not the girl who drew her sword just for the smile of other people." Lucifer put her right hand on top of her head, and put the index finger of her left hand to her mouth to make a quiet gesture. "Shhh. Remember our previous agreement? I will lead this country to a new life and leave the country's affairs to me. And you, what an ordinary girl should do now is what an ordinary girl should do. But think about it, now in this environment next, you probably don't feel in love anymore. I just feel like... You said before that you don't have the charm of noble ladies. But in my opinion, it is not. Your firmness and heroism are one of your charms. Be confident, look, I am not already you fascinated." As he said, Lucifer retracted his hand and changed his tone of voice. This time the girl didn't panic anymore, and some shy colors appeared on her face. "Master, if the master is looking forward to it, I will try it after the war is over." Leia grabbed the corner of her skirt with both hands, her voice somewhat restrained. Sure enough, the romance in the war was romantic enough, but too dreamy. Asterisk. Number 18. There is not enough time, please ask for tickets, ask for flowers. In the early morning, a long marching queue was advancing on the main road leading to the south of the city. The white king flag was printed with a ball of flame, and a sword was placed diagonally in the flame. This is a badge designed by Lucifer for himself. Rows of knights were originally people who came to participate in drawing swords. Now that the new king appeared, they joined the new king's army and rushed to the south to fight against foreign enemies. This army, plus some of the original strength of the Central Army Corps, and the troops supported by Semiramis on the four sides, totaled about 40,000. Originally Semiramis suggested that all the military forces in the royal city should be transferred to solve the problem in the south first. But this motion was rejected by Lucifer. If the central government does not have enough power to guarantee the accident, it is very likely that someone will come out to make trouble at this critical time. On the leading white horse, Lucifer was thinking about the next strategy. The main force of France is the three major corps, and there are some miscellaneous troops, the total strength of which is more than 100,000. The Southern Army Corps had just been defeated and lost some of its troops, but according to the report of Joel Joss, who had already returned, the remaining troops are still around 70,000. With the support of the central reinforcements, the comparison between the two sides is basically the same. The next step is a contest of morale, tactics, strategy, and command. Thinking too much now is of no avail. Before arriving on the battlefield in person, all the information is only for reference. You must see the situation with your own eyes to make an accurate judgment. Now in the long marching queue, Lucifer is at the forefront as the king, and behind him are two knights, a man and a woman. Gawain and Altria. Lucifer originally thought that the knights here would be biased against female knights, but they took it for granted. At that time Lucifer thought about why this happened, but when he thought of the goddess in the north, he was relieved. Interestingly, there are also some female knights in the group of knights behind him. Their strength is very impressive. Thinking of this, Lucifer asked the knight behind him. How long will it take to get to the Southern Legion, Gawain? Wang. It is estimated that it will take about 9 days at the current marching speed. Gawain first estimated it, and then gave a rough figure. They are different from Joel Joss. Joel Joss has a BMW, and he goes back alone, so he can be there in half a day. But the marching of the brigade, not only has a large number of knights, but also infantry, this speed is naturally incomparable. 9 days under normal circumstances? The dark clouds in the sky are almost here, and there will be a heavy rain next. Inform the army to prepare accordingly and speed up the march at the same time. When it rains, you can get extra rest time. 9 days are long enough. We can't be delayed by the heavy rain anymore. Lucifer first looked up to the sky, and then gave an order. Heavy rain? Understand. I'll go and notify the whole army immediately. After speaking, Gawain pulled his horse and started to run to the rear of the army. Now the organization of this unit is still a bit chaotic. Lucifer just used his prestige to force these people from different places to mix together. In terms of position, he can only pick a few people to hold important positions to ensure that his orders can be communicated normally. In addition to Gawain, Altria was directly transferred to Lucifer as her deputy. Of course, she couldn't convince the public with her current abilities and qualifications, but this is also the benefit of the current chaos. Because it is completely based on Lucifer, there is no need to worry about criticism. Even if there are some small rumors, as long as they can win next, those rumors will automatically disappear. Sometimes, this world is so realistic. As long as you win, the original wrong tactics will become wise decisions. However, that's how it is said. But for now, although Altria's experience is insufficient, there is absolutely no problem with her ability. For example, now. Wang, are you worried that there will be an accident on the front line? She directly said what Lucifer was worried about. Leah, it's a war. It's not surprising that there are any accidents in the war. Although according to Semiramis's intelligence before, France stopped the attack because of the need to rest and internal reasons. But there is no guarantee that they will increase their attacks before we arrive. The current situation is not the worst. The worst is that they have returned, and the South has already suffered another major blow. In order to avoid this accident, Lucifer issued an order to St. George before he left. Before the reinforcements arrived, he could not take the initiative to attack. Attack early? If something like this happens, you can only trust the ability of the Duke of St. George at the moment. Yes. I also believe in his abilities, so I let him go back alone. As long as we guard the fortress before we arrive and wait for us to join forces, we may come back. Combined soldiers? I originally thought that the king was going to use the part in his hand to carry out a surprise attack. Altria said seriously what she thought in her heart. Originally, she thought that Lucifer wanted to move forward to prepare in advance. When the two sides were fighting, she suddenly launched a surprise attack from the side to defeat the French army in one fell swoop. This method of side raid is currently the most common tactic on the mainland. Its advantage lies in its simplicity, but its disadvantages are also simple. Asterisk. Number 19. The King of the Forest? It may be a good way to carry out raids in normal times, but not now. A surprise attack, if you change the time, it might be a good way. But now you don't need to think about it. Let's not say that the other side will definitely get the news of our departure. The opponent's coach Lothar is a good general, and he will definitely be the raid is guarded. Judging from the current integration of our military strength, it is already very good to be able to use this army in a frontal battle. As for the raid, the requirements for us are too high. Lucifer shook slightly. Shaking his head, he subconsciously glanced at the army behind him. Although this army is said to be an army, it is only a joke to say that there is any cooperation. What a perfect raid requires is a combination of cooperation and execution, otherwise it is likely to be a free gift. The latter army obviously does not have this ability. It is their own king who brings them together at the moment, and their only advantage is morale. The best position for this army at the moment is to put it on the front, not on a side raid. After a pause, Lucifer continued. However, I'm glad Leah can think of this. No, my idea is not mature enough. I didn't think of the other party's reaction, nor did I think of the situation on my own side. Take your time. Don't worry, this is only our first war, but it will definitely not be the last. Trust me, I will let the whole continent know your talents. On the long main road, the army hastened its pace. It was close to noon, and the whole army stopped in a place close to the stream and the forest. Everyone began to eat their own lunch and rest for a while. Lucifer took Altria to patrol the camp at this time, and finally came to the edge of a huge forest. He looked at this peculiar forest in front of him, and felt that the world seemed not as simple as he had imagined. This is the Dalil forest. Legend has it that the elves live in the depths of the forest. In order to prevent people from disturbing them, the fog and the forest set a magical seal. Altria told the legend of this forest. Blessed forest? No wonder it looks like alive. Go, wait. Lucifer was about to leave, but suddenly noticed something strange in the forest. Is there a problem? Altria instinctively drew out her sword. Lucifer stood in place, suddenly looking at a tree not far away. He opened his left hand, and a burst of thunder instantly transformed into the form of a spear of light. Thunder gun, once a sun miracle, was specially used to hunt ancient dragons. Here. At the moment when the words fell, Lucifer projected the thunder gun in his hand, and the light of thunder flashed by. It hit a branch not far away, and the sound of bursting sounded. At the same time, an invisible figure jumped to another tree at the last moment. However, his footsteps were not stable yet, and the branches under his feet were chopped off by a burst of invisible sword blades and a burst of strings. His figure fell directly to the ground, but before he could react, Altria rushed forward, and almost separated the visitors with a violent front cut. When the blade reached the last moment, the person who came to avoid the sword dangerously, leaving the sound of the cloth being torn in the air. But his footsteps hadn't stabilized yet, and two more knights appeared behind him. The swords in their hands crossed his neck. With Lucifer as the starting point, the coordination afterwards was extremely harmonious. The knights resolved the uninvited guest cleanly. In addition to Altria and Gawain, there are two unknown knights among the four knights behind. Good job, my knights. Tell me your names. Lucifer looked at them and said. Knight Tristan offers my loyalty to the king. The red-haired young knight saluted. Knight Lancelot offers my loyalty to the king. The young knight with purple hair also saluted at the same time. Tristan, Lancelot, great. I will remember your names. Now let's see, this, assassin. Lucifer nodded slightly, and then looked at the place in front of her. Young man in green clothes. Hey! Don't talk nonsense, I'm not an assassin. The orange-haired man retorted a bit. But the sword on his neck made his voice much quieter. Bold! How dare you be so rude in front of the king? Seeing his performance, Gawain was a little angry. At this time, the man in green finally discovered Lucifer's true identity. King. The new king of Britain. As you can see, if you speak of Britain as the land where you are standing, then the new king of Britain is me. You now have 5 minutes to explain your identity and purpose, which will determine your future destiny. 5 points. Is it too much? If that's the case, then 3 minutes. Is it still too much? This time, before Lucifer had finished speaking, the man said immediately. Fine. 3 minutes, I'll say it right away. My current name is Robin Hood, as you can see, just a ranger. I was helped by the elves in this forest before, so I wanted to report them. I used the way of pretending to be a ghost scared away many people who have thoughts about this forest. In fact, Robin Hood came to see the excitement only because the army passed by. In the end, the problem was seen. I miss the liver infinite pool, asterisk. Number 20 method of soliciting people into an occupation, seeking tickets, and flowers. It turns out that watching the excitement is sometimes accompanied by risks. because the knee may be hit by Ryuya accidentally, and then he kneels. Robin Hood? If I remember correctly, this is like the name of a righteous thief. I heard that he specializes in robbing criminal merchants and nobles and then distributes the stolen things to civilians. Lucifer recalled that the maid had once knowledge of popular science. His words made Robin Hood a wry smile. Yet, I didn't expect the rumors of a thief like me to be heard by the king, and I suddenly felt very honored. As a thief, he doesn't think reputation is a good thing. Especially when a king had heard his name. That usually means that it may be taken care of. Yes, it's like now. Thanks to a dedicated lady maid, I know a lot about anecdotes about this country. Let go of him, he should have been a noble knight of the kingdom. Lucifer raised his hand to signal, and Gawain and Lancelot also put down their swords at the same time. Yes. After speaking, they temporarily stepped aside and turned on alert. Although Lucifer gave the order, if the righteous thief in front of him wanted to escape, they would also take action at any time. As a king, I don't know whether you should say that you are tolerant or too gullible if you believe a stranger so easily. Robin Hood breathed a sigh of relief. He looked at Lucifer calmly. Prior to this, he was deprived of the title due to a conspiracy by a nobleman and became a vagrant. And the person who gave this order was the former king, and he didn't know the details, but he didn't have much favor with the king. Especially after seeing Wang's continuous battles, which made this originally powerful country gradually exhausted. Or you should say that you are honest and didn't lie to me. Robin Hood discovered that the new king was far more terrifying than the previous one. Maybe it's not correct to use it terribly, but maybe it should be said to be excellent. We are now rushing to reinforce the south, and I believe your ability will be an aid in future wars. Sir Robin Hood, join my underlings and regain the glory of the past as a knight to fight for this country. Facing Robin Hood in front of him, Lucifer directly invited. With just that hand, the person in front of him will show excellent talents as a spy or sentinel. In the face of the coming war, Lucifer needs all available power. However, Robin Hood gave an unexpected response. Sir Robin Hood is gone, now there is only one righteous thief named Robin Hood. Really? It seems that you have an unpleasant past. In that case, you can go. Lucifer's altogether made Robin Hood a little uncomfortable. Will the king pursue my offense? Chapter 7. Did I take the liberty? It should be said that I took the initiative to disturb your peace. Lucifer walked slowly to the side of a tree, and he put his hand on the trunk and said calmly. He seemed to be talking to Robin Hood, or to this forest, even to the elves in the distant forest. Wang is so sensible, it's great. I thought I was going to be forced into the army again. I see something called will in your eyes. Human actions are meaningless without the support of will. Since you choose to fight in your own way, I don't want to force you to do anything. Lucifer's words seemed to have seen everything, and Robin Hood fell into a long silence. Yes, he thought he was fighting in his own way. Although it was different from the knight fighting way he had learned before, he never forgot the heart of knight he had learned. It's just that now he is no longer recognized as a knight. Lucifer saw this, yes, just for a moment, the look in his eyes was like the former undead team. The group of knights who swore with wolf blood and waved their great swords to prevent the abyss from spreading, were eventually swallowed by the abyss because they were too close to the abyss. By the time Lucifer lit 3 beacon fires to open the door, the members of the undead team had only a dozen captains left because of mutual executions, and the corpses filled the hall. They raised their swords to pay tribute to Lucifer, the new member of the undead team, and asked him to kill them as the final test. According to the inheritance at the time, I seem to have become the last member of the undead team. Thinking of this, Lucifer retracted his hand, and he turned and walked towards his camp. Before leaving, he left a message to Robin Hood. This land has been caught in too many wars. The knights behind me are fighting for their beloved motherland. They don't want to spare their lives. If I lose the battle, this place will be ignited by the war soon. At that time, please be your own, keep guarding this forest in the same way, knight." The knights glanced at the former knight one last time, and they retracted their swords and followed the king's footsteps and left together. It wasn't until long after they disappeared that Robin Hood came back to his senses. He leaned on the big tree and looked up at the leaves falling in the quiet air. "Knight, am I still qualified to be called a knight?" Asterisk. Number 21 Scabbard. On the moonless night, after the rapid march during the day, the soldiers were a little tired, and they built a camp and began to rest. The tents are clearly arranged according to Lucifer's orders, and the largest one in the center of all the tents is Lucifer as the king's lounge. In the tent, Lucifer finally arranged things properly after a long order. At this moment he was about to tell Altoria, who was guarding outside, to go down and rest first, but suddenly, he felt something out of the air in the tent. With fire in his eyes, Lucifer found an invading unexpected guest, or an acquaintance. "Oh! A third-rate magician who likes to peep. If you continue to show off your illusion in front of us, I think something regrettable may happen later. It's just that this time it's not as simple as burning your robe." Lucifer sat back in front of his throne and said with one hand supporting his cheek. "It's the second time. Can you tell me that? How did you crack my illusion?" Merlin's expression was a little embarrassed. This is the second time Lucifer has seen through the illusion, and his face is a bit unbearable. "Is it important?" "Of course it's not important to you, but it's a matter of life and death to me. The magic I am best at is illusion, and now it's been cracked. I don't know why. In case I meet someone like you next time, people, I might be killed for it." "Next? Killed? Oh, I see. It seems that you were a scumbag before, and you are so scumbag that enemies all over the world want to kill you." Lucifer deliberately misinterpreted Merlin's meaning. But think about it carefully, with this kind of a live personality, maybe there are really many enemies. What he is best at is illusion. Once he loses this trump card, he might be on the streets next time. "Don't look at me like that, I'm not a demon either. For the sake of you helping me before, I'm not so unkind. My eyes can see the flames burning in the living beings. From other perspectives, you are a person, but in my eyes, you are burning with flames. Well, your flames are full of conspiracy colors. Flame. The fire of sin." I withdrew the preface. "It seems that you are not as useless as you think, at least your mind is good. How about, scum magician, join my subordinates, I can give you the position of palace magician and even sage." Lucifer sent out an invitation just like Robin Hood did before. These words sound a bit random. However, there is no alternative to this. As the new king, he has no background and no team. After that, if you want to manage this country well, you must find some people who can use it. It sounds very good. But if you think about it, forget it. I was originally entrusted to train a good enough king for this country. Your appearance made everything in the world unpredictable, and I didn't continue to stay. The reason for the next." Merlin did not hesitate to refuse. If the girl Night King standing here now, he would definitely agree to stay and train her. But Lucifer in front of him no longer needs to teach as a mentor, he naturally has no reason to stay. Both of them understood this, and Lucifer didn't expect too much from the invitation just now. "So, you came here today to say goodbye to me?" "There is no need, our relationship is not good enough to sympathize with each other." At this point, Lucifer waved his hands jokingly, as if driving away some pests. "Your attitude is as bad as always. Even if it is treated differently, it is too bad. If it is the cute night girl outside, you definitely have another expression now." During the words, the corners of Merlin's eyes twitched a little. He is also a great magician anyway, so he doesn't have any status now. "You also said that you are a cute night girl. Isn't that natural? If you now say that you are the magical girl Merly, not the magical scum Merlin, I will change my attitude. So if you blame it, you will be born as a man." Yours. Lucifer gave his reasons. And this reason made Merlin's face black. I suddenly felt that handing over this country to you was a wrong decision. Whether it is or not, you don't have the ability to stop me now. The only thing you can do is, wait and have hope in your heart. Waiting and hopeful. I like this sentence. A man said that all the wisdom of life is written in this sentence. Although I don't know if there is an Earl in this world, Lucifer used this sentence directly. Okay. Even though you treat me badly, it is for the sake of this sentence. I will return the gift I just prepared to take away. Take it, and you will become a true king, an undefeated king. Speaking of this, Merlin finally got into the topic. He didn't run over tonight to chat with Lucifer, but to prove that he was the last one. He took a gorgeous scabbard from his cloak and placed it on Lucifer's desk. The main body of the scabbard is blue, which is at the same level as the holy sword in terms of craftsmanship. You can feel the powerful magic power emanating from the scabbard just by touching it. Very beautiful, this scabbard. Lucifer slid his fingers across the scabbard, looking at a piece of art. The person who has this scabbard will have the ability to look back in time. From then on, you will not grow old, will not be injured, will not die, will no longer suffer from illness, and will no longer be troubled by time. It is better than the holy sword, a more precious treasure. A miracle of time. Thank you, magician. This time, Lucifer put away the joking attitude before and officially said thank you to Merlin. I have done what I should do. It's up to you next, young king. I will witness everything about this country, including everything about you, on the tower on the other side. Leaving these words, Merlin's figure disappeared in front of Lucifer's eyes in a burst of petals. The flower mage has done his last duty, and there is no reason to stay. He will return to his tower to witness everything in this world from the perspective of a bystander. Thousands of years ago, the only empire on the mainland split, and after years of fighting, there are finally 9 remaining. For hundreds of years, the 9 countries have been restricting each other and unable to completely annex each other, but now, an unexpected factor has joined them. On the deserted cliff, Merlin stood here looking at the British camp from a distance. He sighed in the wind. What kind of changes will you bring to this world? That golden glitter will be very upset next. Asterisk. Number 22 Heavy rain, please ask for tickets, ask for flowers. On the 3rd day of the march, the sky was raining heavily, as Lucifer told Gawain before. The heavy rain slowed the marching speed significantly, but due to the previous rapid march, the overall speed did not slow down. Taking advantage of this weather, the army had more time to rest. The heavy rain fell for 1 day and did not stop completely until the 4th day. Lucifer led the army to move on. There were turbulences along the way. When they walked along the avenue to near a river, there was an extra figure in the middle of the road. He was Robin Hood, who had only seen him before. The water beach on the roadside hadn't dried yet. Robin Hood didn't hide his figure, but stood there directly. Stop there! Lucifer raised his hand to make a gesture, and the army behind him stopped one after another. He took Gawain and Altria out of the crowd and rode up to Robin Hood. It's you again. This time is much more upright than last time, so you don't need to be invisible. Lucifer looked around and found that he was indeed the only one. I don't want to be misunderstood by your knight again. Not to mention me, the reason why I am here now is to tell you not to move on. It is better for you to be forgiving. Robin Hood's words couldn't help but let Lucifer think of what might have happened the way ahead. What happened before? He asked. Yesterday's heavy rain caused the water level of the river to soar suddenly. The only bridge that can go to the other side of the river has been washed away. Although the current is much calmer, the water surface is much wider than expected. If you lose the bridge, you can go ahead and pass. Can't stop the river. The news brought by Robin Hood surprised the 3 of them. The bridge in front is their only way. If the bridge has been destroyed, it will undoubtedly delay their march. The bridge has collapsed and you can't cross the river? Leah, map. Gawain, you take a few knights to the front to check the river. On the surface, he said so, but Lucifer did not fully believe Robin Hood's words. He asked Leah to bring the map while sending Gawain to determine the situation. Look. Leah took out a cylinder from her horse, and there was exactly the map rolled up there. Gawain returned to the queue and took a few knights out quickly. He needed to confirm the authenticity of this news as soon as possible. If it is true, it is necessary to determine the condition of the river. After Gawain left, Lucifer had been looking at the map. He was observing the nearby bridge and even the terrain, in order to find alternative solutions. If the previous bridge is not destroyed or can be repaired, these schemes are naturally unnecessary. But if the worst happens, an alternative way to cross the river must be found immediately. At present, the nearest bridge from here needs more than half a day, plus the time to restore the original road afterwards, and it will take another day. Lucifer murmured. Do you want to make a detour? Leah immediately said the possible plan. No, we need to wait for Gawain to return to determine the situation. If the damage is serious, we cannot be sure whether this bridge is intact. If it is the same as the previous one. Soon, Gawain returned with the knight. He got off the horse and came to Lucifer, explaining the situation truthfully. Wang, the water in front of the river has risen a lot, and the bridge has also been washed away. Notify the troops to rest on the spot. Let's go there together, I want to check the situation on the spot myself. Hearing this, Lucifer promptly ordered Gawain to stay, and he took dozens of knights to accelerate forward. Soon they came to a river, and at the end of the road you could see a destroyed bridge. The piers are still only partially submerged in the water, but the central part has long since disappeared. Under this situation, it is basically impossible for the army to cross the river. Although the river is quite calm, it still washes people away. Lucifer picked up a stone and threw it into the water, and found that the depth of the water far surpassed the height of an ordinary person. Coupled with the river surface of several tens of meters, it would be impossible to cross the river without a bridge. The knight followed Lucifer's steps to the river and fell into silence as he watched his shadow reflected on the water. There was no problem for the previous 3 days, even their king considered and took advantage of the heavy rain, but no one thought that what should have been a small river prevented them from moving forward. Lucifer kept calculating the time and feasibility in his mind, and finally fixed his eyes on the climate and a forest not far away. Robin Hood, are there elves in this little forest? Lucifer asked the ranger beside him. Compared with the previous forest, this forest can only be regarded as a small forest, but it does not mean that there are few trees in it. Lucifer calculated the distance to the river and found that they were enough to build a bridge. This is a barren forest. The magic power in the veins has long been exhausted. The elves will not live in such a place. Robin Hood looked at the distant woods and said the answer. The place where the elves live is usually accompanied by the ground veins, and there is no magic power in the ground veins. That's good. What do you want to do? Of course you need materials to build a bridge, don't you? Originally I was thinking that if there are elves here, I should discuss with them to borrow or buy some trees. After all, it is not very moral to disturb people's peace casually. Ah? You still care about this? Robin Hood had a new understanding of Lucifer. In his opinion, as the king, it is good to take this forest directly. This is what the nobles and even the king did before. Although this country is famous for its knighthood, there are very few people who truly speak the principle of knighthood. Of course, from a historical point of view, elves have lived in this land for much longer than humans. Moreover, since they live on this land, they are my people and part of this country. Lucifer expressed his opinion. If you really have this kind of idea, I would really support it. I have heard elves complain about the impact of humans on their lives. It just so happens that this land currently has no owner, you can just cut it down. There is no master. The former master died in battle. It is true that the former owner died. But he was not killed in battle, but in a duel. He has no descendants. According to the current laws in Britain, this land will be collected and returned to the royal family. After Robin Hood had finished speaking, Lucifer suddenly felt that he was lucky. Of course, even if the land had a lord, Lucifer would still cut it, but he would go through a procedure and give that person some compensation. But since it doesn't, it saves some trouble. Oh! In other words, it's my thing now. Lucifer's current identity is king. Naturally, this land is also his territory. Although the official document may not be filed, at least it is in name. Robin Hood thought at this time as if it was the same as Lucifer said. That's true. It's just that I want to remind you that even if the bridge is opened now, it will still delay a lot of time. Instead of wasting time and energy to build the bridge, it is better to take a detour. Under normal circumstances, you are right. But if you just build a one-off bridge, I have a special method. Special method? Lucifer didn't say what the special method was, but went to one of the many knights among the purple knights. King Lancelot, I heard Tristan say you are good at logging. Lucifer asked a delicate question. Logging? If this is what the king expects. Lancelot was taken aback for a moment, and then he understood that it meant cutting trees. Although he didn't know what Wang wanted to do, he still obeyed the order. It doesn't need to be too neat, just cut down the trees in the fastest way. Then throw them into the river in rows and fill them up. Can it be done? Yes. But if I want to do it as soon as possible, I need more manpower. No problem. Leah, tell Tristan, let him bring 300 people over. Focus on choosing those who can grow stronger. Yes. Leah went quickly, and came back quickly. In a short while, 300 knights appeared in front of Lucifer, who temporarily handed them over to Lancelot to command them, and then they started a huge tree-cutting movement over there. Although they also had many questions in their hearts, since it was the king's order, they could only execute it. About an hour later, they took the cut tree trunks and quickly dropped them not far from the upper reaches of the river. The trunks drifted down the river. While they were still wondering why Lucifer didn't use these things to build the bridge, but dropped these trunks, Lucifer had already come to the river. He drew the holy sword from his waist. Chapter 8. The cold frost from the painting world, freeze everything. A frosty whirlpool was rolled up on the holy sword held high, and Lucifer aimed it forcefully at the surface of the river. A strong ice storm spurted out with a sword, and swiftly reached the river directly to the opposite bank, and finally froze together with the tree trunks on the ground. In this storm, everyone was almost unsteady on their feet. After the storm, a miraculous ice bridge appeared. The river and tree trunks are frozen together by ice, and the huge ice surface with a width of hundreds of meters in front of you forms a natural ice bridge. Because of the tree trunks under the ice, it is stronger than ordinary ice. The whole looks like a concrete bridge made of ice and trees. Okay. At this moment, Lucifer seemed to have just done a trivial thing. Robin Hood has the urge to wipe his eyes to see if he is dazzled. Using magic to freeze the surface of the river to allow the army to pass, this approach has probably rarely been thought of before. Compared to Robin Hood's sluggishness, the knights who saw this scene once again looked at Lucifer in their eyes full of enthusiasm. Yes, the person in front of him who is freezing the river with his hands and feet is their king, the king they are loyal to. Even Leah stayed for a long time without responding, until Lucifer's order appeared. Immediately notify everyone to speed up crossing the river. Lucifer retracted his sword and shouted at the knight behind him. Yes. At this moment, all the knights rushed to the army behind, and they couldn't wait to tell the people behind them the miracle they had just seen. Asterisk. Number 23 Nominal Commander. The Dragon Scale Fortress in the south is the last line of defense after the White Rock Fortress. If the fortress is also lost, the entire south will lose the barrier against France. But fortunately, although the French Legion took advantage of the absence of Joel Joss to take advantage of the White Rock Fortress, but for the time being, it seemed that it did not move on due to internal reasons. After the fierce fighting before, the Southern Army is now resting here. The gate behind the fortress was welcoming Lucifer's reinforcements into the city. The tall walls were full of people, and they looked at Lucifer, the new king, with curious eyes. After a few days of rapid march, they arrived 2 days earlier than expected. After arriving at the fortress, Lucifer didn't have much rest. He has been busy for these 2 days. He first unified the issue of command. As the supreme commander of the king, he also appointed Joel Joss to be the commander-in-chief directly under his command. He only needs to take orders from himself and have the power to mobilize the army. Even the army brought by Lucifer himself can be mobilized. After setting up everything, Lucifer temporarily asked the others to step back to deliver the notice. Before leaving, Joel Joss gave Lucifer a meaningful look, and he naturally understood why Lucifer's decision was. After the crowd had left, Leah looked at Lucifer a little hesitantly. "Master, you just did it. She is not a noob either." Lucifer's approach just now carries a certain danger, because if he wants to, the current St. George can directly overhead Lucifer's military power, and even use the army from the imperial capital. Does Leah think I should directly command the whole army, instead of setting up a commander-in-chief on this basis? Lucifer smiled and motioned for Leah to sit next to her. "Well, we believe in the Master's ability," and rushed to the front line from the imperial capital, but the Master's current approach may cause his subordinates to have concerns. That's why I am the Supreme Commander in name. But I am not incapable of understanding their worries, but the problem now is that you believe in my ability and fight your lives against me, fighting for the country and glory." Having said this, Lucifer paused for a moment, his gaze looked at the flag hanging in the hall. It was not the king's flag, but the family crest of St. George. Looking at Leah's hesitant face again, he continued. "But the original soldiers here don't know our new king. Compared to me, St. George can give them a sense of security. If they are now directly included in the name of the king, they will think that I am depriving St. George. Command. In case the military's spirit is shaken, it will be out of control. Fortunately, St. George seems to have understood my approach. The next step depends on our cooperation. Now this situation is also a last resort. After all, no matter how you think of yourself as the leader of the airborne, you can't be convinced before you show your ability. If you are already the king of this country now, there is nothing wrong with taking all the military power directly. Rather, that is the most effective way. Unfortunately, I have only been crowned for a few days, so I want the tens of thousands of soldiers below to trust me, unless there is the legendary dominant. Is that the way it was? Please forgive me for saying that I didn't think about it well. I didn't expect the problems caused by the integration of the two armies. Originally, I thought it only needed." At this time Leah also understood Lucifer's pains. "It's not that I don't want it, it's just forced by the situation." Looking at the hesitant girl knight, Lucifer said with a smile. "As long as I show up here, other people will take my orders for granted? Then, with the charge, can you defeat the French army?" Leah seemed to have discovered her own problem, her face turned a little red, and she said softly. "Yes it is. Leah also likes to read night novels." "How would you know?" This time it was surprised. "You just told me by yourself." Ignoring Leah's surprised expression for the time being, Lucifer continued. "If this war can be the same as you read the stories in those night novels, maybe I will be much easier. But the fact now is that if you want to integrate the whole army, then you can only let Duke George do it. My words need to pass some victories to convince them that I can lead them to victory. If you can't even do it, maybe no one in this country can do it." Calm words reveal absolute trust. The girl knight at the moment believed in this way. "Since Leah, you have said so, even if it is for your trust, I will do it well. As for now, let's go out and have a look. Yes. Altria followed in the footsteps of Lucifer and left the hall with him. On the huge white city wall, the soldiers are holding on to their positions. They still talk about the new king from time to time, but these discussions have consciously chosen to be silent after the white figure that appears to have arrived. Lucifer led Altria to the tens of meters high city wall, looking into the distance. After the mountains and forests far away from here, the black smoke was gradually spreading, and accidents occurred at the same time. Asterisk. Number 24. The operation is as fierce as a tiger. Please ask for tickets, ask for flowers. The sky was gradually shrouded in dark clouds, and the air revealed a trace of violent turmoil. Below the city, a group of knights in the distance was running towards the gate of the fortress. Behind them was a number of hundreds of knights chasing soldiers, and the most eye-catching thing was probably the thing in the sky behind them. Two-footed dragon. A soldier called out the creature's name. The French are coming. Ring the big bell. Another soldier immediately alerted the compatriots not far away. Several soldiers standing by the big clock immediately struck the alarm vigorously, and the sound of the bell came to the entire fortress, and all the soldiers were in a state of readiness for a while. On the plain thousands of meters away, more than a dozen flying dragons and hundreds of soldiers were chasing the dozens of soldiers in Britain ahead. The situation is very urgent, but the people on the wall can't see the person being pursued. They can only be judged by their outline to be British. You, soldier! Lucifer called the nearest young soldier next to him. Yes, King, the soldier saluted. Do you know the identity of this person? Lucifer waved his hand as he said. An ice crystal mirror that was as high as a person was formed beside him, and there was playing the appearance of being chased in the distance. A white-haired knight was being chased. He looked very anxious, and he was injured in many places. General Ziga. He is General Ziga. General Ziga is not dead. The soldier yelled out of joy when he saw it. At this time St. George also came to the wall. He walked to Lucifer and reported. King, Siegfried, I am the most outstanding general under my team and the guard of the White Rock Fortress. When the White Rock Fortress fell before, at the same time his death was heard. We originally thought. The erroneous transmission of information made Joel Joss mistakenly think that Siegfried was dead, and he had not thought about searching before. It seems that he is not dead. I have to find a way to support them. However, in Lucifer's view, there may be something hidden in this, maybe even Siegfried's current appearance is the bait deliberately released by the other party. I will send someone out of the city immediately. No, this can't work. Don't you think it's weird? Since Siegfried is so important, why did the other party only send so many people to chase after him? Hundreds of people are like coming to die. Although there are two-footed flying dragons, the number of opponents is too small. Once the people in the fortress support thousands of people, they will be resolved immediately. Ziegfeld has already ran here, and the sensible approach should be to retreat and give up the prey instead of chasing. Unless... What do you mean? This is a trap. Maybe they want to use Siegfried's life to do something? The opponent's coach is very interested. He knows that we can't leave Siegfried alone and will definitely save him. And what he needs is, Lucifer motioned to her feet. The time we opened the gates. That's right. If I guessed correctly, there should be enemy troops around that would have touched it a long time ago. They may be hidden through magical illusions. As long as we open the city gates, they will immediately start attacking. You can lay down this city gate and hold it for a period of time to wait for the arrival of the army. Lucifer calmly analyzed the current situation. The situation in front of him is very delicate. If they don't go out to save Siegfried, they will definitely act as if they really killed the seriously injured Siegfried. This will undoubtedly shake the military's mind, especially when the soldiers in the fortress kill him in front of him. This makes people feel that the new king and St. George are incompetent, and even important generals can't be saved. Stakes. With this method, it is no wonder that the White Rock Fortress in Britain can be breached. Lothar is a good opponent. Damn it. This way, you won't be able to open the gate to rescue Siegflies. St. George's fist hit the wall next to him. If this is the case, then you can't risk losing the fortress to rescue Siegfried. In this regard, Lucifer has a different view. No, rescue is okay. But the layout needs to be changed. The wall of this fortress was originally divided into inner and outer layers, isn't it? Now that we know the opponent's actions, we can also arrange accordingly. This fortress was designed with the possibility of losing the outer wall in mind, so there is also a wall inside. Of course, if under normal circumstances, the outer city was breached frontally, the inner city would not be able to support it for long. But if the opponent is playing a sneak attack, this design is enough to bury them. Hearing Lucifer's words, Joel Joss' eyes lit up, and he instantly understood Lucifer's meaning. I understand, I will immediately transfer the main force here for layout. Yes. It's best to put the magic giant crossbow directly at the gate of the city and give them a surprise. Yes. The Duke of St. George, the defense of the wall will be left to you. I will personally verify the strength of France. Outside the city wall, the chase continued. The seriously injured Siegfried couldn't support it for long. And there is a forest somewhere 10,000 meters away from the main entrance of the fortress. This area is shrouded in magic, making it impossible to see the inside, and this is where Lothar is, where the French front-line command is located, surrounded by knights standing guard. Lothar looked more than 40 years old, with Durandal, the head of the 12 Holy Swords of France, on his waist. There are 2 young men beside him. They are Anses, who is also one of the 12 knights, and the eldest son of the current king, Piping, who is also named Piping. Piping, the dwarf, gave his name to the prince and at the same time gave the Flying Dragon Legion, which is enough to prove his love for this son. In contrast, other princes, such as Charlemagne and Louis, did not receive much love from the king. Because Pepin was not one of the 12 knights but got one of the 12 holy swords, what Anses got was not one of the 12 holy swords of France, but a holy sword that the dwarf king found. Its name is Excalibur. It is said that this sword is a similar weapon based on the sword of the King of Britain in the Old Empire. I said, "Old fellow, is it necessary to make this trouble?" I deliberately let Siegfried off, and I squatted here a day in advance. I was covered with moss. If I want to say that there is my flying dragon army, I will directly charge. In the past, it wouldn't be enough to smash everything in front of you. The arrogant face with short blonde hair is Pepin, and his tone is very bad. Anses frowned instinctively, he said instead of Lothar. The marshal just doesn't want to cause too much damage. Moreover, I heard that the new king of Britain has been selected and has been rushed to the Dragonscale fortress. The storm will pay huge damage. You shut up, I didn't ask you again. I asked him. Perhaps you should learn to be polite before calling someone to discuss it. Your Royal Highness. Lothar sighed and finally spoke. He always thought that the prince's personality was very problematic. Of course, maybe he still has a little level in the battle, but that is more of an equipment advantage, not much. The king threw him here to pay for it. Asterisk. Number 25 want to play tactics. Thanks to the book Friends for the reward of Why Should I Go? Although the head coach of the entire army is Lothar, Prince Pepin led some nobles to form an army independently. About 20,000 people in this part are not under Lothar's command. Lothar was also a little worried that this would become a hidden danger. But he couldn't say anything. Piping's expression became impatient. The prince, call me the prince. I am the next king. You should pay attention to the polite people, knights. He strongly corrected the mistakes of the 2 knights in front of him. Anses' expression was a bit angry, but he chose to be silent. This is not the first time they have had such unpleasantness. But as a general, what else can you say when facing a prince who might become the next king? Although he wanted to grab the head of the man in front of him more than once and hit the wall of the fortress over there. But just think about it. At this time, Lothar stood up strongly. Before you officially became a king, you were only a prince. Your Royal Highness. And I am the coach here. In the words, he was reminding the prince of his identity. As one of the only 3 marshals of France at present, his status is naturally needless to say. Seeing Lothar's livid face, the prince's demeanor a little bit. But the expression is still so awkward. Okay. Then please give a reason, Marshal Cavalier. Your lord? Originally, Siegfried was supposed to be my prey, but you took him away and now let him go. I need your explanation. I want to use his life to open the gate of the fortress. General Renaud is already in place. As long as the gate is opened, his cavalry will immediately rush in. At the same time, the prince and your flying dragon army will cooperate and take down the gate in one fell swoop. Just hold on for a while. In time, our army will be able to successfully capture this dragon-slaying fortress. Lothar calmly said his entire plan. They not only have the cavalry on the ground, but also the air force in the sky. It is not a problem for the ground and army to take a gate when it is opened. Cut. Don't even dare to fight head-on, so you are just like that. When the opportunity comes, let me know. I'm going to prepare. The prince's expression was a little uncomfortable, but he didn't say anything. It wasn't until long after the prince untied that the atmosphere on the scene eased. Marshal. Ansas said first. I know what you want to say, Ansas. Our prince is a spoiled child. Be more tolerant of this kind of child. What else can I do besides tolerance? Who makes him the next king? At this moment, Ansas' joking words revealed a kind of irony. Not to mention that little bastard, what do you think of the situation this time? They don't seem to have sent rescue troops. If they don't come after a while, I can only kill Siegflies. With that, Lothar changed the subject. Speaking of this, Ansas also began to look into the distance seriously. He calmly analyzed the current situation. Wait. Maybe they haven't seen who is escaping. It's just that an ordinary general is not worthy of their opening. With the current situation, when they see that it is Siegflies, they will definitely send a team of thousands of people to support. At that time, you can eat with this rescue team. That said, I was too impatient. Now, the only variable is one person. Britain's new king. In fact, if he comes one day late, our plan may be smoother. Lucifer's early arrival somewhat disrupted their plans. After all, a fortress facing 70,000 people is a completely different concept from a fortress facing 110,000 people, especially the nearly 20,000 knights brought by Lucifer. Chapter 9. Originally, France still had an absolute advantage in military strength, but now the comparison of forces is not so obvious. The new king came earlier than I expected. This proves that he also understands that one of the keys to this war is time. He is also an excellent general, but he doesn't know how he is capable in other areas. Said with a sigh. Unfortunately, it's just excellent. After today, the marshal may be able to ask him this question directly in person. At this moment, Ansas said it seemed that they had caught Lucifer. In fact, both of them have similar ideas in their current psychology. This wave has stabilized. We haven't laid down that fortress yet. Sooner or later. I don't believe that stupid Britons can see through our sophisticated plan. Marshal, after today, your glorious deeds will spread throughout the continent, and catching a king will definitely bring you great glory. The arrival of the new king is also destined to be just a ladder for promotion at your feet. If there are too many of those things, it will look dull. In fact, I only want to solve the enemy in front of France in my life. I never think that things like glory are of any use, and I don't want to care about it. At the end of their discussion, through magic, they had seen the door of the distant fortress opened. A group of cavalry appeared there. "The door is open." The expression on Ansa's face turned into joy. "Give orders." "Yes." With a happy mood, Ansa felt that this battle might almost come to an end. The door in front of the dragon-scale fortress opened, and Lucifer rushed out with a team of 500 knights. They were preparing to meet Siegfried on the road, racing fast. They were getting closer and closer to Siegfried, and the opponent's army could already be seen from the front. The horn sounded. Lucifer took out a longbow and opened the string. As the arrow hit the longbow, a thunderbolt covered it. Releasing his hand, the bolt of thunder pierced the air and quickly flew towards the two-footed dragon with a popping sound. The moment the arrow flew into the dragon group, an explosion occurred, and the fallen corpses of several flying dragons quickly overwhelmed the French front row knights. Lucifer drew out his sword after a first move, and shouted, "Knights, save your fellow citizens!" The knights behind them saw this scene, their morale was high, and they responded to the king's expectation together. "Rescue the compatriots!" In a moment, the two groups of knights rushed together. Lucifer was the first to bear the brunt, but instead of liberating the power of the holy sword in his hand, he was fighting with the power of fire. After cutting down a knight with a sword, Lucifer took the spear he had snatched from the opponent. The backhand projected out, and the two flying dragons in the sky were pierced together. At the same time, the supported Siegfried and other knights also exerted their strength at the same time. The sword burst in Gawain's hand emits powerful magic power, giving priority to solving the threat of the sky. In contrast, Lancelot and Tristan, even Siegfried, who has always focused on evasion, began to counterattack after receiving support. Under their blow, more than a dozen flying dragons were falling at a speed visible to the naked eye. However, on the side of the battlefield behind the fierce battle ahead, there was a tremor on the ground, and at the same time a haziness appeared in the air. A group of 4,000 knights unlocked the large-scale illusion on their bodies, and they seemed to walk out of a mirage. These French knights did not join the previous melee, but directly charged towards the gate of the gate. Asterisk. No. 26 Strike, seeking votes, flowers. On the city wall, many soldiers were taken aback by the cavalry that appeared suddenly, but some of them did not panic. St. George looked at everything in front of him, his eyes extremely calm. The king's prediction is really accurate. There really is a problem here. The inner city is in place. St. George gave orders to the soldiers behind him. At the same time, behind the gate of the city wall, you can see that it has been arranged into a concave position. Reinforced iron fences were erected all around, and 6 strong crossbows were aimed at the gate. At the same time, archers lined up on the surrounding high walls, and the magician troops were already in place. The entire inner city is like a huge trap waiting for the enemy to come. Of course, this arrangement would certainly not be able to withstand the impact of tens of thousands of troops, but it was enough to deal with the opponent's elite knights. Yes. Before the French knights approached the city wall, many bows and arrows and huge crossbows had been shot at them. Many people fell off their horses and disappeared into the Chaos Army, but these attacks did not slow down the cavalry force at all. They rushed towards the gate in a rain of arrows. For them, there is only one chance, and if they fail, there is no second time. At the same time as the plan was going on here, the French army by the distant forest also began to move. They stepped out of the forest fantasy and prepared to attack with all their strength. Lothar left a few hundred people to guard 100 magician troops exhausted by illusions, and formally marched forward with the main force of the whole army. In the sky, more than 200 two-legged flying dragon legions flew into the sky at the same time, with 5 people on each flying dragon's back. They are the legendary Dragon Knights, and together with the flying dragons became war weapons. What's the matter? Why did the flying dragon legion only appear in half? Lothar looked at Anseth beside him. His Royal Highness said that with the Marshal's plan, half of the flying dragons would be enough. He also said that the others need to stay behind to defend the army so as not to be attacked. The face of Ansas, who had just returned, was also black. Asshole! The capital of Britain has entered the city, how could there be a surprise attack, or run behind us? Lothar was so angry that he exploded directly. Marshal! I know what he is thinking. I want us to fight desperately first. Fortunately, he shows up to take credit at a critical time. This does not care for his own merits and the lives of others. Lothar, as the battlefield veteran, naturally understands the prince's thoughts. Wait a minute, the forward force will definitely encounter desperate resistance. The prince wanted to wait until the two sides were exhausted before sending out to grab the head. Marshal, we can't stop now, even if we don't have the entire Flying Dragon Legion, we can't stop. I know. Speed up. The French army began to move, but a part of the army did not follow them and stayed. The center of the army formation was where the prince was. Inside the tent, a young male noble general was watching the prince carefully and hesitated. His Royal Highness, are we really good like this? I think. Tell me, who has the final say here now, Roman? The prince gave the nobleman a cold look. Of course it is you, Your Royal Highness. Then you just shut up, here I say, everything is up to me. I don't want you to think, I want me to think, understand? Understand, understand. The nobleman wiped the sweat from his forehead and said nothing. On the plain in front of the dragon-scale fortress, Lucifer and Siegfried had already dealt with these hundreds of ordinary knights, and the people on the flying dragon just saw that the situation was not good. Make them a lot easier. After the battle, they didn't have much time to sigh, because they had discovered that the knight in the distance had already rushed through the gate of the fortress. It's a trap. No wonder they only sent so little troops to hunt me down. I'm sorry, everyone. A guilty expression appeared on Kagifi's face. Yes, it's a trap. General Zieg, you still have the ability to fight now. Lucifer looked at the fortress in the distance and didn't worry too much. Yes. Please give the order from the king. Knights, sound the horn, and we will charge again from behind them. Yes. All the knights turned their horses, and they rushed back to the fortress. The battle just now cost them dozens of people, and the overall combat strength is still there. Not without the ability to rush back. Moreover, not knowing if it was an illusion, Altria found that from their current position, it was not so much that the French knights were attacking the fortress, it was more that they exposed their rear to the front of their sword. She subconsciously glanced at Lucifer, who was smiling. Is this also in your plan, Master? Putting away the doubts in her heart, she followed Lucifer's figure and once again launched a charge against the enemy. Inside the fortress, St. George also found the French army on the distant horizon. He estimated the time of arrival in his mind, and at the same time looked at what was happening in the inner city. Below is a purgatory-like scenery, countless corpses are piled up in the main road, blood is flowing freely, they seem to be a natural barrier blocking the way in which the knights come in, and wait until the knights behind have roughed it up. Their bodies will become part of the barrier again. If it's normal, maybe we won't have time to react at all. Not to mention mobilizing so many troops. St. George was lost in thought. Normally, the main force of defending the city is concentrated on the wall. Because the gate is at the door, unless you see that the city gate is about to be broken, it will not increase the force, let alone set up a trap with heavy troops like this. He knew very well that he had to solve these knights quickly. Then close the door, so that France's plan will be completely finished. Outside the city gate, the troops led by Lucifer had already touched the rear of the French knights. They took Lucifer as the tip of their sword, and if a sharp sword cut through the French knights. Knights continued to fall under their swords, and they were getting closer and closer to the gate. And in the distance behind them, a large number of French knights are also rushing towards the fortress with all their strength. Now they are all in a race against time. Seeing that Lucifer and the opening they made was about to approach the door, St. George again gave orders to the soldiers behind him. "Stop the attack! The king is coming back! Get ready to close the city gate!" The soldiers in the inner city put away their bows, arrows, and crossbows. They began to move towards the wall one after another, and the soldiers on the ground also pushed open the fence beside them to prepare for Lucifer's return. Lucifer led the knights to behead the enemy all the way, and finally returned to the city wall. When the knights returned completely, there were still a large number of undead enemy troops behind them. These people are desperately charging towards the city gate. "Close the door!" Just after St. George's words were finished, the voice of the city guard came not far away. "No, Master Marshal, the enemy army below forcibly stuck the door with its body. It can't be closed." "What?" Number 27 First Wave. St. George looked at the French army that was about to approach, as well as the more than 2,000 enemy troops remaining below. These people were still desperately squeezing towards the city gate, in order to buy time for the army behind. "I will go down myself." St. George is preparing to personally go down to solve the following troubles, but a bigger trouble has already arrived. The Flying Dragon Legion is here. More than 200 two-footed flying dragons in the sky have already reached the city wall first. In the face of these enemy troops flying in advance, St. George has taken care of the following situation flawlessly. The bigger trouble is in the sky. Don't stop those who close the city gate. Go on. Silver Dragon Guard, the strong archer is ready to fight back. The first, second, and third magic units make every effort to sweep away the enemy's cavalry. Although it is a bit strange why the Flying Dragon legions in the sky are missing. Phew, but he still gave the order. Rows of soldiers holding huge bows and arrows on the city wall walked out of the fortress. They picked up special arrows and aimed them at the flying dragons in the sky. At the same time, behind the fortress, dozens of silver-white dragon species also lifted into the air at the same time, with only 2 knights on their backs, and the dragon's body was not as strong as a bipedal wyvern. For a time the chaos between the sky and the ground officially opened. Long Yan recklessly fell from the air, and the British soldiers stepped up their attack on the cavalry below with the danger on their heads. Under the city wall Lucifer also noticed the strange place of the city gate. It seemed that the gate could not be closed. If this goes on, once the opponent's army arrives, the problem may become very serious. Altria discovered the problem first, and she looked at Lucifer. "Wang. Need help over the gate?" "I'm going." Gawain immediately appealed to Lucifer. "No." Gawain went to the machine room of the city wall and tried his best to close the gate. "Leah, you go and let the knights at the gate try their best to retreat behind me. Tristan, you and Lancelot to help Duke George solve the problem brought by the dragon." Trouble. Lucifer immediately arranged everyone's tasks and asked them to perform. Yes. Everyone carried out Lucifer's order without even thinking about it. Now they will not have doubts and hesitations about the king's words. After the others left, Lucifer stood alone and walked towards the gate. He had only held the sword in his right hand and put his left hand on the hilt. This is his first hands holding the holy sword that symbolizes the king, and he wants to liberate the true power of this sword. The holy sword seemed to sense what Lucifer wanted to do. The sword body began to show many golden light spots. Lucifer stepped forward and stepped on the water. The floor under his feet split instantly. Raise the sword above his head with both hands. The golden light began to converge to form a whirlwind, reaching the sky. The powerful magical force formed an air current to blow everything around. Altria took the knight and ran by Lucifer. All of them were amazed by this scene, and couldn't help turning their heads. "Appear, my kingly way. I use this sword to seek the world." King's Landing, the king's sword. Lucifer swung the holy sword in his hand forward. The sword body was like a huge magic furnace, and the huge golden laser aimed at the city gate, swallowing everything along the way in this huge light. From the sky, the gate of the dragon-scale fortress seemed to have become a muzzle. A huge laser shot out from it, and all the French knights who had been crowded here swept away together. The light lifted up the dust, lasted for a few seconds, and then disappeared. The air also revealed a scorching atmosphere, and a long black depression appeared on the ground. In these short seconds, thousands of French knights disappeared in this huge laser. The tremendous power formed by a single blow caused the French knights to fall into a short period of sluggishness. In the face of this attack, they no longer desperately advanced as before, but quickly retreated, and finally collapsed. Lucifer's blow completely swept away all obstacles in the gate. Thanks to the efforts of Gawain and the others, the gate was slowly closing until the last gap was closed, and Lucifer's face disappeared in France. Before everyone's eyes. The power of this blow was even seen by Lothar and others several kilometers away. That is. Ansuz looked at Lothar next to him in a little astonishment. Holy sword! The sword of the King of Britain! Damn, their king is a lunatic at all. He dares to use such dangerous things in the fortress. Isn't he worried that he will involve himself in it? Lothar was a little weird. Looking into the distance. There is nothing wrong with such a thing as a holy sword, but because of this, you have to be extra careful when using it. Because if you are not careful, you may wipe out your own people together. Marshal, can your holy sword do this too? Can we blast through the walls of the fortress with one blow? At this moment, Ansuz suddenly thought of a shortcut, and he looked at himself and Lothar's hands. Holy sword? No. When many important fortresses on the mainland are established, magic arrays such as reinforcement and offset will be arranged in advance on the walls. It was already a tactic hundreds of years ago to bombard the walls with the holy sword. Lothar shook his head and cancelled this kind of thinking. If he could blast off the wall with a holy sword, he would have done it a long time ago, and he would not use soldiers to siege the city like he does now. About a few hundred years ago, countries still liked to play like this. But after that, all countries have learned well. They had already made tricks in the walls when building the fortress, and using the holy sword would only waste their power. In case his power is exhausted and the opponent's holy sword user runs to charge again, the result will be very sad. He is not stupid, so naturally he would not take such a risk. The fighter plane has disappeared, and there is no need to continue fighting today. Don't let the soldiers' blood flow in vain. Blow the horn to inform the whole army to retreat. Lothar shook his head and gave orders to his subordinates. Ansuz didn't understand. So many people had already sacrificed in front of him, why he suddenly gave up now. Continue to attack, maybe it can be beaten down. But... He looked at Lothar hesitantly. The king we have to deal with first, and the holy sword in his hand. Now we can't attack this fortress. Lothar looked at Ansuz firmly, and he didn't want to continue the attack. But seeing the scene just now, plus the door that has been closed, he already knew that he couldn't continue fighting today. Especially since the prince behind him hasn't fully kept up, and the air power is insufficient, it is even more impossible. Yes. Although not reconciled, Ansuz obeyed the order. The horn of the French army blew again, and everyone was at a loss. But the order from the horn was to retreat. Hearing this, all French troops began to retreat one after another. The gate of the dragon-scale fortress in the distance was closed tightly, and there was no thought of taking the opportunity to pursue it. Inside the fortress, everyone is cheering for their victory. Asterisk. Chapter 10. Number 28. Will the undead be afraid of death? Please ask for tickets, ask for flowers. At night, the tallest tower of the fortress was shrouded in black, and the moonlight in the sky seemed to be the only embellishment at this moment. Here, Lucifer looked into the distance, and the French camp was flashing fire. The first assault failed, they did not retreat, but guarded the camp on the edge of the forest. Behind them is the road of retreat, even if the war fails later, they can retreat to the White Rock Fortress. Can you attack and defend when you retreat? If you want to completely defeat them, you must first cut their back. The breeze blew, and a familiar breath came from behind. Leah. Lucifer said softly. Okay. The night girl was dressed in casual clothes, just like when they first met. Come and sit down. As he said, Lucifer first sat down on the bench next to him. The space here is not too big. In order to save space, the benches are also built against the guardrail next to it. Altria sat down close to Lucifer, but she did not speak. If you look closely, the night view here is actually pretty good, and the air doesn't have that sticky smell. Of course, if there were no war, maybe it would be more beautiful at this moment. The air was a little silent, and Lucifer also can only speak first. He randomly searched for a topic. Speaking of war, Leah seemed to have some feelings. You already know it. I'm sorry, as your knight, I am immature and I don't have enough courage. Several times before, I have been worried that I will die in war. When I think of death, my heart will speed up. The girl hesitated to say how fragile she was in her heart. Aunt is not there, and she is currently the only one to talk to Lucifer. She is not an immortal, nor is she the strongest knight like Grand Duke Lion. Seeing countless compatriots fall, she will inevitably think of herself. But as a knight, she also felt guilty for her fear of death. Am I really a qualified knight? Before coming here, she always thought so. It is inevitable that there will be a bad stress reaction on the battlefield for the first time. It is normal. Born as human beings, we are afraid of death. It is also normal. You know, in this purgatory called war, we have a fear of death in our hearts. People go further than those who don't know what death is. Lucifer couldn't help smiling in her heart. The Knight G in front of her was not the heroic Night King she had remembered. She didn't even draw her sword, and it was only natural that she would have the normal emotions of ordinary people. In other words, she has always kept the feelings of normal people, but in that world, for the sake of kingly, she had to give up extra feelings. Thinking about it this way, her aunt's evaluation of her was very pertinent. Is that so? But I often hear people say that fear of death will make my sword dull, and eventually die because of it. Leah's face became somewhat restored. Out of the fear of death, we can do our best to live. It is not death that makes your sword dull, but the hesitation in your heart. The moment of hesitation is fatal, so you must not hesitate when shooting. Set a point for yourself in your heart. Whenever you feel confused or weak, just think about why you are swinging your sword. In a daze, Lucifer thought of herself in the last world. Was awakened by the bell as an undead, as a fireless ember to seize the power of fire from King Xion's body. The undead team, Eldridge who devours the gods, the King of Giants, Pope Sullivan, and more people who are not worth mentioning fell under their own swords. However, the undead are not immortal. When the human nature disappears completely, the undead will become a living corpse, and the undead transformed into a living corpse is more pathetic than death. At that time, I was not fearless, but had something to do. It is precisely because of this that he will be reborn from the flame again and again. There is no hesitation in my heart. Can I really do it? Wang, when I was fighting before, I was actually very scared. If I didn't see you, I would worry whether I would be knocked down and I would never stand up again. Can't continue to be your knight. Leah said the deepest fear in her heart. If you fall, please get up again, Leah. Even if your body falls, don't let your beliefs fall. You can't die. This is an order, and I give you an absolute order as a king. Lucifer put his hand on Altria's shoulder. The girl in front of her does not need to be persuaded, she just needs a reason to support herself. Originally, the reason should be to guard the country as a king, but now Lucifer turned it into his own command. Phil's orders are sometimes too embarrassing. I can't die, and I don't want to die, but... Leah's voice gradually weakened. You are my knight, and the knight can't refuse the master's order. Especially since I am still a king. Oh, I understand now. That's right. The heroic and determined knight I knew before will not be confused by this kind of thing. Death may be terrible, so some people think that as long as blindly ignoring death, it is brave. But that is just not daring to face death. She's weak. I don't think I want Leah to become that kind of person. Isn't it brave to ignore death? In my opinion, their bravery is just out of indifference to life. Because they don't care about their own life and death, they appear fearless. But they are just fearless, not real immortality. At this point, Lucifer let go girl. He stood up and stretched out his hands before her eyes and continued talking. From the age of God to the age of man, all the wisdom that mankind has honed is actually for one purpose: to survive. In order to survive, live more safely, meet friends, reunite with family, and stay with lovers. That's why with us now. In other words, it is precisely because of the strong will to live that we have walked from the time when there were many gods in the past to the present. Compared with the gods of the past, there is no doubt about the weakness of human beings. But it is this kind of human beings who have lived to the modern age where the gods end. Some people like to call it the curse written on all living souls before the gods die. But Lucifer prefers to call it the will to live. Asterisk. Number 29 King's Sword. Wang confided her own voice. The girl Altria stared at the Wang in front of her blankly. Her heartbeat accelerated a little. She didn't know what was going on in her heart, but there was no doubt that she wanted this moment to exist forever. I want to know the king's past. In a daze, she subconsciously said what was in her heart. She herself didn't realize how rude this was. Are you curious about my past? Lucifer said with a smile. Well, I want to understand Wang's past, present, and even everything. No problem. When the battle is over, I will tell you my story. But, Leah, at that time, I will also listen to the story that happened to you. My story? Yes, you can take it as an order. Lucifer's room added. In normal circumstances, the girl might hesitate because of shyness. At this time, you have to be decisive. For the first time, Lucifer felt that his king's privileges were still very useful. Okay. Wait, if you think about it, although there is no coat of arms on the back of my hand, doesn't this situation mean that I have an eternal spell? Thinking of this, Lucifer began to look forward to the future life more and more. Yes. Really, you are too unconscious, Wang, you would actually use commands in such a place. Altria's words at the moment contained a bit of complaint, but she was also shy. Take it as my little self-willedness. Before I became a king, I was a person, and people naturally have their own personality. I think this is very good, otherwise one day I will be said to be a king who does not understand the human heart. It's not easy. Lucifer's joke was categorically refuted by Altria. No. Absolutely not. There was a moment of silence. Lucifer couldn't help but smile sincerely. In my memory, the young knight in front of me, the king of Mau Mau in the future, seemed to have been told by a knight that he didn't understand people's hearts. Originally Lucifer didn't believe it very much until he saw the card surface of a certain mobile game. Well, I really don't understand people's hearts. Compared to a certain village girl in France next to. Facing Lucifer as a friend, but also Wang's smile, Altria lowered her head, not knowing how to face it. The foolish hair above her head is expressing her mood at the moment. After a while, Lucifer returned to Altria. She was relieved, and then quickly found a topic. I also participated in the battle against thieves with my aunt before, but it was completely different from this time. I was the first to participate in the Legion-level battle. Although I have thought about it many times before, I will still be caught by it after seeing it with my own eyes. Shocked. For the first time, you performed much better than when I was the first time. You know. I actually envy you. Rather than being envious, the feelings in her heart should be more accurate with longing. It's just that the girl at this time hasn't noticed this. Envy? Envy this. Lucifer moved his hand and unlocked the holy sword on his waist. With the scabbard, he put it on his lap. Ah! No, no. I'm sorry. I never thought about it too much. In my heart, you are my king. The king of this country more suitable than me, I am your knight, I. The girl looked a little flustered at this time. She was very worried that Lucifer would misunderstand that she was still looking forward to the throne of the king. Don't be nervous. Even if you look nervous, you are also cute. Lucifer comforted her softly. Want to try it? It should belong to you. Altria originally wanted to touch this beautiful holy sword, but her hand stopped at the last moment of contact. Can you? No, forget it. If you let others see it, it won't be good. I am now a knight named Altria, your exclusive guardian knight. And the king of this country is you. The sword chooses the king, and this country does not need two kings. If others were to see her also draw their swords, it would undoubtedly have a bad effect, especially since she was in the blood of the royal family. Maybe it will become an excuse for rebellion. To you, this sword symbolizes this country. But to me, it's just a sword. For you, it's just a sword. That's right, the king doesn't need this sword to shine. But I also have my persistence. It symbolizes the king's sword, and the knight cannot touch it. Leah retracted her hand. With relief in his eyes. She likes the holy sword, but she can't move if she can't move. Having said that, she looked at Lucifer and continued. In fact, I have always envied your kingly way. These days, the kings most heard in my army are very tolerant, but at the same time very strict. The knights follow the king without feeling that they are too far away from the king. Far away? After hesitating for a moment, Lucifer grabbed her hand and motioned. I'm right in front of your eyes, within reach. Very real, this feeling. Before this, what was the kingly way in Leah's heart? Compared with the current path of the king, I actually thought I should be like my aunt. But I can't do both of my king ways, so I thought that if I become a king, even if I give up my personal everything, I must protect this country. Her words are her ending in another world. There is nothing wrong with her kingly way, no, it should be said that there is no right or wrong thing about kingly way, it's just that different paths lead to different results, nothing more. If you really do that, you will undoubtedly be praised as a noble king. But such a crown is just a bondage, and the road called the king will become a curse for you. In the future that Merlin showed me at the time, my final ending was fixed on the blood-stained sword hill. I pierced a female knight who looked like me with a holy spear. I never understood why and why. Will it be like that? But now, I seem to have some answers. Use me as a reference to witness this distorted future in your eyes. Well, I will always witness everything about the king. Knight Altria, hereby offer my loyalty to the king, even if the body is destroyed, before the soul disappears. No, even if the soul disappears here, I will still be your knight, side by side with you. Under the moon. The girl knight made her vow. She came to the king, knelt down on one knee, and offered everything she had with the highest courtesy. Asterisk. Number 30 Thunder Gun Corps, please ask for votes, ask for flowers. In the early morning of the next day, Lucifer was explaining to Altria the strategic part of her interest. After the frank announcement last night, she lost a lot of restraint in front of Lucifer and no longer concealed her nature. Occasionally, because of the so-called knight's loyalty, he would forcibly remind and even correct Lucifer's excessive jokes as a king. This kind of extreme seriousness reminds Lucifer from time to time of her as a servant knight, rather than her as a king. Of course, Lucifer was also very tolerant of this, and would deliberately tease her from time to time. There was a knock on the door outside the door, and Altria temporarily put aside the discussion time with Lucifer and stood respectfully behind him. "Come in." Lucifer tidied up the files on the desk and said to the door. The door was opened, and Gawain's figure walked in. "Wang, the people you need have been assembled. There are a total of 1,300 elite shooters that can be found. It's just that, some of them are not knights." He came to Lucifer's table and gave a copy. The list is handed over. At the same time, he reported what Lucifer wanted him to do. "It's okay. I said that as long as they have outstanding talents in throwing guns, I won't mind their identities. I hope you do the same, Gawain," Lucifer said of himself as he read the list. Attitude. In this country, the status of a knight is naturally much higher than that of an ordinary infantryman. This may bring some barriers. However, these are still within the scope of possible solutions. Follow the king's orders. Take me over. I want to make the final assessment on them. Please follow me. Lucifer and Altria led by Gawain to a huge circular training ground. The diameter here is roughly estimated to be more than 1 kilometer, and it is also one of the main training venues for this fortress. After arriving at the high platform, Lucifer explained his intentions first. He needs a force that can shoot accurately. This part of the line has no identity, as long as it has the ability to join, whether it is a knight or an ordinary soldier. If you can't accept it, you can quit by yourself. Originally Lucifer thought that there would be some people who could not let go of his knighthood, but unexpectedly, because of his prestige as the king, these people expressed their willingness to abide by this rule. After that is the time for the assessment. Lucifer is scheduled to only need an elite team of 600 people, which means that more than one half of the team here will be swiped. The content of the assessment is also very straightforward. The magician controls the flying targets, flies to high altitude, and then asks them to aim at these targets and project them. These soldiers have seen a lot of training on the ground, and this is the first time they have been on the air. They were a little excited for a while. Then the people here started the game in groups of 30. Just hit once to stay. Then carry out a possible second assessment. The soldiers of the first group stepped out, and the magician also prepared the targets in the sky and let them fly freely. With the start of Lancelot below, the javelin in his hand flew out into the sky. However, the results have a horrible feeling. Because there was no one hit. For a moment, the other people waiting nearby couldn't help but laugh. These people ended up dingy, and when they passed the second team, the people of the second team gave them an expression of "it's time to show the real technology." It is a pity that their handsomeness has not passed 5 seconds. Then, next team. Lancelot continued to shout. Looking at the assessment of the rows of soldiers below, Lucifer couldn't help but feel the illusion of watching the sports meeting. But if it is a sports meeting, the results of this project are really terrible. However, as time passed, some people finally hit the target. They were assigned to the other side and waited, and those who did not hit were also full of energy, ready to show their bravery to the king. Inspire morale, which is one of the reasons Lucifer will come. After all, no one originally let Wang see their shame. More than 200 people have passed the following assessment, but there are only 20 qualified candidates, and the ratio is only about 1/10. This made Gawain, who was watching the game with Lucifer, a little bit unable to sit still. He had just promised Wang himself that he was a good shooter, but now his grades are not as good, and he feels that his face is a little swollen. In case Wang feels that he is incompetent or selfish, that is what he never wants to see. Wang, please let me participate. Gawain came to Lucifer and said his request. Lucifer naturally understood the reason why he said so. Calm down, Gawain King. In your eyes, am I the kind of narrow-minded king who will anger people because of this little thing? He said with a smile. The tone is not a rhetorical question, but affirmation. Wang's tolerance Gawain has witnessed, but... Chapter 11. In this case, Gao Wenqing should also trust the people chosen by her novice and give them some tolerance, right? We should watch the game here before the last team is off the court. Faced with Lucifer's words, Gawain did not continue to cling to, he stepped aside again. I am too immature, please forgive me. It's okay. I have seen your loyalty, and I also agree that Gao Wenqing has the ability to pass the assessment. However, Gao Wen, this Thunder Spear group is my trump card prepared specifically for the Flying Dragon Army. This is not your battlefield, I have more important tasks need you to complete. I've heard of the French Flying Dragon Legion before, but before seeing it with his own eyes, Lucifer was not sure whether those things had the defense of the ancient dragon. It seems that although those things can barely be called dragons, they are still far from the ancient dragon. Asterisk. Number 31 Outstanding Spy. That being the case, there is no need to spend your own energy to create a large number of extreme lightning guns, as long as the power of ordinary lightning guns is attached to a specific long gun to make a disposable service. This is why Lucifer needs this force. Gawain may be suitable to be the commander of this unit, but before that, Lucifer has more important things for him to do. No matter when or what. It just so happened that our new friend should have returned. Just as Lucifer had just finished speaking, the voice of the guard came from outside the door. Wang, Robin Hood, please. Let him in. The guard opened the door and brought Robin Hood in, then retreated. Yet. Congratulations. I have heard about the previous war, winning beautifully. Robin Hood's tone was very relaxed. So now, Robin Hood, I believe you should have no doubts that I can win this war. It's a doubling of confidence. I have completely inquired about what you asked me to inquire about. I even got some additional information. You guys step back first. Martial law is enforced 30 feet away from the door. Don't let anyone approach you. Lucifer motioned the other ordinary soldiers in this room to retreat, leaving only Gawain and Altria. After a while, there were only 4 people left here. Okay. This is all people I trust, now I can say, the information you just got. At this time, Lucifer motioned to Robin Hood to continue. Before you asked me to inquire about the situation at the White Rock Fortress. I sneaked in and walked around during your battle. I found that the situation there was similar to your guess. Now the White Rock Fortress has only 1,000 defenders, and the defense is slack. Robin Hood told the news he had gotten. He was previously commissioned by Lucifer to investigate the lost fortress, under the blessing of the King of Facelessness. This matter is easy for him. He easily walked around the White Rock Fortress. Where is the road in the mountains to the west? Lucifer continued to ask. There is only one small road in the mountains for people to march. It was originally a road opened by the hunters a long time ago, because the war has been deserted. Apart from the beasts, no French sentry was found on the road. I even suspect that they don't even know this road. What about the path and the number of marches? The trail is not on the edge of very dangerous terrain, but it is difficult to walk because of the terrain. I estimate that it can only provide a few hundred troops in a short period of time. It will take some time for troops with more than 1,000 troops. Can the night pass? No. The road there is too harsh for the horses. People can walk without problems, so the horses don't think about it. By the way, this is a map. As if thinking of something, Robin Hood took out his own map. He gave it to Lucifer. Lucifer took the map and found that the information marked on it was very detailed. There is a red line on the map connecting the White Rock Fortress from the vicinity of the Dragon Scale Fortress. Not surprisingly, following the red line on the map, you can quietly walk to the White Rock Fortress from the mountains to the west. The only problem now is that the horse can't walk through. If the knight doesn't have a horse, his fighting ability will be greatly reduced. But if you want to attack, there is no better way. The only thing to consider is the combat effectiveness of the defenders in the fortress. Can't the horse go? How is the situation in the fortress? The French are still repairing. It seems that they had done a lot of damage before. By the way, my extra good news is that because of the destruction of the fortress, there is a path close to the cliff that can be climbed up by rope. They didn't want to go and repair it. Sighed. This fortress is not only their armory, but also a place to store food. Robin Hood seemed to understand what Lucifer wanted to do, and he directly stated a reliable plan. Although it is unlikely that many people can go up in this way, it is not difficult to attack the dilapidated Shiraishi fortress by attacking from below to attract attention, and from the side with his help. Yes, it is not difficult to conquer this dilapidated fortress, the difficulty lies after that. Once France finds that the fortress is lost, their army only needs to return to help, and those who went to sneak attacks may not be able to return. Lucifer had thought of this a long time ago and thought of a good countermeasure. The sneak attack is only to affect the morale of the enemy, and the frontal battlefield is the key. Thank you for your help, Robin Hood. Lucifer said his thanks. Wang's thanks I can't bear it. You are not using the body of a courtier for human use, but temporarily joining our army for personal reasons. I don't think there is anything you can't afford. You may need you to do me a favor next. If the other party is his own courtier, this kind of etiquette is naturally unnecessary, but the other party is not. He only offered help personally. Lucifer didn't think his help was taken for granted, it was natural, and gratitude was also necessary. In fact, after hearing Lucifer's words, there was a slight smile on Robin Hood's face. Waved and left this room. No problem. Whenever you need me, just call me. The remaining three fell silent at the same time. Lucifer was thinking about the future plan, while the other two were thinking about the meaning of Robin Hood's words. Asterisk. Number 32 How to lose the flying dragon riding face? Please ask for tickets, ask for flowers. After Robin Hood left, Lucifer continued to wait for the following assessment results. When the time was approaching noon, all the qualified candidates had already appeared. There are only more than 500 people in number, which is slightly different from the 600 people previously estimated. But for now, this amount is sufficient. Compared with the unqualified people who might waste their power, although the number of qualified people is a bit smaller, they are at least capable enough. Lucifer organized them into an additional force until he was directly under his command. After encouraging them to continue their current practice together, Lucifer took Gawain and them out of here. He asked Joeljos to tell Joeljos to go to the military conference hall. According to Robin Hood's previous report, he had a plan to explain to Joeljos. In the main hall, Siegfried, who had been rescued by Lucifer, also came here, and there were several high-ranking generals in the fortress around, and they all showed expressions of thinking when they heard Lucifer's plan. After going around from the mountain forest in the west to the French army, use elite troops to launch a raid on the White Rock Fortress? King, I don't want to question your ability. It's just that with the current situation, even if we succeed in the raid, the French army can immediately respond to the raid. It doesn't make sense. Joeljos didn't understand the significance of Lucifer's decision, he was a little confused. The sand table in front of them was doing the war between the two sides, and Lucifer showed them his plan. In normal circumstances, it really doesn't make much sense suddenly, because even if we fight down, we can't defend it. But what if we can defeat the French army below? As long as they lose the frontal battlefield, they will subconsciously retreat to the White Rock Fortress, because that is now their important stronghold. At this time, if the other party sees the White Lion flag raised in the fortress, what do you think they will think? This is also the reason why Lucifer only sent a small number of elites. If there are too many, it may undoubtedly make the frontal battlefield defeat. If you can't beat it head-on, victory on the side will become meaningless. Looking at the sand table in front of him, Siegfried said at this moment what Lucifer had not said. They would think that Grand Duke Lengaminiad had secretly moved south and cut off their retreat. If it was a defeat in the war, This move would undoubtedly reduce their morale to the extreme, and the soldiers must have fled. He was defeated head-on, and found his hometown stolen when he retreated. What may happen in this case is the collapse of the entire battle. Yes. This is our chance. A group of people who can only escape will only become prey. Before I set off, I will prepare a secret weapon for Gawain. As long as it is used properly, it can deter these deserters with one blow. If these people are allowed to retreat to the fortress, they may also rely on the fortress for defense and at the same time restore their military spirit. This is what Lucifer didn't want to see, to disrupt their rhythm, so that if they fail head-on, they will lose 1,000 miles. This plan is still too risky. If France finds out, they may not come back. Joel Joss was still a little cautious. As the commander-in-chief, he did not want to waste his subordinates' lives in vain. Duke, I have done an investigation beforehand. Don't say that I found it. I can't see traces of their activities there. It should be said that they did not think about this strategy from the beginning, and this is our good opportunity. But, Duke George, we are running out of time. If France cannot be resolved quickly, we will not be able to grasp the next changes in the situation. Lucifer looked at the hesitant Joel Joss and said something only they could understand. Lucifer was unable to explain the situation in the east and north to the people on the scene, and could only hint at St. George in this way. They didn't have many choices from the beginning. If the enemy in front of you cannot be resolved quickly, the consequences will be difficult to predict. In fact, from the standpoint of France, what they should do most now is not to attack, but to wait. As long as they wait until the north and the east and west are acting at the same time, they will launch a joint offensive, and then the country may really be hopeless. Such a pity. Although Lothar, the commander of France, was an excellent military commander, he was not a good enough strategist. No, or it should be said that the previous big victories made them feel that they were possessed by the god of war, so that they wanted to further build up their military exploits. But anyway, this is my chance. St. George heard the profound meaning of Lucifer's words. Yes, they don't have much time. The war in front of them can no longer tolerate them to fight slowly, not to mention the north and east. Even the central city also needs Lucifer to go back in and officially crown the people and stabilize the hearts of the people. The previous stalemate does not apply at this time. I understand. But, Wang, do you already have a way to defeat France head-on in your heart? St. George did not object, but asked about the next plan. In his opinion, since Lucifer had thought of the plan after France's defeat, naturally there was a way to defeat France head-on. I repelled a French offensive just now, but it was only a first battle. In the next few days, France will definitely make a head-on attack in order to restore the military's spirit. By then, the flying dragon legions that have not fully appeared before will also appear together. And this is it. Our opportunity, as long as these flying dragons are eliminated, not only will it further attack France's military spirit, but it will also allow us to win a front-to-back fighter. Lucifer said the next possibility. In the first defeat, France did not lose much strength, they still have the advantage. And the next way to defeat them is to target their weaknesses. Fighting the trump card is the best way. Since you have decided in your heart, I will obey your orders. St. George did not continue. He also understood that they couldn't afford it. Everyone, no need to hesitate, no need to be confused, no need to hesitate, follow me, and I will bring you victory in the war. After Lucifer had finished speaking, Gawain immediately stood up. Wang, please let me go. I swear in the name of a knight that I will complete this mission. Naturally, Gao Wenking. I will let Lancelot and the others come with you. Among the people brought this time, except for the ones I have selected, you can choose your favorite objects from others at will, the number is 1,200 people. Thanks you. After Lucifer and the others decided on tactics, they immediately set out to arrange related things. After the others left temporarily, Lucifer brought Gawain to his room, and he handed a sword that was shining with golden light to Gawain. "Gavin, the name of this sword is Sacred Sun's Sword. It can have a liberation effect similar to the Sword of Kings, but it can be used once. You can use it when the French army retreats to the fortress. Remember, chance only one time. Please rest assured, I will never disappoint the king's expectations." Gawain took the sword carefully, his expression extremely serious. This sword represents Lucifer's trust in him, and as a knight it is also a noble glory. Aside, Altria looked at the sword in Gawain's hand with some envy. She had just wanted to ask Lucifer to take the initiative, but when she thought of her responsibility, she gave up the temptation. Just as Lucifer and the others were ready for the next thing, the French camp was raging. To be more precise, Lothar was furious because of what the prince had done before, but unfortunately, the prince who stood in front of Lothar had no regrets at all. "Marshal Lothar, I know you want to shirk responsibilities so that you can continue to maintain your image as a military god. Needless to say, there are so many." Facing Lothar's fragrant mouth, the prince opened his hands and leaned on the chair. "Didn't care at all. You. In the final analysis, the reason why the previous attack failed was entirely because of your tactics. Obviously it should be an opportunity to besiege the new king of Britain, but you attacked the fortress. The most ridiculous thing was that you were caught in the trap of the British. Let Siegfried go. Besiege the new king. Do you think I haven't thought about it? That king is holding the holy sword, the sword of the king. How many lives do you plan to use to besiege? Before, he wiped out more than 1,000 knights with just one sword? That's because he cared about his fortress. The place where he was besieged was the plain." Lothar almost roared out. Facing the marshal's roar, the prince also stood in. He came to Lothar and said maliciously, "They have the holy sword, don't we have none, Marshal? The holy sword on your waist isn't something you can use to see it. Or are you too old to wield the holy sword? His Royal Highness. The Marshal in front of you." Anseth couldn't stand it. He was about to say something, but was immediately interrupted by the prince. "What about the Marshal? Failure is incompetence. Don't let the Marshal's failure be said. I've already said that there is no plan at all. Direct siege is the best way." The Flying Dragon Legion rode on their faces. "Tell me, how do you lose in such a war?" the prince asked Lothar strongly. 2 days later, I launched a frontal attack again. By that time, His Royal Highness, I hope that your Flying Dragon Legion will not be half of the situation." Lothar calmed down and said the next action. This time, the prince did not continue to object. "Absolutely not. I will let the British monkeys understand what a real war is." After speaking, he left here. The 2 remaining people looked at each other and sighed. "I can't understand our prince at all," Anseth said, looking at the prince's disappearing figure. "He wants to be a hero, Anseth." Lothar directly explained the reason. How could Lothar not understand what the prince was thinking? On the one hand, he didn't like this kind of tactics. In the heart of this prince, the war should go up like a berserker. What? Tactics? How dirty playing tactics! Roll. This is probably Piping's idea. On the other side, if Lothar's plan were to be one, he, the prince, would naturally not be the #1 hero. The previous White Rock Fortress had already been robbed of Lothar's credit once, and this time the prince wanted to be the protagonist. However, he also agreed with the prince's ideas. How does Flying Dragon Riding Face lose? Asterisk. Number 33 Flying Dragon Riding Face? Naive. On the plain in front of the Dragon Scale Fortress, the horn blew again. This time, France did not design any traps as before, but chose to attack below. Lucifer looked at the rows of troops below, roughly making an appointment. The number of the entire French army is at least 130,000, but it should be less than 160,000. This is only 150,000, and the opponent's force is at least nearly one-third more than his own. The number of flying dragons in the sky has reached more than 400, but it looks like a tingling scalp from a distance. Lucifer also didn't want to investigate why the air force on his side had so little. He focused on dealing with the situation that might arise next. Duke George, are all the previous strong archers and magic crossbows concentrated in one place? Lucifer looked at the huge siege, and the car was approaching. Assembled, they will complete their mission to the death. Until the last person. They are all brave warriors, and I will not let their lives be sacrificed in vain. Lucifer raised the holy sword in his hand and shouted to the surroundings. My fellow citizens, take your weapons and fight. This battle will be recorded in history, turned into an epic, and passed on to future generations. For Britain. With this as a starting point, all the soldiers on the wall began to shout the same slogan. For Britain. The national flag stood up side by side, and countless soldiers held up their weapons, demonstrating their determination to fight to the death. In the distance, with the sound of a huge horn, French troops began to line up along the plain. The huge war machinery is already in place, and countless huge flying rocks burning flames fly out of the trebuchet and fly into the fortress. The vanguard troops rushed to within the range of the fortress's bows and arrows, and countless feather arrows fell like rain. Rows of people fell down, but there were still rows of people who set up a ladder and climbed up to the city wall. At the same time, the flying dragon legions in the sky are also invading the air at this time, and they are madly pouring down dragon flames. Chapter 12. Countless people fell, but the same number continued to fill their vacancies. Behind a black flying dragon sits a middle-aged earl whose name is Fairer, who is also the field commander of this force. In the chaos, he remained relatively calm. He understands that the most important thing now is not to attack the soldiers below, but to find a way to first kill those who are threatening to their army. That is, the remnants of the White Dragon Legion and the strong archers and magic crossbows specially trained by St. George. As long as these things are destroyed, they will not be threatened. Then you can burn as much as you want. Several hundred meters high in the sky, he was earnestly looking for the source of the attack on the flying dragon. Finally, leaning back on one side, but higher than the safety, he found the dragon hunting unit that had been concentrated. Originally, I deserve to be St. George. After discovering that his dragon hunting troops were scattered and unable to pose a threat to us, did he choose to use it in a concentrated way? This way, I can indeed kill some flying dragons. But in this way, you also gave me concentration. Annihilate your opportunity. Inform all ministries, leave the other units alone, concentrate on the firepower to solve the one below. Fairer said loudly to the adjutant behind him. Yes. The adjutant nodded, sending an order to the magic behind him. The magician immediately began to use magic to convey this command to the other people around him. Suddenly, the flying dragons that had been scattered began to concentrate in a certain place. Other people on the wall also reduced a lot of pressure. It's completely caught by the king. The next thing is to see the performance of that unit. St. George noticed that the flying dragon in the sky flew towards where they put the bait down, and he clenched the holy sword in his hand. Now is the most critical time. If these flying dragons can be defeated in one fell swoop, it will undoubtedly cause a huge blow to France's morale. In the flames, he chopped down a French soldier who had just climbed up, liberating the holy sword in his hand. The huge sword of light swept past, and the 8 ladders on the city wall were instantly shattered. The attack caused a burst of cheers. But before the cheers were over, the ladder at the rear had been erected again. At the current speed, if he keeps using the holy sword, St. George may be too exhausted to fight these things. At this moment, a fire flashed, and the huge siege tower collapsed in front of everyone. Directly killed a piece of nearby soldiers. All magicians and crossbow arrows are aimed at the joints of these big guys. Their weakness lies in the joints. Lucifer put down the longbow in his hand and commanded loudly to the surroundings. With Lucifer's hint, the others seemed to have found the trick, and they madly outputted to the joints of these big guys. Although the accuracy of these soldiers is not very good, the number of them is higher, and the accuracy is not so important. A wagon collapsed in front of France's eyes, and at the same time many soldiers were affected, and Lothar's face in the distance was a little ugly. He originally wanted to use these things to consume the power of Lucifer or Saint George, and when their power was almost consumed, the holy swords on their side were dispatched together. Number 34 The War of Hunting Ancient Dragons. Please ask for votes, ask for flowers. In this way, the enemy in front of you can be defeated in one fell swoop. But looking at it now, Lucifer's holy sword has not been liberated, and his plan has completely failed. Blow the horn and notify the Flying Dragon Legion. Let them solve the troops that threaten them as quickly as possible, and then come to the front to support. Lothar had to change his strategy at this time. Yes. Onces, you take all the knights. Aim at their gates and smash them in your best way. Yes. After Onces left, Lothar continued to look at a patch of independent soldiers not far away. He thought about it, but still didn't think about ordering them. The Flying Dragon Legion in the sky didn't need Lothar to say, they had already started the attack by the troops below. At the beginning, it was Dragon Flame, but all were blocked by shields and magic enchantments. It was estimated that after the opponent's magician's magic power had almost bottomed out, Farrer ordered the Flying Dragon Legion to go straight down and use physical attacks. However, as they descended, they did not notice that another troop opposite the dragon hunting troop came out. Their leader is a knight in white armor, his name is Kayla. Everyone, it's now. For the glory of the Night King. Kyler first took out a spear flashing with thunder. He aimed at the flying dragon in the sky by throwing himself into it. For the glory of the Night King. With this shout, more than 500 thunder guns flew to the dragon group in the sky at the same time. Suddenly a series of harsh explosions came from the sky, accompanied by the dragon's sorrowful cry. The knight on the dragon's back was almost stunned by the explosion of the thunder. They watched nearly a third of the flying dragons fall from the air, but they had no time to react. The second wave of mine guns came again, and some violent explosions were again found in the air. For a while, all the French troops attacking the city were looking directly at the dazzling light. What flew out again was the third wave mine gun, and another burst of more violent explosion overlapped with the previous one. Many people didn't understand what happened when they saw this scene. They were surprised at the explosion in the sky, and at the same time surprised at the Flying Dragon Legion that fell from the explosion. Facing the falling dragons, the dragon hunting troops did not spare their arrows at all, and they made up for the dragons with the rumbling sound in their ears. Accompanied by the 5-wave mine gun, only a few crippled flying dragons remained in the sky, and they were also completely shot down. One of the most elite corps in France. Originally, it did not meet the same air force and had almost no opponents. Now it was wiped out in just a few minutes. If it hadn't seen it with their own eyes, probably no one would believe this fact. The thunder light in the sky like the sun finally disappeared, and the battlefield fell into a short silence. Seeing this scene, the French, who had been morale high, were instantly swallowed by fear. Many soldiers jumped off the wall and chose to escape. The soldiers still on the ladder were a bit unclear, but many soldiers on the ground chose to retreat after seeing a scene in the distant sky. They didn't understand what it was or what caused the Flying Dragon Legion to fall, but there was one thing they understood. If that thing hits oneself, it is definitely a nightmare. With this as a starting point, the great rout began. The soldiers in front saw the soldiers behind running away, and they ran back with them. And almost at the same time, intense thick smoke came from the far rear of France, and the black smoke reached the sky, and at the same time, it announced that there was an accident behind them. Seeing this scene, Lucifer ordered directly to Saint George behind him. The time for a decisive battle has come, open the gates. Everyone will follow us to attack. Yes. Open the city gate. France was also frightened by the black technology not Lucifer prepared. If Lucifer used the holy sword to chop off the flying dragons, although they were afraid, it was not like that. The problem now is that they have no idea what a light gun is flying across the sky. Horror comes from the unknown. What the is that? Lothar's eyes twitched, his face a little pale. At this moment, the prince's roar sounded around him. Lothar! What the is that? Britain has such dangerous weapons, why didn't you tell me earlier? My legion, my dragon legion, all gone. His Royal Highness, calm down. There are definitely not many ghosts, otherwise. Lothar was calm, but the prince was already a little hysterical. How do you know that there are not many of them? What if they specifically made us think that way? The complete destruction of the flying dragon hit him far beyond everyone's imagination. That is not only his net worth, but also the source of his confidence. But this confidence was rubbed on the ground in just a few minutes, and he could hardly believe what was happening in front of him. The prince's words quickly spread all around, which also made the military's mind begin to shake further. Lothar saw this and was about to stop it. His Royal Highness! Please don't shake the military spirit, Suddenly, another news made him almost vomit blood. A very embarrassed noble officer ran over to report to him. He knew this person, and he was the adjutant of the White Rock Fortress appointed by him before, named Lunio. Marshal! The White Rock Fortress was lost, please return to the Marshal immediately. El Unio cried out and said a shocking news. What? Last night, the White Rock Fortress was breached by the British. Impossible. The Britons are right in front of our eyes. You told them that they were behind me last night. Can they fly, Luno? Lothar almost thought he had heard it wrong. No, Marshal, it's not. The banner of that army is different from here. It's a silver lion pattern. Lothar was completely stunned by the sudden news. Silver lion? Lungaminiad? Isn't she north? How could she suddenly appear in the south? Altria's aunt, Lungaminiad. She has an extraordinary deterrent power in this country, and the surrounding countries have heard the name. Now her name appears here, which means they may be surrounded by 2 legions. The faces of some nobles beside Lothar also turned pale. Zi! The goddess of ice and blood. The White Rock Fortress is our escape route. How did they get past when we didn't find it? The ghost knows. I heard that the ice that flows through the blood vessels of that woman is not blood, just in case. While the front was hit hard, the back also changed at the same time. Rumors arose all at once. The hearts of the people are turbulent, and many nobles rush to their private soldiers, ready to flee at any time. Asterisk. Number 35 bento is collected, please ask for tickets, ask for flowers. At this moment, the door of the dragon scale fortress had been opened. The army of the entire fortress quickly rushed out from the gate, headed by the Knights of Lucifer. They began to chase the defeated soldiers who fled. Originally, Anses was still going to lead the cavaliers to charge, but now this kind of charge will undoubtedly trample him to death. Seeing the defeated soldiers on the front line, he shouted immediately. Asshole! Who told you to retreat? Get me a weapon, go back and kill the enemy. Anses' fury didn't play a big role, and the defeated soldiers were not listening to him at all. Several leading aristocratic generals also took the lead in retorting. Go on your own. Yes. Why don't you go by yourself? What are you saying? At this time, the best course of action should be to kill 100, to stop the retreat and clean up the army. However, facing the generals who were also nobles, the 2 titles he had just ran were still higher than him, and Anses did not dare to supervise the team. He dared to do this, and he might be sued by these nobles to the king in the future, and he might go to jail after the war. He could only watch these broken soldiers flee back, and in desperation, he shrank his knights toward the place where the marshal was. At the same time, he was about to go to Lothar to take orders, but halfway through, he heard the news of the loss of the White Rock Fortress. This time, not only the deserters, even the knights beside him looked at each other, with a shaken expression. "Marshal Lothar, is the matter at the White Rock Fortress true?" "It doesn't matter whether it's true or not. Now the soldiers believe it is true, and those are also preparing to escape." Lothar looked at the deserter in the distance seriously. He has sent people to order those people to defend on the spot, however, there is basically no effect. "Marshal, the current situation is not irreversible." Anseth was still preparing to say something, and there was a huge explosion from the place behind them. A path of light reaches the sky, which is the effect of the king's sword when it is liberated. Because of this ray of light, an extra avenue appeared in front of Lucifer's knights. On the white war horse, Lucifer stared closely into the distance. He brought 5,000 elite knights and charged towards Lothar's place. The situation in France is already in chaos. And the only person who can clean up the situation is Lothar. As long as he entangled him or even defeated it, the defeat of the entire France is basically doomed. When Lucifer stared at Lothar, Lothar also saw Lucifer's intentions. "It seems we have too much time to think about it, Anseth. Knights, get ready to fight." Lothar drew his holy sword for the first time, and he issued an order to his knights of guards. This 10,000 strong force has not been affected too much, and has the ability to fight, but it has no formation. In contrast, most of the team led by Anseth has joined the ranks of deserters. Not bad. There are still troops that can be mastered in this situation, but because of this, I can't let you live. Lucifer saw the gradually forming military formation in the distance, and a smile appeared on the corner of his mouth. The holy sword in his hand flashed with a fierce storm again, and the torrent of light beams formed by the storm bombarded the weakness of the distant army formation. The French soldiers who were too late to escape were caught in this torrent and melted instantly. "Don't think that only you have the holy sword, kid." The holy sword in Lothar's hand burst into red light. He swung the sword in his hand, and a crimson torrent faced the golden torrent. In an instant, the appearance of Kilometer became a high-energy magic vortex. Everything around it seemed to be swallowed up by it, and thousands of French people didn't even have time to leave their last words. "I'll help you, Marshal." Anseth also drew out his holy sword, and he waved the sword in his hand. A golden torrent spiraled around the crimson beam of light like a snake, and the combined force of the two rays of light finally did not equal Lucifer's power for the time being. After a violent explosion, the shock wave spread to a kilometer away. The dusty sky temporarily blocked each other's sight. "Good job, too. However, the Thunder Lance Knight is in place, and my Thunder Lance hits the target." "Yes." The thunder gun in Lucifer's hand seemed to fall to the place where the opponent's magician's troops were located. The ensuing rain of hundreds of thunder guns bombarded the opponent's ground like a shelling group. Then came the second blow. Lucifer deliberately avoided the owners of the two holy swords in front, but aimed at the place where their knights concentrated. Another burst of thunder gun bombardment came down, and France's just stabilized army formed a huge flaw in an instant. Lucifer ordered Altoria to lead the team to tear open the line, but he rushed forward and faced the two holy swordsmen. The white horse leaped high in the air, Lucifer jumped off the horse, and the holy sword in his hand burned and aimed at Lothar, who was still in the dust below. While falling like a meteorite was caught by Lothar's hands, the war horse under Lothar screamed. As the ground sank, the war horse had vomited blood and lay down. What kind of power is this? Lothar felt like he was hit by a giant's warhammer, and there was a burst of pressure from his bones. Just when Lucifer was about to swing the second sword again, a cold light from nearby made him retreat temporarily. "Marshal." After Anseth forced Lucifer back with a sword, he came to the marshal. At this moment, the surroundings were in chaos, but the three holy swordsmen had miraculously gathered together. However, the collision between them is not friendship, but disaster. It is precisely because of this that Lucifer breaks in alone and lets Altria attack the other side. After a violent impact, the three temporarily separated, and Lothar and Ansa's hands were stained with blood. The impact of the sword and the sword just now almost made them grab the holy sword in their hands. In contrast, although Lucifer was a little embarrassed, he did not suffer any injuries. King of Britain, I admit that I underestimated you. Whether it is the grasp of the fighter or the strategic arrangement, you are already far above me. But you are committing the biggest mistake now. Your appearance gave me a chance to turn defeat into victory. Lothar was panting at this moment. In countless holy sword confrontations, Lucifer's strength made him feel that his body was about to fall apart. Look around, are you sure that what is right in front of you is opportunity, Marshal of France? Lucifer spread his hands. The surrounding area seemed to have been ravaged by natural disasters, and the fragmented ground was covered with the corpses and blood of the French knights. The battle between them just now affected the deserters and knights all around, and the indiscriminate attack made everyone subconsciously stay away from here. As long as you kill you, Britain's entire offensive will disintegrate in an instant. Appearing in front of my eyes is the worst decision of your strategy this time. Lothar clasped the sword in his hands tightly with his eyes very firm. Is that so? Maybe you should look at it from a different perspective. As long as you kill you here, the French army will completely turn into a piece of scattered sand and collapse for thousands of miles. Lucifer's holy sword aimed at Lothar. The same is the holy sword ambassador, even if it is one enemy and two, Lucifer still looks calm and relaxed. In contrast, the two in front of them looked very embarrassed. Looking at Lucifer, who was only injured in his clothes, Lothar knew in his heart that Lucifer could not be taken by the strength of the two of them. The same holy swordsman, but the strength between individuals is worlds apart. At this moment, he made up his mind. Ansith, go and tie everyone to retreat. But the marshal. Go. Ansith did not defy the marshal's orders again, turned and ran back. Want to go? Is it that easy? Chapter 13. Seeing this, Lucifer waved the holy sword in his hand, and the four crescent-shaped magic powers slashed towards the back of Ansith and attacked. Asterisk. Number 36. Explosion is art, please ask for votes, ask for flowers. Moments before Crescent Moon approached Ansith's back, Lothar's body burst into an immense torrent of magical power. The magic power on his body was like a gust of wind, the holy sword in his hand was swung, and a huge crimson light swallowed the crescent moon. At this moment, he liberated the organs of the holy sword, and was also preparing to make the last fight in his life. The holy sword Durandal is not only famous for its sharpness, it also contains forbidden power. At the cost of devouring human spirits, they can gain power far beyond ordinary holy swords. The fight just now made Lothar already understand that although Lucifer was both a holy swordsman, Lucifer's sword skills and even strength far surpassed the two of them. He even suspected that Lucifer had surpassed the ice and blood goddess in the north to become Britain's strongest knight. The current situation is already clear. If the two of them continue to drag here, the entire legion may be completely buried. There must be someone alive to clean up the mess. He should have been the most suitable, but Ansith's relatively weak ability may not even be able to delay, and he did not master the method of liberating the holy sword. For this reason, only he stayed. From now on, as long as I'm still alive, I won't let you leave this place. Lothar's voice revealed a firm determination. He was ready to die with Lucifer. Really? That's really a shame. It seems I have to let you leave early. Sleep here forever, veteran. Young king, don't underestimate the determination of a knight. Before I go to hell, I will drag you and fall into the deepest part of the abyss with me. Inadvertently, a certain word of Lothar caused Lucifer's most memorable sad memory. Abyss. The former undead team and Altruz, one of the 4 knights under the king, were all those who fought the abyss and were finally swallowed by the abyss. The deepest part of the abyss. Ha ha, funny. It's so funny. You who talked about going to hell, have you really witnessed the deepest part of the abyss? Do you know that the wolf pup saved by yourself through time and space was taken by yourself? Do you feel like going to a funeral with your own hands? Have you ever experienced the feeling of a hero you once admired dying under your own sword? Have you tried sitting alone in the flames and burning yourself quietly? The abyss, do you want to see the abyss? Okay. I will let you witness the true abyss. Lucifer's eyes were red. He put the sword of the king into his scabbard, held up his right hand, and a flame ignited. The flames formed a spiral storm in his hand. In an instant, the air was ignited, and the strong wind pressure carried the flames to burn everything around. Taking Lucifer's center as the origin, the world began to be swallowed by flames. What a joke, this feeling is. Show it, spiral sword. Lead me to the place where the kings are sleeping, La shriek. I am a fireless ember, here to witness the inheritance of the kings of the past. The flame in Lucifer's hand formed a spiral of black. The sword, the body of the sword has been cast iron, and it looks as if it will break in the next impact. On the desolate desert, the red of the sky showed red marks, a ball of flames rose on the ground, and various almost weathered weapons were inserted near the fire transmission field. They are proof that many embers have come here and have been defeated in the past dynasties. Far away, a bell tower stands tall, and there are many coffins of different sizes under the bell tower. At this moment, there are only 2 of them left in this barren world. Impossible. You are not a magician, how can you use the inherent barrier? Lothar looked at the changes around him in astonishment. This is the beginning and the end of my journey. Let me see what you call the abyss. Lucifer placed his left hand on his right arm, and the sword of his right arm moved forward with one hand. This is the etiquette of the undead team, an invitation and a statement of war. The flames on the ground began to melt into Lucifer's body, and his body seemed to start to burn flames. The ground is cracked with force under the feet. Lucifer's figure disappeared and appeared in front of Lothar instantly. The powerful force generated by the sword impact blew Lothar's body away. With this as a starting point, countless lines of fire rose in the air, burning intensely, and the ground was already scorched. High-speed swordsmanship, irregular sword trajectory, and unparalleled power, Lothar had never seen this kind of swordsmanship before. With more and more wounds on his body, Lothar seized an opportunity and simply gave up the defense. He took the initiative to meet Lucifer's sword of flame. The huge impact made him feel that his internal organs had turned into a mass of paste, and with the last trace of his spirit, he firmly grasped Lucifer's sword. At the same time the other hand grabbed Lucifer's arm. Okay. Go to together, King of Britain. After finishing speaking, he turned into a huge torrent of light. The magic of the high compression is concentrated to a point, and then an extreme explosion occurs in an instant. Just like the destruction of an asteroid, the explosion started spreading from the center, blowing everything around it. Countless weapons were swallowed in an instant, and the world formed by this flame also seemed to vibrate. In the real world, there were a few cracks in the place where Lothar and Lucifer disappeared, and then white light was ejected. With the sound of glass breaking, Lucifer walked out of it. At this time, he looked a little embarrassed, his upper body clothes had completely disappeared, but he didn't suffer any harm as a whole. I was a little bit passionate by the abyss. Looking at it this way, I seem to have been affected by the abyss. I have forgotten a little bit. I don't seem to be good at defense and healing magic. However, the things Merlin gave are not exactly toys. Lucifer recovered and looked at the scabbard around his waist. The reason why he is so calm now is also because of this thing. He didn't completely avoid the spread of the explosion, but the ability of the scabbard after being bombed made him look like he was not injured at all. At Lucifer's feet, that was a broken holy sword. Only half of Durandal remained, and the broken part had become fragments and scattered all over the floor. Lothar's words just now were not a lie. Even if he sacrificed himself and the holy sword, he wanted to take Lucifer along with him. Unfortunately, he did not think that Lucifer had a scabbard. In the end, even if he paid the price of his own death and the destruction of the holy sword, he was just wasting his life. Even if it is the final death, do you still want to do something for your country? As an enemy, to show respect for your death, I will do my best to make your country disappear completely. Flames burned on his body, and a new suit appeared again. The wind blew through the sand and dust, and the war continued. I just saw a book friend in the comment area saying that there were few typos in the text. Thank you for your reminder. Just taking advantage of some time today, I will check them all once. Asterisk. Number 37 dead? Please ask for tickets, ask for flowers. In the chaotic battlefield, France's defeat continued. Lucifer was about to mount his horse to continue chasing. Suddenly, he saw a violent explosion rise in the distance. The light in the explosion was as if the holy sword in his hand was liberated. Seeing this, Lucifer felt a little worried and ran away quickly. Before long, the anger that came into Lucifer's eyes almost surpassed reason. A young girl knight named Altria was standing in place covered in blood. The sword in her hand was broken, the armor was covered with cracks, and the blood dyed her whole body red. The flame of life gradually disappeared, but even so, she still stood there, relying on the sword in her hand to not fall, as if she wanted to stand and die. Her body is gradually dying, but her spirit still persists. Reminiscent of just seeing a scene, Lucifer instantly understood what he was worried about. Yes, my carelessness made myself make a huge mistake. Ansas is not a trouble in his own eyes, but he and the holy sword in his hand are very dangerous to others. Lucifer could already think of what kind of battle Altoria had gone through to become the tragic appearance she is now. Leah. Lucifer quickly came behind the girl and hugged her with his left hand. The girl felt the familiar breath behind her, and her determined expression finally turned into peace of mind. Wang, I'm sorry, With a smile, she seemed to be finally unable to support her, and fell on Lucifer. She slowly closed her eyes. Even at the last moment before her life, she still wanted to apologize to Lucifer, because she didn't stop Ansitha's escape. She did not complete the mission that the king entrusted to her. Damn it! Lucifer's brain was constantly turning at this moment, and he recalled his past. I want to find a way to save the girl in front of me from everything I have learned. Time is too late to think, the battlefield does not allow him to think too much. Crystal magic? No. Soul magic? Nor does it work? Miracle. Among the countless knowledge, Lucifer found desperately that he seemed to have never tasted healing magic. As an undead person in the last world, he never thought of death. Even if he was injured, he could even get his hands and feet broken. The most commonly used thing is the element bottle, but let's not say whether the element bottle is useful for people. Now he does not have the element bottle in his hand. Okay. And many more. Elements bottle. Immortal and immortal, the scabbard that heals all wounds. Lucifer did not hesitate at all, he took out the scabbard Merlin had given him and placed it on Altria. He has no other way now, he can only take a risk. Please, Avalon. The luxurious scabbard seemed to sense Lucifer's thoughts, it turned into a faint blue light, and entered the girl knight's body like a silk thread. Along with a burst of blue light blooming, a set of blue dress appeared on Altria's body, and the last white light stayed on the vital part of her body and turned into silver armor. When the light disappeared, the girl didn't seem to have suffered any damage, and her body recovered to the state when she was strongest. Wang. Slowly, the girl opened her eyes. What she saw was Lucifer's anxious face. The moment Altoria woke up, Lucifer's anxiety became calm. Hey! Fortunately there is this way. He let out a long breath, calming his shaky mind. Am I not dead? This is... At this moment Altria realized that she suddenly remembered what had happened before. She should have been seriously injured in the battle with Anses, and she was about to die. But now there is no trace of pain on his body, and even the clothes have been changed. In this regard, Lucifer has no idea of liberation for the time being. Now is not the time to do this, they have more important things to do. This is not the time to be in a daze. I will tell you what happened to you later. As for now, do you still have the strength to pursue it? Lucifer let go of the girl's arm and said with a smile. If it is your will, I will pursue it to the death. Let's go. I am very upset now, which also means that some people are going to be unlucky. Turning around, Lucifer's smile was cruel. Altria threw away the crippled sword in her hand. She picked up an unowned sword on the ground and followed Lucifer's figure to the distance and ran away. This time, with Lucifer rejoined. The entire British offensive has become stronger than ever before. In the previous scene, Lucifer did not have the idleness of keeping his hands before. Lucifer would let them stop in front of Lucifer, whether it was the fleeing generals, the courageous soldiers, and the crazy swordsman. Become a martyr instantly. On the other hand, in the distant White Rock fortress, the banner of the Duke of the North has covered the walls of the fortress, but in fact there are only 1,200 people in the entire fortress. They are all elite knights selected by Gawain, and at the same time there are powerful knights like Tristan and Lancelot. Before, they and Robin Hood used a surprise attack to take down the fortress and wipe out most of the French soldiers. Although a small number of them escaped, they didn't use the chase, instead they held on and raised the flames. The king's strategy has worked. Look, what a sad scene. The soldiers of France are being defeated across the board. Tristan said to the two compatriots beside him, standing on the wall. Asterisk. Number 38 to go you go. In the distance, the sea of people has gradually approached, and they don't have the chaos of the formation, and they can think of what happened next. The king defeated the French frontline soldiers, and it's up to us next, Gawain. Lancelot also saw the changes in the distance. Although he did not understand what was happening on the front line, the current situation was consistent with the good situation previously discussed. This means that the next step of planning can be started. I understand that there is only one chance. If they can't grasp the time well, they may rush forward without thinking. Gawain clenched the sun-sacred sword in his hand. This holy sword was given to him by Lucifer and could only be liberated once. After that the sword will melt. But as long as one can quickly deter the French army and make them turn around and retreat to the plain next to them, the army behind can continue to pursue them. On the wall, they are seriously waiting for the right time. On the side of the French army, countless defeated troops were already unclear about the situation. They only knew that they ran in each direction under the leadership of the leader. It's like an ant in a desperate situation. At this moment, the two leaders are Pepin and Anses. And the two of them were also caught in a quarrel. People around them rushed in front of them. Asshole! The White Rock fortress has been lost, and you are taking us to the fortress. Anses, do you want us to die with you? Pepin yelled at Anses. He just wanted to escape back to France quickly, he didn't want to stay in this ghost place for another second. Your Majesty! I just thought about it carefully. Before the threat of the North Ross people disappeared, the ice and blood goddess could not appear in the south now. There will be no more troops that can attack the fortress without us discovering it. We counterattack, we can lay the fortress. Anses calmed down and began to think about the situation in front of him. He quickly figured out what happened next. That's right. If the Valkyrie of the North were really here, she would have gone out of the city to meet them instead of staying in the city. As for those flags, it is not difficult to make some fakes. What's the use of laying down the fortress? The British army is behind us. Where did Lothar die? The Marshal dragged the King of Britain. Your lord, the situation is clear. If we can't find a place to defend, but keep retreating on the plains, once we are overtaken by the army behind us, the result will be. Ansith also wanted to prove his idea, but suddenly a sun-like light flashed on the distant fortress. Then the rays of light directly hit their vanguard like a huge laser, and a cloud of clouds rose from the ground, and the vanguard of the hundreds of people who had attacked the White Rock Fortress was instantly evaporated. A hot pothole was left on the ground leading to the fortress, and everyone was shocked by the sudden attack. After reacting, the soldiers who were close to the big pit suddenly changed their directions, and they ran to the plain on the other side. What? Holy swordsman? How is it possible? Joeljo's and Siegfrieming are clearly behind us, and Siegfried's injury can no longer use the magic sword in a short time. That kind of light is not his magic sword. Si also has sluggishness. This is what you told me. There is no resistance? I'll go to you and her. Get out. You want to die, you go to die. Pepeng furiously, he pulled up his horse and immediately changed his direction. Although Pepeng also possesses the holy sword, his holy sword can only be liberated once. After that, he will be very tired. The liberation named Revolution Sword of Victory is his life-saving hole card, and he will not use it in this situation. When the people behind saw Pepeng's actions, they immediately followed his steps. For a while, even some of the troops that Ansuz had gathered together ran with them. Your Highness! Ansuz looked at the fortress in the front left, and then at the plain in the front right. He also fell into hesitation. The current situation is that he has not many troops available. After being bludgeoned by others, the morale of these soldiers was even lower. He was still wondering if there was a better way, but the battlefield never gave people too much time to think about it. The defeated soldiers in the back ran forward with fear, coupled with the explosions from time to time behind. People can't help but think of the bad situation behind. When Ansuz was about to leave, he suddenly found a dazzling figure in the distant crowd. The White Knight, leading the charge. It was a figure he had only seen not long ago. Night King. He has already chased him, so the Marshal Sama is. Ansuz put down his thoughts of running away. He turned around and brought his own guards back and launched a charge towards Lucifer. Although he also understood that he might not do anything, he now had a strong desire to avenge Lothar. At the same time, he also hoped that his sacrifice would buy more time for these soldiers. At the same time, Lucifer also saw Ansuz in the distance. Leah, step back behind me. Lucifer said to the girl knight beside him. Yes. Altria slowed the horse's speed, and she watched Lucifer gradually go away. Asterisk. Number 39 killed you, please ask for votes, ask for flowers. The two figures quickly converged, and there was some scorching breath in the air. The sword in their hands bloomed with the most dazzling light, and the moment the two holy swords collided, a storm of magical power spread to the surroundings. Part of the British knights and French soldiers were simultaneously involved. The area formed by the storm seemed to have become a vacuum zone, and everyone walked along the edge of the storm. The storm cleared, and only 2 people remained in the area within 100 meters. The holy swords in their hands are similar but with different powers. One is the king and the other is the victory. I was just wondering, where did you run? Dare to turn around and face me, courage is praised, the mouse that ran away before. Lucifer repelled Ansith with a sword, followed by oppression. Under the pressure of the ape, the air seemed to enter a vacuum for a moment, and Ansith knelt on the ground. He held the sword in both hands, but even so, the blade was still approaching his shoulder bit by bit. Why don't you dare? He gritted his teeth and said in support. Very good. I'm very happy, you didn't die somewhere else before you met me. I felt better because of your bad mood before. Lucifer's sword came horizontally, the blade of the sword. The plane hit Ansuz's face like a tempo. Chapter 14. With one blow, Ansith's face was swollen and his whole body rubbed more than 10 meters on the ground before barely stopping. He stood up and spit out a few teeth from his mouth. "Want to kill me? Just rely on them. If it weren't for that stupid prince, do you think you can win?" In the words, his voice had already begun to break from the blow just now. "Without your stupid prince, I can win, I'm not sure. But for you now, there is absolutely no possibility of winning." Lucifer walked slowly towards the knight in front of him step by step. With each step, the pressure in Ansith's heart is a little bit heavier. His hand holding the sword was already trembling. "Where is the marshal? Where did he go? Did you catch him?" At this time, Ansith asked the question he most wanted to know. "If you are looking for the owner of this sword, I can send you to accompany him immediately." Lucifer threw out a broken sword and unexpectedly gave the answer he wanted. "Marshal." A sad expression appeared on Ansith's face. Lothar had an appreciation for him. If it weren't for Lothar, he might still be just an excellent knight, and could not be one of the 12 knights. Even with outstanding talents, in this age of nobility, being good is sometimes far less convincing than blood and family. Before they set out, they thought that this war would allow their names to be remembered by the people of France forever, but now they ended up like this. Is it something wrong? He asked himself this, but couldn't get the answer. Ansith's answer has nothing to do with Lucifer, and he doesn't want to know what the other party is thinking. But you have to correct your own mistakes. Thanks to you, I almost made an irreparable mistake. Now, I want to correct this mistake with my own hands. As he said, Lucifer's figure disappeared again. When his figure appeared again, Lucifer's holy sword seemed to be transformed into countless phantoms. The high-speed sword compresses the speed of swinging the sword to the extreme and produces afterimages. This is the sword skill he once killed hundreds of Loshriek knights with a single sword. Although because of the burden of this trick on his arm, he used to throw his hand away because of swinging a sword. In the face of countless sword marks that looked like thunder, Ansith was preparing to explode in the same way as Lothar by destroying the holy sword. However, before that, it's still the same thing after doing it for a long time, and you are just like that. I won't make the same mistake a second time. I'm very curious now, if you lose your body and the holy sword in your hand, what method do you want to blow yourself? Lucifer, take back the sword in your hand. Ansith's figure broke like glass, and then fell to the ground piece by piece. At the last moment before his death, Ansith saw his arm, but had separated from the holy sword. Even the way he saw Lucifer turned into an inverted image. Why is he standing upside down? Why don't I feel the pain? He didn't understand until the moment before he died, and he will never understand. At this point, the 12 paladins once again disappeared. The death of Ansith can be said to be the final blow to the now defeated French army. The successive deaths of the two coaches made them completely lose the idea of resistance. After a while, the news spread slowly among the defeated soldiers. When Piping heard the news, he only hated that he didn't have many legs. He could only subconsciously beat the tired horse under him. In the White Rock Fortress, seeing Lucifer's arrival, the defenders in the fortress opened the gate and joined the pursuit together. For a time, the entire battlefield was in unprecedented chaos. Number 40 dozen? Why fight? Under the leadership of Lucifer, the British army chased the French army for 3 days, and during this period they continued to wipe out the effective force of this army. Many French nobles simply surrendered when they were chased. As more and more French people saw that surrender could save their lives, they all chose to surrender. The ensuing surrender troops totaled 40,000. Lucifer ordered Siegfried to lead 10,000 to guard these unarmed prisoners, and he led the army to pursue them. On the morning of the 4th day, the vanguard cavalry led by Lucifer will force the remaining 70,000 people in France to the Rhine, and the retreating bridge there has been destroyed in advance by Robin Hood sent by Lucifer. The entire French army was besieged within a few kilometers of this area. Their food supplement has basically bottomed out, and it can be said that they have run out of ammunition and food. The most interesting thing is that it wasn't until the fourth day that Lucifer realized that he seemed to have caught a big fish. The Prince of France, Pepin, was captured by Gawain in the pursuit. However, in Gawain's words, he didn't actually do anything. He just saw a senior hapless guy who fell from a horse and was ready to catch him. It turned out to be the Prince of France. Hearing this, Lucifer once thought whether Gawain's lucky value had reached the legendary X level. Or maybe, this prince used a gun before? Suicide by the nickname? In any case, since the last Supreme Commander was captured, Lucifer didn't have to worry that the French army by the river could organize resistance. But then Lucifer also understood why the number of surrenders reached an exaggerated 40,000. The prince was taken hostage, and many troops related to it also chose to surrender. If the prince can't go back safely, their fate is probably already doomed. After breakfast, Lucifer held another military meeting. Most of the senior generals who came in this time had expressions of joy. After all, they won a big victory, and now they only need to give each other a final blow. Lucifer's call made them think they would continue to attack and annihilate the last French army. In fact, with Britain's current military strength, it is not too difficult to achieve this. But with strong enemies from the east and north, Lucifer had to consider the issue from an international perspective. Wang, please wait for the attack. The French legion in front of you is already vulnerable. As long as the final battle, they can disappear forever. Gawain first stood up. Lucifer gave him the holy sword in the hands of the prince because of his previous deeds in catching the prince. Although he is still not familiar with the power of the holy sword, at least his confidence has greatly increased. You all have the same confidence as Gao Wenking. Lucifer smiled and looked around. Except for Altria, who was standing behind him, most of the other knights had this expression. That's it, King. Then let these French ironskins take a good look at what the real knight is. The knight named Kai stood up and agreed. He is an up-and-coming knight in this battle, known for his strength. I have seen your fighting spirit. But for now, that's it. Victory is in our hands, and we don't need to waste the lives of our fellow citizens. Lucifer did not agree to their fight. Wang meant to wait until they had no food to surrender automatically. Lancelot also thought of a possibility at this time. This is just one of the points. The opponent's current acting marshal is Flores Matt. Since he can continue to organize the defense with the deserters even when Pepin has been arrested, it is enough to prove that he is a personal talent. If you launch an offensive now, they can definitely be defeated. However, the soldiers on the opposite side who have been forced into desperation are likely to have the idea of dying with us because they are unable to retreat. Lucifer continued to talk about a certain possibility. If the opponent had that kind of weak bone, he would have surrendered with those people before. But these people didn't. Except for some injured people, more people didn't want to surrender. Whether it is for the glory of the so-called knight or for the country. They may all want to drag one into the water before death like the previous marshal. In a sense, they have no retreat, which is also an advantage. This situation really resembles Han Xin's back guard. But, can you have Han Xin's talents? We will be afraid of them. Kay said unconvincedly. Lucifer looked at the knights in front of him, and couldn't help but smile. They are all knights, and it is still very difficult for them to turn around now. However, Lucifer didn't mind either. As I said, I don't want to waste the lives of soldiers because of this kind of thing. Besides, knights, you are all outstanding talents in the kingdom. I hope that you will have a more long-term vision in the future, instead of just staring at the area in front of you. Only by focusing on the overall situation can you be qualified to become the true commander of the army. The situation has developed to the present, and the strategy set before has been half realized. The process was easier than expected, and Lucifer now needs to prepare for the next half. I will certainly not let down the king's expectations. The knights swore to Lucifer at the same time. After returning to their senses, they quietly thought about the deep meaning of Lucifer's words. Lucifer didn't say anything, let them think. Even Leah started thinking together. So far, the knights here do not know the sinister situation on the other two sides. Wang mean, other countries. Tristan said calmly after thinking of something. Kui Stan Ching. Very good, I just finished talking, you immediately think of the key to the problem. That's right, it is other countries. Rome to the east, Ross to the north has already established the border. The enemy is not only France, if you are in too many troops are lost here, and the situation after that will be very troublesome. However, if the offensive is not continued, it may give the French army a chance to regroup. There are already more than 40,000 soldiers who surrendered in France. We killed nearly 40,000 in the previous pursuit. At least 30,000 of the remaining 70,000 on the opposite side were injured. In this case, even if the army is reorganized, they also cannot face our 100,000 army. Besides, they have no supplies now. As long as they continue to exert pressure to prevent them from secretly crossing the river, they will automatically surrender in a few days. Lucifer told the current situation. The current situation is very good. If the Anglo-French coalition forces of a certain era were blocked by a certain mustache in Dunkirk and it was possible to retreat, it is almost impossible with the current situation. Not to mention the width of the Rhine in the back is several hundred meters, and there are no boats at all here, and they don't even have food. When the distance between the two armies is only a few hundred meters, they may be spotted as long as they make a big move. Besides, Lucifer was prepared to ask the magician to greet the other side from time to time, and at the same time secretly prepared a thunder gun to prevent flying dragons from appearing. In this case, it is almost impossible to come back. I follow the king's judgment. It's just the king, what should we do next? Gawain finally understood Lucifer's meaning. He now wants to continue to do his job well. Wait. Wait. I'm waiting for someone. Waiting for someone. Wait for French Prime Minister Bismarck to come over and talk to me about terms. Remember, keep your camp, don't attack, don't let them cross the river. This is your task now. Yes. After that, Lucifer arranged the overall strategic direction and asked the knights to complete the details of the scope of their responsibility before letting them leave. There were only 2 people left in the big tent at this moment, and Lucifer let out a sigh of relief. Asterisk. Number 41 Coming of Age Ceremony, Seeking Tickets, Flowers. After the knights left, Lucifer took Altria and began to patrol the camp and encouraged morale. After everything was over, Lucifer took her to an incomprehensible hillside. The breeze blows across the grass, bringing a hint of freshness. Here is in the battlefield, but it seems to be outside the battlefield. Lucifer found a rock and sat down, and he motioned with his eyes to let Leah sit next to him. Altria had hesitated at first. She first looked around to make sure that no one saw this place, then slowly approached and sat down, but still did not dare to sit down. Lucifer observes Altria's hesitation, and it feels very interesting. Maybe it's because the girl has no experience in love, or maybe the first object is the king she serves, and her mood is quite complicated. The current Altria is full of hesitation and timidity unique to a girl, and she doesn't have the courage to stop the holy swordsman by riding alone before. For this, Lucifer simply helped her. Taking advantage of the girl's hesitation, he directly grabbed Altria's hand and pulled her over. Hey! King! Altria's expression was a little flustered as she approached. No one else here. Lucifer held her in his arms. This young girl finally calmed down a bit. Her expression was still a bit worried, but she meditated in her heart that she could not resist the king's order, so as to dispel the complicated feeling in her heart. But, if you are seen by others, your reputation will be. Definitely. What will happen? It is rumored that the new king uses his power to molest his knights in his free time. Leah, as a family of knights, you should know the meaning of exclusive nights better than me, don't you? Lucifer looking at the girl in her arms with a full smile. The exclusive knight in this world is very special, belonging to the kind of knight who will only serve one person in his lifetime. Generally speaking, they are also called vow knights. It is with this particularity. If they are of the opposite sex, other people will also tacitly have an intimate relationship between them. I heard that for a certain period of time, people of the same can also be misunderstood. The exclusive knight belongs to the king, but it is still in the war. I am worried that other people will think that the king will be confused by me and affect the reputation of the king. You really are thinking about everything for me. Don't you worry at all that you will be stigmatized as a confidant. The roots of troubles. In order to give the dumb-haired knight around him a little bit about what a beauty is a disaster, Lucifer told the story in his memory. That is a story of the country's death because of women. After listening, the girl fell into deep thought. Lucifer said at this time, the rise and fall of the kingdom may be affected by one person, but that person is by no means the woman in the story. No matter how beautiful and exciting the female woman is, even like Helen in the Helen Federation, people will not hesitate to start a war for her. But the person who really makes the decision is always the king. Compared to the so-called confession, Lucifer felt that it was just an excuse for later generations to forcibly throw it up. If it is a woman like Wu Zetian who caused the country to perish, it may be the responsibility of women, because she was the emperor at that time and ruled the world. But on the contrary, Empress Wu did not destroy the country, but created an era and passed it on to the next generation. In contrast, those other disasters are more just dumped. Does Phil think everything should be pushed onto that woman? I just think the people in the story are too incompetent. After choosing the path I want to take, I can't bear the weight of the road. In the end, I like to shirk the responsibility of being king. If a beautiful woman can make a country, that can only prove the incompetence of the king on the throne. At this point, Lucifer remembered an incident before. By the way, I suddenly remembered, today is your birthday. Lucifer let go of Knight G. Asked seriously. Altria's expression improved, she stood up and looked north. Well, if it weren't for Wang to mention it, I would almost have forgotten it. I will be 16 after today. At this time in the past few years, I spent my birthday with my aunt. But now it's impossible. The same as before. Think about it, the days before that are really good. Her eyes revealed nostalgia. She likes peace more than war. Lucifer came to her, he looked at the profile of the petite girl in front of him, as if seeing a beautiful picture in a daze. Really? Although I may not be as good as our goddess, I can't give you a birthday party now. But I still want to do something for you. Give it to you. At this moment Lucifer was holding a holy sword. It was supposed to belong to Ansitha's weapon, but it became his trophy after being defeated by Lucifer. Lucifer originally thought about whether he should have dual wielding like the Dance King Sullivan, but after thinking about it, let's forget it. Sullivan's double swords have opposite attributes, but the power attributes of the two holy swords are too similar, one is the same as the two. It just so happened that Knight G was still short of her own holy sword, so Lucifer gave her the sword that should have belonged to her in the memory. At the first sight of the sword, Altria's eyes were attracted by the sword. This is the holy sword Excalibur, the sword of the previous holy knight. Under Altria's stare blankly, Lucifer put the sword in her hand. Wang, such an important thing, can I really pick it up? Altria's hand holding the sword trembled. Before you tried desperately to stop Ansith and fight to the last moment of your life. I think you are worthy of the glory of this sword. In other words, no one is more suitable for swinging this sword than you. Altria looked at Lucifer for a long time, but finally did not refuse. She untied the sword from her waist and carefully put the holy sword into the scabbard. At this moment, Altria suddenly thought of something that had been puzzled before. Asterisk. Number 42. You are my scabbard, I wish you all a happy new year in advance. In the past few days, she has been dreaming of Lucifer putting a luxurious scabbard down her body in her dreams. She didn't know whether it was just a pure dream or something that happened in reality. Taking advantage of her free time, she asked Lucifer this doubt. Lucifer listened to her slowly, and was silent for a while, still preparing to tell the truth. Your dreams are not pure dreams, but real things that have happened. At that time, the fire of your life was about to extinguish, and I had no way to cure you, so the scabbard I got from Merlin was put into your body. According to Merlin, this scabbard has the power to insulate all pain, even beyond time, and the person who owns it will become the undefeated king. The only problem may be that your body will be stopped in the present time. Lucifer's seemingly calm voice gave Altria an extremely strong consternation. She now finally understands what happened that day, and Wang gave up the scabbard to save her life. She had heard from her aunt about the legend about the scabbard, which is said to be a more precious treasure than the holy sword. Immortal, isolated from all scars, and never connected with illness ever since. These are just the most basic strengths of the scabbard, but Lucifer simply gave up on the scabbard like this. She was silent for a long time, and then she seemed to wake up suddenly. No. Me. Altria stretched out her hand to her heart excitedly. She had already made up her mind that she would never take away such a treasure. This kind of thing should have been a proof that it belonged to the invincible king, not something she could touch. Chapter 15. However, it seems that this scene has long been thought of. Lucifer grabbed her arm and stopped her. Leah, listen to me. Lucy Felton continued after a while. Well, I am not very good at defensive things. Compared to guards, I am more good at offense, like a sharp sword. But the sword is too sharp and sometimes hurts myself and even people around me. At that time, the existence of the scabbard is needed. If the sword is a sharp weapon to protect the important people around you by killing, then the scabbard is a treasure specially designed to protect the sword. The previous battle with Lothar made Lucifer find that there was still a trace of the abyss on his body. It doesn't matter if these breaths were left during the duel with the Overlord Warnir or the battle with Manus, the Lord of the Abyss. But it was a fact that they had unintentionally affected their minds before. As the last member of the undead team, Lucifer wanted to leave a guarantee for his future in advance. And that guarantee is Altoria. The scabbard is a guardian sword. Yes, but also to restrict the existence of the sword during the rampage of the sword. I want you to be the restricted scabbard of my scabbard, and pull me back when I may become a mad king, or even deviate from my former kingly way. This only you can do it. Facing the king's expectation, the girl knight hesitated. Such an important thing. I can't do it. Whether it is force, wisdom, or even experience, I am not qualified. In previous battles, the king could easily defeat Ansas, but I even prevented him from waiting until the king's arrival. I can't do it. If you can't even do it, no one can do it. I believe in the girl knight named Altria and nothing else. Don't underestimate yourself. If your ability is insufficient, I can teach you after you go back. But the key is that you have to believe in your own possibilities first. Lucifer said calmly to the girl. Insufficient ability, so I doubt myself. Because the ending was bleak, I doubted whether my choice was correct. This is also human nature, but the important thing is not what the result is, but what I thought of at the time I chose. Altria looked at Lucifer's eyes earnestly, with a serious look in her eyes. At this moment, the girl understood that Wang really gave her this, perhaps the only task. It's like that precious scabbard. This is the best gift I have ever received. Altria put her hands on the heart, and finally a smile appeared on her face. Yes, at least at this moment. She felt that the scabbard in her heart was a treasure far beyond the holy sword. Don't be hurt, or I will feel heartache. Lucifer put his hand on the girl's head. Okay. The dull hair that emerged from between the fingers was shaking wildly at this moment. Asterisk. Number 43 Iron-blooded Prime Minister, seeking votes, flowers. Thanks to the book friends for their worldview tips. Today is busy on New Year's Eve, there is only one update, and I will try to add updates tomorrow. In addition, I wish you all a happy new year, and you can fulfill your ideals in the new year. The fiasco of the French East Front soon spread to the royal city of France. In fact, a small number of knights escaped the bridge that had not been destroyed before the defeat, but that was only a very small part of the scouts, and they took orders from Lothar. It wasn't until several soldiers and even little nobles fled back that France finally determined what had happened on the front line. At this time, the last 70,000 people of the French Legion had been surrounded, and it was almost impossible to escape. In the royal palace of France, many noble ministers are discussing what is currently happening. Many people's first impression is that they don't believe it, but facts are facts. After discussing for a long time, they haven't thought of how to transport the remaining 70,000 people on the front line. Even if the wounded are left behind, as long as normal people are to be transported back. The cruel fact is that they will certainly not be able to build so many ships in a short time, and even if there are ships, they risk being sunk. However, some of them are also a little strange. Why did the Britons only surround the last 70,000 people without directly destroying them? Regarding this question, Prime Minister Bismarck, who had been silent before, gave his answer. The reason why the other party did not do their best to destroy our last legion can only explain one problem. Bismarck looked like a blond man in his 40s, with a short and delicate golden beard on his calm face. Bismarck knew very well why the other party did not kill all the remnants. Just because they are hostages, they will be used to negotiate. If these people are killed, France is likely to fight desperately, and will never negotiate. Of course, if France wants to fight to the death first, don't want to talk about it. Then Britain would definitely behead everyone immediately. With these 70,000 people, it is equivalent to the possibility of peace talks between the two countries. What's the problem? The 30-year-old Earl Charles asked suspiciously. They are waiting. In other words, the new King of Britain is waiting for us to negotiate with him. Bismarck said the only possibility. His words caused much discussion in the hall for a while, and many people agreed with Bismarck's words. However, some of them seem to be wrong. Your Excellency, since the Britons are waiting for me to negotiate, let them wait. Anyway, it is not us who are in a hurry. Let them wait more, maybe they will beg us to negotiate with them. Then we will let the barbarians of Britain pay the price for their aggressive actions. The green-clothed nobleman named Karl stood up, and just looking at the way he spoke now, he probably thought he was the victor of the war. That's right. Another nobleman came out to agree. Yes. Yet. Let them wait. Their king will not kneel down and beg us, we will never negotiate. For a time, such words spread throughout the hall. Many seem to have forgotten their fiasco on the front line, thinking they have a great advantage. Shut up, idiots! Our frontline legion is almost wiped out. You still want them to beg you? Do you think you are a winner? Don't you have any brains? Bismarck yelled. Discussing state affairs with these guys, he will doubt his IQ more than once, and more than once he wants to strangle these idiots. The Prime Minister's roar like an evil dragon made the hall become silent, and many nobles stepped back subconsciously. The Prime Minister. You. Just what you said, they are waiting for us to negotiate. Since this is the case, of course we. Karl wanted to say something, but Bismarck had no intention of listening. Duke Charles, can you shut up your people? We have no time to waste now, not a minute. And these idiots are still dreaming. As he said, Bismarck looked at the middle-aged aristocrat led by the idiot group. Charles himself is actually very hard. Although he said he was the superficial leader of this group of Harmony factions, in fact he was only superficial, and the people below would get convulsions from time to time, and he could not help it. At this moment, the emperor who had been silent spoke up. Bismarck, what will happen if we delay the negotiation? The result will be very troublesome, Your Majesty. What kind of trouble? Britain's victory this time can be described as a miracle. It took less than a month from the departure to the present to severely cripple the three major legions of our country. No matter how they did it, this matter has affected the others. The country will undoubtedly have a huge shock. The two countries that were originally prepared to take action against Britain will also reconsider the current situation and Britain's combat power at this time. Before that, they had received news that Rome and Rose had acted, but now something like this has happened. Whether the two countries will take the opportunity to send troops has become a question. After all, it is only from the result that the new King of Britain is very capable of playing, and no one wants to follow in France's footsteps before figuring out the situation. You mean they will withdraw? Piping calmly said a possibility. Ross certainly will. But Rome is not. We have obtained information before. The question of when the Roman Senate will send troops has been arguing for a long time, and until now there is no result. This means that their legion has not moved. Your Majesty, if now that the news reaches Rome, the King of Britain will send an envoy to negotiate terms with Rome for a joint offensive. At that time, the three major armies of Rome may turn their heads and head south at any time, and things will turn into another rather terrifying situation. Bismarck's words were only finished, and another heavyweight took over his speculation. The three Roman legions are heading south from the center, and the Britons come from the west to kill the last troops of our three legions. Based on the current strength of the British legions, the remaining troops on the west will certainly not be able to stop the new King of Britain. Only then, withdrawing troops from the center and the north, the situation in northwestern France will become very dangerous. Florence, one of the three marshals, stood up. He was an old man nearly 50 years old. There are eyes like eagles hidden in a head of white hair. Marshal Florence, not only the two of them, Macedonia in the east, Alexander will not let go of this good opportunity. Bismarck continued to say more serious possibilities. Once Rome and Britain moved at the same time, it would be almost impossible for Macedonia in the east of France to say that there was no movement. By that time, France will face a three-sided siege. Of course, they may be able to block the east and north, but the west has become the biggest problem. Before the inside story of the destruction of the Legion was completely passed back, none of them knew how strong Britain was at this time. Maybe they can fight Britain again. But in case it is defeated again this time, then France may never recover. Before they have a better choice, they dare not bet on their national fortune. Asterisk. Number 44. Conquer the king is a good man? No. Prime Minister, do you think too much? Alexander's recent energy has been focused on Rome and Helen. How could he suddenly attack France? Besides, Alexander is an excellent king, and he will definitely not take advantage of it. Suddenly attack such a despicable thing at this time. Karl continued to retort. His territory is close to Macedonia, and his impression of Macedonia is not bad. This time, Bismarck didn't even glance at the clown. He reported the current situation directly to the emperor. It's so stupid to place one's life in the expectation of others. Your Majesty, the international community is such a reality. If you win, everyone will look up to you. But if you lose, you may face the sharing of other powers. There is no time to talk nonsense here. My Prime Minister, what do you think should be done? The imperative is to sign an armistice agreement with Britain before it unites with Rome, so as to keep the remaining army and stabilize the situation in the west. Otherwise, once the British and the Romans are united, even Macedonia will be added. France's the situation will immediately become very dangerous. Do you think their king will think of your current move? If you didn't think of it, our army would not be defeated so badly. The female fox of Britain was in the affairs of the Roman elders. After the new British king went south, he quickly solved the main force of our army. All these prove that they have planned ahead of time. Everything. Use the Senate to delay the dispatch of troops in Rome, and then quickly resolve the 3 major legions of our army. In this way, the initiative of the situation will return to the hands of Britain. Now it is not whether we want to talk about it, but whether we can compare it. They are faster. Before, France had obviously more choices than Britain. But with this defeat and the loss of troops, France has lost its dominance in this war. Of course, if it was just a matter of their 2 countries, he could smash Lucifer. Unfortunately, there are 9 countries on this continent. Once you do not consider the changes in other countries, you may face a devastating blow. In the end, this meeting ended with the emperor appointing a prime minister as the envoy of peace talks. After the meeting was over, many nobles were discussing the current situation in groups. The prime minister was summoned by the emperor alone. Bismarck, in the next peace talks, as long as you are within the scope of your determination, no matter what the price is paid, I must bring my son back. Piping solemnly stated to Bismarck that it was inconvenient to say at the meeting before. Export things. Please wait for my good news here. Bismarck nodded and respectfully withdrew from the hall. After leaving the main hall, he did not return to his home, but went directly to the 2-footed flying dragon team left behind by the imperial capital. Bring a few trusted secretaries, they flew quickly to the west of France under the leadership of the 3 flying dragons. It's not that Bismarck doesn't want to prepare too much. But he really doesn't have time now. Just a day later, Bismarck had already appeared on the other side with his team. He did not fly over directly, but formally signaled peace talks to the British Army on the opposite side. At this time, it was the 3rd day that the French Legion on the shore was surrounded. During the period, this unit had been trying to sneak across the river, but they were all discovered. After losing many soldiers, their coach gave up this idea. Later, his subordinates wanted to charge again, but they were beaten back directly. They are almost desperate for food, and now their morale has fallen to the extreme compared to the previous 2 days. Their only hope is that the motherland on the other side of the river can rescue them. Most of them are well aware that if they can't wait for rescue, they will starve to death, or even be beheaded by the British knight in front of them. At this time, seeing the Prime Minister of France appeared, there was a lot of hope in their hearts. They hope Bismarck can take them back. In the British camp, Bismarck, who had just been brought over by a small boat, was being led by Gawain to Lucifer's big tent. In the big account at this time, Lucifer was discussing the next attack plan with the other knights. Of course, this is just a scam, in order to increase their bargaining chips. In order to be more realistic, Lucifer didn't tell these knights, so most of these people really thought that the king was going to take action on the remaining French army. It has been a while since Bismarck came here, but Lucifer seemed to have no idea of talking to him for the time being, but instead told of a vicious offensive plan. Yes, at least it sounds vicious to Bismarck. Finally, through Gawain's report, Lucifer deliberately seemed to have seen the Prime Minister in front of him for the first time, and he waved his hand to make the leaders retreat. There were only a few clerks left in the big account, and a total of 6 official participants from both sides. The sand table on the command table was taken down and replaced with a beautiful tablecloth. This thing was still a trophy confiscated from France. Bismarck originally had some adverse reactions due to Lucifer's placement. After seeing this, he was even more sure that Lucifer was deliberately demonstrating. Bismarck sat on a 3-meter table opposite Lucifer, and they looked at each other. British's new king, unexpectedly young. No wonder, as a king, you must have never formally learned the etiquette of being a king. Bismarck frowned, trying to restore his momentum. It also reveals the superiority of the nobility. But think about it, Bismarck is a noble family compared to Lucifer, who doesn't know where to run out. The 3 generations forward are big men like earls and dukes. No way, thanks to the blessing of a neighboring country, I rushed from the royal city to the border non-stop, and even the coronation ceremony did not proceed normally. Compared to expelling foreign enemies, etiquette can only go back. After all, even the country doesn't exist anymore, and the king's etiquette is just a dispensable thing, isn't it? Lucifer spread out his hand and said casually. Hearing this obvious joke-like irony, Gawain and Altoria behind Lucifer couldn't help but smile. Never studied? Even military command? Bismarck was a little surprised that Lucifer even went to military academy. Slightly dabbled in, it can be regarded as self-taught. Fortunately, my learning ability is not bad. Of course, after the war is over, I will definitely have to learn some related knowledge systematically. The current rudeness, I can only ask I'm sorry, Prime Minister of France. I am waiting to end this war. Oh. I thought that this kind of thing should be discussed by your dwarf Wang piping. A playful expression appeared on Lucifer's face. Asterisk. Number 45. The king does not understand etiquette, seeking tickets, flowers. The dwarf piping is also called the dwarf king by other countries. But how to put it, he himself seems very dissatisfied with this title. Lucifer's casual use of words caused Bismarck's dissatisfaction. Please pay attention to your words, King of Britain. Words? The dwarf king? Don't everyone outside call him that way. I think this title is pretty good, at least much better than his self-proclaimed Warhammer king. After all, you see, if it's a Warhammer, it doesn't change. Is it a hammer? Lucifer's teasing remarks made Bismarck an urge to leave immediately. At the same time, his heart became more and more certain that Lucifer must have made second-hand preparations behind being so calm. Thinking of this, he could only continue to talk ironically. Can I understand that at this moment the King of Britain does not have the willingness to negotiate? On the surface, he looked like he was about to leave, but he began to worry about this negotiation in his heart. What you are thinking about now should not be whether I am willing to negotiate, but can you show me the sincerity of the negotiation? Understand, the Prime Minister of France? At least 30,000 of the 70,000 people on the opposite side have been lost. The ability to fight. The remaining people are the prey on the tip of my sword. If you want to talk, first let me see your sincerity. The king can face the king, and he sent his own Prime Minister, Gawain. Do you think they are sincere? At the end of the words, Lucifer turned his head and asked the knight on the left. Gawain's answer is only two simple words. No. Did you see it? Many of our soldiers sacrificed their lives because of the French invasion. Prime Minister Bismarck, what do you think should be paid for this blood? Having said that, Bismarck finally heard the hint to get into the topic. When it comes to repayment, it is naturally time to negotiate terms. France and Britain have concluded a truce contract for 3 years. At the same time, we will compensate Britain for the losses in this war, totaling 200,000 gold coins. In exchange, the British side allowed the 70,000 troops to return to their country, and at the same time needed to release all the prisoners. Bismarck stated a condition that he was far from the bottom line, and he was ready to deal with the next bargain. Unfortunately, what he saw was Lucifer's expression of lack of interest. Do you think this is sincerity? After asking the question, Bismarck immediately increased the bargaining chip. 300,000. The truce contract is 4 years, the 3 holy swords will not be recovered, and Britain will not be held accountable for killing the 2 coaches of our army. This time, Lucifer didn't have any more thoughts, or he didn't want to waste time with this guy. He directly offered his terms. The truce contract lasts for 7 years and the gold coin is 700,000. The holy sword is originally our trophy. As for the coach, it goes without saying. At the same time, with the Rhine as the boundary, the 2 countries redelineated the national border and set the British territory west of the Rhine. Chapter 16. I will let the 70,000 troops here cross the river and release the additional 30,000 prisoners, including the Prince of France. Don't you think your appetite is too big, King of Britain? Bismarck's expression became serious. This condition was within his expectation, but it was originally the reserve price he should have finally come up with. Now Lucifer said in a single mouth, he had the illusion that he suspected Lucifer could read mind. Of course, Lucifer doesn't have the ability to be so buggy, but based on the current situation, it is not too difficult to guess the range of conditions that the opponent can accept. Do you think I'm too much? Compared to the fact that we united with Rome and contacted Macedonia to carve up a large number of France, this condition is not harsh anymore. Originally, this land was a British territory. It was only used about 15 years ago. You take it. I don't want to commit the mistake of the ancestor, and let you get a first base to cross the river for nothing. Since you can come, you should also be able to see the changes in the current situation. However, I don't know if you can see clearly. That is, if the truce contract is to be fully improved, then both parties must be assured of each other. And this the Rhine is the guarantee. I don't want my south side to be in danger of being beaten at any time. Compared with the contract on paper, the real thing is the real guarantee of the truce. With this big river as a natural barrier, it will be a lot of peace of mind for both parties. France doesn't have to worry about being attacked by Britain, and Britain does the same. If you want to agree to this, the number of gold coins must be reduced. Bismarck changed a condition. In this era, using money to buy land is normal manipulation, and reducing the compensation is equivalent to having the money exchanged for this piece of land. This is not unacceptable. Bismarck is also considering the financial problems in France. The gold coin is still 700,000, but I can agree to pay the bill in installments. That is, 400,000 will be paid first, and then 300,000 will be delivered in 5 years, and 60,000 will be paid annually. This way your financial pressure will be much less. Lucifer, seeing the right time, I switched to another payment method. According to the information previously disclosed by Bismarck and the analysis of Semiramis intelligence, Lucifer believes that 400,000 is an acceptable number. If you want to talk about it, they may not want to give it. Bismarck was silent for a long time before speaking. I need some time to think about it. No problem. I welcome you to think about it for a while at any time. Gawain, arrange a luxurious rest place for the Prime Minister. Both guards and meals must be treated according to the Prime Minister's specifications. The High School Prime Minister can no longer let the High School Prime Minister say that we don't understand etiquette, understand. Lucifer's words at the moment made Gawain and Altria couldn't help laughing. It was obvious that the words with surveillance came out of Lucifer's mouth, but it seemed to be protecting them. Yes, Wang. I will do it now. Gawain said, leaving here first. Following this, Lucifer also got up first, which meant that he had no idea of continuing to talk. Suddenly, as if thinking of something, he turned around and said to Bismarck again. Your Excellency, personally, I welcome you to think about it for a while. But I may need to remind you that as long as the formal truce between us is not signed, it means that our two countries are still hostile. Country. Bismarck was also about to get up, but was suddenly stunned when he heard this. After reacting, he stared at Lucifer calmly. Are you warning me? If you wait too long, the soldiers on the opposite side may be annihilated by you at any time. No, it's a kind reminder. After all, we may soon become a truce, and I don't want to make things too rigid before then. Thanks for your reminder. After speaking, the two of them disappeared before each other's eyes. Asterisk. Number 46. Truce is not peace. After a day of negotiation, France and Britain finally officially signed a truce contract. At the same time they also announced this contract to the world. France and Britain formally truce for 5 years. France paid a total of 700,000 gold coins in compensation to Britain, first paying 400,000 and then paying 300,000 in installments. At the same time, the two countries redivided their borders with the Rhine River as the boundary. France does not pursue the death of the Holy Sword and the Marshal. In exchange, Britain will release all French prisoners, including Prince Pepin of France. They also returned their armor and weapons. What is interesting is that this small back door originally left by Lucifer is also one of the bargaining chips. Bismarck has also seen this and will add this condition. Thanks to this, the more than 30,000 captured French soldiers can finally get their weapons back, so that they will not have to spend a lot of money to buy them again. Of course, those who died in battle were naturally confiscated as war spoils. About 5 days later, the army with nearly 100,000 wounded returned to its own country through the barely repaired Skeleton Bridge. After going back, Bismarck took down the bridge again with a tacit understanding, and tore it down to the pier on the French side. In response, Lucifer just smiled, and did not demolish the bridge, but erected a stone monument beside the bridge. It says the testimony of the friendship between the two countries. In this way, a war between nations came to a close temporarily in a manner acceptable to both parties. Lucifer led the army on the way back. On their way back, they saw Siegfried, who was repairing the White Rock Fortress, and then returned to the Dragon Scale Fortress to take a rest. When he returned, Lucifer walked down the street and received heroic cheers. Now almost everyone is completely convinced by Lucifer, the new king. Taking advantage of this opportunity, Lucifer used his prestige and the king's power to forcibly integrate this force and put it under his command. In this regard, the people below did not feel that there was any problem. On the contrary, they felt that it was a very honorable thing to fight for the king. After a few days of fighting, Lucifer temporarily let the army rest while telling them that they might go north or east, so that they did not relax while resting. After dealing with a bunch of affairs at hand, the night is getting deeper. In the brightly lit corridor, Lucifer was walking towards the large bathroom in the distance. The pool in the large bathroom looks like a swimming pool, surrounded by white marble columns, matched with the ribbons falling in the sky, and the whole looks like a Roman style. It is said that this place was built when the first king came to the fortress to fight for the royal family's exclusive use. The design style is based on the Roman series. At this time the water in the pool had heated up, put down his clothes, and Lucifer lay down. The moment the body came into contact with warm water, the whole person's spirit seemed to relax. He put the towel on his eyes and meditated on the fruits of these days alone. For now, Britain's greatest external danger has basically been resolved. France has been defeated and Rose will naturally not move. Rome will also reconsider its own combat power and give up taking advantage of the fire. Compared with the already stable external situation, we should turn our attention to the domestic situation. With this victory, China will no longer question my ability as a king. But the presence of former royal family members does not rule out that some people with ulterior motives will jump out and make big news. Taking into account the situation in the mainland afterwards, the aristocratic system may be a big problem, and sure enough, a centralized strategy should be adopted. As for Princess Morgan, forget it. I haven't seen this princess. If Leah is willing to reveal the identity of her illegitimate child, letting her as a queen is the best solution to stabilize the current situation in one fell swoop. Ugh! What am I thinking? She will not agree with this decision. Think about it. She also has the ability to draw swords, and is the king's illegitimate child. But the country now does not need two kings. She wants to survive as a knight more than something like a queen. However, Leah's wedding dress, this kind of scene is a bit exciting. Thinking of this, Lucifer was still considering whether to find a time to abuse his power in private in the future, when he suddenly sensed the familiar breath behind him. That is his guardian knight. Lucifer turned his head back, and the one who fell into the line of sight was the night girl. She has changed her armor and is wearing a blue and white dress. Suddenly seeing Lucifer undressed, Night G's expression was very shy. That. She turned her head, as if she didn't dare to look here at all. Come down. Where did I just want to go as a personal guard? Lucifer directly invited the girl. Come down. Altria was stunned. She looked at the pool, somewhat unsure whether Lucifer asked her to go into the water. Then, yes. After these days of fighting, Leah should also be very tired. The water temperature here is just right to relax the previously depressed spirit. Altria originally wanted to refuse, but after seeing Lucifer's eyes, she understood that continuing to refuse might become an order. She thought for a while and decided to comply. 3 more. Asterisk. Number 47. Wash together, please ask for tickets, ask for flowers. The dress fell gently, and after a while, a petite figure appeared in the water. However, she looked very shy, and subconsciously distanced herself from Lucifer. Please don't get me wrong, I just want to protect the king's safety. Seeing Lucifer's smile, Altria explained it by force. Of course it's for my safety. They all talked about personal guards, so naturally we need time to be together. Otherwise, in case an assassin runs in, but your dereliction of duty. How could there be an assassin at this time? Muttered in a low voice, Altoria immersed half of her head in the water. Assassins usually attack the target when people are most relaxed. In terms of timing, now is a good opportunity. So, for my safety, my lovely Knight G will trouble you. Although in terms of timing, now is the best time. But it was only timing, but this reason really convinced Altoria. Is this really the case? I understand, I will definitely protect the king's safety. As she said, Altria had a serious expression on her face. At this time, she subconsciously ignored the fact that Wang was actually stronger than her. But, even a strong person needs a guard, it has nothing to do with strength. Altria believed so firmly. Just protect it like this? The distance between us is a little far away, right? Lucifer saw that this was a good reason, and he continued to make an inch of it. The distance between the two of them has exceeded 10 meters, which is absolutely unqualified for the guards. Then, please forgive me for my dereliction of duty. Knight G was thinking of her own responsibilities, and subconsciously approached within 1 meter. This time, with a reason, she seemed to forget her shyness. Through the mist, Lucifer saw the knight in front of him for the first time. The look he looked up and down quickly caught Altoria's attention, and she only realized that they were meeting frankly. Please don't stare at me like that. Altria clasped her arms tightly, as if worried about what Lucifer saw. But in fact, she didn't know that her shy expression and behavior were more flavorful than before. Look carefully, Leah, you said before that your body is not as slender and feminine as the noble ladies, but it does not seem to be the case now. At this moment, you are like a lily blooming in the water, which makes people feel pity. A happy smile appeared on the corners of Lucifer's lips. Facing Lucifer's compliment, Altria should have been happy, but her current appearance made her unhappy. Wang. Her voice was almost pleading, and her expression was about to cry ashamed. Okay. Okay. I won't tease you anymore. If you go on like this, I will be in danger if you leave in shame and anger. After that, in order to reduce the shyness in Knight G's heart, Lucifer put the towel on her eyes again, and leaned back. Without Lucifer's dazzling gaze, Altria's body temperature gradually began to drop. After a while, she finally recovered her calm. She looked at Lucifer inadvertently at this time, but immediately looked away like a thief. After she moved away, it gradually returned to the original state, and then she forcibly moved away. She repeated this behavior 5 or 6 times, and then forced to tell herself, "Calm down. Calm down. Calm down. Just think of it as being at my aunt's house, yes, that's it." Relying on self-suggestion to herself, Altria finally calmed down. Lucifer, who was next to her, couldn't help but feel that the girl in front of her was really cute, but if this continued, she might not be able to communicate normally. Lucifer thought for a while and gave his own suggestions. "Don't be so nervous, Leah. I'm not a nameless monster, and I won't eat you. I originally asked you to take a bath to relax. Don't you look more nervous now? There is a towel next to it, if you really can't, if you're calm, just don't do it like me. Since what you see will make people shy, it's fine if you don't see it. Although they have a sense of concealment at their current distance, at least it is still invisible on the surface. Well, it seems really possible. Thank you, Wang. After speaking, Altria picked up the towel and began to learn Lucifer. As a result, without seeing Lucifer, she finally let out a long breath. In private, don't call me the king. In public, I am the king, your knight. But before that, we are still close boy and girl friends. I don't want you to put me too high. Come on. Lucifer continued at this time. Lucifer. If the name is hard to pronounce, call me Lucille or Lucifer. Well, Lucille. Altria's voice was obviously mixed with joy. After thinking about it, she continued. Lucille, do we really relax like this now? Although we have signed a contract with France, we still let their army go back. I'm a little worried. For more complete. Asterisk. Number 48 correct demonstration of shampooing, please ask for votes, ask for flowers. In theory, although France was defeated this time, most of their army returned after all. Even considering the number of wounded soldiers after the war, nearly half of the soldiers returned. These soldiers may become a force in the next war. But it is only theoretically. Worried? Worried about France's comeback? The initiative is now in our hands. The previous war cost France 70,000 or 80,000 troops. In a short time, France will not pose a threat to Britain, and we can also free up our hands for development. Internal affairs. 70 or 80,000 troops is not a small number, especially since France, like Britain, is currently in a region that is surrounded by a powerful country. For a long time to come, they may face more internal problems, as well as peeping from the north and east. The defeat of France may also give other people an illusion. For example, France is actually very delicious, and I can do it. After all, you see, a new king who didn't know where it came from made the 3 French legions surrender in 1 month. This kind of. Once this illusion occurs, this country is likely to be prey to many people. I thought that Lucille really wanted to eliminate the 3 legions of France in one fell swoop, but I didn't expect Lucille to want peace talks. In fact, if Britain's internal problems have been resolved, the previous war would be an opportunity. But unfortunately, the internal instability, the strong enemies in the north and east are still there. Time does not allow us to make too many choices. It's a pity. If it weren't for the north and east sides, this battle should have been Britain's best chance to invade France in one fell swoop. Although she looked like an upright knight, the girl knight seemed to have the idea of defeating France, an old enemy in her heart. It should be said that the knights here more or less have this idea. In fact, the previous war can be said to be one step away. They were able to punch through the east side of France in just one step, but unfortunately the timing was wrong. It's because of the complicated situation that I want to talk to France first. Let alone the greatest rewards from them, considering the current situation in Britain, we should not overly weaken France's strength. Otherwise, once Rome and Macedonia are allowed to eliminate France, we may face a 2-front war situation when facing Rome. Rome is now strong enough, and if it annexes French territory, it will directly threaten the survival of Britain. Lucifer's mind remained calm. Punch through France. It sounds pretty good, but the problem is that even if it is hit now, they can't keep it up, and they will only make the 2 countries next to them in vain. For the 9 mainland countries, helping other countries increase their strength in this situation is almost equal to slowly stifling their own development. It may eventually become suicide. Lucifer now has the illusion of playing a strategy game. Of course, if France's bones are hard enough, you can try to drag Rome into France's war quagmire, but there is obviously no such thing. It sounds complicated, and I really don't fit this kind of thing. After thinking about it, Altoria was a little bit self-defeating. Or it can be said to have a clear understanding of reality. If she was leading the army at the time, she would definitely continue the offensive with enthusiasm, and the result at that time would be that Rome might directly border Britain to the south. And that result could be devastating. Everyone has something they are good at and something they are not good at. For Leah, just focus on what you are good at, and leave the rest to me. Okay. With this as the boundary, there was a brief silence between them. Lucifer was about to get up, and when he took off the towel, he looked at Altria subconsciously. Only here did he find that the girl's blonde hair had become a little messy because of the previous war. He looked at a plate brought up by the maid by the pool, where there were cleaning supplies. Lucifer found that there were only 2 types of water squeezed out of leaves. The maid said it was used to clean the body and hair. Shampoo? Shower gel? With such curiosity, Lucifer tried it and found that this was just the most primitive way. Although it has a cleaning function, the effect is just that. However, something is better than nothing. He picked up 2 things and looked at them, and then called to Altria next to him. Leah, come here. I'll wash your hair clean. Chapter 17. Washington. Hair. Altria's body tightened again, and the towel on her face was frightened to fall off by the sound. Yes. On the battlefield before, your blonde hair has been dimmed a lot. If you don't take good care of it, it may wither like grass in the future. As a girl, it's not good to take good care of your hair. Girls or something, I never thought about it before. Altria turned her back to Lucifer, not wanting her to see her red face. Reason tells her that she should firmly refuse, but there is another expectation in her heart. The life of an ordinary girl, a normal girl. She had never thought about it before. Hair is also a hallmark of feminine charm. How about learning how to live like an ordinary girl from now on? Then, please. This time, Altria walked out of the water obediently. Lucifer applied these juices to her hair skillfully, and a feeling of nostalgia inevitably rose in her heart. The scene before him is a bit familiar, but the space at that time was not as big as it is now, and this person is not in front of him. In the reincarnation of the 2 worlds, things are not human. There was only a trace of the picture from the past, and even the figure in the picture was already blurred, only that feeling remained. He will miss it, but he won't be troubled by the past. Thinking of this, the strength in Lucifer's hand unconsciously used the wrong direction. What? In the ear, the girl's voice was inadvertently mixed with a trace of temptation. Lucifer awoke from the memory. What's happenin'? Well, my ears are a little itchy. Hearing this voice, Lucifer suddenly had another thought. Is it here? Please don't be like this. Leah, you just said that you are not feminine. But your voice doesn't say that. I am very moved now, and my heart is so moved that I want to act. Hey! Hey! It's this kind of voice again, with a bit of shyness in the bitterness, like a pitch shift of a passionate note, which makes people want to stop. Please don't say this kind of misunderstanding. My voice will make people want to stop. I have never done it. However, I have already reacted. Quick, stop. Do you think it was someone's fault that I became the way I am now? As a knight, I should take responsibility for the mistakes I made. It's too cunning, for this reason. Knight G gradually gave up resisting, *. Number 49 Crown. After a few days of marching, the army finally returned to the king's city. During this period, Lucifer had been informed by Semiramis, and Ross in the north had stopped gathering legions and began to face a new wave of domestic animals. After receiving the news, Rome also stopped the 3 legions that were originally aimed at Britain. However, with the trend of southward transfer, diplomatic pressure is also exerting pressure on France, and Macedonia has also taken action. In this way, the east and the threat to the north has also been temporarily lifted. However, in addition, there is another interesting thing that attracted Lucifer's attention, that is, Prince Pepin, who will be exchanged back to France, was successfully portrayed as a soldier in order to protect the lives of his men. The hero who had to surrender also emphasized the role of the prince in the subsequent negotiations. After returning home, the prince also condemned Lothar and Anses, who were already dead, and pushed all the sins on the two dead men. He kept advocating Lothar's paranoia and Anseth's stubbornness to make the original situation worse. Even the most funny thing is that he also claimed to the public that it was because he already knew that Britain had devastating weapons, he didn't want to let the Flying Dragon Legion overtake it before, but Lothar insisted on letting him be over it, which led to the Legion's attack. Completely annihilated. Now that there are results, this statement sounds like there is so much truth, and anyone who understands can see it, it's nonsense. Unfortunately, the public never understood. So the condemnation between Lothar and Anses was increased in France, and the prince became a hero and was praised by others. When he heard the news, Lucifer felt that letting him go back might be the most correct decision in the previous negotiations. Although I had long thought that the personality of that product would definitely throw the pot, but the emperor's backing must be indispensable to be able to do such an excellent thing. At that time, I just thought that this teasing might mess up France's homeland by going back, but now it seems that his effect is far greater than imagined. I sincerely wish you a long life, Your Royal Highness. Looking back, Lucifer saw Altria's face unconsciously, who stiffened all over subconsciously. After reacting, he barely recovered his usual calm look. The peaceful life these days, if there is any gain, it is probably the relationship with the girl in front of me. After growing up several times, the girl who has softened in private seems to have a tendency to abandon herself. Of course, he was still the brave and determined knight on the surface. These guys like Gawain haven't discovered anything yet, but think about it carefully, with the personality of this product, even if they find it, it's probably just an extra ridicule. In the distance, the royal city of Britain has come into view. The front gate of the king's city opened wide, and the guards of the king's city lined up neatly on both sides of the avenue. They held the king's flag and paid their highest respect to the king who had returned victoriously. Lucifer walked into the city with a group of knights. He waved his arms on the horse to respond to the people around him. The two sides of the street were already full of cheering crowds. They shouted loudly and offered flowers to the heroes. The enthusiasm of the people on the street extends all the way to the palace. Although many people have not seen Lucifer before, there is no doubt that this victory has made them recognize the young king in their hearts. Dismounted, step by step up the steps of the palace. Lucifer came to the highest point of the steps, he turned around and opened his arms, facing the sea of people below. The people of Britain, my name is Lucifer Noctis, the Lord of the Holy Swords, and your king. Not long ago, we won the battle against France. Just like this victory, from now on, I will lead this country to a new life as a king. Lucifer's voice was magically amplified many times in an instant. On the huge square in front of the palace, everyone seemed to be in the echo. The newly born king led the country to a great victory and at the same time won the support of the people in one fell swoop. This is Lucifer at this moment. In the square under the steps, the crowd burst into huge cheers, and they shouted the same name together. Night King. The king born in the kingdom of knights was named the King of Knights and has been passed down to the world ever since. Taking advantage of this perfect opportunity, Lucifer told the important decision that he had planned before. As the King of Britain, I hereby announce two decisions. One is to commemorate those warriors who sacrificed their lives for the country in the war. I erected a stele under Tudor Hill to the west of the city. It will record all the dead. Name. Soldiers, even if some of you die unfortunately, your story should be remembered by history. Compared to knighthood and money, glory may be far beyond the traditions of this country. And Lucifer's approach is undoubtedly to preserve this glory in history in the form of royal power. The treatment that should have been only available to nobles and kings, but at this moment was shared by the king with the world. For a moment, whether it was a civilian or a soldier, whether it was a knight or a military attaché, their eyes were full of admiration when they looked at Lucifer. This time, no other command is needed, and no preparation is needed in advance. All the soldiers held up their weapons in unison, and offered their greatest loyalty to their king. King! Such cheers continued for a long time, until Lucifer's arm was pressed down and made a stop gesture. After everyone saw this gesture, it was almost as if magic was being applied, and they consciously stopped all actions at the same time. The original lively square suddenly became quiet, and this cohesion was amazing. At the same time, many nobles sigh even more that this king has never appeared before. Taking advantage of this opportunity, Lucifer continued to announce his second decision. Secondly, this victory does not belong to me alone. In the war, I saw many warriors fighting for this land. Some of them were civilians, some were illegitimate children, and some could not even become knights. They have had this great victory for us. I firmly believe in the significance of their struggle. For this reason, I declare that I will issue a decree to let people get the justice they deserve. King. Using this as a starting point, everyone officially recognized Lucifer as the king and at the same time recognized him to rule the country. With Lucifer officially moved into the palace, the princess who was originally in the palace was also moved out. She and her former servant were arranged for an aristocratic mansion. This was originally a duke's courtyard, which was later confiscated by the king, and now it was assigned to Morgan by Lucifer. Asterisk. Number 50. Want to go? First find someone who is carrying the pot, please ask for tickets, ask for flowers. In a few days, Lucifer took advantage of the popularity of the people and quickly launched a reform plan. In addition to issuing fair decrees, everyone can be promoted through military merit. On the whole, Lucifer put the Qin and Han systems into this country. It's just that the law does not use the Qin law that is not acceptable. Among all the reforms, there is one of the most important, that is, the aristocratic domain is not only inherited by the eldest son, but will be inherited equally by all children, and the eldest son will take back their respective domains from other children after being evenly divided. 1/10 is the preferential treatment of the eldest son. This decree was derived by Lucifer imitating the Tweed decree of the Han dynasty. The focus of the Tweed order is to build more vassal states so as to reduce their power and prevent them from posing a threat to the central government. Because Lucifer had already made a move before and expressed his sympathy for those soldiers, this condition now looks like Lucifer is practicing what he has said. And his reason is almost impeccable, people can't but dare to resist. Although many nobles were somewhat resistant to this decree, at this time they were only over-justified or even upright with the new king, and they even looked forward to watching Lucifer's good show in the future. After all, in their impression, once there is war again, they still need to rely on these nobles. However, these people would never think that this was just Lucifer's first step. The purpose is to decentralize their power and lay the foundation for the subsequent centralization of power. After several days of work day and night, Lucifer finally issued all the decree in the first step. At night, the lights in the palace chamber were still on. The others had long since dispersed, leaving only two figures in the hall. Hey! It's finally done, and I should be able to relax for a while. Lucifer put down the file in hand. Thanks to some time and space in the previous life having studied government affairs with the Demon King Osroy for a period of time, Lucifer is not a newbie now. Although the Demon King finally indulged in cultivating immortals and couldn't help himself, he had to admit that he was still a good king before that. Sorry, I can't help. Altria's expression was a bit guilty. From the afternoon, she just stood there watching Lucifer handle affairs proficiently. She didn't know what to do. You can stand there to help me the most. Besides, at night, thanks to Leah, I can get a little bit of relaxation from exhaustion. Only when Lucifer's joke came out, Altria changed to a serious face. Wang. Now is the official time, please don't make such bad jokes. Otherwise, I will perform my duties. That's right. Due to the previous agreement, Altria was also Lucifer's advisor as a knight. If anyone in this country dared to preach to Lucifer, there was only the girl in front of him. This is the duty Lucifer gave her, in order to prevent Lucifer himself from making any irreversible actions on a whim due to the influence of the abyss. So far, she has done well. Of course, Altria's biggest role is to remind that the real decision is still in the hands of Lucifer. Ah! Leah, who is too serious, is really strict. The king is too lazy. Just forgive me, Leah. The workload of this level every day does not allow me to make jokes. I am afraid that one day I will be overworked. Lucifer saw that the girl in front of her was a little bit selfless. Started the selling mode. It's my negligence. If Wang wants to relax, I won't stop it, but please do it during the non-king time. Leah said while secretly wondering if she was too strict. At this moment, a report from the guard came from outside the hall, saying that it was Prime Minister Semiramis who was visiting. Hearing this news, Lucifer also put away his joking expression. He gestured Leah back to his position with his eyes, and then asked the guard to bring Semiramis in. After a simple opening on the round tabletop, Semiramis went directly to the subject. Wang. I came today to return this badge. Semiramis pushed a special badge in his hand to Lucifer. The badge slid a distance on the table, and finally came to Lucifer. Stay. I have no plans to take it back for the time being. Lucifer didn't even look at it. He pushed back the badge representing the Prime Minister. Semiramis picked it up and looked at the king in front of him. Do you really intend to let me remain the Prime Minister? Apart from you, are there other suitable candidates here? If so, recommend one to me. Otherwise, I won't take it back. Lucifer's statement is already very clear. If she can find a suitable replacement, she can retire at any time, but before that, give me a good job. There is no need to say anything about the tacit understanding between them. Semiramis smiled and put away the badge. It's really a rogue. However, it is very appetizing to me. Since I am still the Prime Minister, I can now say the purpose of this trip. At this time Semiramis began to talk about the purpose of this trip. The previous initiative to dismiss the Prime Minister's post was originally a means of retreat. If Lucifer agrees, it means that his trust in her is not enough, and the next thing cannot be said. On the contrary, it means that the next thing will be said without any problems. Asterisk. Number 51. How to deal with princesses. Please ask for votes, ask for flowers. Lucifer listened to her quietly and understood her meaning. He found that Semiramis was still looking at Altria on the side. Well, you are my Prime Minister, there is no need to hesitate between us. Similarly, Leah is the person I trust the most, and there is no need to hide between us. This is Lucifer's attitude at this time. Then I'll be straightforward. Regarding the royal family, maybe it should be called the former royal family now. Regarding her arrangement, I have a very suitable proposal here. Semiramis's proposal has not been spoken. Lucifer already understands what she wants to say. If what you want to say is marrying Morgan, you can reasonably and legally control this country. Forget it, this proposal is rejected. His calm tone was with unquestionable determination. Wang's ability to say this proves that you have also thought about this proposal. But why did you reject it? Please pardon me. Although you are now supported by a large number of newborn nobles and even the army and us, you still have many old nobles, they miss the royal blood in their hearts. If they want their support, the best way is to marry Princess Morgan. In this way, you will be the true king of Britain. The current situation in Britain is a bit complicated. The old aristocracy is also called the old royal family. In fact, they are not loyal to the royal family. They just need a spokesperson to represent their interests. These people still have a lot of energy. Lucifer's reform may touch their nerves, and the best way to get their support is to marry Morgan. In this way, even if these people are dissatisfied, they have no righteousness to oppose. At this moment, I am the King of Britain, the only king. There is no true or false, and I don't need them to admit. If they don't want to accept the reality and are still addicted to the past, then I can only bury them with the past. This country seems it is not easy to see the hope of a new life. I will not show mercy to those who dare to destroy this hope, even if my hands are stained with blood. You haven't answered me yet. Why? Asked rhetorically. You didn't choose Morgan to come to Britain as the king before, why? Lucifer responded with a rhetorical question. She doesn't have that ability. Yes. She doesn't have that ability, nor is she recognized by the Holy Sword, so she cannot become a king. If I marry Morgan now, the so-called old nobles in your mouth will definitely want to use Morgan to influence my decision. No matter whether she wants to or not, she herself will be caught in the upcoming storm. Lucifer said in a calm tone of a fact that may be realized. Morgan didn't have any talents. If she was recommended by the old nobles to become the banner against her new king, it would not be her herself, but the old nobles, who would benefit in the end. She will only become a puppet in the hands of those old foxes. Even if the confrontation fails, the old nobles can push all the crimes on Morgan, make her a witch who deceives the king, and then impose capital punishment to clear themselves away. In the end, regardless of success or failure, she is destined to have no good results. Semiramis was silent. She did not expect that the reason Lucifer did not accept this condition was not because she hated Morgan, but because she was worried about hurting Morgan. I once promised Duke George that I would be kind to the former royal family. If things turn into those things, even if I don't want to, I might face a situation where I can't kill her. The best way to be kind to the royal family is not to involve her in this. The field changed, but to keep her away from the political circle of Wang Cheng. As long as she doesn't get involved with me, she will be fine. Lucifer continued to say calmly. Chapter 18. As the new king, he represents a new regime, and certainly represents the greatest opportunity by his side. But it also means a huge risk, and Morgan's identity is destined to fail once she is involved. Of course, it wouldn't matter if she was outstanding. But unfortunately, she doesn't have that kind of talent. This can be seen from the previous turmoil in Britain. If Lucifer stands in her position, regardless of whether or not he is recognized by Wang Jian, Lucifer will directly stabilize the situation first, and then rule the court as the regent until a new king is elected. As long as domestic conflicts can be resolved and foreign enemies can be defeated at the same time, the new king will appear at that time. If you want to be a virtuous minister, you can return the power to the king. There are even many other ways. But unfortunately, those princesses did nothing, and even the 4 princes did not recognize her very much. With these examples, Lucifer didn't think it was a good thing to let her join them. Listening to Lucifer's account, Semiramis also made a decision in her heart. She said the worst-case solution she had thought of before. In that case, I suggest that Wang put her to death for the crime of rebellion. Kill all possible rebellions in the Enlightenment period. Or simply let me do it. I can let our princess die in a sad accident. Semiramis is now showing a cruelty that rivals her beauty. The princess of the old royal family is definitely a huge hidden danger for the new king, and the safest way to not leave a hidden danger is to let that princess disappear completely. The Duke of Poison uncovered the stinger under her beautiful face at this moment. Asterisk. Number 52 I am against, please ask for votes and flowers. As the Duke of the West, her words are equivalent to rebellion. But it also proved that what she wanted to protect has always been this country, not the so-called royal family. Who is the king is not the most critical thing to her, the key lies in whether the king can lead this country to prosperity. For this reason, even if things are revealed, she is willing to bear the notoriety of killing the master. Lucifer was silent at this time. He looked at Semiramis calmly, and he could be sure that her words were not a joke. For a moment, he even felt that the woman in front of him was a bit dangerous, but then he thought about it. If it was used properly, it might be safer. It's just that if you bear the darkness of this country alone, your strength is a bit heartbreaking. Lucifer hasn't said anything yet. Leah behind him has already expressed strong opposition. Absolutely not. Whether as an upright knight or as a member of the royal family, she could not agree with such a decision. Leah, don't worry. How about trusting me more? Lucifer smiled. His silence just now was probably taken by the lovely Knight G as thinking about the feasibility of this proposal. Sorry, please forgive me for my sin just now, King. No. Sins are sins. I will save your sins until the evening to execute them. Now let us return to the immediate problem. I just said that I have promised St. George to be kind to the royal family. Therefore, this proposal is also rejected. Wang, being too kind is sometimes a virtue, but it's not an advantage. Semiramis changed his tone. What this country needs is not a benevolent holy king, and the holy king cannot save this country. What it needs is a king who is decisive, who concentrates the 8 virtues of the knight in one, but also has the 7 original sins of the devil at the same time, and will not be affected by it. Is it kind? Mila, do you think I am the kind of king who will be affected by kindness? Kindness. I may have a kind heart in my heart, but that also depends on the object. Not everyone is qualified to receive their pity, and not all times they will show their pity. No. So. At this point, Semiramis thought of another possibility. Yes. I have a better way to deal with the old nobles. As for Morgan, I have asked St. George to show her my attitude before. Will St. George become a villain then? Since he wants to preserve the former royal family, then this is the price he must pay. He is misunderstood as a villain, and he may even harm his reputation. In fact, I also want to know what step he can do with the vows in his heart. If St. George couldn't persuade Morgan, and Morgan finally went to his opposite side and made the situation worse, he could only kill her. But at least before that, he had asked St. George to give her a chance and did what she could do. Semiramis is also much more relaxed. Since Wang has made a decision with this, she will not interfere. She would put forward her own suggestion. As to whether Wang would accept it or not, it had nothing to do with her. I hope so. After listening to your words, I suddenly thought of a problem that has been bothering me before. What is the problem that can bother wisdom as much as you? I am starting to be a little curious. It's just that you just issued a lot of laws. I don't think there is anything else, but one of the key is that the realm of the nobles is evenly distributed to all the sons. The official heir has only a small amount of preferential treatment. I am very much at this point. Doubt. Pretty. Interesting. As expected of you, I immediately discovered the problem. Friendly reminder, but it hides the key to solving the problems of the old nobles. Solving the old nobles. That's how it turns out. It seems that you still have something to come up with. Do you want to understand, my Prime Minister? At this point, Lucifer's smile was mixed with a hint of pleasant cunning. That's not a hard-to-see strategy. As long as you are a wise person, think about it and you will understand. But after the problem, seeing the problem and solving the problem are two different things. As for Semiramis, of course she wanted to understand. I want to understand, but it's useless to understand. This is a decree that tells us that there is a problem, but we have not refused. If it is a conspiracy, your plan will be aborted at the moment of dismantling, but it is not, even if you tell those people can't do much if they don't want your purpose. The king declared that all sons of the nobles have the right to inherit the territory, which is equivalent to dividing the nobles from within. You may not see much in a short time, but when the problem is discovered, these divided nobles have long lost the ability to gather and fight against the central government. After all, 30 people discussing treason is far more difficult than 3 people discussing treason. It is often said that there are more people and more power, but when there are more people, they will lower their intelligence and turn them into mobs. I like to call it a conspiracy. Lucifer said the word. Very good. I found that we are getting more and more harmonious. The king needs to maintain his shining image, and it is best not to use conspiracy. Leave the conspiracy part to me, and you will continue to use your conspiracy as you are now. Have you really decided, Myra? Upon hearing this, Lucifer suddenly felt a little sorry for the woman in front of him. Hey! Did I hear something wrong? Does the king care about me? Semiramis's smile suddenly became very beautiful, and even Leah had a touch of heart. Well, you heard it right, I just care about you. If you do this, you will undoubtedly absorb all the shadows on my body, but the price of my brilliance is your sinking. Facing the abyss, you will also become the abyss. Affected. As the Son of Glory, the Prime Minister took the initiative to carry the scapegoat. In this way, everyone would think that the king was very kind and all his evil deeds were on the Prime Minister. Such a combination can give play to the strongest strength of Wang and Xiang, but it also requires the absolute trust of Wang and Xiang. At this moment, the two of them seemed to be connected, giving their trust to each other. Lucifer's words caused a warm current to rise in Semiramis's heart. For this country, she is ready to go to hell. There would be no place for her in heaven anyway, she had thought so, but now, at least someone can walk with her, even if only for a moment. Don't worry. I'm just enjoying the fun of the conspiracy, not the real psychological gloom as you think. So, I will leave the black face to me in the future. Trust me, I am very good at this kind of thing, her tone also softened. Really? I beg you, my Prime Minister. Semiramis left here with a satisfied smile. Although today's meeting did not achieve her original goal, she unexpectedly got more benefits than she had imagined. She looked up at the sky, feeling the moonlight so dazzling for the first time. After Semiramis left, the hall returned to calm. After hearing the words just now, the Knight Ji behind Lucifer hesitated. Wang. She whispered. This is probably her first official contact with the so-called shady. Still the shady of the king and the Prime Minister. The king's body is not only brilliance, but also darkness. Walking in the darkness, he has light in his heart, when he is in the light, he always remembers the darkness. Walking between the light and the darkness, keeping his heart, using the light and the darkness, melting into light and darkness, until finally surpassing light and darkness, this is the king. Lucifer did not defend himself, nor did he say that he would use less ambiguous things like this. He just said the kingly way he was heading. You know, Leah, I sincerely hope that all people in this country can maintain the virtue of a knight like you. In this way, even if the darkness of the whole country is concentrated on me, I will become the only villain in this country. I also think that my efforts are not meaningless. Yes, it is. Light and darkness coexist at all times. If the whole country is as bright as the sun, then the only person who bears the darkness of this country is the king, and it can only be the king. No matter when and where, your sword will always be my way forward. Leah took the initiative to hug Lucifer in public for the first time. She didn't say anything like taking it together, she knew she couldn't do it, and the only thing she could do was stay with him as a sword, if he wanted to use it. Well, no matter how time changes, you will always be my scabbard. Lucifer gently shook her hand. Everything is silent. Asterisk. Number 53. A year. 1 year has passed since Lucifer's reforms began. In this year, Lucifer absorbed a large number of civilians and new aristocratic talents, and let them hold positions in his own territory in the name of previous justice. Because of their own lives, these people were not treated by others at first, but now they can become the king's direct subordinates. The natural result from this is loyalty to the king. However, Lucifer did not allow them to hold two important positions for the time being, but mostly based on the basis. This also made the original old aristocratic faction put down a lot of vigilance. During the period, some aristocrats died, and Lucifer allocated their domain to their children in accordance with the new law. After the first one, there is a second one. In this way, no one will doubt that the new king is just talking. Coupled with the economic construction of Lucifer's use of the war reparations obtained, the territory belonging to the royal family gradually became vigorous. Lucifer also began to try to get his subordinates to use this territory as a model for internships, to fill the power gaps that will appear when the power is completely centralized in the future. Now Britain can't help but remind Lucifer of the Spring and Autumn and Warring States period in his memory. Private territory, a country within a country. After seeing the goodness of those old nobles, Lucifer didn't want to continue talking with them. Lucifer also reopened the Royal Military Academy, which had previously closed down due to insufficient funds. After a year of preparation, this place barely looks like an academy. But Lucifer does not intend to make it only as a military academy, but plans to build a comprehensive academy. At present, after handing over the affairs to his clerk, Lucifer and his knight G are preparing to go to the Wang family school for the most important task today, which is to recruit teachers for this school. Of course, it is not the military aspect, but other aspects. After arriving in a huge classroom, Lucifer sat at the front desk. In front of him is a classroom like a university in his memory. The rows of seats in front are filled with applicants this time, and the corridor outside the classroom is also under martial law by the knights. After reading these resumes, Lucifer asked them one by one, and the direction of the questions was the direction they were good at. Then, many people just left the classroom with expressions of shame in Wang's question. After a long period of time, in the end there were only 2 people with real knowledge left in this classroom, instead of flicking like before. Of course, this was within Lucifer's expectation, and it was not bad to find 2 in the interview on the first day. He didn't expect those people to be talents, even if he could find 1 out of 10, he would earn it. However, these 2 seem familiar. Hornheim? Judging from your resume, what you are good at is more like alchemy than magic. Thinking about it, Lucifer asked. If I'm good at it, what I'm good at is actually the application of the 5 elements. With that, Hohenheim demonstrated his manipulation of the elements. 5 small of different colors seemed to surround the dagger in his hand. Is the 5th element proposed on the basis of the 4 elements, that is, the overhead element ether? It turns out to be a master. As far as your hand is concerned, it is not a problem to want to be a teacher of this academy. In the words, Lucy Phil also showed his hand. A crystal-like crystal rose in his hand. Crystal spells, magic developed by Bei Long Sith. Later it was inherited by the Big Hat Logan and placed in the large library. This is the magic that a certain scaleless white dragon researched in order to obtain dragon scales. I habitually call it a crystal spell. Lucifer had only finished speaking, and the lady next to her leaned in impatiently. Wow! Awesome! So fun! This is the type of magic that I have never seen before. Coming to this country is really the most correct one of all my decisions. Hello, Night King, I'm Leonardo da Vinci. He is von Hornheim Paracelsus. The woman was happily introducing them to Lucifer. The creator of the legendary Omnipotent Man and the Sage Stone. I'm very happy to meet you. I'll start straight to the point. I want to invite you to join the magic department of this academy. Of course, there is no official under the magic department. You are the tutors for the subjects, and the names of these subjects can be determined by you. Lucifer directly explained his thoughts. The 2 in front of them have undoubtedly passed the interview. Since they came here to prove that they are also interested in the work here, there is no need to say too much polite words. No problem. But, in addition to the normal salary, we are actually more interested in the magic you just used. The highest level of the Wangli library, I used to write research findings there. This is the key. Lucifer took out 2 official employment documents and put a key on them. Da Vinci glanced at each other, and he was not polite. Deal. You two are welcome to join. After continuing to deal with some college affairs, Lucifer returned to the palace. He asked Altria to ask the kitchen to make some dessert, and he was about to take a short rest. Due to the previous poisoning of Lucifer, Altria now pays special attention to Lucifer's diet. The previous incident was discovered by Lucifer in advance, and it did not cause any problems, and even pulled out a bunch of nobles who had private transactions with France. Naturally, these people will end up without saying much. The current Janissaries have completely changed their blood once. Thanks to Altria's outstanding performance in this year, she was called the King's Shield by outsiders. Although she herself may prefer the title of King's Sword. The waiting time didn't last long, or it was still time to let Lucifer relax. Semiramis came here with a bunch of documents, and she put these things that needed to be decided into Lucifer's hands. This is the decision to be completed today. That's all? Just find a reliable person to deliver this kind of thing. Come and deliver the documents in person. It's not like your style. Lucifer said jokingly while browsing the paper documents in hand. Over the past year, the cooperation between the two of them cannot be said to be seamless, but at least they are intimate. Lucifer didn't even tell Altria about many things on the dark side, but discussed with Semiramis and asked her to execute it. If the glorious country they are looking forward to together does come, they may become the only crime in this country, or accomplices. Wang knows me very well. In addition to these written documents, there are verbal transmissions from the old nobles. They used to call me frequently and wanted me to help propose the bill. As for the content of the bill, it is the restoration of the war tax. Seeing that there was no one, Semiramis directly picked up the black tea held by Lucifer and drank it. The moment the tea entered her mouth, she frowned. The tea here is obviously not Lucy's work. She put down the cup boringly, without the idea of continuing to drink. Asterisk. Number 54. You are looking for a dead end, please ask for votes, ask for flowers. The so-called war tax is a law left by the king. The content of this law is actually very simple. That is, once the country starts fighting, everyone is obliged to pay taxes and prepare for the war. On the surface, it looks like a law beneficial to war, but it has been abused long ago. This decree still existed until a year ago, and was later abolished by Lucifer. Restore the war tax. This again. How many times have this happened? They don't seem to learn well at all, or they don't have a brain at all, and they don't understand what I said. Lucifer put down his hands. The files that have been read are full of irony in their voices. In fact, before that, those people had proposed many proposals to restore the war tax, but they were all rejected by Lucifer. Lucifer's righteousness also made them completely unable to find a reason to refute. Since the king can't say anything, he can only talk to the prime minister. The prime minister is also a great nobleman and can also benefit from the war tax. In the eyes of the old noblemen, their interests are the same. However, this is only in their opinion. I don't think so. It's just because of greed. Previously, war taxes were a major source of income for them. As long as they had a tight hand, they would immediately start a war. Of course, most of the time they were fighting against other territories in the country. War against other territories? It's a show. They are afraid of death. Will they really go to war? At most, they collude with each other, show them to the civilians, and then squeeze money out of it. Lucifer couldn't help thinking about a year ago. At that time, because of the victory of the war, they received a sum of compensation. After these people heard the news, they immediately ran over to tell themselves that so-and-so is the knight of their own family, and said that since he joined the king's commander, they did not will stop them, and won't let them return. Chapter 19. That's how it was said, but the king got these knights, did it mean to pay a ransom or something? When the knights heard these words, their faces were ashamed. However, considering the domestic situation at that time, Lucifer did not reject them altogether, but told them that France will have a balance payment every year afterwards, and he can use part of this money to compensate. Only in this way can these guys stop. Some time ago they only asked for 60,000 from France. Lucifer only took 10,000 of them, and the other 50,000 were divided among them. In theory, they should be fine. But now it seems that they have tasted the sweetness and are ready to force the palace in the same way as before, and continue to swallow the balance afterwards. To say that such a guy would waste money in warfare, Lucifer felt that it would be better to believe that the pig would climb the tree. Wang, when did you get the gossip in this regard? Are those people already unable to keep this little secret? If they really dare to propose this motion, I really think they are very interested. Say, at least the skin is thick enough. Semiramis laughed. According to their personalities and the current situation in this country, this kind of intelligence is not difficult to guess. The law was originally enacted by the king for foreign wars, but it turned out to be a tool for them to accumulate money. The reason why Britain became the way it is now, they can't shirk the blame. This country is not without national power, but most of it will be used for personal use. If you don't want to lose the chain later, you must first solve these internal problems. Wang quite hates greed. No, on the contrary, I don't hate greed, I just hate stupidity. With so many people in this country following me, it may not be realistic if they all count on them to have unlimited loyalty to the country. But even if it is greedy, let me also understand a little bit. That is what can be moved and what can't be moved. They seem to prefer the latter. I am looking forward to it now. How do you manage the situation? Is there only war tax? Based on what I know about them, their appetite won't suddenly become so small. Lucifer continued along the previous topic. If it was just a matter of war tax, Lucifer felt that they had modified it. During the year, when Lucifer and Altria talked about these things in private, even the upright Knight G had the urge to draw the sword and chop off those people. Of course, Lucifer felt that these guys wanted to get involved in the position of commander of the Knights of the Guard. And this position is currently held by a girl. These people argued that the girl was too young, or even female, as the reason she was not suitable, and they wanted to be replaced by someone they appointed. Oh! I have forgotten all about it, and the other thing they wanted to let their children into the Knights of the Round Table before. The Knights of the Round Table have their own assessment standards, and if they are met, I welcome them to join at any time. In other words, I have no reason to reject the application of an excellent knight. The current Knights of the Round Table does not have more than 100 people like in history. At present, it only has about 30 people, but the number will increase. Interestingly, the members of this knight order are all powerful figures in other respects. For example, Gawain and Lancelot are the chief and deputy commanders of the Royal City Guards, and Tristan is the general of the guerrilla forces. Altria is the commander of the Janissaries. Kyler is the commander of the newly born Thunder Lance Knights. There are many such things. Lucifer controls the Round Table, and the Round Table controls other troops. In this way, he firmly grasped the royal military power. Asterisk. Number 55. Watch me lose weight for you. His approach also gave others the illusion that as long as they join the Round Table, they can hold important positions. Because they can't reach it, they want to enter through other methods. After all, the members of the Round Table are all new aristocrats and commoner knights, and many people in this knight order hold key positions. They naturally will think about it. They stretched out their hands long enough. Anything else? Let's talk about the others together. During this time, I was busy patrolling in the academy. They should have poured a lot of bitterness on you. Just take advantage of this time. Complain to me one by one. Haha. Wang, Am I such a vulnerable person in your heart? Before you became my Prime Minister, you were a woman first. Your gentlemanly demeanor is quite exciting. In addition to the previous two, the most is to protest your tax reduction policy on business activities in the royal territory. They said that you took away all the merchants that originally belonged to them. Of course, there are some guys who deliberately said that the harvest in their territory is not good, and the tax paid this year must be reduced. Anyway, it is almost related to money. Semiramis' words not only made Lucifer laugh, but she also felt a little funny. In fact, her Western Territory approach is very similar to Lucifer's New Deal. It is also relying on reducing taxes for individual merchants to attract more merchants. Compared with their long-flowing method, most of the other nobles grabbed a few sheep and died. Taxes are collected when entering the city, taxes are collected when leaving the city, taxes are collected when buying things, and when they are being sold. In contrast, Lucifer's policy is like an angel, and there are dedicated personnel to ensure fairness. Needless to say which side the merchant would choose. It is worth mentioning that some little nobles in the royal realm have tried similar methods after seeing the effect of Lucifer's strategy, but these little nobles have all been warned by the old nobles without exception. Many of them have even been attacked. These little nobles were forced to be helpless, and they gave their territories to the royal family, and then ran to Lucifer to serve as officials. After all, these people also bullied the weak, and didn't dare to challenge Lucifer. However, this also caused protests from these old nobles. Protest to me as the king? This group of people really was not saved. Those little nobles who were beaten by them to give me land with various excuses did not protest. They still have the face to say this. Thinking of this, Lucy Phil couldn't help laughing. I feel so too. In laughter, Lucifer took out a stack of papers from the drawer. He sorted it out, then handed it to Semiramis. Mila, sort out these decrees, and tomorrow's imperial meeting depends on our cooperation. Is it a new bad idea again? Let me see, in this case, are you sure you want to do this? Myra's expression gradually became serious. The content of these decree is also very simple, that is, nationalize the land, and at the same time refine the current 5 titles of Gonghao Bozinan into 15. Each original title is divided into 1, 2, and 3 levels, such as the first level duke and the second level duke. Everyone who inherits the title of the previous generation will automatically drop 1 level. Each place is divided into counties by the state, and the nobles no longer have local autonomy, but are managed by the state. The honorary territory of the nobles is retained, but they can no longer interfere in local affairs, and the taxes due are collected and distributed by the state. This approach is similar to the Han dynasty, but it undoubtedly cut off the roots of the nobles' survival in this era. If it is placed in an era of peace, the resistance to this kind of reform will be very high, but fortunately it is a time of war. This is the backhand I told you before. Lucifer said seriously. Wang, as the Prime Minister, I have to remind you that I am also a nobleman and one of the largest noblemen in this kingdom. Semiramis did not answer directly at this moment, but smiled slightly. There are not only 4 dukes in this country, there are 9 dukes in total, but the other 5 are not as famous as them. Do you really care about that kind of thing? Okay, even if you care about it. You are my Prime Minister. Once these laws are enforced, you will become a real existence under 1 person and above 10,000 people. What? It's better than you are maintaining that territory alone now, and it's better to deal with those old guys. Lucifer also smiled. After a year of getting along, Lucifer almost understood what the 4 of them were. Especially Semiramis, perhaps the only one of the 4 grand princes will definitely not object to this proposal. Collecting all the power in the king, if Wang Yingming, will undoubtedly lead the whole country to the extreme of light and glory. Even if you don't talk about it, it is in terms of power. Although Lucifer abolished the real power of the nobility, he gave Semiramis more power. Just like now, those old nobles will still show her face here, there are 5 grand princes just like them. But once the reforms are completed, she, the Prime Minister, will truly live under Lucifer. Well, that's true. I need to discuss with the other 3 people once. Semiramis did not answer immediately, but was going to discuss with the other 3 grand princes. After all, this is a major event. If you don't ventilate in advance, you won't be able to cooperate later. Judging from the content of this decree, there will definitely be a rebellion within Britain in the coming year. This also requires the 3 of them to prepare in advance. No problem. After the restructuring, each of you's positions are in it. Believe me, it's definitely much larger than your current grasp. Don't you worry that they will be driven into desperation, and then take the lead in rebelling. If they rebel, it just proves that the existence of nobles is the root of the country's unrest. As a king, I have the power and obligation to eradicate them. If they do not rebel, then their harm will be minimized. Besides, you forgot about us. Is the current inheritance bill? Lucifer smiled and said, a mortal situation. This is the benefit of having righteousness. If they do, it proves that they have problems and they have to solve the problems themselves. If they don't do it, they will never have a chance to do it in the future. To put it simply, martial arts have to be abolished. Oh. Interesting. In this way, there is no need for us to do anything, and they themselves will be in chaos. Civil strife often means crime, and the king will have the righteousness to send troops to stop it. No matter how they choose, they will lose what they are now. All. Simply put, checkmate. Lucifer took out a chess piece and placed it on the chessboard on the table. Yes, the current situation was decided from the beginning. Because of the previous tweeting order, many sons of those nobles have already begun to look forward to their future lives. After all, you see, originally they could not inherit anything, but suddenly the king told them that they could inherit some territories, and of course they would think that it was theirs. At this time, if the patriarch of these nobles rebelled, these sons might first disagree. After all, let's not say whether they can succeed. Even if they succeed, if the previous decree is abolished, they will immediately have nothing. A decree a year ago had caused problems within these nobles, and now Lucifer just exploded the problem in advance. Asterisk. Number 56. Another year, seeking votes, flowers. Time passed quickly, and it was another year. In this year, in addition to the academy that was gradually getting on the right track, Lucifer did the most thing to bring troops to suppress the rebellion. There have been 7 rebellions in 1 year, except for the most powerful first. The other times were just farce. Even the last time, before Lucifer's army arrived, they fought internally and surrendered. The first rebellion was led by 3 dukes, who were also leaders of the old aristocracy. Together with many members of the old nobles, a total of more than 100,000 troops have been assembled. But in fact, most of them were just civilians who were arrested. Among them, there were only more than 50,000 troops belonging to them. Lucifer first used counter-intermination to make them suspicious of each other, and then deliberately interviewed one of them. This directly caused them to doubt their own people. After killing each other, Duke Alan finally killed the other 2, swallowed their soldiers, and prepared to fight Lucifer. And the result is naturally needless to say. Lucifer used the undercover he left in advance and held up the king's righteousness to directly cause the captured soldiers to turn on the spot, taking advantage of the chaos he solved Alan. So far, this time, the massive rebellion was directly dismantled. All relevant personnel, who were killed according to their crimes, were killed, and were sent to labor camps for exile. At this point, Wang's prestige has been pushed to its apex. The legend of the invincible king gradually spread throughout the country, and at the same time, the lower classes and civilians who were liberated because of Lucifer's New Deal began to sing Lucifer. On the horse of the British South Road, Lucifer couldn't help feeling that this country still had many advantages of its own before. At least many people would directly lay down their weapons after seeing that their master was killed. This saved Lucifer a lot of time in countering the rebellion, and also minimized the damage caused by the rebellion. After a year's time, the reforms that have been promoted have basically been implemented, and the next step is to ensure its completion. For this reason, Lucifer also set up an adjudication office for supervision. And in order to determine the effect of the New Deal, Lucifer will occasionally lead the knights to patrol everywhere. He had already gone to the north, east, and west 3 places before. After the inspection, he found that the north and the west have the best acceptance of the New Deal, while the east is relatively close. Among them, especially the west, which was originally a relatively developed area of commerce, Lucifer's New Deal undoubtedly brought them prosperity. These people are also the group that supports Lucifer the most. At this time, Lucifer couldn't help but feel that it's great to have a capable prime minister. If there was no Semiramis in the city, Lucifer imagined that it would take a long time to prepare for a tour like this. The current military affairs department is currently led by the 3 Duke Marshals. Of course, the top leader is Lucifer himself. Corresponding to it is the financial secretary. The Lucifer 3 divisions replaced the previous chaotic system. In the south, along with the reform of the military system, all the troops here are unified as the Southern Army and commanded by Marshal St. George. There is no problem with the private soldiers of the nobility in the past. After Lucifer came to the Dragonscale Fortress, he routinely inspected everything here. Here is the starting point of his fame. Coming again, unlike before, this time someone has been out of town to welcome him. After staying here for 2 days, Lucifer set off for the White Rock Fortress. After 2 years, the White Rock Fortress has been rebuilt and is stronger than before. This fortress is now not so much a defensive stronghold, as it is a transit station and rear. Because there is still a small fortress being built on the more distant Rhine River, which is a new stronghold for the defense of the French. Although the 2 countries have now truce, everyone knows that once the truce time has passed, the 2 countries will reignite war. Lucifer came to the newly built glorious fortress, and he found that Siegfried was in charge of the fortress's oversight. After the tour, Lucifer asked the knights to rest, and he took Altria away temporarily for a walk outside. Although the cavaliers are a little worried about this decision, considering that Lucifer is now known as the strongest knight in Britain, and Altria, who defeated Gawain before the first half of the year and became the head of the Round Table, they did not think so. There will be any security issues. Interestingly, the current Altria, together with the other 3 princes, was called the 4 Horsemen of the Kings by others. Compared to 2 years ago, she is indeed a lot more mature. Strolling along the avenue, they came to a hillside full of flowers. Although the flowers here are just wild flowers that can be seen everywhere, they seem to symbolize the rebirth of this country. Along the way, they also saw some farmers who were busy farming. The eyes of these 2 strange knights were no longer the horror before, but sincere respect. They sat on the turf together, looking at the scenery in front of them. A small town can be seen at the end of the avenue not far away. Time flies so fast. Under the leadership of Wang, this country has really become completely different from before. I can see hope in their eyes now. At this moment, Altoria is leaning on Lucy. On Phil's shoulder, she didn't have her hair curled up like before. The golden hair spread out, giving her a little girlish air. Since getting the scabbard, her body has stayed the same 2 years ago, and may stay there forever. She didn't regret it, and didn't mean much to worry about it. I just gave them the direction they can work hard for. In the past, this country had various taxes. In addition, the nobles would take advantage of it from time to time. Ordinary people had to work hard for this, but it was difficult to survive this way. This situation has disappeared since Lucifer became king. Not only can civilians eat and wear warmth, but the intensity of work is not as much as before, and some people can even accumulate some money to send their children to school. Although the new decree is only more than a year old, many people have begun to call Lucifer a virtuous king. Although most of the time, he is still named the Night King. Altria also understands this. During the inspections during this time, she saw a lot. She once said to Merlin that everyone was smiling happily, as long as that was enough. Now, what was once a dream has become a reality. And she also became one of them. Before, everyone has been living in the shadow of war. Because of this, the hope in front of you is rare. If there is no war from now on, everyone's smile will continue. If there really is that day, I think I can be much more relaxed. Unfortunately, the next country will not watch the theater just because I don't do it. As long as there is a king, this country will not disappear. We all believe in this way. Although I have heard too many such things, I still find these words from Leah's mouth very beautiful. Speaking of which, we haven't walked alone like this for a long time. During the words, Lucifer turning his face to look at the girl beside him. Asterisk. Number 57. Love is a kind of talent, please ask for votes, ask for flowers. No matter how many times I look at the girl's profile, it won't make people feel bored. As if feeling Lucifer's sight, Altria's face gradually showed a hint of red. Although there is no secret in their minds and bodies, she will unconsciously lower her head when facing Lucifer's eyes, and the girl's unique expression will appear on her face. They used to laugh at Gawain with this expression, and then Gawain lost his position as the head of the round table. That was also the first time that other round tables saw the strength of the king's right hand, Altria. If the master wishes, I can walk with you at any time. Let's go then. Go and take a look at this piece of land that has just been recovered. Without continuing to tease the girl in front of her, Lucifer took her hand and walked towards the avenue down the hillside. When they walked down the hill, a ray of magic flashed over their bodies, and the silver armor turned into magic and disappeared into the air, replaced by the casual clothes of lovers that they would wear together when they secretly dated. While strolling, they saw some French and Britons communicating normally. This scene surprised Leah somewhat, and her face was more of a smile. The boundary between the French and the Britons on the border is not as clear as in the royal city. This is probably because the border has always been in a zone where wars are concentrated. In many cases, a ruler may be changed in a few days. Although the war is terrible, it can also accelerate the integration of culture and ethnicity in a sense. Lucifer calmly talked about a certain possibility. In the war, perhaps even the first to be able to integrate with each other is the people on the border. Although they endured the pain of war, they also learned the wisdom to survive in war. Just like in the royal city, French people, even French merchants, will be treated with prejudice. Here, people from two countries can become friends. People will change with changes in the living environment. But this heavy price has been borne by everyone. If possible, Leah prefers to be able to complete the integration in a peaceful way. After 2 years of getting along with Lucille, I have gradually realized that a gentle way seems to be beautiful, but it may never be realistic. Although the girl is a true knight and possesses the virtues of a knight, she is not a virgin in the traditional sense, and she has never been naive. And her pure truth that she still maintains after experiencing the war and purgatory is Lucifer's favorite place. Don't think too much, thinking too much of some things will only make yourself a headache. You are my sword, as long as you fight for me, as for the people and the country, that is my scope. This was not decided long ago. Is it something? During the words, Lucifer grabbed the girl's hand and couldn't help but strengthen a little. He looked at the girl knight beside him, and Leah was also looking at him right now. As they looked at each other, they all saw each other's hearts. Well, I always thought that the luckiest thing in my life was to meet Lucille. I have always thought of it this way. Maybe you should use the word happiness. Yes, happiness. For a time, invisible silence filled them. The smell of mud in the breeze, the familiar touch between the fingers, the number of repeated walks, the usual conversations, the sights that can be seen everywhere, I should have been used to it, but everything in front of me is so clear and unique. After a while, Lucifer gradually awakened from the fairy tale atmosphere. Chapter 20. Leah, you really don't want to be a queen, but instead want to stay by my side as a knight? He asked a question that had been asked many times before. And the answer this time is not surprising. Lucille has asked a lot about this question. My answer is still the same as before. Please don't continue to ask, this is my only reservedness as a knight. Leah also knows Lucifer's mind very well. In the past 2 years, many people have actually suggested that Lucifer take a concubine or queen first. Even before, the old aristocracy would introduce his daughter to Lucifer. Well, even hold a dance party or something. In this regard, Lucifer pushed off because the country has not stabilized. Now that the country is basically stable, Lucifer's marriage will once again be put in front of everyone. And this is also the last chance for Altria. Altria wanted to serve Lucifer as a knight, rather than staying in the harem as a good girl. She also subconsciously thought in her heart that whether the knight should be the mistress, this is arrogant. Is the knight reserved? This is also one of Leah's lovely places. Lucifer didn't insist on saying anything. She wanted to live as a knight forever, and she didn't want to dim her light. Although she would definitely accept it now with words like commands, it's better to think about it. It's cute, I don't have any. Altria's voice became a little quieter. Well, now this slightly shy expression because of shyness is also very cute. It is better to say that it is because Leah usually has a serious expression on her face, so the relaxed girly style is especially charming. Lucille, which one do you prefer? Me? Leah, have you heard a word? What? Children only make choices. Of course, adults must like them. When serious, Leah has a stern and heroic beauty. Girlish Leah is more like an innocent eldest lady. By the way, the question you have just now looks like a girl in love. Lucifer's final teasing made Altria very happy. Really? Of course. Great. Actually, I had no confidence in the love with Lucille before. Before I met Lucille, I didn't even think that I could like someone, and I never thought that I would still be in love. Ability. Just before, I had been wondering if I was a qualified love partner. Altria has never lacked confidence in herself, whether it is swordsmanship or the ability to lead, or even the ability to handle affairs. But when facing Lucifer, she still subconsciously felt a little guilty. You know, Leah. Like is an innate talent, either born or never. Lucifer raised the overlapping hands of the two of them. His actions have already explained the type of Altria. Altria looked at their hands, and finally fell on the pair of silver rings on their ring fingers. I used to think that being in love was a bit extravagant for myself. Luxury? Hey, when it comes to this, I'm suddenly a little curious. Lucifer suddenly thought of something interesting. The look in his eyes towards Altria changed slightly. Asterisk. Number 58 Miss Cavaliers can't say. Lucifer's gaze made the girl subconsciously scared. Not really fearing anything, but worrying about Lucifer's bad ideas. Every time Lucifer had this look in her eyes, she would be assigned some bad ideas, such as the maid costume before, and the student uniforms from Far East, and even... What? The horrible memories of the past made Leah spit out 2 words subconsciously. Leah, if I didn't show up and you were crowned king, you would probably show up as a man. Lucifer asked with interest. Well, no matter how I look at it, I can't make people feel at ease. As a king ruling the country, it is more convenient to be a male. So, this is where I am curious. Leah, if you are crowned as a man, then you will inevitably face the same problems as I am now. Regardless of political marriage or other things, you will definitely have a female queen. What are you going to do at that time? Lucifer's question made the originally serious girl instantly dumb. What? She had never thought about this issue before. She was completely stunned. Lucifer also stopped at this time, looking forward to her answer. However, Lucifer also suddenly thought of another serious problem. Given his current relationship with Altria, shouldn't he be called Mordred after having a child? And many more. It's not very dangerous to think so. Could it be my face that the passive bonus of Mo's a cheating sword in this world is my face? What is the name of the pair of Leah's treasures, Pit Ma sword? I don't know why, thinking of this, Lucifer felt an inexplicable sense of joy, and he quickly threw this funny idea away and focused on it. The girl's tangled expression continued, but he further teased. Lily is evil. This question, I can't answer it. As if thinking of something, Altria's expression was a little evasive. She didn't know that the change in her expression aroused Lucifer's interest even more. But I want to know. As a king, I care about the life of my knight, and as a lover I also take care of the spirit of my partner. Now, I order you, Knight Altoria, to answer my question. Please, Leah, I'm really curious. First order, then please. Under the double suppression, Altria couldn't find a reason to refuse at all. I don't know. I have no experience with this kind of thing. I might ask my aunt. Altria's face flushed, she said the answer. However, Lucifer didn't let the poor lady knight go. He lowered his body and pressed his forehead to the girl's forehead. Their eyes are only a short distance away, and the tips of their noses can feel each other's body temperature. Really? Only these? Miss Knight, lying to the king is a big crime. Really? Seeing that Altria couldn't resist Lucifer's eyes, and when she was about to lose control, an untimely voice suddenly sounded. Goo! The empty stomach bag is telling his mistress of his strong demands. Such a gaffe was seen, and for a moment, Lucifer could almost see bursts of hot steam coming out of Altoria's ears. The temperature from her forehead soared, making people almost think she had a fever. Seeing the silence of Knight G, Lucifer couldn't help smiling. Hungry? Yet. Altria nodded gently. Okay. The pleasant topic just now ends here for now, let's go to the small town in front for dinner. Great. Knight G thought she had escaped, but her joy was ruthlessly wiped out by Lucifer before she lasted a few seconds. Is it great? When I wait for the question just now until the evening, I will ask it out bit by bit. Don't even want to run. King, please pay attention to your words, and don't make this silly joke at will. This will greatly reduce your majesty. Facing Lucifer's step-by-step pressing, Altria learned without a teacher. Transfer the image. She instantly changed her serious expression. It was clearly their time for the two of them, but Altria deliberately set herself up as a knight, and wanted to force the topic to go to business. Such embarrassment made Lucifer very surprised. Hey! Leah actually learned to avoid my problems as a knight. My lovely and serious Knight G was taken away. Who did it? Isn't it you? Except Lucille, who else can do me? Ah! Altria seemed to speak out of her own self. In the words, she suddenly felt a subtle difference in her words. She blushed again. Lucifer continued happily along her words. Yes, it's great to have a capable Knight G. There is nothing to do with the knight, but nothing to do. At this point, Lucifer suddenly felt the serious and stressful look in the Knight G beside him. Okay. Although it has opened up a lot in some aspects, in some jokes, Altria still insists on her bottom line. It's the same even in private time. In her words, it must not detract from Wang's glorious image. As far as the image is concerned, Lucifer has no consciousness, which is just reminded and made up for by the lovely Knight G. Okay. Okay. Eat. Eat. Lucifer said about it all at once. How much Lucifer gave up made Altria breathe a sigh of relief. If Lucifer kept asking, she didn't know what to do. They quickened their pace and saw the town before they came. Surprisingly, there are not many people seen on the street. Judging by the size of this small town, there should be thousands of people living here. People, there are few accidents. I haven't found it on the hillside before. Altria glanced around and found that there were basically no people in the streets. She felt a little strange. After all, everyone's life is getting better all the way from before. The town did not look abandoned, but no one was seen. Probably there is some activity in the town. I hope the restaurant is not closed, otherwise we will have to cook by ourselves after walking for so long. Lucifer looked around, looking for the shadow of the restaurant. However, most restaurants in this era are pub-type places, and the food in them is limited. Speaking of eating, Altria's eyes suddenly lit up. She looked at Lucifer and said, "I'm looking forward to Lucille's cuisine." Well, the chefs in the palace also like Lucille's cuisine. Speaking of the chefs in the palace, in the previous 2 years, due to several poisoning incidents, the people in the palace were cleaned several times. Asterisk. Number 59 Burning the witch to death, please ask for votes, ask for flowers. The palace was cleaned and the personnel changed frequently. For a while, no one could cook for Lucifer, but this was not a big deal for Lucifer. Holding my famous saying, Lucifer simply did it by himself. As a result, the cute Night G has a tendency to become a foodie. When it comes to cooking, it can be traced back to Lucifer's last life. As an ordinary person, Lucifer initially learned cooking with a bad attempt to make a girl. As a result, Lucifer, who was almost destined to be lonely for a lifetime after the first and last fall in love, found that after learning how to cook, at least he was starving. What a sad story! However, this extra skill can be used now. And he is somewhat surprised. I'm very happy to hear Leah say that. But it's not a bad thing to try folk cuisine occasionally. After all, I can't stay in the kitchen all the time. Lucifer's unintentional words made Altria seem to be struck by lightning at this moment. Lucille doesn't plan to cook anymore? How come? Altria was stunned, the dull hair on her head standing up like a sword. Her expression seemed to be the end of the world. Hey, cheer up! Why have you changed your job into a foodie? I mean, you can't always, not forever. Oh! I was scared to death. Ah! Please forget the words I just said. At this time, the knight finally realized how gaffe she was. I always feel that Leah has a special obsession with eating. Is there any special reason? For example, Avalon and the Holy Sword consume too much magic power. What needs to be supplemented by eating? Lucifer was a little strange. In the memory of that world, the reason why Altria became a foodie seems to be because the giant guardian's ability as a magician is seriously insufficient, and she is not even a third-rate, so it drags her down. What is the situation of the living person in front of her? Could it be that the Avalon given to her before was very expensive? In terms of magic power, there is no problem with Lucille's daily replenishment. But eating delicious dishes can make people feel happy. In order to cope with the battle that may come at any time, a good mood is very important. Is this the legendary food eating theory? Lucifer was speechless about this. It didn't take long before they found a tavern and opened the door to enter it. It looked a little deserted here, or it was just a bit deserted today. After seeing the luxurious clothes on them, the waiter served them carefully. Although the aristocracy of this country does not have the autonomy of the past, and in many cases it is just a title of honor, but even so, it is not that civilians like them can offend. Only 2 people nearby lowered their heads subconsciously after seeing them. They were still wondering why the noble master suddenly came to such a small place. Lucifer and the others ordered some food at any time, and they were a little strange after the waiter left. Where did the people in this small town go? However, they soon had no doubts. There was a loud shout outside the door. The result is out. The mayor decided to burn the terrible witch in the square. Everyone hurry up and see. A male voice came. Then came many similar voices. Burn the witch to death. Burn her to death. Lucifer and Altria hadn't fully figured out what had happened yet. The waiter had already put down his job and ran out in front of them. They glanced at each other and discovered the reason for the lack of people. Master! Altria got up, a flash of magic flashed over her body, and replaced it with the knight's armor. Well, let's go. Go and see what happened. I don't remember the crime of a witch in the law I made. Lucifer got up and walked towards the gate. His body was burning with flames, and when the flames dissipated, the king's armor had appeared on him. They walked out of this deserted. The square of the town is full of voices at the moment. Almost all the people in the whole town came here, most of them holding simple farm tools as weapons, and they looked angrily towards the center of the square. On a temporary high platform in the middle of the square, a blonde girl was tied to a huge wooden stake with ropes. She was dressed in grey and looked like an ordinary country girl. Her feet are already full of dry wood, and torches can be seen around the platform. In front of her stood a man in his 30s, who also had blonde hair. And he was angrily inciting the people in the audience. Dear people of Britain, we are gathered here today for a common goal. My homeland, the land under our feet, where we were born and raised, has been cursed by the witch. Everyone has suffered all kinds of unlucky things all the time. And today, we finally found the culprit of everything. It's her. This witch has brought us disaster. He yelled and pointed the finger at the tied village girl. For a while, the people in the audience changed and started clamoring like crazy. Yes. My mother was killed because of her, said a young lady. My father broke his foot because of the curse of the witch. Another man said. My brother too. One more. Chapter 21. My sister too. Then there was another one. With the appearance of these seemingly innocent victims, it seemed for a while that all the misfortunes in this small town were related to what they called the witch. Some people even blamed the witch for falling down. The crowd in the audience was already boiling, and together they cursed loudly for the witch to die. Everything is the witch's fault. For justice. The witch must die. Burn the witch to death. Put the witch to death. Burn her to death. Kill her. Located at the center of all the focal points, the man is very happy at the moment. His name is Forfar, and he was originally just an ordinary member of this small town. Until one day a few people in black found him, they gave him money, taught him the skills of inciting the people, and even created many other disasters. Relying on these, he squeezed out the original mayor and became the leader here. Everything is for the present, in order to put the ordinary village girl in front of him on the torture frame. Of course, he didn't understand why it had to be this girl. He didn't know what the man in black thought, but he didn't have to think about it. Anyway, after the event is over, he can get a lot of money, and maybe even he can be praised by people, and then his fame will be heard by the king, and then he will reach the pinnacle of life. No matter what happens in the future, at this moment, he really feels the taste of power. He became more and more addicted, as if he was a king now. Asterisk. Number 60 Wisdom Attack. The sentiment in the square was agitated, and everyone's eyes were focused on the stage. Forfar enjoyed this feeling very much. Quiet. Please be quiet, everyone. I understand your feelings at this moment, and I am as sad as everyone. So I want to question the witch, Joan of Arc? Doc. Why are you so cruel and bring disaster here? On a piece of land. He fantasized himself as the king of this country, and gestured with his arms high. I am not a witch, and Al is not a witch. We just want to live the lives of ordinary people, and we have done nothing. Jean's expression was desperate. The sight in front of her was a bit dazzling, making her almost blind. Originally, she and her sister were just the most ordinary girls born in this film. She was also satisfied with her life and didn't think too much about it. Even if the land changed its owner 2 years ago, she felt nothing. After the death of their parents, their sisters have been living together. Although it is difficult, their lives are much better than before due to the new policy of the new king. Originally, they still imagined that life would continue like this. But destiny abandoned them mercilessly. They were framed as witches, and not many people believed them at first. But with the passage of time and the weird things that happened around them, more and more people began to believe that they were witches. Then, under the control of the minded people, the demented people completely regarded them as witches and wanted to judge them in the most primitive way. Just today, she was directly tied here. She didn't even understand what happened. Now she can only pray that her sister who is out will not come back. Sophistry. 2 months ago, your group of 13 people went to a nearby forest. Everyone died. Why did you come back alive? Falfar asked loudly. I do not know. A month ago, the 4 families living with you, your house caught fire together. Why did you only escape alive? Why can your sister walk in the flames without getting hurt? Why does the wild flying dragon attack the neighborhood, but doesn't attack you in front of it? In countless questionings, countless tortures from the line of sight, coupled with the thrown up from the audience, for a while, Joan couldn't help but feel that she had done something wrong. Maybe that's right. Maybe it's really your own problem. Maybe he is a disaster star. Maybe her own birth was a mistake. Such thoughts gradually grew in her heart. The girl named Jean is just an ordinary girl. She does not have the perseverance of a hero. She can maintain a firm self even when the world doubts herself. Like most people. When a person suspects that they have a problem, that person may refute it, reflect when there are 10 people, and lose themselves when there are 100 people, and when one faces 1,000 people's questions, they can only instinctively think I am the one with the problem. It seems sad, but it is also the most helpless self-comfort. God! What did we do wrong? If I was born with sins in this life, please forgive me with a kind heart for the sins I have committed in this life. Jean's face was covered with ashes, and she looked up to the sky, as if hoping that the gods in the distance could hear her prayers. However, her prayers did not seem to be heard. Shut up! You witch, you are not qualified to pray to God! Forfar yelled immediately. He picked up a long wooden stick beside him and slammed it on Jean's head. At this moment, I really enjoy this feeling of dominating the lives of others, and want to prove my strength through violence. The wooden stick fell heavily. This remembering time seemed to have slowed down. The crowd saw this scene as if blood was beaten, and even many people wish they were the one standing on the stage. They looked forward to the sight of Joan of Arc's head being bloomed and blood splattered. As for whether it is too cruel, she is a witch, and the witch should die. Many people thought of it morbidly. Joan closed her eyes as if she had accepted her destiny. However, the heavy wooden stick did not fall on her head. In front of her forehead, one hand grabbed this for a wooden stick. Don't pray in a world without God, girl. Lucifer's gentle words remembered in Joan's ear. She opened her eyes slightly, and at that moment, the sun shone on the night in front of her, and she seemed to see the real God. What person? Forfar looked at Lucifer in front of him, focusing on the armor on his body. He instinctively felt a guilty conscience. Because I can't accept the setbacks of reality, I aim the finger at a weak girl. Is this your justice? Is it really cheap? During the words, Lucifer's hands burned with flames. The stick also burned along Lucifer's arm. Forfar lost the stick subconsciously as if holding a poisonous snake. He hadn't recovered yet. A magical outbreak blew around Lucifer, and the strong wind suddenly knocked the clown down, and he rolled all the way to the stage. Lucifer's sudden appearance put the scene into a short dead silence, and everyone seemed to be unresponsive for a while. This is the case for people with dementia. If they lose the leader, they lose all abilities. He's a kind of witch, he wants to save this witch. Stop him! Falfar got up from the ground with a bruised nose, and he pointed at Lucifer and yelled. He was reasonably sensible. From the moment he saw Lucifer's armor, he had understood that Lucifer's identity was definitely not simple. At least he had never seen such a luxurious armor in his 30-year-long life. Viscount? No, such a sophisticated armor design, is it Piaget? At this moment, he was very scared. But he also understood that he had no retreat. If he surrendered to Lucifer now, without telling what Lucifer would do, these ignorant people in front of him would take the lead of his surrender. Under the pressure of life, he can only walk one way to the dark. Now he has made plans to escape. How to do? This guy must be a big man, and I'm afraid he will not be confused after offending him. Fortunately, the idiots here didn't realize this, so I just kept doing it and encouraged these idiots to kill him. Anyway, after the final investigation, they must have been arrested and sent to jail. The death penalty was also their death. I was able to take advantage of the chaos and escape. Yes, flee to France with the money. The ignorant people did not realize that Forfar had planned to sell them. When they heard Feifel's words, they seemed to be taking drugs for an instant. They held up the primitive weapons in their hands, and yelled at which to die and surrounded Lucifer. In their view, Lucifer had only one person, and they had thousands of people. This contrast of power has made them less courageous, and there are even many people who claim to be messengers of justice to kill another innocent person with peace of mind. Asterisk. Number 61 want to be a partner of justice? Please ask for tickets, ask for flowers. What? You said that the messenger of justice will not kill innocent people. I say that you are guilty, and you are guilty. If I first say that you are guilty, and then kill you, you are not considered innocent. This is the simplest logic in front of them. In the crowd, a petite blue figure jumped to Lucifer's eyes. Altria didn't draw her sword, she also used the technique of magic burst, the magic emanating from her formed a storm, instantly blowing down all the closest crowd within more than 10 meters. The knock-on effect caused by this is that the people behind those people are also blown down. If it weren't for the fact that it was Britain, these people were just being fooled or even not a threat to the king. Just preparing to besiege the king would be enough for Altria to kill them all. Altria frowned, her hand was already on the sword. They have just sent a magic message to the former king's forbidden army Silver Sword Knights. They only need to wait a moment before the knights will arrive. Then this farce will settle down. Before that, if these people are still prepared to continue their ignorance after the warning, then she can only draw a sword. Fortunately, Altria's attack just now blew a lot of people away, and it also made many people retreat subconsciously. After all, the reason why they were so fierce before was because Joan was weak and would not resist, but now these two knights are obviously not like this. They were afraid that the two knights in front of them would kill them in a rage. Who are you? Falfar continued to insist on the surface, but secretly scolded the cowards around him. He didn't realize that he was a coward himself. If you can't know my name from the face you have seen, this ignorance is a sin in itself. At this moment, Lucifer's voice was chilly. I don't care who you are. Now leave me there. We are undergoing a glorious and great trial. The witch must die, and Britain must get peace. Yes. That's it. This time, despite the clamor of people around, no one dared to step forward. They are not an army, but just a mob. When encountering a natural disaster of the dragon level, they will only run away subconsciously instead of stepping forward. Witch? Still peaceful? Are you funny? If you don't want to let go, then don't blame me. Didn't you see, I now represent public opinion. Do you want to be an enemy of everyone in the town? Do you want to be an enemy of Britain as a whole? You want to go against this? Is it a just trial? You are not qualified to represent Britain, let alone justice. In the words, Lucifer drew out his sword of the king. The intense light radiated from the sword, and for a while, it was like the sun that made people unable to look directly at it. He did not swing down his sword, but raised it to the sky, the golden light shining further away. The crowd was in chaos, and someone finally recognized the sword. That is King. It is the glory of Wang Jian. The person standing in front of us is the king. An old man knelt down in horror. He hadn't seen Lucifer, but he had seen the ancestor king and his sword. With this as a starting point, the chaos of the crowd became greater. Several expressions appeared on their faces, and many people knelt to the ground subconsciously after seeing the old man's actions. Perhaps the most unbelievable person is Feifel. He has already thought that Lucifer's identity is not simple, but he has never thought of being Wang himself. At this moment, his brain is blank, and he has lost his ability to speak. Almost at the same time, a large group of knights entered the town. At the same time, there are many knights in the outskirts of the town, and 3,000 silver knights surround the town. Although the armor of the leading knight is silvery white, the key part is black. He is the commander of this force and his name is Agavan. He has performed well in previous battles to suppress the rebellion. He is known for his cold personality and is now a member of the Round Table. Wang. It was too late to let the king be disturbed by these mobs. Please be punished. Ager's High Wen came to Lucifer and saluted him. Zig Fei, I have seen the king. Kagi Fei saluted at the same time. Age Gai Wen King, lead the knight to take them all together. Lucifer retracted the sword and issued an order to the knight. Yes. In a short while, Ager Gai Wen directly commanded the knights to start their hands. The originally chaotic scene was instantly calmed down. In the face of the regular knights, these people directly put down the farm tools in their hands, and many even began to beg for mercy, but all this was ignored by Age Gai Wen. If it hadn't been for Lucifer's order, he wouldn't be so gentle now. In his opinion, just facing the king's sword is a capital crime. Some people might say that they didn't know that it was the king and begged for forgiveness, but Ager's High Wen didn't think so. Since the crime was committed because of ignorance, then die with this ignorance. This is the best ending for the man who knows. Taking advantage of this time, Lucifer put Joan down from the stake, he untied his cloak and put it on the girl, and then gave her to Altria. He asked her to take someone out of here first to help her heal the wound on her body. After doing this, Lucifer also learned what happened here through the interrogation of Ager's rules. To put it simply, there are always misfortunes happening around the girl named Joan of Arc, but every time she can miraculously survive, even sometimes dragons and the like deliberately avoid her, plus she seems to have some special abilities. The so-called became a witch. Originally, these were just very normal things. There are thousands of people in this small town. If you look for it, you will find that what happened to Joan basically happened to them. It's just not that exaggerated. After hearing what happened here, Lucifer felt that Joan of Arc was not so much a witch as a child of miracle. Same as her sister. In almost all the news, there is no proof that Joan directly hurt people, and it can even be said that she is eager to help others. Such a girl is slandered as a witch under the control of a caring person. Is the purpose of the other side Joan herself? Or is it just because this goal is easy to use, so I want to use her to combat the prestige of Britain's just getting better? On the throne, Lucifer thought for a while. The turmoil in front of me may seem like a farce, but if you think about it, if you don't handle it well, it may cause a chain reaction. Seeing Lucifer's thoughts, Zig Fei looked at the ordinary people, and he was ready to express his thoughts. Wang, please forgive my gaffe. But since so many people believe that she is a witch, isn't it? He didn't finish what he said, but it also meant something. Asterisk. Number 62. The law does not blame the public? Naive. In reality, if several people say that one person is a badass at the same time, then everyone may not believe it, but when this number becomes thousands of people, it makes people subconsciously take it as a fact. The three become tigers. Unfortunately, most people here don't even know what they're doing. Simply put, they don't have a brain. They don't know if there is a problem with Joan, but since everyone said that, it must be the case. The fear of being isolated by others makes them subconsciously want to follow the crowd. Lucifer knew the situation very well. My own participation has meant that this is not just a simple turmoil, but also the source of more cholera. If you compromise at this time, then turmoil like this may appear in various places and become out of control. Humph. If you think so, then I can only say that you are too naive. If you think that this small method can trigger a large-scale domestic outbreak, then I will let you know who your opponent is now. Lucifer looked at Siegfried calmly. Instead of responding to his words, he raised a question. He answered Siegfried's doubts with questions. General Sieger, why is it sin that a person slanders and kills a person? The crime of murder. Siegfried responded immediately. He was a little surprised at the same time, why Lucifer would ask. So what about the two people? Continue to ask rhetorically. Conspiracy to murder. How about 10? Chapter 22. Collusion. At this moment, Siegfried's voice was a little hesitant. 100. Riot kills. Yes. It seems that you are also very aware of the British law. There has never been a decree in the law that I enacted that our birth is a sin. We are born with sin. That is the practice of religious bastards, not us. The law of the Kingdom of Knights. Understand? Many religions condemn the birth of a person as a sin, and a person can be judged smoothly by adding various names. Even in the name of justice. This approach made Lucifer feel ridiculous. Want to be a partner of justice? At the very least, you must have the consciousness of Iomiya Kirisu. Yes. Siegfried already understood what Lucifer meant. It's not that Wang didn't understand what happened here, but that Wang was thinking about a country, not some people here. Since you understand that it is a crime for 100 people to kill, why are 1,000 people? 1,000 malicious people want to use this brutal way to kill a young girl? Tell me. Is this what is called justice? Lucifer raised his own volume, and his voice reached the ears of everyone present. Hearing these words, some of the knights who were still a little hesitant immediately straightened their waists. That's right, the person in front of them was planning to kill an innocent person with such a dark technique. Together they may be murderers. Thinking of this, the doubt in the knight's heart suddenly disappeared. No. Justice is definitely not the ridiculous appearance in front of you. Siegfried once again looked at Lucifer in his eyes full of determination. Yes, he hesitated just now. Because the people below were supposed to be the objects of their protection, this made him subconsciously think whether it was a problem with the girl, not these people. Now he has strengthened the knighthood in his heart even more. Yes, quite ridiculous. Lucifer stood up, he made a certain decision. Now, I give you a choice. If you firmly believe that she is a witch, stand on the left. If you give up the previous accusations, stand on the right. Later I will personally investigate what happened here. If it is true, it proves that everything is her crime, and I will execute her personally, and award the Medal of Honor to each of you who accuses her. The words of Lucifer at this moment made everyone a little surprised. They subconsciously thought that Lucifer was blinded by the witch, and now he has recovered. In fact, most people here are not very convinced, because Lucifer is the king using force to suppress them, and they still naively believe that they are the righteous party. What Lucifer had to do was to break this false and boring justice. Really? Did you hear that? Fair immediately began to have a strong rhythm again, so that he thought he had escaped. But he didn't notice Lucifer looking at him at all. Before the crowd reacted, Lucifer continued his previous speech. However, if after investigation, I find that she is just an innocent girl, then everyone on the left will be executed with malicious attempted murder. Now, choose. If you are still firm in your previous will, then go to the left, prove it to me. Lucifer gave a choice. An easier choice. These people didn't realize that they were murderers before, and now Lucifer just made them clearly understand what they were doing. This time, the crowd was silent. Before that, most of them held in their hearts, even if they were investigated, with so many people here, could it be the fluke of taking them all to prison? But now, this fluke has been ruthlessly shattered. Lucifer told them very clearly that they would become murderers. In this case, they did not have the consciousness of being responsible for their actions. After a dead silence, almost everyone walked to the right in silence. They had only thought that the action had no consequences, so they dared to swarm them. When they realized that they might be executed for the murderer, they had no longer had the initial anger. At this time, only a few leaders are still standing on the left. Their expressions were very guilty, and after looking at each other, one of them ran to the right. Then, as if it caused a chain effect, everyone ran to the right. Even Feifel, the loudest scream, was the same. Forfar's actions caused a wave of contempt around him. He did not have the consciousness of being a martyr, and he did not have the courage. I don't know who spit at him, and then other people began to spit, because his actions made others feel deceived or even betrayed. In the end, it was the knight who maintained the position of the scene, and the scene didn't get messed up again. After seeing the scene, the knights were even more convinced that their king had a wise man named Wisdom. At this time, Altria also returned here. She just knew what happened here. See, Leah. These guys are all boring people. They only dared to aim their weapons at people who are weaker than themselves, and there is still a fluke in their hearts. The fact is that they did not kill or be killed at all. Enlightenment. Lucifer said lightly. After the town was temporarily handed over to Ager's rules, and after the town's diplomacy was given to Zieg, Lucifer was going to go with Altria to see the previously slandered witch. I thought it would turn into a large-scale rebellion, but it turned out to be like this. Sure enough, as long as there is a king, these are just trivial things. As she walked, Altria said her opinion. Asterisk. Number 63. A village girl who has no war, or a village girl, please ask for votes, ask for flowers. The group behind had lost the possibility of unity, and Lucifer used the fact of death to split them internally. No, it's not a trivial matter. This is a very dangerous signal. Do you still remember what the nobles who rebelled before said me? Lucifer took the words with interest. That's slandering the king. Altria immediately retorted loudly. In the previous year's rebellion, the rebels also played various flags. Some people said that Lucifer was a robber and took everything from the royal family. Some even said that he was a tyrant, and some even said that he was just a lucky coward or something. Although Lucifer didn't care about it, the knights in his hands were extremely disgusted. But some people still believe it, don't they? The people below are actually boring and stupid. They don't even know what they are doing. Such a person can easily become a tool in the hands of a caring person to subvert this country. So if you want to protect them, the best way is not to forgive directly, but to let them know what serious consequences they do. Lucifer said calmly. Direct and tolerant treatment is indeed easy for people to get the title of virtuous king. But that will cause even more serious consequences. It will make people feel that they can be forgiven even if they join a group, even if it is a murder or even a rebellion. Once this starts, Britain's domestic environment will deteriorate again after hardship. For this reason, even if none of the leaders went to the right just now, once the facts were investigated that they were guilty, Lucifer would not be merciless. As long as the people behind them understand that it is useless to do things in this way, they will give up. Otherwise they would still play like this. The correct method, the correct rule, the correct legal principle, the king created these. Isn't it to lead this country in the right direction? Yes, this is our expectation. Unfortunately, not everyone understands this correctness. Having said this, Lucifer smiled self-deprecatingly and said, "Although I am faintly dubbed the title of virtuous king by many people, I actually don't have too much expectation for them. I never thought that I would be understood, I never thought I would be considerate. Leah, someone who is too swayed by ordinary people, can't be a king." Altria looked at the figure of Lucifer going away, thought for a moment and followed with a smile. This is probably the difference between them. Altria understands this very well. The town mayor's hall has been temporarily requisitioned as Lucifer's command post at this moment, and there are knights guarding it all around. Before, Altria was, "Send Joan here." It was also when giving away that she discovered a small problem that she hadn't noticed before, that is, the girl in front of her looked very similar to her. Of course, only the face is very similar. Lucifer came to a lounge on the second floor and looked at Joan out of the window in frustration. Twist like braids, spread out, she now looks like a girl, but she looks gloomy. Think about it carefully, no one can be cheerful after going through that. Lucifer looked at the girl's face and found a familiar feeling. Yes, I have seen it many times before, but the hairstyle is different. Feeling better? Lucifer approached and asked softly. Only then did Joan notice the two approaching. She got out of bed in a panic, pulled up the corners of her linen skirt with both hands, and performed a very bad etiquette. "Thank you. Much better. Joan of Arc has met the king." Although Joan tried to make herself act like a noble lady who had met several times before, this kind of imitation made Faye Dan not like it, and it was completely impossible to highlight her own temperament. Lucifer was silent, and the knight next to him couldn't bear to look straight. Judging from their experience of attending countless dances, the way of saluting in front of them is really quite speechless. However, Lucifer did not laugh at anything. The girl in front of her was just a little clumsy, but she didn't want to act deliberately. Their silence caused a misunderstanding by Joan. Is there anything weird? I'm sorry. I haven't studied etiquette class. Even some of the words I just learned were heard through the public school founded by Wang. Please forgive my rudeness, Wang." Joan was a little flustered. In her life so far, the biggest big person she has ever seen is just a second-level baron's eldest lady. Suddenly seeing Wang the level jumped a little high. Lucifer didn't care about her etiquette issues, but suddenly discovered an interesting thing. "I haven't found it just now, but now I suddenly found out. Leah, the faces of you two look alike. It's just that Leah's face is a bit more heroic, and this girl looks more gentle." "Yes, it is. The girl's face was a little dusty just now, and it looked a little dirty." Lucifer didn't care, and now she realized that she looked very similar to the knight beside her. "I think of the girl's name as Joan." "Well, this can be regarded as accidentally drawing a big prize. In a previous life, as an old player who opened the server until he passed through the French village girl who had not drawn before, now the physical version is released." Lucifer suddenly felt that he was cutting from France. Coming to this land was one of the most correct decisions in previous negotiations. "I can't deny this." Altria's expression is a bit complicated. In an instant, she cleared up her mood. Just like Lucifer said, they are just faces, and they are not exactly the same. Coupled with the problem of body shape, there will be basically no people who confess to the wrong person. Like the Lord Knight, I. At this time, Joan seemed to have discovered this subtle problem. She blushed. After all, it was the same as the right hand of this, the high-ranking Wang Ji. She was still a little happy. The fact is, there is no need to deny it. In Lucifer's tone, try to make her forget the barrier of identity. Joan did not forget, but he did not have only all like other people who met for the first time. But suddenly someone said that I look like Lord Knight and that this person is still a king. My mood is a bit complicated. I have never thought about the situation like this before, and I have always felt that I am very ordinary. She is an ordinary village girl who is nowhere near the country. The Joan of Arc in front of him made Lucifer feel a little interesting. It seems very rare to admit that I am a village girl in the country. If other people are facing themselves, they may try their best to show their own strengths, even if they have no strengths, they will pretend to be. I have seen this in many noble ladies. Number 64 Dumb face, please ask for votes, ask for custom. Looking like you are a village girl, there is no contradiction, does it? Chapter 23. Lucifer said easily. But the night Sama is very beautiful, and it feels handsome just by looking at it. Leah, how does it feel to be praised by such a same sex? The mood is a bit subtle. Altria's mood is indeed a bit complicated now. Unlike other parallel worlds, she appeared in front of the world as a man. She is now completely dressed up as a woman, but she is still described as handsome, and the person talking about it is still a girl, and she is in a very delicate mood. For a while, I even began to doubt whether the lack of femininity that was ridiculed by other round tables was true. Hearing Leah's words, Joan panicked and chose to apologize. I am sorry. No, you did nothing wrong. You just told me how you feel about me. Although I feel a little complicated, I didn't feel offended. With that, Altria took a peek at her dress. This scene was also seen by Lucifer. After more than 2 years of development, the knight in front of her finally began to care about her female charm, instead of caring more about the integrity of the knight as before. Altria also noticed Lucifer's gaze at this time, and she subconsciously narrowed her expression and tilted her head to one side. Since Leah doesn't care, you don't need too much pressure. Rather, you look alike, and we might be able to chat in a close way. Change another. Leah is my closest person. When I see you, I will naturally have a sense of intimacy. Moreover, it is private time now. There is no need to treat me as a king, as long as I am an ordinary friend. Can it be done? An approachable smile appeared on Lucifer's face. He took 2 chairs from the side and motioned for Joan to sit down. Joan sat down, her hands on her legs. She looked a little nervous, but at least the look in her eyes was no longer the dodge she had before. I will try my best. Wang is very kind, not at all like everyone said. Everyone said that you don't mind what I hear in your ears, can you tell me? It is said that the king can cut the earth with a sword, and the thunder energy jetted from his mouth shoots down the dragon seed. The power of the arm is enough to compare with the giant. As long as you look at it, you will disappear. The people are extremely strict, but at the same time they are also wise kings who care about the people. Joan said to herself, as if she was telling a legend from a distant story. Every time she said something, Altria, who was facing her back, had an urge to laugh. In spite of these, the words sound like to praise Lucifer's abilities, but Zhang's composition is mostly because it sounds like an exaggerated compliment. Altria, it's not easy to say anything. After all, this kind of thing is not counted, but the preacher has some insights. She had heard a more exaggerated version when she secretly went to the tavern in the royal city with Lucifer to experience the people's feelings. I have been deified into a teleportation, a monster that kills people with my eyes. Lucifer's expression was a little subtle. I don't know when, my version of the story seems to be upgraded again. The version I heard before seems to be able to defeat thousands of troops alone, but now it simply becomes the result of the previous big victory because of his own Wushuan. If I can easily mow the grass with a Wushuan, why should I think about so many things? Joan of Arc seems to realize what she said now, and she immediately changed her words in a panic. Ah! No, it's not, it's just. By the way, everyone often says that life is so much better now than in the past, all because of the king. You bring hope to this country. Hope? Yes, it is. Let alone other people, it's like me. For me, learning words has always been something I can't even imagine. Although I don't have money now, I can only go to public places to listen, but it is enough to make people yearn. I was planning to save money to go to school. Joan's words are not a lie. Just a year ago, they had nothing to do with common people like them to learn this kind of thing, but now they have a school in their town. There are even schools for people who don't have money. Of course, the latter may consist of hundreds of people huddled together. It is certainly not as effective as the former, and the content only has some basic words. But the advantage is that it doesn't cost money. If you want to be literate, just listen to the latter. But if you really want to study on the way to study, the former is the better way. Joan of Arc really likes to study. Lucifer's words seemed to resonate with Joan, and she began to happily talk about her hobbies. Well, because I used to like to listen to stories, but many wonderful stories are in the book. If you want to read it, you can't read the words. By the way, Uncle Rur is the person who used to tell us stories. He made delicious crepes. And also, her words are talking about the little things in ordinary life, and these little things reveal her curiosity about the world. Lucifer listened for a long time, and did not hear any resentment or even disgust in her words. Obviously the people in her words were also involved in the burning, but she is still speaking kind words for them. It's rare. Obviously such a cruel thing has happened to me, as the king. I am right in front of you, Joan, but you think of it not for your own defense, or even for me to punish them, but for talking about them like this. Good words. Lucifer sighed, her eyes gentle. Is this weird? Joan suddenly remembered Lucifer's identity now. It's not strange, it's just quite rare. After many people have been treated unfairly or even maliciously, a flame of anger will rise in their hearts. This flame will burn out those who inflict malice on him, even if they die together. But what I see in your eyes is sadness, but not a trace of anger. I think they may have committed their previous crimes because they were deceived by others. I know what they wanted to do, but I don't know why, but I can't hate them. Maybe it's because I don't even know what hatred is. Since I was born, have I ever had such feelings in my heart? As she said, a trace of sadness flashed in Joan's eyes. This sadness is for herself and for those who are ignorant. She might even wonder if she would be happier without her here. This trace of guilt and pity was seen by Lucifer. You didn't really think that you were a witch, you were born guilty. Lucifer said in a deliberately joking tone. It's on the shelf, I hope you can support me a lot. Number 65 Miss Cavalier's Girl a Heart, please ask for votes, ask for custom. Faced with Lucifer's question, Joan really thought about it this way. Hey! How do you know? Her expression was a little surprised. I always feel that you are a little too pure. Well, Jean. How did you live safely until now and have not been sold? Why did I get sold? Everyone was good before, Uncle Burr, Aunt Lola, and they helped us a lot. That's why I want to say. It's really a miracle that you haven't been sold yet. If it were a year ago, a girl like you would soon be taken away by a certain nobleman, and then played with, or even tortured to death. During the words, Lucifer stretched out his right hand. His hand was close to Joan's left cheek, as if he wanted to take a closer look at the girl's face. Faced with such a rude behavior, Joan subconsciously thinks that she should pull Lucifer's hand away, but the thoughts in her heart are blocked by another emotion. She didn't stop Lucifer, but the hands on her legs held her skirt tightly. No. No. I'm not a person who is beautiful enough to be appreciated by the nobles. She blushed desperately to defend. Sure enough, you are completely unaware of some aspects of yourself. This is something like Leah before. Lucifer's words immediately caused Night G's small dissatisfaction behind him. Wang, please allow my rude words. At that time, I just didn't know what love was, it was not unconscious. I don't know why, Lucifer felt a little happy when he heard Altria talk about their private affairs in such a serious manner. The unintentional actions prove that the line between public and private is getting blurred. Right. It's still a little different from her. This time, Joan of Arc hadn't finished speaking, Lucifer had already spoken out his decision seriously. Come with me, Jean. Hey. What? Joan's brain is blank. She knows the meaning of this sentence, but she doesn't know the meaning of Roadsiffle. I said, follow me. I like your innocence very much, but if you continue to stay here, your innocence will sooner or later be defiled along with your beautiful eyes, and I don't want to see that scene. I don't want to see you being sent to the torture frame again. Lucifer's thumb moved and wiped the corners of Joan's eyes. But this time, Joan was stronger. Is it, because of Miss Altria? Because I have a face similar to her. Joan looked at Alia subconsciously. She instinctively thought that the reason why country girls like her were favored by the king was because they had a similar face. Her guess was close to the truth, but it was still a bit worse. That is only one, but it is not the decisive reason. There is a part of the reason. But more because of you. In the world reflected in my eyes, there are more flames of sin karma than the original light. After experiencing countless malice, suffering, embarrassment, and even betrayal, it is courage to choose to believe in human goodwill. Many people have this courage, but in your body, I have seen completely different results. Chapter 24. Courage, I am not as good as you say. Jean lowered her head. She knew the answer in her heart best. In addition to being kind in nature, she is more afraid of the angry resentments and the disasters they bring. Even the leading people, she just thinks that they have fallen into evil and need to be eliminated, not because of anger and hatred. Let's put it this way, I am obsessed with your courage. In my future life, I am destined to dance with killing. In that sea of blood that cannot be seen in my heart, I want to have a person who makes me feel that there is still a beautiful person in the world. I need you. Although Lucifer didn't say it clearly, what he meant in his words. Hearing this, Joan's head was almost buried in his chest. Don't rush to respond to my expectations. I will stay here for a while before investigating what happened to you. I need your answers before I go back. Before leaving this room, Lucifer left these words. After leaving the room, Lucifer came to the room prepared for him. He was waiting for the result of Ager's interrogation. This cruel knight is particularly talented in torture. There were only 2 people left in the room at this time. Lucifer looked at Altria when he was bored. Altria also looked at Lucifer, her face was stern, her eyes clearly tinged with anger. Angry? Lucifer asked tentatively. No. Answer firmly, that is, jealous. Absolutely not. Increase the volume. Hearing this, if Lucifer still doesn't understand what's going on with the knight in front of him, then he will be with her for so long. He pulled Altria into his arms and whispered his apology. Sorry, Leah. You will be able to face things like today many times in the future. Lucifer directly explained a certain fact. For the inheritance of the country, the king should have many concubines and leave many descendants, otherwise Britain may face a situation where no one will inherit. These, I know all of them, yes, I know. But the feeling in my heart is, I thought that this day would come sooner or later, so I wanted to follow you as a knight. Because if it were your queen, I think I might not be able to bear it. Altria's voice contained distress, but it was her heart's voice. On the one hand, there was a feeling in her heart that Lucifer was robbed. But on the other hand, the loyalty as a knight reminded her at all times that it was not something she should intervene. It reminded her that as a knight, the jealousy and anxiety in her heart is almost tantamount to betrayal. In fact, she set the bottom line for herself a long time ago, and it is precisely because she may be out of balance due to this in the future, she chose to only be a knight. Of course, she also knew that she was not suitable for life in the harem. Thank you, my knight. Lucifer didn't explain anything at this moment, just soothed. Even if the world clearly allows men to marry multiple women, the queen can also have multiple male harems, but the secular is one thing, and the parties are the same. No, this is my duty. But before being a knight, you were still my lover. I don't want to create a slight gap between us because of this kind of thing. Don't even think about it. If some things are not clearly stated in advance and resolved in advance, bigger problems may break out later. Blindly comforting can only hide the problem, but it cannot solve the problem. For this reason, Lucifer wants to make it clear now. With the bond between them, there is no unresolvable knot. I don't want to either. But seeing Lucille just now when you were speaking to such a face, I felt as if there was something missing in my heart. 3 shifts. Number 66. If the hair becomes softer, sister. Altria's personality predestined that she will not be willful like many girls, but this does not mean that she has no mood. I thought Leah would feel a little happy when I chose her because I saw Joan's face resembling you. Happy why? Look. Because Joan of Arc is very similar to you, I subconsciously chose her. In this way, it means I have always been. Do you choose you? Lucifer's words made Altria subconsciously have a kind of illusion of identification. It sounds like it really is. Thinking about it this way, Lucifer seemed to be her final choice. Thinking of this, she felt a sigh of joy in her heart, but immediately her knight principle dispelled this squeal. This is not what a knight should feel. No, you can't be happy about this kind of thing. She kept talking to herself. But even so, she couldn't help but want to confirm. That, does Lucille prefer the bigger one? Altria said shyly. Lucifer's brain seemed to be struck by lightning in an instant. Ah, big. What the hell, my real knight G can't say just, like my aunt's body shape. Altria added at this time. This time, Lucifer was finally sure that he had not heard it wrong. Oh. Lucifer's reaction clearly caused Altria to misunderstand something. She said a little disappointed. Sure enough, you still like the type of girl like Joan of Arc. She has a very good figure and is soft to the touch. Actually, well. I don't deny that. Lucifer responded very honestly. If you take the figure as a comparison, Altria's disadvantages in one aspect are very obvious. Hearing this, Altria's troubles and losses in her heart became more serious. However, this sense of loss did not last long. But I like you better now. Why don't I just say the latter sentence so I might be happier? I can't lie to Altria. If you want to know the reason, this is probably it. In many cases, even if you know that you may be misunderstood, even if it may reduce my image in your heart, or even make you think that I am a knight who does not meet the 8 virtues of knights, I still will not lie to you. It's not that I can't, but I didn't think about it from the beginning. They quietly looked at each other's eyes, and many things were relieved. Yes, a long time ago, something connected between them existed, and it would not have been thought of here because of the arrival of outsiders. Altoria's sudden worry was a little redundant. Really, when Lucille said that, I'm not like a knight who can only be jealous. If you are not a knight, I think this country may be called a knight. The loss on her face has disappeared, replaced by recognition and affirmation. Really? Yes. Only this point, I am pretty sure. In fact, most of the time it's just because I'm too in the middle of the knight's code, and I won't work around it. She understood this a long time ago. If she is walking on the path of knights with the rules of knighthood, Lucifer is, using her knighthood to complete the rules of knighthood in her heart. She couldn't stick to her heart like Lucifer, so she needed the chivalry code to keep reminding herself where she was going, so that she could catch up with Lucifer. It's rare that my knight G would say this, your seriousness is very beautiful. It is one of your advantages, no need to work around. Such an Altria is considered to be Altria. Just show me the best self. Well, Lucille, don't worry. This is only the first time I have encountered this kind of thing today. I am a little overwhelmed. I will get used to it in the future. Speaking of this, Altria completely walked out of the shadow just now. That's right. It was inevitable that I was a little overwhelmed the first time. My mentality couldn't be balanced, and then I won't. Even if you are used to it, you can tell me when you are in a bad mood. No, it should be said that you must tell me, otherwise I will be worried. Worry or something, I'm not that Miss Joan. Lucille, you worry too much. Altria is showing her cute side in an unexpectedly strong way. In some ways, you are almost like her. Lucifer couldn't help but teased. I won't be as naive as her. But Lucifer was about to continue making fun of Night G physically and mentally, but the voice of the outside door made him regretfully interrupt his thoughts. Wang, Age Gai Wen, please see me. Age Hai Wen's voice came directly from outside the door. Chapter 25. This voice caused a panic in Altria. She immediately struggled to get off Lucifer, and she organized her appearance to make sure that she was a qualified G-Knight. Although she is very relaxed when alone in private, once outsiders are present, she will strengthen her knighthood and will not give in at all. Lucifer was also a little embarrassed at this time. After all, he is the king, and he has to maintain his image in public situations, even though the relationship between them is well known. Ahem. Come in. Age Hai Wen walked in with a calm face, carrying a stack of paper in his hand, which recorded the record of the interrogation just now. It turns out that Lucifer and their ideas are somewhat redundant. Ager's attention was not placed on Altria at all, he just regarded the girl as a passer-by knight, and he was now watching Lucifer with all his heart. King. Did you get the result? Yes. I have finished interrogating the key 100 people 100, most of them don't know what happened. But 13 of them are the leaders. According to them, they are the people who took a lot of money from a mysterious person to instigate this small town. Ager Shai Wen came to the table and put the papers in his hand to Lucifer. Then he retreated to his original position. What's the purpose? Lucifer asked while looking at the file. The purpose is that the girl named Jean of Arc, according to Fair, the most rude prisoner before, said that the Black Cloaks specified that they wanted Jean to be besieged by the townspeople and killed by fire. It's like dealing with a witch. The person also said that the other party has follow-up instructions, but you need to complete this part to know. It seems that although Joan is part of their plan, it is only the first step. Did you find the man behind the scenes? This is what Lucifer is most concerned about. Those people are just pawns in other people's hands. If you don't find those, behind the scenes, the same thing will happen later. Number 67. Even if I die, it smells so sweet. Faced with Lucifer's question, Ager Gai Wen had already answered it, and he had even acted. I just sent Jekyll to search every house, but found nothing. I suspect that those people are not people in this small town. The blockade of the town will definitely make them on guard, and they may not come back again. Will you not come back? Maybe. Since they can do this kind of thing, they will naturally have their own retreat. Age Shai Wen, wait a minute to figure out a way to get that Fair to escape. At this time, Lucifer had read the documents in his hand, and he put down the stack of papers and said a certain decision. Escape? Yes, make it more realistic. Let him think that he escaped with his own strength. In this way, he who escaped from birth will definitely contact the people behind him. When I showed up to stop him before, he obviously knew that my identity was not simple, but he was still insisting on letting go. I don't think he has left himself a retreat. Wang meant to send people to follow him and use him as a pointer to find the people behind him. Ager's Hai Wen quickly understood Lucifer's meaning. Yes. This is called throwing stones to ask for directions. Interrogating the unobtainable information may be able to think of other ways. Follow the king's teachings. After speaking, the Black Knight had retired, and he was about to start arranging traps to catch mice. At night, the knights who had been busy all day seemed to relax. In a prison temporarily converted from a private warehouse, several figures are slowly moving. With the blade hidden in his boots, Fair cut the rope tied to his body. Under the gaze of other companions, he untied the ropes of these people one by one. At this time, they faced two choices: one was to find a way to sneak away, and the other was to kill the guards outside the door and escape from the front. Ruhr, aren't you a magician? There are only 4 knights out there. Can you find a way to kill them secretly, and then we can escape? Forfar whispered to his companions around him. The brown-haired bearded who was asked has the look that you are teasing me. Feifel, your jokes are not funny at all. The knights out there are all regular troops, they are still the most elite knights under the king's command, and incompetent magicians like me, they can hit 10 with one hand. Although he is also a magician, he belongs to the kind of, influenced by tricks. The knights of the regular army have very high magic resistance physically instinctively, not to mention that the magic flow or magic burst on their bodies can blow out many spells with low magic power. Coupled with the equipment of the regular army, the charge of such a group of knights is a nightmare for the magician. Of course, that top master can ignore it. However, it is definitely not his influential existence. Another drunkard like a barbarian spoke up nearby, and he tried to keep his voice down, for fear of being heard. Feifel, you bastard, didn't you say everything went well? Why did the king suddenly come to the town? I shouldn't have listened to your nonsense. Correct. Another person came out to agree. How do I know that I am strange? They were still there, when they were in doubt, a young man named Hit stood up. He secretly said to everyone. Everyone, I know how to sneak out. Really? Say it. Say no problem. But shall we talk about the price first? Money at this time you still want money, you are blackmailing. Forfar has a kind, the urge to strangle thee in front of him. But this man is obviously a dead pig who is not afraid of boiling water. You still have the face to say, if it weren't for you, how could we be locked here? Maybe it will be our turn to be burned to death when Wang investigates and understands what happened tomorrow. I only want money now, and I will live somewhere else outside of my life. That's right, people like them may be going to die soon. He doesn't care what's going on. Since he might die anyway, he might as well take a gamble. If they dare to kill people here, he will die a little earlier at best. If they dare not, then maybe he can still get the money. How did I hear that the people over the city like to use the guillotine? Another person whispered. Zi. That's not more terrible. I don't want to go to the guillotine even if I die. Panic filled them all for a while. Seeing the other people's appearance, Forfar still chose to give the money. He knows very well that if he doesn't give it, he is likely to encounter one of the most painful things in life. People are dead, and the money is not spent. Say, how much is it? He spoke. 1 gold coin per person, thank you for your patronage. Hit's words were only finished, and a thin man next to him spoke. I have no money. He had already spent all his money before, and now he really has no money. Then you won't let him pay for you, it's all this guy's fault, he takes the most, and now he still wants us to go to the guillotine. Hit's proposal drew everyone's approval. Yes. It should be paid by him. Everyone spoke. This time, it was Forfar's turn to face the majority vote. You guys! If you give it or not, we will kill you now, anyway, we are dying. Ruhr threatened immediately. Facing everyone's approaching step by step, Forfar regretted untying the ropes of these people so early. But it was obviously not the time for a conflict, and he resisted the urge to die. Okay. You have a seed. But I don't have that much money with me. I have to wait until I escape and go to my house to get it. A dozen gold coins are not a small number, enough to make an ordinary family a full year. These people also know that ordinary people will not bring this huge sum of money. No problem. Let's go together. After negotiating the conditions, Hit led everyone to a pile of weeds at the corner of the warehouse. He slowly pulled away the large pile of hay, and then removed a few stones on the ground in the corner, and finally saw a special small door. This is the escape route he said before. This is. Forfar froze in place. This is my former warehouse, and my big dog often enters and exits through this small door. After the big dog disappeared, I sealed it up, but I didn't expect it to be usable now. Hit said the truth with a smug look. This is your good idea to drill a dog hole. Chapter 26. Forfar pointed to the dog hole on the ground, with an expression of constipation on his face. I also wronged you. Hit looked at Feifel with contempt. Before that, they were all peasants here, not nobles, or even knights, and no one was more noble than anyone. This guy has been the leader for a few days, and he really made himself king. It's just you can't be treated like you. Not to mention that the king of the other person is outside, that is the real king, not the smell of scorpion like the one in front of him. I'm telling you, even if my Feifel died today, I was hacked to death by a knight outside, kicked to death by a horse, or burned to death by fire, I would not get from here. Forfar is now firmly expressing his position. That's right, he still imagined that he was a king before, and he was allowed to drill a dog hole in less than a day. The huge gap made him completely unbalanced. Number 68. What are you laughing at? 6 changes, ask for votes, ask for customization. In Forfar's view, there should be a better way than to get out like a lowly civilian. Oh. That's it, then come on. Hit didn't persuade him so much, he patted Forfar on the shoulder, and got out first. The size of the dog hole is a bit inappropriate, but it can still barely get out. Come on. Rur also patted Fofel on the shoulder. He didn't think there was anything, compared to being sent to the guillotine, it didn't matter what the dog hole was. Come on, warrior, we're going to your house. Another person repeated the previous action. Come on. The guillotine is waiting for you. One more person. Even the people here line up consciously. Then, seeing a few people who had already gone out, Forfar couldn't help it. You bastards, I paid for the money, let me go to the back to line up. The dog hole is the dog hole. Compared to death, the dog hole is really fragrant. Anyway, there is no dog here today, so it is not a dog hole. The 4 knights guarding the gate of the warehouse can't help thinking. The urge to laugh. But they couldn't laugh, and it was Agawen standing in front of them. They didn't dare to laugh in front of the Black Knight, but what happened inside really made them unable to bear it. In fact, the entire process of their escape was seen by Ager Gaiwen. The reason why Hit knew that there was a dog hole here was also a hint that Ager Gaiwen used magic to leave in his mind in advance, and even the location of this warehouse was also selected by Ager Gaiwen. To this end, Ager Gaiwen also personally removed the stone that had been blocked outside the warehouse. From the bottom of their hearts, the knights believed that Ager was a model of knights, but they thought that his cold face was a bit scary. Gus, report to Wang. You continue to patrol here, pretending to find nothing. Yes. After the knight carrying the big sword left, Ager Gaiwen followed Fair with 2 guards alone. From the conversation just now, only Fair had contact with the people behind them. The follow-up went very smoothly. After these people came to Feifel's house, they divided the money here, and then left one person to Burnful's house to attract attention, and then the others left separately. However, all these people except 4, Feifel were captured by the knights again. What awaits them will be the verdict later. Under the cover of the night, Agruin followed Feifel all the way to the mountains far away from the town. Although the 3 of them are knights, they have received special training and have special talents. He even received anti-magic training. Carefully circumvent a few demon with French art characteristics. The more and more the rule text feels that the shady hidden here is not simple. The technique in front of him is no longer possible, but it is forcibly removed, and it may attract the attention of the party. Just when he hesitated whether to forcibly break in, Lucifer and Al also came here. Wang. That person has just entered here, and the surroundings are full of French magic styles. I can't break in without disturbing them. At the entrance to the valley of Agshwin, he signaled the direction of the valley entrance. Lucifer walked over and checked for a while, and found that it was really all French magic styles. The magic system in this world is very interesting. Although the operation of magic is all based on magic, each country has its own style and system for the construction of magic. It's like Uruk and Helen have an obvious style of God's art. Macedonian style is biased towards large-scale gatherings, while French art looks very beautiful, but its practicality is far less beautiful than their appearance. Very well done, Guy Wenking. Next, you send someone here to guard the exit, at the same time let people see if there is no other exit here, don't let anyone who comes out here. Do you want to stay alive? Try to stay alive, but if the situation does not allow, I allow you to kill on the spot. Yes. After ordering these, Lucifer led Altria carefully into the entrance of the valley. The spells covered here may be troublesome for others, but Lucifer discovered when discussing magic with Leonardo before that the magic resonance caused by the crystal spell can block these, surgery, so as to avoid the triggering of the surgery. Of course, this is also something that only Lucifer can do. He also tried to impart crystal magic to Altria, but the end result of the lovely hairy knight was that she did not become a magician. Talent. Entering the valley, Lucifer and the others followed the traces left by Fair all the way, and finally found a dilapidated castle hidden in the deep mountains. This castle has almost been destroyed, and now only the main hall is still available. It's complete, but the gates are all flying away, and the fire in the hall can be seen through the big hole in the wall from a long distance. Lucifer took Altria and slowly approached, temporarily hiding in a gap on the wall. In the hall, Forfar was surrounded by a dozen black cloaks, and he was desperately explaining his failure. In the center of the hall not far from them, a red magic circle has been drawn on the ground, and a black cocoon is wrapped in the center of the magic circle. The outer layer of the cocoon looks a bit like dragon scales. You failed, Forfar, we gave you so much support, you still failed shamefully. The tone of the headed man in black was full of questions. To instigate the entire town before, their support behind the scenes is indispensable. Not only money, but also manpower. Now, most of the entire plan has been aborted. My lord, please forgive me, I can't help it. Who knew that the king would suddenly appear in this kind of border town? Just a little bit, only a little bit I could succeed. Forfar defended himself in a flustered manner. The sudden appearance of the King of Britain will affect my plan. The other black cloak next to it also spoke. No, not only not. Even better, just taking advantage of this opportunity, I will definitely kill the King of Britain. When talking about Lucifer, the tone of the man in black was full of hatred and murderous intent. He picked up a cross and placed it on the half of his face exposed under the cloak, as if he was praying. My teacher Lothar, I will avenge you. What should we do now? The holy flame twins who were finally found, now only the flame spirit protection is left here. Originally, we were planning to use the fall of their holy spirit and flame spirit to wake up the two of the Kowloon kings sleeping here, but the holy spirit named Joan did not fall. We also didn't get her as a body. The second person in the cloak stood up. It took them a lot of time to find Sister Joan of Arc. Sister Joan has the protection of the Holy Spirit but has not been developed now. The Sister Al has the protection of the flame. Their original plan was to use their hatred of the world and magic to brainwash them and make them the sacrifices of the resurrected Dragon King, so there was something about the small town. Number 69 make a big news, 7 more, ask for votes, ask for flowers. The two originally planned, they only got Al, and Joan of Arc and Lucifer. Of course, this is not the most important thing. The most important thing is that Joan has not fallen like her sister. Even if they want to risk robbing people, it is useless to them back. The performance of the humble country girl was beyond my expectations. I originally thought that as long as she was to be besieged by everyone in the town as planned, in that case, as long as she was an individual, she would resent the world and resentment. Human betrayal, but she did not hate, nor did she fall. Damn it, village girl, don't you just fall into depravity according to my plan. The leader's tone was full of hatred for the country folks. His lofty tone of blaming others for everything makes people think of nobles. In fact, he is indeed a nobleman named Tria and a big disciple of Lothar. He was also called the Star of Tomorrow, but because Lothar's affairs were implicated, he was directly deprived of his fiefdom. Most of the Black Cloaks here have almost similar experiences, and they have agreed to take revenge together and get their own glory back. By chance, Tria discovered information about 3 of the Kowloon Kings when he was in the relic of Director Lothar. Lothar thought that the Kowloon King was too evil, so he avoided talking about them. But I was worried that the motherland might need their power someday, so I didn't destroy these materials. According to the records on the data, France has secretly used one of them, the evil dragon Favna. That's why there was the next 2-footed flying dragon army, but unfortunately the price was too high. Until now, they have not been able to completely control this Dragon King. Naturally, I dare not only have thoughts about the other 2 for the time being. After 2 years, combined with Lothar's records, Tria finally discovered the key to resurrecting the 2 Dragon Kings, the fall of the Holy Spirit and Yanling. Her performance really surprised us. Until now, she seemed to feel pity for those people, not hatred. It is worthy of the Holy Spirit to protect the selected person. In contrast, her sister is much easier to deal with. As long as she uses the magic image to let her see the maliciousness her sister has encountered, and increase it, she will soon start to hate the world. The second person, Adams, couldn't help but laugh. This is also thanks to what these people did in the small town before. That, the country girl had been treated maliciously by other people before seeing her sister's experience, so she fell so naturally. Having said that, Tria glanced at Feifel next to him. In fact, Al has experienced many malicious stones, so he immediately fell into madness when he saw his sister being burned. Now as long as we use her to resurrect one of the 9 Dragon Kings, the evil Eye King Long, we can return to France to get back all we lost. Although it was a pity that the fallen Night King Dragon couldn't wake up, it doesn't matter now. The power of a Dragon King is enough to destroy an army, and they are very confident about it. As for whether they can control the Dragon King on this question, they are full of fascinating self-confidence. Before that, we used the life of the King of Britain to witness the power of the 9 Dragon King. Yes. Killing the King of Britain, no one in France would dare to underestimate our strength. With that said, the Black Cloaks are so terrible, they almost thought that they had already settled Britain. At this moment, another Black Cloak stood out. Everyone, I am not interested in your revenge plan. The plan that I was interested in to shake the foundations of Britain was aborted. Chapter 27. And it was this King of Britain that made my plan go completely. If possible, can I have a few words with him before he dies? The whole plan is for him to complete the fall of the 2 sisters while shaking the foundation of Britain. Originally everything went very smoothly, but now both plans have been broken by one person. He was naturally very curious. If he can survive that time. When these people were happy, they were always there. Forfar, who had no sense of existence, also felt that it was time to take advantage of these people's happiness to make his request. My sirs, something about what we said before. He spoke tentatively. He has no interest in hatred, revenge, or destroying Britain, or even whether Britain is still there. He doesn't care at all, he just wants money now. You still have the face to ask me for money. I didn't kill you immediately, but, the greatest gift to you. There was an idea of murder in Tria's words. Adams just stopped him. Don't be impulsive, he still has some effects. If you want the money you have set before, then do one more thing for us. What? Go back to the town and announce to everyone that it was the king who brought the disaster to the town. No. Impossible. I will never go back to the town, that is to send me to death. I will not die. Don't you want money? We can double it. I. Upon hearing the doubling, Forfar hesitated. Just when he was still wondering if it was really fragrant to do it again like drilling a dog hole before. There was an explosion from the wall, and countless stones flew in the direction where the black cloak concentrated, but all the stones turned into lime after hitting the magic circle in the air and disappeared before everyone's eyes. With this explosion, Lucifer's voice appeared at the same time. It's a pity that even if he gets the money, he probably won't have his life to spend it. Lucifer and Altoria walked in. In fact, when I first heard it, there were a few times if it wasn't for Lucifer to press down, Altoria would have drew her sword and rushed in to chop down these bastards. Because of his own desires, innocent girls were involved, and he even wanted to kill Lucifer and destroy Britain. Either one was enough for them to die 100 times. The King of Britain. Tria gritted his teeth and called out the name. Generally speaking, Lucifer is now commonly referred to as the King of Knights. Most of the time when people call him, he is also called the Night King. Therefore, there is also a very interesting joke among the people, that is, if you want to tell whether a person is French or not, just look at his name Lucifer. If it is not called the Night King, then this person is 90% likely to be French. You brought them in. The Adams character looked at Forfar, and he also secretly speculated in his heart whether this guy had surrendered to the enemy. Forfar also looked dumbfounded at this time, and with his IQ, he couldn't think of how Lucifer came here. He can only deny it desperately. No, I am not, don't talk nonsense. Speaking of which, I really want to thank this leader. Without him, I'm afraid I wouldn't have heard such interesting news. 9 Dragon King? I was wondering before, why there is a black technology like flying dragon in France. It seems that you have already got one of them. Lucifer seems to have seen everything on the surface, but in fact this is only his speculation. It is also a kind of fraud. Number 70 Dictate yourself. As a result, Tria really thought Lucifer knew everything. How would you know? He subconsciously asked in surprise. I just learned it from your mouth. Leah, go and rescue the innocent girl next to me, and leave it to me here. Understand? A ray of light flashed over her body, and Night G rushed to the distant cocoon with full arms. But her figure has been blocked by the 3 black cloaks, and they tore off the camouflage on her body, revealing the knight armor on her body. With a strong blow in the air, the 2 sides quickly moved apart. You were also knights, and you used such a despicable way to frame the 2 girls, don't you feel ashamed? After seeing the knight's certificate on them, Altria looked a little furious. Despite being an enemy, Altria also believed that there were knights among the French. It's just that as enemies, it is inevitable that they will kill each other in war. But even so, she remembered what Lucifer had said. Don't indulge in killing, we are knights, not beasts. Even if you have to become a beast for a while and tour and kill in the war for the country, don't give up your self-esteem and become a true beast. She had believed so now that she sees these, she will be especially angry when she is homogenized into beasts. We are no longer knights, because of the war 2 years ago, because of Britain, everything is your fault, everything is the fault of the king behind you. The one among the 3 knights roared, there was a scar on his face, which was, from the previous war. They seem to want to vent all their resentments, but in doing so they forget one very important thing, that is, they are also participants in the war. In war, no one is innocent, whether it is a victor or a loser. Leah, don't talk nonsense with them, they can no longer see the spirit of the knight, let alone the rules of the knight. The previous war turned them into real monsters. Leah didn't hesitate anymore when she heard Lucifer's words. Only this time, there was a gust of wind on the holy sword in her hand, and the wind surrounded the sword and became transparent. If the opponent is a knight, she will use the holy sword to kill. But if it is not, she will use the wind enchantment to surround the sword and prevent the holy sword from being stained with the opponent's blood. At this time, Tria raised his arm high, and above the arm, the flame was burning violently. The fire technique also appeared in the hands of other people, which was a joint attack they had learned in the army. Integrating the magic of everyone together, the power of the same technique is multiplied. Do you have time to look elsewhere, King of Britain? The huge fiery snake quickly attacked Lucifer. It was supposed to be a joint magic used to destroy troops in the legion, and it was now used on a person. Looking at the fire snake that quickly raged, Lucy didn't use defensive magic. He raised his hand, and a black flame ignited in his palm. Why not? Sin Karma, I will give you a new life. Accompanied by a brief chant, Lucifer threw the flame ball in his hand vigorously. The moment the small fireball hit the fire snake, the flame suddenly produced a violent explosion. A roar was accompanied by the flying out of the stones on the wall, and far melted in the flames instantly, and this old castle that was about to collapse finally passed the last moment of its life. The light of the flame illuminated the earth and disappeared in an instant. The walls are no longer visible, only the corner foundations are left. Many remaining flames can be seen on the ground. In the entire indiscriminate attack, Lucifer didn't worry about Leah at all. She has Avalon and is better than herself defensively. The flames dissipated, and the people in the cloak revealed their original appearance. The cloaks on their bodies have been burned a lot, and the armor inside can be seen. Before these people could react, a group of crystals appeared in Lucifer's hands again, and as the crystals lifted into the sky, crystal rain fell in the sky. These, if the rainwater has sharp daggers, it is constantly hitting the magic barrier that they have supported together. Occasionally, a few crystals crossed the barrier and cut their bodies directly. After a while, after the rain, there were many more wounds on their arms and bodies. Seeing that the magic is weak, these knights directly drew their swords, and they swarmed on. But not everyone, 2 of them stayed. Seeing that they couldn't stop Lucifer with their strength, Tria immediately took out the dagger used in the ceremony and prepared to forcefully complete the ceremony. Facing the oncoming knights, Lucifer didn't pull out his holy sword. His hand was exuding cold, and when the ice mist was condensing, an ice sword appeared in his hand. This is the magic that originally belonged to Pope Sullivan. In the air, the iron sword and the ice sword continued to collide, and with the constant screams of the knights, the hall seemed to be in the hall for a time. A music was played, and when the last note fell, the hall finally recovered. Be quiet. This is also a matter of course. Although these people are also knights, they are not one of the 12 paladins, and they can't even match Ansas. Naturally, the ending is already doomed. Only when the ice sword in Lucifer's hand turned into ice crystals and flew towards Tria again, the last man in the cloak standing there moved. The sword in his hand flashed a white light in the air, and Lucifer's ice sword was immediately crushed. Well, this kind of sword skill is not the way of France. You are not a French knight. Lucifer saw the subtle difference in this sword skill at a glance. Before, because the main enemy was France, Lucifer specially asked someone to study the fighting style of the French knights for a long time, as well as sword skills, but this one, obviously does not belong to any of them. This weird sword skill is not in the style of Ross and the Romans. Is it Macedonia? It seems that there are some shadows of the sword in it. Is it because Lucifer, a man from the Far East, was thinking, Tria had already completed the spell. He didn't pierce the dagger into his heart. The blood splashed from this flowed along the ground into the magic circle on one side. At this time Lucifer discovered that although Altria had solved the 3 knights over there, she was also blocked by a strange red bloodshot at the same time. Considering that the cocoon might be a girl named Elle, Altria couldn't release the holy sword to directly bombard her. Lucifer turned her head and looked at what had happened before her eyes. It seems that it is too late to stop, and he can only see what happened and think of other ways. But, I said, are you all Bushido believers on the Far East Island? Like suicide at every turn. Lothar is like this, and so are you, his disciple. Next time there is another war, you should all commit suicide, so as not to waste my time. Lucifer was a little speechless at this time. Number 71 Dragon King Sigh. Chapter 28. A certain gunman was suicided anyway, that was because Ling Shu had no way, but these two were completely active suicide, and they were quite active. You play like this, let the big dog and the brush see it, it's strange that they don't stab you to death. Don't be too proud, King of Britain, I am waiting for you on the road to hell, waiting for you to be tragically killed by the evil-eyed Dragon King. With a dying curse, Tria fell in a pool of blood. There was only one person left in front of him, he said. Why don't you stop him? Is it useful to block now? Lucifer was curious. According to what I said just now, he should not be French, and he is only a cooperative relationship with them. The identity of this person is a bit of a concern. It's useless. Even if you stop when you just come in, it's useless. Unless you can liberate the holy sword at the same time, and hold the consciousness of killing the girl in the cocoon. You may be able to do it, but your knight cannot do it. The last man in the cloak told the truth. The ceremony has already been completed, and Tria's final approach is only to prevent accidents and speed up the advent of the Dragon King. Originally, he wanted to wait until the Dragon King was resurrected to influence the Dragon King by influencing L, but in this case, if Lucifer controls him, it is equivalent to controlling the Dragon King. In order to prevent this accident, he simply chose to commit suicide. Never let Lucifer have the possibility of a comeback. Lucifer didn't know about this. After all, he has just arrived, and he doesn't even know what this ghost ritual is. The reason why he didn't act rashly was because he was worried about what traps might be involved. Originally, his plan was to leave alive or two, and then slowly study the things here. Now it seems that there is not enough time. Interesting. You can see clearly, tell me your name. I'm just a middleman, and I'm also an unknown person. Letting Wang remember the name will only cause me trouble. It could also be an opportunity, isn't it? It may be, it may not be. A long time ago, I wanted to witness the power of the King of Britain with my own eyes, and now it seems that you are stronger than I thought. But today's banquet is coming to an end. I look forward to our next meeting, the King of Britain. The man in the cloak saluted Lucifer, and there was a tendency to leave in his words. Seeing that the situation was not right, Lucifer's figure moved quickly, and the sword of flame in his hand immediately cut off the legs of the person in front of him. But unexpectedly, there was no bleeding there, but parts scattered on the ground. Lucifer opened his black cloak and found that it was not a human being lying inside, but a doll. The face of the doll has been burned, revealing the internal parts, and there is a beating heart at the heart of the doll, making him look like a living person. Possessed doll? No wonder the flames I just saw are a bit strange. Altria also temporarily gave up the idea of breaking chi, and she came to Lucifer. The barrier over there can't be opened. Let me take a look. Lucifer approached and carefully observed the red enchantment in front of him, placing his fingers on it, and there was a wave of magical power from his fingertips. That feeling was completely different from the magic enchantment I felt before, as if something was beating. This thing is alive. Live. The environment did not give them too much time for surprise. The earth shook, the ground cracked, and a lot of red light was ejected. The scene in front of me was like something that wanted to gush out from it. Lucifer's eyes saw the distant cocoon, where a fierce black flame was burning. He looked at the ground under his feet again, and the entire lower layer of the earth's crust was surrounded by flames, like a volcanic eruption. Quickly get out of here! Lucifer didn't come to say much, and then Altria quickly left the area. They came quickly outside the valley. Just when they first left here, the whole earth began to sink, and the huge light rising from the center of the cocoon seemed to announce the arrival of some kind of disaster. With the waves of earthquakes, the rocks on both sides began to collapse as a whole. If they hadn't left just now, they might be buried alive. However, less than a moment after such a change, a beam of light rose again from the mountain, and the beam of light rose to the sky, and the color of the sky was also dyed red. Lucifer looked at this scene and felt that what was about to come out might be a bit heavy. Hey! The movement of this thing is a bit big. How does it look like the arrival of the King of Salary? It seems that this time I'm going to take a little more leisurely. Now I am no longer an undead, and I can't use the life for injury style of play like before. Countless mountains and rocks turned into wind and sand in bursts of red light. As countless red rays of light converge, a red dragon gradually takes shape. Its wings are hundreds of meters long, and it can almost be said that it can cover the sky and the sun. The overall length has also reached hundreds of meters. At some point in the air, a heavy pressure began to fill, and Ager's face became very ugly. The two ordinary knights next to him even directly had hallucinations, and they screamed like crazy. Lucifer saw this scene, and the crystal spell in his hand immediately wrapped their heads, forming an extremely simple magic shielding helmet. The magic power generated by this dragon, or the magic power reflected by its 4 eyes, will mutate. Although powerful knights have no influence, weak people will be affected. This thing. It's awful. Ages high. When you immediately go and inform Ziegfei in the small town, let him take people to evacuate the crowd. Lucifer made a decisive decision to let Ager Gaiwen leave first. He was going to stay with Altria to stop this thing. Fortunately, it is now in the wild, and there are not many people affected. Once this thing is allowed to fly to a populous city, it will undoubtedly cause disaster. Not to mention that its heart is burning with black flames. It was a flame called revenge. Yes. Ages Highwen also understood that the matter was urgent, and he did not hesitate to carry out the king's order. With the 2 knights, they quickly ran towards the town. Seeing the sky dragon gradually taking shape, Lucifer was ready to make the first move. As for whether this dragon can persuade, this choice has never existed since the beginning. Judging from the fact that the guy committed suicide just now, even if the dragon can be controlled, the controller should have been destroyed. Leah, support me. No problem. Lucifer pulled out the holy sword and leaped high from the ground. At the same time, Altria also squeezed the holy sword to make a state of charge, and the wind on the holy sword in her hand was compressed to the extreme. The moment before Lucifer fell back to the ground, his feet just stepped on Altria's sword. Altria's sword body broke out in an instant, sending Lucifer to the distant sky with an explosion of magic power. Number 72 myth is coming again. Please ask for votes, ask for flowers. In an instant, a golden torrent shot into the distant sky. Lucifer was stepping on this torrent, and his whole person seemed to be a giant dragon whose missile was flying towards the sky. The high-speed air swept across the face, and in this case even breathing became difficult. Lucifer clenched the holy sword in both hands, and the holy sword was bursting with a huge light that had never been seen before. The light of the king's way. Lucifer didn't spray the holy sword with a laser, but maintained the liberated posture of the holy sword, keeping the overall magic power within the distance of hundreds of meters. The golden magic power formed a huge sword blade, just like the legendary swordsman. Lucifer waved the sword in his hand vigorously, as if an ant was waving a human sword. The moment the sword formed by magic power hit the giant dragon's body, a huge torrent of magic power erupted. A few steps were a sword that could cut through the wall, but at this moment it stopped the giant claws of the giant dragon. Lucifer continued to increase the strength in his hand, but the sword of light suddenly seemed unable to withstand such strength. The whole body formed by the light gradually appeared cracks, and finally cracked. Countless magical powers crystallized into particles and disappeared in the air. Lucifer lost his balance as a whole and fell rapidly. In a short while, his body was almost close to the ground. At this last distance, Lucifer used light magic to land him safely. Wang, how is it? Leah ran over quickly and found that Lucifer was not injured. She was relieved. Then she and Lucifer looked at the already formed Dragon King in the sky. No, that thing already has its own consciousness and is fighting back. It has to find a way to find its weaknesses. Siegfried and Georgios are both dragon-slaying heroes, and they should know the weakness of the dragon. Before Lucifer had finished speaking, they discovered an amazing scene. Wang, look at that! Large magic! In the sky, the dragon stood up like a man. It spread its huge wings and snarled up to the sky. The dragon opened his mouth, and a dozen different magic circles suddenly appeared in front of his mouth. They are of different sizes, but the central axis is on the same line. At the same time, its huge wings and even its entire body are covered with magic circles. Hundreds of magic circles are connected to one point, letting the magic power gather in front of the mouth. Sovereign level? No, this level is already a mythical level technique. Lucifer first saw the world's top power. Its goal is. Altria was a little strange. Because I didn't want to pay attention to the two little people at all, but directly aimed the end of the technique at a farther place. If it is really that younger sister as the core, its goal will be, only one. The town. Lucifer has another thunder gun in his hand at this time. After just trying, he is no longer undead, he no longer has the plan to brush this thing alone, he just wants to delay some magic release time, so that the rules are quickly evacuated completely. The thunder gun in his hand, flying out, this time the target he aimed at was not the dragon, but the key node of the magic circle. Altria also put away the sword and started to help. Chapter 29. A burst of lightning flashed in the air, and the magic array suddenly lost some nodes, but after a while, these nodes automatically recovered. Even the speed of recovery is getting faster and faster. Even if the two of them interfered with the Dragon King in this way, the dragon ignored the thoughts of the two people on the ground. Pinned on the consciousness of the girl in the heart, the one thing it wants to do most now is, destroy that small town and make everyone there disappear. Finally, all the magical power flow has been completed, and the magical power compressed to the extreme turned into a comet-like light ejected from the mouth of the giant dragon. This red magic belt ran through tens of thousands of meters, and hit the center of the town directly and accurately. Suddenly, the night turned into daylight, and a huge mushroom cloud rose from the town, and the explosion formed a shock aftermath that even Lucifer, who was on the ground under the dragon at this moment, could feel it. When the aftermath dissipated, the town had completely evaporated from the world. The land of the town even includes only the burnt land around it. At the same time, Lucifer also learned through magic that Ager's text was successfully transferred. How much? It was a sigh of relief. According to the information sent by Age Shiwen, this was not because of him, but because of Siegfried. After seeing the changes in the sky, he decisively left here with the knight and the civilians in the town. However, the dragon seems to have also discovered this. After a while, the magic on it appeared again, but this time it was not the magic power that required a long time to accumulate before, but another instant type. Before Lucifer and the others reacted, the beam of light ejected from his mouth, like the beam of a satellite weapon, made a huge deep trench on the ground and swept directly toward the people on the plain. On the way, Siegfried, who was rushing to meet Lucifer, discovered this scene, and it was too late to stop it. Seeing that this crimson light was about to divide the surviving crowd in two, an unexpected change suddenly appeared in front of the crowd. Joan, who was only praying under the banner of the British king, suddenly burst into a strong light. God, please listen to my prayer. In the crisis, her unconscious singing seemed to trigger a certain switch in her body. The light from her body quickly spread to the flag. Starting with the flag, a huge wall of light opened in an instant. The moment the crimson light beam hit the city wall, the torrent of magic power hit the transparent city wall like a tsunami. The ground burns, melts, and disappears entirely. The dazzling light made people almost unable to open their eyes. When everything was calm, people were surprised to find that the ground around them had been burned, except that the place where they were was not affected. This is... Joan looked at her glowing body. She felt a little weird. She was just praying and didn't know what she did. The crowd behind her stared at this scene blankly, with a dull expression. Holy, holy woman! An old man's behavior was dull, but his eyes were already full of moving tears. Then, the others knelt down almost at the same time. Only the knights are still standing. Although they are grateful in their hearts, they are not worthy of worship. On the other side, where the dragon was, Siegfried and Joel-Joss had arrived. Georgios had previously followed the Holy Sword's guidance and came here because of the trembling of his Holy Sword. In front of him, the 4 strongest knights in the south are already here. Along with Lucifer's chanting, everyone disappeared on the plain along with the dragon. Number 73 Salary King, the bell rang. Please ask for votes, ask for flowers. Thank you book friends for your reward. Lucifer opened the inherent barrier and wrapped the 3 knights and the dragon into his own world. If you continue to drive this dragon crazy, this country will definitely become a mess, and now he can only find a way to minimize the loss. It just so happened that the fighting power waiting for it had already arrived. Lucifer and the 4 of them had started a war against the Dragon King in this surviving world. The large-scale magic in the sky falls randomly as if it does not require magical power. The 4 people below can only try to give it some pressure while avoiding it. Lucifer at this time couldn't help but miss the old man. If the world I traveled through before was the Elder Scrolls V, now there is a dragon roar, it should be much simpler to fight. Lucifer had already retracted the Holy Sword, and he found that the effect of the Holy Sword on the dragon was far less than that of the Thunder Gun, significant. However, no matter how many Lucifer throws, the ultimate lightning gun, how many times the dragon's scales are smashed, the dragon can heal immediately. The magic is amazing, the defense is terribly high, the magic is complete, and 1 person is added to heal quickly. This kind of existence is almost the same. Marshal George, General Zieg, you are all brave men who are famous for slaying dragons. Is there any way to deal with this situation now? My inherent barrier may not last long. Lucifer avoided the 2 falling meteorites and shouted to the dragon slayers around him. I'm sorry, Wang. Please forgive my incompetence. The evil dragon clan I killed was called Fafnir, and its root, the Dragon King level dragon in front of me is not a level existence at all. During the words, Kagifei smashed the stone in front of him with a sword. Please forgive me for waiting, Wang. This is the first time we have seen a dragon at the level of the Dragon King. The legendary 9 Dragon King should have disappeared on the mainland for thousands of years. St. George's tone is very heavy. Although the sword in their hand has a bonus to the dragon's damage, the dragon offsets the bonus with its own abilities. The flames on its body and the wounds that are constantly recovering seem to be saying that all their efforts are just useless. Everyone at the scene knows that you can't leave this thing alone. Its current goal may be just revenge. But after revenge, will it leave? Not sure. Lucifer didn't want to bet on this ambiguous possibility. A relic of the old empire? Where is the weakness of this thing? Lucifer had a firm look in his eyes, and his brain was rapidly calculating the method of coping. Lucifer's words reminded them. N-I-Lin, Wang. The weakness of almost all dragons is the inverse scale, which is the most vulnerable part of their body. Most of them are hidden under the neck. Siegfried first stated the key point. Altrail looked at the Dragon King who was hundreds of meters long to the sky, and the scales under the neck were so many that it was numb. But this guy has too many scales. Lucifer quickly recalled the various actions that the dragon had dealt with his lightning gun before. When his brain was running fast, he already had the answer in his heart. Inverse scale? In the 4th field on the 3rd row down from the right. When we attacked just now, all its subconscious movements were protecting it. No accident, that's where it is against the scales. After Lucifer finished speaking, the other people looked at that area, and they only discovered now that there was a certain pattern in the dragon's actions. Marshal, General, can the combined force of your 2 forces figure out a way to cut off its 2 claws? Even if it is such a big thing, it will take time to recover. If this is what Wang expects. Definitely complete the mission given by the king. Leah. I will temporarily fix this dragon in a moment. You first use your holy sword to smash the magic wall on the dragon to create an opportunity for both of you. Then you find the opportunity to break its arm. Can it be done? No problem. Order everything. Lucifer's body once again burned with red flames. The flame will go out, but Wang Ying will not be seen. In the ruins in the distance, the ancient bell tower once again rang with long bells. The bells filled with sadness spread to the entire world where the flames are about to go out. With the appearance of the bells, the many sarcophagi in the ruins heard the beating of power, and among them, a huge coffin was slowly opened. The lid of the sarcophagus was forcibly opened from the inside by the hand of a giant. Gradually, Yamu, the giant king who was once the capital of Sin, sat up from the sarcophagus. His body was scattered with ashes of flames, which was once the king burn later proof. The body of the giant king is far beyond ordinary people, almost reaching the height of the city wall. He picked up the two swords he had fought, and flames burned in his eyes again. Under Lucifer's control, it projected its double knives, and the chain lock that had burned flames on the double knives did not know when. The double knives accurately locked the dragon's arms, and for a while, the power of the flame was transmitted to the dragon's arms along the chain. The giant bound the dragon with chains, and the scene before him cannot help but remind people of the myths and legends of the past. Before he could think about it, Altria immediately liberated the holy sword. The light symbolizing victory violently collided with the barrier around the dragon, and with a burst of glass-like shattering, the light of the holy sword disappeared. After the first step was completed, Ziegfei and Joel Joss immediately liberated their swords, the holy sword Ascalon, and the magic sword Balumk. Two different beams of light will win the night position. Faith hits the dragon's arms. Almost at the same time, Lucifer was already advancing fast along Yum's chains, and just before he was about to approach the scales, the dragon seemed to feel danger, and its arms tried to support where the scales were. However, in a moment, with the splash of blood, these two huge arms were already beheaded by the two knights. Lucifer leaped up with her broken arm and came to where Nilan was. His hands burned two different flames at the same time, and in the flames, the ultimate lightning gun, gradually formed. Because of the influence of the flame, the lightning gun in the left hand, gradually changed from gold to purple like a dark moon, and the lightning gun in the right hand, it was red like the fire of sin. Fall. Two thunder guns, one red and one purple, projected one after another. Purple thunder gun, after exploding the inverse scale. Red thunder gun, directly submerged in the wound. Thunder gun, an explosion occurred in the dragon's body. Just when Lucifer thought it was effective, an unexpected scene suddenly appeared. The blood at the Dragon King's wound turned into a purple halo in a twist. These lights are like fluids radiating strange colors outwards. Lucifer hadn't figured out what happened, but the purple light was reflected all over his body. Lucifer disappeared out of thin air in everyone's eyes, as if being absorbed by a dragon. The barrier with him as the pillar was also disintegrating in flames. Back on the plain, the trio three looked towards the sky, and the dragon seemed to be suddenly cut off, losing all its functions. It is just floating, but it has no magical fluctuations and no tendency to act. King. Altria looked to the sky anxiously. Chapter 30. Number 74 Cinderella, 3 shifts. A world full of flowers, with bright flowers blooming on both sides of the trail. At the end of the trail, on the top of the hillside, there is a white tower at the end of the road. During the stroll, Lucifer was a little strange at this moment. He looked at the flowers around him and the world in front of him. For a moment, he wondered if he had crossed into something strange again. Everything in front of you has a faint shadow of Britain, but you can't see any buildings that belong to Britain. There is only one white tower in the world of Nyodai. If there is nothing in the ear, there is a certain girl's voice. It's so dark and uncomfortable here, who can come and save me? Go away, why is it me? Such a voice echoes in my ears, but I can't see the owner of the voice. The closer you get to the tower, the clearer the voice, as if a certain girl is calling for help. On the side of the road, Lucifer bent over, his hand reaching for a purple rose. Purple rose, imprisoned love. Is the princess imprisoned in the tower waiting for the prince in her heart to come? Lucifer took off the rose and couldn't help but smile. The moment Lucifer picked up the flowers, a strange scene appeared. All the flowers on both sides turned into purple roses at this moment, a gust of wind blew, and the sky full of petals flew in the wind. They are like beautiful butterflies flying in the direction of the tower. Lucifer put the flower in his hand on his chest, and he walked into the distance along the direction of the petals. In front of the huge iron gate, Lucifer saw the coat of arms that looked like a double dragon. He put his hands on the gate, almost without force, the gate opened automatically. At the same time, a flash of light flashed through Lucifer's body, and his armor turned into a white evening dress. Behind the door, what greeted you was a grand ball. In Gothic costume, there are rows of masked performers on the high platform, and a huge clock hung on the wall directly above. What's more surprising is that all the participating girls have the same face. They look like Joan of Arc outside, except that the color of their hair has changed from golden to white, and the long braid is matched with the black dress. Flying in the rotation of the dance. And when Lucifer paid attention to the men participating in the prom, he couldn't help feeling a chill. Because all men wear a silver-white mask, the opening on the mask looks like a smiling face, revealing chill. They wore the same dress as Lucifer. Masked ball. Lucifer hadn't understood the meaning of the scene before him, and a girl from the ball came over. She stretched out her hand to Lucifer, like an elegant lady. Lucifer stared at the gentle eyes of the girl in front of him, and after looking at it for a long time, he did not take the girl's hand. He bypassed her and walked to the high platform where the distant performer was on one side. The girl was ignored by Lucifer, but it seemed. As it happened, a ray of light flashed in front of her eyes soon, and another masked dancer appeared. He held the girl's hand, and he joined the dance party. Lucifer came to the place full of musicians and observed carefully and found something interesting. Everyone here played according to the music scores in the hands of the masked conductor. Once the music scores of the conductor changed, everyone else changes accordingly. This is a hint to me. Lucifer murmured, picked up a stack of staff and began to write. At this moment, he didn't think about the so-called correct answer. He just wanted to write the song in his memory for the girl trapped here. After a while, Lucifer wrote the entire piece, and he put it on the stage of the conductor mask, replacing the conductor's previous piece. In an instant, the style of all players also changed. The religious exotic music style outlines the night when the witch descends, and the sorrowful notes seem to be telling the sadness and helplessness of fate. The changes in music have caused changes in everyone in the dance, and their dance moves follow the music, like rows of neat machines. Finally, in such a change, Lucifer found that among the hundreds of dancers, there was a single one. The girl was standing in the center of the ball in a black dress, her expression was a little impatient, and she seemed to be at a loss. She looks exactly the same as the other girls here, the only difference may be her expression and eyes. Lucifer slowly came to the girl's eyes, and gestured to the girl with the purple rose in his hand. Beautiful lady, tonight, is it an honor for me to invite you to be with me? Are you inviting me? The girl looked at Lucifer, and then Lucifer realized that this girl was the biggest difference from Joan. Those are eyes. Jean's eyes are too gentle, but the girl's eyes are quite sharp. Besides you, can anyone else be worthy of it? Okay, there are so many people here, why don't you go find other people and don't bother me? The girl was very happy at first, but immediately seemed to change her face. An expression of disgust. Lucifer's expression was taken aback, he was still thinking about what was going on. But the voice from before came again, and the tone of that voice was exactly the same as the tone of the girl in front of her. Ah! Stupid! Stupid! What the are you talking about? Why don't you agree? why do you say such annoying things, why not be frank, and be hated again? Listening to this as if to complain to someone himself, Lucifer's expression turned into a smile again. That's right, there are many beautiful young ladies here, but unfortunately, they all have their own dancing partners. I am alone now, can you please dance with me? Lucifer extended his hand again, and he made a standard invitation gesture. This time, the girl finally did not refuse. Let's talk about it first, you invited me. I only promised you when you didn't have a partner. Of course. The girl caught Lucifer's hand and behaved a little strangely. Lucifer took the opportunity to pull her by and put the flower in her hand on her head. The purple flowers gradually turned white. Sure enough, no matter in which world it is, the Black Joan is a deadly arrogant. Lucifer had participated in many noble banquets before, and was familiar with all kinds of dance steps. At this moment, he suddenly discovered an interesting situation, that is, Joan of Arc does not dance in front of him. The two of them didn't say they were dancing, it was Lucifer who had been guiding her and teaching her how to dance. Walking in the music room, the smile on Lucifer's face obviously made the inferior girl in front of her misunderstand something. Number 75 The Magic of Zingdrala, 4 more. Once again stepped on Lucifer's foot in the middle. Lucifer didn't care much, but Al started the mode of the wicked complaining first. You have been laughing at me just now. She stared at Lucifer ferociously. Lucifer stared at the girl in front of him, she obviously had the same face, but he would hardly mistake her with Joan. No. I just admire your beautiful face. Nonsense. You are obviously laughing at me, you never stopped. Don't think I can't see it, don't say it on the surface, in fact, you have been thinking about how the person in front of you dances so badly, right? Don't want to lie to me. Although happy in his heart, on the surface, Al still didn't believe it. Faced with this situation, Lucifer chose a more direct approach. With the rotation of the dance steps, he further hugged the girl in his hand. If you don't believe it, just look into my eyes. The window of the soul in the eyes, have you seen a lie in these eyes? Al stared at the eyes of Lucifer's eyes blankly, and a similar voice came from Lucifer's ear. It's beautiful. Damn it, it's too foul, these eyes. I really want to, hey. Just laugh if you want. Anyway. I'm just a country girl and I don't know how to dance. Al turned his head and continued to harden his mouth. The pace is a bit rusty, but in the first place, you have jumped very wrong. How do you know that I am the first time? No, it's wrong. Don't guess at that time, it's not the first time for me. I am an experienced dancer, and it is your honor to be able to agree to your request. You should be happy. Is it? So beautiful and experienced girl, can you continue? Let me see your rich experience. I will let you see. Use my gorgeous posture to make your hateful smile disappear from your face. A smile is an appreciation for your beauty. If the smile disappears, your beauty will be dimmed. Who cares about you? When the music entered the finale, Al's footsteps hit Lucifer again, and this time she fell directly. However, before she fell, she was hugged by Lucifer. What? Very perfect. During the words, their faces almost stuck together. The face of Al, who had always been awe-inspiring, gradually turned red. At least at this moment, it was like a beautiful dream in her eyes. However, they didn't have a lot of time to experience the feeling of this moment. With the hand of the clock pointing to the last moment, the figures in the entire ball stopped moving at the same time. For a time, it seemed to become a world where time was still. Lucifer also noticed the time, and the big clock on the wall didn't move anymore, as if it was announcing the end of a story. The time is up, Princess Cinderella's magic will also become a reality. Lucifer pulled Al and said softly. What? Al is still a little strange. Look around. Chapter 31. Al finally found the still crowd around him. What happened to them? Al didn't seem to notice any problems with these people's faces. Lucifer couldn't help being more certain of his thoughts in his heart. They. Before Lucifer's words were finished, the surrounding dolls moved again, and their movements began to become like machines. Ha ha! Ha ha! If silver bells of laughter came from every doll, it spread throughout the audience. The laughter does not make people feel warm at all, but there is a kind of, the illusion of walking into the ghost story. The skin exposed to the air can feel the biting chill. Al was a little scared. She subconsciously approached Lucifer and grabbed his arm. What's going on? What is going on here? Your Majesty, the beautiful princess, the ball is about to end, and the next part of the ghost story may be. Lucifer hugged Al tightly with one hand, hoping to give her a little warmth in this way. His free right hand burned with a sword of flames. Suddenly, the masked man who was closest to the two of them twisted and rushed over, his arms turned into blades. However, his movements were stopped before he approached Al. A flame flashed, and the doll turned to ashes in the flame. What? Al doesn't seem to understand what happened. All the masked dolls around moved, various swords appeared on the male dolls, and red spears appeared in the hands of the female dolls. They have been neatly transformed into murderous soldiers. Is it time to escape next? Hold me tight, don't let go. Lucifer looked in front of him, and the door had disappeared into a wall. The only way to get out of here seems to be the long spiral staircase. I will take you away, trust me. Okay. Al did not show disgust as before, but softly chose to obey. Another masked doll rushed over, and Lucifer hugged Al and jumped away. He stepped on the back of the doll and jumped to the outside of the group of dolls, using it as the cornerstone. However, while in the air, many female dolls have thrown their guns at Lucifer. Lucifer grabbed one of them, shot down a dozen others, and quickly threw back the gun in his hand. The spear pierced through the faces of more than a dozen people and Al, but these things did not have a trace of pain. As soon as he landed at his feet, the sky full of masked dolls had already rushed over from the air. Lucifer waved his hand back and forth twice, shooting out dozens of crystal blades in his hand, and knocking down all these dolls. At the same time, he hugged Al again and quickly left and fled to the stairs. As soon as his footsteps left, many spears were submerged on the ground where he was originally standing. The moment Lucifer jumped up the stairs, he looked at the dolls that had just been destroyed from the corner of the eye, and those dolls gradually disappeared and turned into magic. But after a while, the same number of new dolls appeared on the blank ground. Rebirth or reinventing, no matter what it is not easy to do. Sure enough, the method of destroying all enemies with a single blow with the holy sword did not work. The key to the problem should be at the top of the tower, only escaped. Ascending the spiral staircase, Lucifer couldn't count how many dolls he shot down. 100 and 200 or 1000 and 2000. It is no longer meaningful to measure these things simply by numbers. Lucifer just tried to shoot them down with the minimum force while ensuring the safety of himself and Al. There is no limit to the number of these things, but their own magic power does. Once the magic power is exhausted, the problem will be quite serious. Finally, in a rapid rush, Lucifer came to the entrance to the top of the tower. He jumped up, and at the same time quickly used ice magic to completely block this entrance. Seeing the frozen doll hitting the iron head below, Lucifer let out a sigh of relief. Fortunately, it is still within the scope of the plan. About the country in the book. I saw some people in the comment section that it was strange that Bismarck became the Prime Minister of France instead of Richelieu. Here I need to explain. The world in the book is an overhead world biased towards medieval magic, and the Prussian Federation did not appear. Of course, you can also think that it was annexed by France that was close in the 1000-year civil war when the old empire collapsed. So it doesn't need to be too strange that some historical figures did not appear in their original birthplaces. After all, Semiramis has become the Grand Duke of Britain, and Britain is still there, Rose and France are clamped together on the mainland. It is not strange to appear in this kind of world, right? Enjoy reading every day during the summer vacation, charge 100 and get 500 coupons. Immediate recharge activity time, August 7th to August 9th. Number 76 The Witch of the Dragon, please ask for votes, ask for customization. At this moment, on the top of a circular tower with a radius of 100 meters, a girl in black is standing in front of Lucifer. From the standpoint of her body alone, she is exactly the same as Elle. She wears a silver mask on her face, a flag in her hand, or a spear, and a sword at her waist. Roar! My anger! The black girl picked up the sword and pointed at Lucifer, and the flames quickly spread along the ground towards Lucifer. Facing the huge flow of magical power, Lucifer did not hesitate, he drew out the holy sword. The holy sword was carrying flames at the same time, and he submerged the holy sword into the ground forcefully, and the same flame greeted him. The two flames burned violently, but strangely, the surrounding air did not produce high temperatures. Lucifer looked at Elle next to her again, with her surprised expression. Lucifer already understood something. Taking advantage of the moment of the violent explosion caused by the flame, Lucifer quickly approached the black girl. At the moment when the black girl couldn't react, he swung the sword in her hand at her. Don't! Elle suddenly said. However, Lucifer's sword was still swung down. After a sword, the sound of silverware falling to the ground came. The black girl revealed the true face under her mask. Yes, this is the same face as Elle. Unlike the doll below, Joan of Arc, their eyes are also the same. The difference is that this time Elle seems to be able to see this face. How can you, face? Elle was surprised. She feels that she has experienced the sum total of the most incredible things in her life today. Yes. I am you. The black girl spoke, and her voice was exactly the same. Lucifer saw that she didn't continue to use her hands, and temporarily withdrew the holy sword. However, after the fight just now, he has discovered that although the magic power on the girl's body is amazing, it does not seem to be used. The threat is small. Elle let go. Lucifer was a little at a loss. Why don't you stay there? Why accept this person's invitation? It's the stage you've been looking forward to the most. Isn't it good to just live there? The black girl questioned Elle loudly. Faced with the questioning, Elle was not as strong as he was dealing with Lucifer. She couldn't even speak. She now gradually understood what happened. I also remembered what happened when I came into contact with the black cloak before. Do you want her to indulge in hypocritical tranquility, even if you know it's just a dream? Lucifer came behind Elle, and he calmly responded. It's not good to be able to dream all the time. Don't worry about the terrible world outside. If you can live your ideal life, the prom will never end. No longer need to be a supporting role for Joan, we can become the heroine without being concealed by the light of Joan. Does the disguise and the illusory life deserve you to look forward to so much? Lucifer had only finished speaking, and AI gained some courage to speak. Are you? Yes. I am the anger in your heart. The anger that vents almost ignites my body. That group of stupid people treated Joan as a witch with me, and burned Joan to death by fire. Why is it so unreasonable that we obviously didn't do anything? Why did we do this to us? The black girl's expression was a little broken, and her eyes were streaming with blood and tears. Wow! Since they said it was my witch, then I became a witch, and they looked scared, so that they would also be burned to death. It's not me who is wrong, it's the world. Elle's approach is completely different from that of Joan. Because of her good nature, Joan feels that most people in the town should be sympathized with and pitied, except for the few depraved people who took the initiative to choose. But Elle's approach is to direct his anger and hatred to everyone there, and even spread to the entire country and the entire world. Faced with another statement of his own, Elle completely lost the ability to speak. That's right. This thought has been shrouded in her heart ever since she saw Joan of Arc's death. It's really not you, it's them. But this has nothing to do with the world. You can choose to take revenge, choose to kill them, choose to get everything you own, or even choose to be the witch in their mouth. But the premise is that it must be your sincere choice. Your revenge should not come at the cost of depravity. Lucifer is not opposed to revenge, on the contrary, he feels a little weird about Joan of Arc giving up revenge. Rubbish should die in the form of rubbish. However, there are many ways of revenge. You don't have to be a witch. After hearing the voice in the ear before, Lucifer could feel that the girl had been repelling her identity as a witch. She didn't want to be a witch, just because she couldn't find a better way, only because she was misled, so she had what she is now. Fallen. What do you know? Chapter 32. I all know what happened to you, even what happened to Joan. It's even about you and Joan. So I just want to ask you one question now, Al, do you really want to be like this? Becoming the dragon witch in people's mouth is not their slander, but the real witch. I don't want to, but that, what I hate. The way I am now, but that, what's the problem? I don't want to be seen by others, but that, what does it matter anyway, I have gained strength, anyway. I can't go back. At the end, a look of loss appeared on the black girl's face. Yet, I can't go back. She is one with Alban next to Lucifer, Al is the pure fantasy of their girlhood, and she is transformed into a depraved witch. Even if they separate part of themselves, they don't want to tarnish the best fantasy in their hearts. Why care about the opinions of those people? The road is right in front of us, and we can choose how we want to go. Joan has made a choice, how about you? At this time Lucifer said a familiar name. When I first saw this girl, Lucifer already knew who she was. She is the younger sister of Joan of Arc mentioned before. Joan of Arc. She is still alive. Surprise! My sister is not dead, which reduces her hatred of the world a lot. I don't know what those people saw to you to make you despair of the world, but just before the fire started, I rescued her. Now it is your turn. Seeing this, Lucifer stretched out his hand and said with a smile. People will not accept a witch, let alone a witch who destroyed their home. Al's voice was a bit shaken at this time, but Lucifer's voice was extremely firm at this time. I accept. My name is Lucifer, the King of Britain. I accept you, all darks everything, if you are destined to live as a witch at this moment, then, become my witch. There is no need for the world to accept, you just need to stay by my side as a witch. Gao Gao, his voice revealed a firm will. Lucifer took out his holy sword and showed it to the girl. Duke of the North Lungaminia. Seeing someone misunderstood, here is a picture of the Duke of North. Enjoy reading every day during the summer vacation, charge 100 and get 500 coupons. Immediate recharge activity time, August 7th to August 9th. Number 77 Make a contract with me. Swearing with a sword, like the oldest princess and knight. As a knight, Lucifer entered the girl's fantasy and became the only knight in her eyes. Is it? Are you willing to accompany me to the end of hell? The black owl laughed, but he seemed to be crying. She has fallen into a true witch in her current appearance, and may no longer be accepted by the world. Her future may be awaiting for her. If you don't have the consciousness to go to with her, you will definitely not be able to walk with her. No. Because I will pull you back before you fall into prison again. Even if I fall into with me, I will grab your hand and bring you back. Lucifer didn't hesitate, he grabbed Black Owl's hand. Not to choose to fall into with the girl, but to return the girl to a normal world. Even if there is no place for a witch in this world, even if there is a witch that the world hates, his side is still a shelter for girls. This is his promise to her. The black owl looked at her hand, and the red in her eyes gradually disappeared. She gradually recovered from the dragon's curse, and she looked at Lucifer, smiling with satisfaction. "Remember what you said, if you dare to break your promise, I will burn you to death." "Really will. Definitely will." After speaking, the black girl disappeared. She turned into magic and merged into the body of Dress Al. This time, the two of them once again became one. Al, who was kneeling on the ground, stood up. She looked at Lucifer with a complicated expression. "Lean your face," she said a little disgustingly. Until now, Lucifer almost knew what a girl meant to read. To put it simply, in many cases, it's just the opposite. "Ah! What do you want to do? If you ask you to lean over, please lean over to me quickly. If you are any longer, be careful when I hit you. Dare to threaten me like that? I haven't been killed yet. You are the first one. Is that right?" Lucifer said with a smile, and walked past. Al looked up at Lucifer, and she didn't feel it when she first danced. She only discovered that there is a clear difference in their height. She lifted her toes but found that the distance seemed to be insufficient. The irritability on her face increased. "Cut! What are you doing so tall? Lower your head and close your eyes." "I have to close my eyes, is there a gift?" Lucifer asked knowingly. "Don't talk nonsense to me, close it quickly." "Okay. Okay. I'm looking forward to it, Al's gift." Lucifer closed his eyes and lowered his head to the height of Al's mouth. At this time, Al looked at Lucifer, and couldn't help but remember the dance party just now. A large red suddenly appeared on her face, and she immediately looked at Lucifer, making sure that he didn't see his current expression, and then heaved a sigh of relief. She swallowed her saliva and slowly put her hands behind Lucifer's neck, but she never dared to hug it directly. With an unusually tangled mood, her face slowly approached Lucifer, but when she was about to touch the target, she subconsciously withdrew. She tried several times, and the last time she was less than 2 centimeters away. She could even feel Lucifer's breath, but in the end she still didn't have the courage to apply it. She must be anxious. Damn! 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 Al, what kind of monster is in front of what I'm afraid of, and he won't eat you? Just give it to me for the first time. Just like Jean's reading, anyway, he can't see it now. Is the taste really like what is written in the book? Is it sweet? No. Damn, it's so difficult in the book. Those third-rate novels are definitely deceptive. I was cheated. Why is it so difficult? Bring me closer. Al's heart kept popping up to cheer herself up, but unfortunately, it might be insufficient. She struggled for a long time and still didn't get the courage she wanted. Lucifer on one side waited for a long time. Before he could expect the touch, he opened his eyes. At this time, he was discovering that the girl was about to stick to his face, as if he was making another attempt. When Lucifer opened his eyes suddenly, Al was so frightened that he almost fell. Wow! Don't do what you do when you open your eyes. Look at me, my skin feels cold. Just before Al's body fell, Lucifer held her waist skillfully. It's like the previous dance party. Their cooperation can be considered close in a sense. I think you have hesitated for so long and still don't dare to go, then it's better to replace me. Girl, you have to be decisive when you start with something you like. Just like me. Ah! This time, Lucifer took the initiative. Al's brain was blank, as if he had completely lost all the ability to speak and act. Crimson magic surrounds them, completely surrounding them. Under the influence of this magical power, both Lucifer and Al's bodies are undergoing certain changes. The power named Dragon formed a certain connection between them. Soon, the red magic is exhausted, and their bodies have undergone different changes. While Lucifer was still there, strange to her own changes, the world centered on the tower began to collapse. The sky collapsed and cracks appeared on the earth. The walls of the White Tower fell piece by piece, and all the petals spirally disappeared into the sky in the desolate wind. In this last time of the world, this place has become a Garden of Eden with only 2 people. Is the prom going to end? Al looked at the world centered on her, and his voice was a bit declining. Maybe this is her dream, maybe it's a dream. Looking at such a girl, Lucifer stretched out his right hand again. This time, there was an additional mark on his right hand from the previous door. Yes. It's over. There won't be such a permanent dance again, but if Al wants, I can be your dance partner anytime. It's agreed, no regrets. No, whoever is to be my partner, there is just no one else today. That's it. Then it seems that in the future I will consider letting you be the only one by my side. Now, can you please dance the last one with me? Hey! It's an honor to be with my gorgeous figure. Chapter 33. Without music, all that is left is the echo of the world. The tower gradually collapses, and everything in front of you seems to be towards the end of the era. Feeling the breath of the people around him tightly, Al firmly grasped Lucifer's hand. She was afraid that this was a dream, and worried that everything in front of her would disappear after waking up. This time, never let go of my hand. She put away her disguise, revealing the timid truth under Tsundere. Even if Al let go first, it won't. Lucifer responded. Never avoid me. Al lowered his head, very unconfident. Even if Al is shy, I will take the initiative. Lucifer gave encouragement. Never abandon me. If Al wants to stay with me all the time. Having said this, Al's magically transformed clothes disappeared, and she fainted on Lucifer. Named the Witch of Dragon, she took the initiative to put the key to seal her on Lucifer. Number 78 ruling, fire punishment, please ask for votes, ask for flowers. On the plane of the night, Altria stared closely at the sky, and the dragon had stopped moving for a long time. Taking Lucifer as a boundary, it never moved again. Originally, Chi Gafei was going to take advantage of this opportunity to rescue Wang. But his actions were stopped by Joel Joss, let alone what their actions would be like. When they couldn't guarantee that Lucifer would not be hurt, he dared not make any moves. Otherwise, even if they defeated the dragon but lost the king, that would be a failure. Altria did not participate in the discussion between them, she was just staring at the dragon in the sky, the sword in her hand was always ready, and at the same time, her right hand had been placed on the heart. She quietly felt Avalon's magical fluctuations, it was very quiet there was no madness. This kind of reaction gave her a lot of peace of mind. Avalon's magic comes from Lucifer, and in order to ensure its normal operation, she often makes up for it with Lucifer. Correspondingly, if Lucifer is in danger, Avalon's magic will also be disturbed. Now the magic is very calm, she can feel at ease as much as she. This is why the loyal knight did not move. Soon, the sky changed again. The dragon's figure looked like a weathered rock. Starting from its wings, its body continued to turn red and disappeared into the sky until it finally reached the heart. When the part of the heart also turned into magical particles and disappeared into the sky, 2 figures appeared there. Under the moon, Lucifer was holding a ball of black cloth, and in this long cloth, a girl was quietly asleep. Lucifer's figure slowly descended from a high altitude until it fell to the ground. At this time, Altria finally put down the sword in her hand, and she quickly came to Lucifer. Master, are you okay? Is there any injured or magic? Altria's voice is very stable, but her excessive speed of speech reveals her true feelings. There are people next to her now, and she can't greet them like they did in private. This is not only because of herself, but also in order not to affect Lucifer. Leah, sorry, I worried you. Lucifer apologized first. As a king, he doesn't need to apologize to the knight, but as a lover, he can't worry her. No. I believe you will return safely, all I need to do is wait. She is. The dragon witch is also a girl with a sad life experience. After Lucifer finished speaking, Altria looked at Al who was sleeping. with sympathy in her eyes. "Joan of Arc's sister. Okay. Let's go. The matter here has been resolved, let's go back first." "Yes." Lucifer brought Altria to Siegfried and the others, and after briefly explaining what had happened, they returned to the place where the knights focused. After that, Lucifer issued an order to let everyone go to the glorious fortress that was not fully completed, instead of staying overnight in the plain. When dawn came the next day, Lucifer was now preparing to solve the problems left before. Criminals in this small town. First of all, there are more than a dozen money takers in the lead. Lucifer asked Ager to make all investigations and releases, and emphasized that the dragon's awakening was because of them. In this way, the anger of all the residents of the small town instantly turned to these people, and these residents yelled angrily to burn them to death. Originally, because of Joan of Arc's protection yesterday, many people already felt guilty for their sisters, but now they find that they have been completely fooled. Their anger can be imagined. If it weren't for the night to maintain the scene, those people might have been torn apart by the residents. After that, Lucifer made more than a dozen corresponding convictions under the law. Interestingly, their crimes were classified as sedition, conspiracy to murder. Both crimes are subject to the death penalty, but the death penalty for the two is different. The latter is guillotine beheading, as for. Now, according to the king's order, I am officially sentenced to 13 people in front of me by fire. Aged Highwen read the verdict on the stage. The residents gathered in the audience boiled instantly. Fire! Burn them to death! Kill these bastards! Frame those two sisters for money, you are not human. It's a devil. The devil is more merciful than you. You, scum! Once, the punishment they were going to use on Joan fell on themselves, and they also had to face these dazzling eyes. In a secluded attic high above, Joan couldn't bear to look at the torture below. She looked at Lucifer. Wang, they. Are you sympathizing with them? These people have no need to sympathize. Who do you think your sister is in a coma now? Lucifer looked down calmly. No matter how screams below, Lucifer's expression didn't fluctuate in the slightest. Or in other words, I have seen too much hell, and I will not fluctuate because of this kind of scene. I know, but I just think this kind of torture is not cruel. This is a word that Joan of Arc didn't say. Lucifer was extolled as a virtuous king by the people of Britain. The word cruel does not seem to appear on him. Most people think so. However, if you think it's too cruel, I don't deny it. After all, I was the one who set this penalty, but it was originally set to punish the insurgents. You know, Joan. The so-called death penalty is actually not set up for the scumbags below, but for other people. The year before last, when the rebellion occurred, Lucifer considered the ways of the instigators and naturally associated it with religion. Don't they like torture? Lucifer classifies the torture as a type of death penalty. Only the most sinful people will use it. This method of punishment, if there is a situation in the future, will also let the body of the church be burned once. In order to prevent others from making the same mistakes, they were executed in this cruel way. I know. But occasionally I also feel that if there is a better way to let the world see the warning. Joan said softly. She didn't understand, she just felt that this would give people a cruel image. In response, Lucifer smiled slightly. Nature as kind as you. I do not have. If people in this country are like you, I will be very happy, because all the penalties I have laid down can be abolished, and no one will use them again. Let them stay in the corner of history forever, I think that is the best place for the law. But Joan, you are gentle, but this world is not as gentle as you. Lucifer stood up on the throne, and he walked to the front desk as if talking to himself. Even if life has become abundance, but human hearts are still growing demons, people are still jealous and resent others. That's why it needs the existence of the principles of the law to regulate their behavior, and the principles to teach their minds. In the end, the legal principles were silently buried in history. If that day does come, there is no need for me as a king. Lucifer felt that their best destination is, the dust is covered in history and gradually forgotten. If everyone in the world has a deep understanding of the principles of the Fa, then the principles of the Fa do not need to exist. That would be an ideal social environment. The so-called legal principles actually exist more often to correct the distortions of the world, and their existence itself means that this world has an indelible evil. Joan stared at Lucifer's back blankly. She seemed to have entered the Wang's heart for the first time. I'm very gentle. The gentle person is actually you, Lucifer. It's just that this gentle way is a bit too cruel. Compared with you, I am far behind. Joan hesitated and took a deep breath. She walked to Lucifer and spoke firmly. Wang. No, Lucifer. I have decided. Okay. I want to go to your world. I also want to see that world come. No, I believe that day will come. Chapter 34. Then, in the future please, give me the rest of your life. Lucifer turned his head and looked at Joan of Arc. He stretched out his arm, and Jean clenched it. Well, please let me see the world you expect in your eyes. 3 more complete. Number 79 Magic Eye, please ask for votes, ask for customization. The things in the small town came to an end for the time being. After the 13 leading people were executed, Lucifer also punished the other people in the town accordingly. It's just that this punishment is not as severe as those of those people. Their town was destroyed. Lucifer asked them to help the construction of the Glory Fortress, but as a punishment, they could only receive 2/3 of their salary. At the same time, within 2 years, they must use hard labor to repair a road leading to the nearby Baxi town as an atonement. Regarding both of them, Fei Dan in all the small towns did not object, but instead thought that Wang was quite benevolent. Even thank you very much. After all, for them whose small town has been destroyed, the former's employment can allow them to get funds to rebuild the town. As for the latter, although it is free to build roads, it is also for them to build their own roads, and many people have even thought of having this. They can go nearby to do business and so on. Many people therefore did not object to these 2 punishments, but thanked the king for his kindness. At the same time, it is very interesting that even Joan, who left with him, is proclaimed as a saint by the people here. They sincerely wished her a happy life with Lucifer. On the avenue leading to the royal city, the knights are protecting a luxurious carriage. And sitting in the carriage were Lucifer and Joan's sisters. Externally, Lucifer called them 2 future concubines who needed to protect themselves. But in fact, the real reason was that Lucifer's body had a problem. Through the contract with Al before, Lucifer obtained part of the Dragon King's power. And the most obvious one is, the magic eye. The magic eye possessed by the Dragon King appeared on Lucifer. His current magic eye can affect other people through his own will, and it may even be possible to create a group of mad believers in a short period of time. This approach did not do much harm to Lucifer itself, but had huge side effects on the people affected. The first to discover this was Altria. She herself possessed extremely high magic resistance, but she was still somewhat affected. After she explained to Lucifer, Lucifer also realized this. For this, he asked Saint George to confirm, and finally confirmed this. In order to minimize the impact of his magic eyes, Lucifer gave up his plan to go back on horseback and instead got in a carriage. Most of the knights smiled at what the king wanted to accompany his concubine to raise a relationship. Rather, they think Lucifer's current appearance is considered normal. After all, in their impression, their king's harem has been empty for 2 years. No matter how you look at it, it's not normal. It's all right now, they at least don't have to worry about Wang's physical problems. The only knowing Altria pretended that nothing happened and also hid the incident. They were ready to wait until they returned to the capital to seek a solution from Leonardo. In the carriage, Lucifer also briefly explained to Joan of Arc what happened to him. In this regard, Al turned his head with some guilty conscience. Joan was a little puzzled. Magic eye? Jan of Arc doesn't know what the demon eye is. If you think about it, it is normal if you don't know. However, this also proves that you have not been affected by my eyes. Great! Lucifer discovered that not only Al, but also Joan was also affected. He breathed a sigh of relief. Although this magic eye should have its own way, Lucifer still prefers the way she is now for Joan in front of her. Too many things makes it boring. What's wrong with Lucifer's eyes? Joan approached Lucifer, and she looked into Lucifer's eyes with great concern. Not a doctor, she could only take out and wipe the corners of her eyes for Lucifer. My eyes have become magic eyes, which will make people who see them unconsciously be affected by my will. For example, if I look at you now and keep telling you about you and make you fall in love with me, in severe cases, you might even die for me. After Lucifer finished speaking, Joan's hand wipe suddenly froze, and the handkerchief fell to the ground. Her expression is contradictory. Hey! This kind of thing, that, I don't dislike Lucifer, but I think that love things really have to be voluntary. The magic eye is too foul. Joan's expression seemed to worry about whether she was also being recruited. But in fact it was just a big misunderstanding. If she is really recruited, she will not be able to maintain this look now, maybe she has turned into a type of slut. Don't be nervous, didn't I say it? You have not been affected by me, it should be related to the power in your body. Speaking of it, my magic eye appeared because of Al. When I first met you, there was no such thing as a magic eye. Lucifer took the handkerchief and returned it to Joan. At this time, Joan also breathed a long sigh of relief. Hey! Please don't scare me with such words, I might take it seriously. I don't want to deny this feeling in my heart, but if it is really born because of the distortion of the magic eye, I may shake myself. Seeing Joan finally relieved, Lucifer looked at Al again. At this time, Al's gaze sneaking over also saw Lucifer. She immediately closed her eyes and responded calmly. Ah! I don't care. It doesn't matter if you make a contract or take the initiative to hold me, it's not my initiative. Anyway, it's not my fault. Although it sounds very rude, this is her style. However, Joan couldn't stand it a bit. Although she was just a village girl, she also knew what the king meant. Al! You can't talk to Lucifer like this, he is the king of this country. Joan's words seem to be heavy, but they are also protecting Al. Unfortunately, it's okay for Al to not listen. When she heard this preaching tone, she couldn't help being a little angry. Originally, she felt that she was inferior to Joan, but now she is being scolded in front of Lucifer. She is desperately trying to get back face. Ah! Why can't I say if I am not a good girl like you, this country will be destroyed? Al! Just when the sisters seemed to be arguing because of the king's problem, Lucifer stood up in a timely manner. All right. Don't be angry, Joan. Al is now in a rebellious period, so he must be patient and tolerant. Besides, you will soon become my family. I want to see you close more than respect for the king. What is the rebellious period, please tell me clearly. I don't have that kind of thing. Really? Lucifer asked rhetorically. Of course. The rebellious period is simply not knowing how to face the world. Because of ignorance and fear, in the eyes of these people, everything in this world is wrong. What others say, they oppose it, but they can't say what belongs to them. Their famous saying is, it's not me who is wrong, it's the world. Lucifer's explanation made Joan laugh subconsciously, and she thought that this explanation might be really suitable for her current sister. Number 80 Autobiographical Novel. Looking at his sister's smile, Al instinctively saw it as a mockery of himself. She was silent for a while and looked at Lucifer, and after seeing Lucifer also smiling, she questioned Joan. Damn it, sister, what are you laughing at? Nothing. I just think Lucifer knows Al well. Although some people dislike the real body, in essence, Al is a good boy. Don't be afraid, Al, I'm right by your side, always, what we said before, didn't you? With that, Lucifer pulled Al to her. In essence, her way of speaking is not only caused by her personality, but also related to her previous living environment. Because I felt uneasy about the world, I showed myself in my current posture with my subconscious mind, showing a malicious side to the world. I thought it wouldn't be hurt. Cut. Who is afraid? I am the witch of the dragon, you should be the one who should be afraid. It's better not to get involved with the witch. Leaning on Lucifer, Al's voice gradually softened. Perhaps. But I'm already involved, and some don't want to let go, I want to keep hugging. What can I do? How could I know? Are you not the king? Are you not the most important person in this country? You can think of a way for me, don't push this kind of thing to me. Seeing her sister's current appearance, Joan's face was filled with relief. She was still there before, worried that her sister might not be able to marry due to personality problems. Now it seems that there is no need to worry. Such Al is rare. Joan's sigh and relief at this time made Al subconsciously misunderstand something. Damn it, you want to laugh at me again, don't you? It must be that way. I do not have. Chapter 35. You have. So are you, you two are laughing at me, you never stopped. For some reason, the firepower that should have been aimed at Joan suddenly aimed at Lucifer. In a sense, Ella's ability to hate is not so strong. Al, if Joan really laughed at you just now, then I can only laugh with you by her. However, if you can see Joan of Arc's beautiful smile just now and be laughed once or twice, it doesn't seem to be that unacceptable. In the words, Lucifer did not defend himself. He assured Al that if she was laughed at by Joan, he would always be laughed at with her as he does now. His words finally calmed Al completely, but Joan on one side couldn't stand it. Lucifer, you spoil Al too much. Does Joan want to be spoiled by me too? Is she jealous? No. Negative, so fast, there is a problem. Right, Al? After Lucifer finished speaking, Al immediately began to fight back. Yes, there is definitely a problem. This time, they united and focused their fire on Joan. No, no. I definitely don't understand what it feels like to be jealous. So. Look, Jean. As a sister, you are too mature, and you are really spoiled by me in front of my sister. You will definitely lose your face. Just go back and try at another time. Phil ignored Joan's words and continued to talk about his thoughts. While Joan was a little speechless, she was also a little emotional, she was just a little embarrassed to say it. Don't you want to? Lucifer seemed to see the timing and continued to ask. Miss you. This time, Joan did not deny. She actually envied Al now, but as the eldest sister, she was just a country girl not long ago. With Wang's favor, she couldn't believe it and couldn't imagine it. Even her biggest wish before was to be able to study hard and then marry an adult knight or something. Now, this ideal seems to be realized. Well, the King of Knights is also a knight, this statement is correct. The huge contrast in identity made her a little bit uneasy. In contrast, Al is much easier. She has no idea about the so-called king, country, etc. She recognized Lucifer as her contractor, and seemed very natural to him. Willful. Cut. You still dare to say me, it's not the same with yourself. Obviously I'm so confused, I'm still pretending to be reserved there. Al looked on the surface with contempt, but he was very happy in his heart. Even if only for a while, she felt that she had finally won over her sister. Well, I won. I'm not reserved. Really, if you say that, then lean on it. Do you dare? Al hugged Lucifer tightly and continued to provoke. In hesitation, Joan's face heated up at a rapid and visible speed. Lucifer on one side did not join them, but watched them with interest. No matter how it looks now, this scene looks like my sister is encouraging her sister to send benefits. Don't dare. I knew it. Al hadn't been happy for a while, her voice stopped abruptly. Because Joan really leaned in, taking advantage of this opportunity, Lucifer also secretly compared the difference between the two of them. You really dare? Al's eyes twitched. Okay. She didn't seem to have thought that her sister was just a girl. I didn't pretend. Joan is still defending herself at this time. I said you are too pure. I didn't say that you were pretending, the way you are now makes people feel a little subtle. Lucifer shook his head at this moment. In the end, Lucifer let them go temporarily. Although this kind of feeling is good, if he goes all the way to the King City, he feels that his body may have some bad reactions. In case of a whim, what can't be done? Well, the timing is wrong. Lucifer asked the sisters to sit opposite for a while, and he took out a novel as a textbook for the two sisters, preparing them to learn to read. Speaking of this novel, it was originally written by Lucifer when he was boring around everywhere to relax. The essence of the story is actually Lucifer's experience of spreading fire in the last world is more like an autobiography than a novel. Of course, no one would have thought that this is. By chance, Lucifer let Altria see the manuscript, and then she joined the ranks of destroyers. Although it is very happy to have an extra book fan, Lucifer's mentality for a while is actually very subtle. The reality has returned to the topic, and Lucifer is carefully explaining the new words in the book for them. After all, no matter what language you learn, you start with words one by one. This word, Loshrik, is it a place name? Joan looked at one of the strange words and asked. Well, it is said that there is the place where the kings sleep. Every time the bell rings, King Xin and Ember will wake up together. The fireless Ember will instinctively pursue the power of the fire, and under the guidance of the spiral sword, they will coincide. To go to Loshrik. Lucifer was talking to herself as if she was missing it. Ah. Sorry, I seem to be a little addicted to it. Listening to this story, I feel a little inexplicable sadness. Generations of undead have embarked on the journey under the guidance of fate, but in the end it was destined to be just a tragedy. Joan is a little bit into the story. In a world where the fire is extinguishing, that is the inevitable of the times. No one is immune. Lucifer never felt that at the end of that era, he could do anything. So he chose to fulfill the wish of the head of the half-dragon girl. He tried to travel through time to get the soul of the king to stabilize the era. He also tried to continuously create the world in the painting, give the homeless people a new home, and even did a lot, but in the end he became the goddess of sin. Bergia learned that everything was in vain, and everything had been written when the first fire was born. In that world, no matter how individuals struggle, the only thing that can change in the end is the process, not the ending. What is this word? Al also pointed to a word and asked at this time. King souls. 4 kings were born from the first fire. The souls they get from the flames are, the king souls, and they are also the source of their power. What about this one? Time continues. Number 81 Merlin must die? Please ask for votes, ask for customization. Back at the palace, Lucifer asked Altria to take the two sisters to arrange where they lived, and he quickly came to Leonardo da Vinci all the way. Along the way, he tried his best to maintain the state of mind of Ming Jingzishui, so that the influence of the magic eye was reduced to a minimum. In the royal school, Lucifer was looking at Leonardo in front of him, and Leonardo was also looking at Lucifer. After a while, she said in pain. My king, although I am called the Omnipotent, I am not the so-called Omnipotent. It's very difficult for me to do this. First, I was made the head of the department here, and then I was made the minister of the British Ministry of Magic. Now I still come to me for magic problems from time to time. I don't have time to study. Okay. It was originally said that she should be a teacher, at most, the director of the magic department, and then Lucifer made her the minister of the Ministry of Magic based on the principle of being able to work harder. Although this department is also an official organization, it has nothing to do with the administrative and military affairs, and is more inclined to academic research and civilian departments. This is also the reason why Da Vinci was willing to accept it before. As for now, she deeply regrets the previous decision. Can't it be done? Lucifer asked rhetorically. The magic eye is not my area of expertise. Especially the magic eye of your Dragon King rank, and it is not my area of expertise. Speaking of it, shouldn't you hire a magician like a palace mage? In theory, this kind of thing should be their responsibility. Da Vinci was a little weak to complain about Lucifer's squeeze. She is confident in her abilities, but this is not a reason for Lucifer to throw everything related to magic on her. She just wants to study with peace of mind, not to be delayed by such things. But her words also reminded Lucifer. Almighty person, or else? He asked tentatively. However, this tentative question was over before it started. Reject. A minister of magic has already made me miserable. If there is another court mage, I am worried that I will die from overwork. What went wrong? I originally came here to be a teacher for the new magic. When did it become like this? Okay. It's because I didn't think well. This kind of thing is really not within your scope of work. How about you, Hohenheim? Speaking of this, Lucifer couldn't help thinking of another master here. At present, Hohenheim is the instructor of the alchemy department of the magic department. In addition to education, he has also done many courses that Lucifer gave him. It's a pity, Principal. Chapter 36. The blood of the dragon in your body has a huge resistance to potions, and it has not been successful in history to use potions to suppress the magic eyes of the Dragon King. Mine is willing to try, but it may take time. Hohenheim on one side seriously considered the possibility in front of him. His eyes seemed to have discovered a new subject. How long? About 10 years, if the principal can cooperate with me, this time can be reduced by half. Forget it. Maybe I should listen to Dachi and find a palace mage or something. Upon hearing this, Lucifer had no intention of listening. In 5 years to fix these eyes, Lucifer didn't think Lu would give himself so much time. I can only think of another way. Seeing Lucifer with a thoughtful look on his face, Da Vinci couldn't help but feel a little strange. She suddenly discovered that the young king didn't seem to see anyone from the palace mage. Does your former palace mage run away because you can't stand your oppressive character? She asked curiously. In her opinion, with Lucifer's personality, it is very likely that the previous magician could not stand his squeeze and leave. She even maliciously speculated that the previous one might have been overworked. That guy wanted to play the girl cultivation game from the beginning, and saw that the new king is not a beautiful girl, and he drove off by himself. Speaking of which, if it were not for you to remind me, I would not have found myself without a court mage for 2 years. During the words, Lucifer thought of the last time 2 years ago. Since then, I have never seen Merlin again, even heard about him. The crown-ranked mage really seems to have ran back to his tower, eliminating the traces in this world. Who is so unqualified? Merlin. The moment Lucifer said this name, the 2 people next to him were very surprised. Merlin. Da Vinci's expression became a little manic. The magician of flowers. Hohenheim gave Merlin another title. Yes, that's he. A man who comes with special effects as soon as he comes out. You know. Lucifer was a little curious at this time. Looking at the appearance of the 2 in front of him, they seemed to know Merlin. But thinking about it, it's not too strange. The circle of magicians is actually not big, it's not surprising that well-known magicians know each other. The only problem now is, Da Vinci's expression is a bit strange. Could it be that Merlin did something to her? I can't see it, the pedal man has a wide range of interests. I don't know if Leonardo in this world has changed a male body to a female body. If so, Lucifer can't help but guess the story that Merlin and Leonardo have to tell. If it were him, you should feel lucky. Da Vinci's unbearable look on his face made Lucifer even more curious. Oh! There is an inside story. That, a magician who likes to pretend to be pure when he is old, and deceives the feelings of ignorant boys everywhere is simply a scum among our magicians. As far as the true magic level is concerned, that guy is only third-rate. Of course, no denying that he does know a lot of secret spells. But he will never do things well for people. Da Vinci was desperately blacking Merlin. But in fact, what she said was right. In the orthodox world of magicians, in addition to knowledge, there are two criteria for judging whether a magician is the first-class standard, even if it constitutes the speed of a wide range of magic, and the widespread use of magic stability. Regrettably, Merlin was not up to the standard on these 2 points. Merlin's tactics are more to confuse opponents with illusions, and then take the opportunity to use his crappy spells to attack horizontally. Or directly drew swords and slashed people. Because of this way of fighting, this guy has been teased by other magicians as the Avalon Sword Master. Despite his swordsmanship, it's really good. I seem to have heard something incredible. To deceive an ignorant boy, you are sure that you are not an ignorant girl. Lucifer was a little stunned at this time. He felt whether he had heard something wrong. That's right. It's, boy, a doctor. I used to be fooled by the magical girl Mayli's name for a long time. As a result, when he was ready to confess, he actually said that he was a man. Under such a blow, my doctor friend no longer believes in love. No wonder he was still asking me questions about his illusion weaknesses when he left. Okay. I underestimated Merlin's morals before. Thinking of what he said before, that he might be beaten to death when he went out, it doesn't seem to be a lie now. Number 82, swindling money and sex? Please ask for tickets, ask for custom. Think about it carefully. Instead of saying that Merlin doesn't want to assume the role of a mage, it's better to say that this guy is probably avoiding the limelight. The scumbag would have been beaten to death if he wasn't proficient in illusion. Now that you know him, the next time you see him, don't worry, I will beat him up for you. By the way, although the possibility is very small, Da Vinci Ching, you, not also. Having said this, Lucifer couldn't help looking at Leonardo with some curiosity. Could it be that Merlin had also tricked Da Vinci into deceiving money and deceiving sex? During the last magic exchange, he blew up my magic workshop, which made my efforts in vain and made me almost homeless. I will let him pay back this account sooner or later. Yes, I will pay him back personally, using his body. Da Vinci squeezed her mechanical arm, and the bursts of fire on the mechanical arm seemed to be telling her mood at the moment. Come on. Be strong. I'll find a reliable magician first. After speaking, Lucifer left here first. He worried that if he continued, something regrettable might happen. At the same time, on an island country to the east of the mainland, this is the land of the extreme east and one of the territories of the original Old Empire. Now known as the country of the extreme east, just as the countries on the mainland are actively preparing for war to map the world, this island country is also preparing for war, but it is falling into a civil war. Because the countries in the mainland don't pay much attention to this remote and small place, the external environment here is relatively comfortable, so naturally there are problems inside. On the streets of a city, Merlin was selling the toys in his hands like an ordinary wandering magician. He suddenly sneezed. Damn it, who is cursing me again? Is it Lucifer? Right, it must be him. There has been nothing good since meeting him. Now I can't even go back to my own home, it's unreasonable. Merlin's life is a bit miserable now. He originally planned to go home after bidding farewell to Lucifer. As a result, he suddenly discovered that after losing his clairvoyance, the tower refused him entry. He tried many times and has failed, and the room leaked even night rain. At this time, he was discovered by the old enemy. So, just to be safe, he was going to run to a place where no one knew him to avoid the wind, and by the way, he figured out a way to open the door. "Hey! Third-rate magician, how do you sell this thing?" A woman with animal ears picked up a long sword and spoke. "Oh! The guests have good eyes. This sword comes from Britain, a powerful country in the west of the mainland. It was once blessed by the current king of Britain. It is very effective whether it is slashed frontally or hit hard. It is said that the king of Britain used it to kill 100 knights with a single sword." Merlin borrowed Lucifer's reputation very smoothly. Even though he was there a second ago, Toko Lucifer himself. "Ah, 100 knights say that the king is very strong." The woman named Suzuka Gozen was a little eager to try. "Well, very strong. It is one of the strongest knights I have seen so far. There may be no more than 5 people on the mainland who can defeat him 1 by 1.55. Of course, not in gang fights." In order to promote the weapon, Merlin began to blow desperately. "What does that have to do with this sword?" "Guest, you see, such a strong person has this sword. Doesn't this prove that it is extraordinary in itself? It sounds reasonable. What price? Say it." Thinking that he met a fat sheep, Lin's profiteer value began to skyrocket. "Forget it." As Merlin tried to sell things for a living in the Far East, Lucifer met an acquaintance on the way back to the palace. "Oh! Rarely, Sir Robin Hood, you will come to the King's City to find me. Is there something wrong with the forest?" Closing his eyes, Lucifer said to Robin Hood in front of him. During the previous civil turmoil, it was also thanks to this, the appearanceless king, who gave him a very clear understanding of the intelligence of the rebels. After the war, Lucifer gave Robin Hood the title of First Viscount. Considering his life, Lucifer just asked him to make a name and did not earn him the title. For now, they are more like friendships. Not this time. Since your policy of prohibiting private deforestation, the environment on the forest side has been much better. It has been a long time since I pretended to be ghosts to scare ordinary people. Coupled with your reforms, I seem to have been unemployed for a long time." Robin Hood smiled and spread his hands. Despite talking about unemployment, he would rather remain unemployed. The country in front of him is exactly what he once wanted to fight for, and his unemployment also means that there is no big evil person who needs him to be a punishment knight. Robin Hood has now become a troubadour as a righteous thief. Well, even though he has just started to learn, his level is not very good. So, this time I'm here to thank me for even preparing the thank you gift. Chapter 37. Lucifer smiled. Behind Robin Hood, there is a strong flow of magical power exuding. "Thanks, yes. But these, thanks are not, I prepared them, they were prepared by the elves in the forest. They are grateful for what you have done for the forest when you become a king. Yes, this is a special product they prepared for you. It tastes good and can also replenish magic power." Robin Hood untied the wooden hug behind him and handed it forward to Lucifer. Although these things are not precious treasures, they contain their hearts. He also understood that Lucifer was different from other kings, and he himself seemed not very interested in things like money and treasures. So this kind of thing is the most suitable. Lucifer took the wooden hug and put it on the ground. He picked up one of them, and it felt like melon fruit. He took a bite, and the feeling in his mouth was very delicious. "Well, the taste is pretty good, Leah should like these things. The magic fruit tastes very good." With that said, Lucifer ate the fruit in his hand. When Robin Hood was watching, he also asked a question that he had always been concerned about. "Actually, I was very strange from the beginning, why do you keep your eyes closed? So, do you understand?" With that, Lucifer opened his eyes. In an instant, the magic power emitted by the eyes made the surrounding air glow red. Robin Hood instantly exerts the power of the appearanceless king to resist its erosion. However, as Lucifer closed his eyes again, the magic disappeared. Robin Hood breathed a sigh of relief. "Zi. Demon eyes of this level, I remember you didn't have such dangerous things in the first 2 months. I am also troubled by it. This thing is useful to me in theory, but it has a lot of side effects. Besides, the uncontrollable force is only violence. I don't like violence that can get out of control at any time. Regardless of how long is a powerful force, if it can't be used by oneself, and it still hides the possibility of losing control, then it is useless to oneself. What I want is the power to drive, not the power to control." Number 83. 3 animals, please ask for votes, ask for custom. Robin Hood noticed the change in Lucifer's expression, and he also secretly admired. Because of this calmness, he won't worry about Lucifer's loss of control. That's true. There are so many talents around you, no one can figure out a solution. Robin Hood asked seriously. I have sent someone to the city to make a recruitment announcement. At the moment, my best magician, the almighty Leonardo, said he can't do anything about my problem for the time being. I urgently need a magician who can solve this problem quickly. Do you have a good candidate? If you have one, you can directly recommend it to me. I am just a ranger. Although you have been named honorary viscount, I am still a ranger. However, I can help you. Pay attention. Then leave it to you. I'm going to see the magicians soon. If you have any needs, you can talk to Isabella. Lucifer lifted the fruit on hand and walked to the place where the palace Leah was. Robin Hood thought for a while. He didn't ask Isabella, the maid, to greet him, but instead chose to leave as if he thought of something. He is going to go to the forest of the elves to ask about the magic eye. The elves are experts in magic, and there may be a solution. After several days of preparation, Lucifer finally waited for the time to officially interview the court mage. During this time, Lucifer spent most of the time teaching the sisters of Joan of Arc, and at the same time looking for suitable tutors for them. After all, he is the king, and it is impossible for him to work as a tutor at the same time. For this reason, Al is still small, he has a bad temper and is comforted by Lucifer for a while before calming down. In the morning, the sun shines on the earth and brings light to people. In a reception hall of the palace used to receive guests, Lucifer is supporting his head with one hand. There is a desk in front of him, and the desk has the resume that I sent before. The template is also for these magicians to fill in to let Lucifer understand their basic situation. At this time, there were only Lucifer and Altria in this hall. After Lucifer confirmed that he had recorded the basic information of these people, he gestured to Altria. Altria nodded, and she walked to the door to announce the beginning of the interview to the knight outside. The huge gate opened, and the knights lined up in 2 rows, led by Gawain and Lancelot, and Tristan was also among them because he just caught up with the city. Between the 2 rows of knights, the magicians who were pursuing the announcement of the king stepped in. Not all magicians are like Leonardo, academic type. Lucifer's task is a chance for more people to reach the sky in one step. Therefore, there are a lot of applicants, and the number of men and women is basically balanced. Lucifer pretended that he was looking at the data to reduce the influence of his magic eye. With Altria's assistance, interviewing these people there are not many problems. Following Lucifer's order, the first magician walked in. He is a man who seems to be in his 30s. The data shows that he is good at attacking magic and possesses the dual attributes of wind and fire. However, he only acted for a while. Lucifer basically saw his level. He compared it with Leonardo da Vinci, and his instinct was far away. Next. Lucifer directly waved and said. The middle-aged man exited in frustration, and his successor passed him triumphantly. Then, the male follower didn't feel proud for long, and he accepted the ending with the first person. Next. Next. Lucifer's next smashed the hopes of countless magicians, and many magicians even chose to abstain. As time passed, the number of people decreased. Lucifer finally put down the last piece of information in his hand, and the last person was also wiped out. Lucifer felt that there might not be a suitable candidate in a short time. At this moment, Lucifer suddenly felt an unusually cold magic. Well, such cold magic, this feeling is. For a moment, Lucifer thought that he had returned to the world of painting. However, unlike the coldness of the painting world, there is a hint of warmth in this magic. The icy wind blew outside the door, and along with the falling of snowflakes, a layer of frost quickly extended from outside the door to the front of Lucifer's desk, and the words of Owen flashed on the frost. Before the others reacted, the frost continued to condense, forming a single person-high ice crystal. With a click, the ice crystals were completely shattered, and a purple woman appeared in the ice blooms. The feminine temperament looks very mature, but it has an unexpected girl face. Surrounded by ice crystals, and the purple robe on her body is matched with black silk, she is like a queen somewhere. This hand alone has shocked the audience. Of course, what shocked the audience even more was the beauty of the female magician. Wow! Gawain spoke subconsciously. Oh! Lancelot was also dumbfounded. Zi. This time it was Tristan. The other knights have almost the same expression. They are all fascinated by the women in front of them. The only person in the audience who did not see the female face may be Lucifer, but from the reactions of the few goods next to him, he can also know how amazing this woman is in front of him. He closed his eyes and asked. Knight G by his side. Leah, this is the magician a great beauty? Well, a man of extraordinary beauty. As a woman, Altria responded calmly to Lucifer. Then, please show your magic skills. Lucifer didn't entangle whether the beauty in front of him was a beauty. Compared to beautiful women, he now cares more about the ability of the other party. However, not everyone is as calm as Lucifer. For example, beautiful lady, your beauty is a flower I have only seen once in my life. I am willing to use all of my life to protect you. Gawain has already expressed his love to women first. Then, the animal next to him also moved. What a dazzling beauty, your figure is like a moonlight shining directly into my heart, and you will fall for you in my life. At this moment, Lancelot tried his best to show his elegance in order to get the favor of beauty. Tristan is not much better. Your beauty is like the most beautiful note, which strikes my heartstrings all the time. Beautiful lady, I wonder if I will spend this life with you. It's not the first time these dudes have done this kind of thing, and they behave quite skillfully. In response, Altria was looking at them with the eyes of salted fish. To say why, because these three goods should obviously be confessing to the beautiful magician, but now their directions have produced a subtle difference. In the eyes of others, the three of them are expressing love to each other. Number 84 Master loves me, cry, please ask for votes, ask for customization. The purple-haired woman ignored the three sand sculptures over there, she walked slowly to Lucifer's eyes. Get it? You will need it. With that, she took out a box and put it next to Lucifer. Lucifer opened the small box and took out the contents of the box. Glasses. He put on these snowflake-shaped glasses and opened his eyes. I found that this thing not only suppressed the influence of the magic eye, but also brought the clairvoyance ability. Of course, this clairvoyance is just an eagle eye that can see 1,000 miles in the eyes of ordinary people, not the eyes of a magician that resemble Merlin. Chapter 38. Perfect. But now, who can tell me what the three of them are doing? I haven't noticed for a few minutes. My best knights of the round table have already stepped into the path of no return. At this moment, Lucifer noticed that the three knights in front of them seemed to be moving in strange directions. At the same time, he also noticed the Lwen text faintly flashing around them. They were just showing their love to this lady, and then they became this funny look. Altria calmly explained what happened before her. Lucifer pushed his glasses, with a subtle expression. The three goods in front of him were one of the sources of damage to his Knights of the Round Table's critics. Although I already knew how idiot they were when facing women, I still didn't expect to be such an idiot. Looking at the woman in front of her again, Lucifer couldn't help but feel a little familiar, or perhaps impressed. However, he still said so on the surface. It's as beautiful as a snowflake, but cold but natural. I don't know if I can know the name of the lady. Skartiskaha. Guian, the Night King of Britain. Facing Lucifer, Skadi just nodded. It's not that she doesn't understand etiquette, but she thinks Lucifer doesn't have to let her bow her head. Miss Skadi is good at rune writing, is it? Original Wen. Night King, am I qualified to be your court mage at this moment? At the beginning, there was no doubt. Rather, based on your knowledge of Wen's writing, just serving as a mere court mage would be a waste of your talents. Therefore, I would like to ask you to be my teacher. Lucifer's words surprised Altria behind him, but she was only surprised. She believed Lucifer instinctively, and didn't think much about it. After all, judging from the current situation, this magic might be stronger than Merlin before. Your teacher? A trace of doubt appeared on Skadi's face. Yes, it is. I am very interested in the Wen text, but I have been unable to find a suitable learning method before this, and I have been troubled for a long time. I once heard that your understanding of magic is extraordinary. Why do you still want to seek the power of Wen? How should I put it? My magic and power are too focused on attack. The destructive power may be far from the elemental magic of today, but in other aspects it is not so satisfactory. In other words, it's like healing magic. Are you not good at it? Recalling what Robin Hood had said, Skadi continued to ask. Almost. This is just one aspect. Lucifer. What did Lucifer feel as an undead in the last world? After all, in that world, as long as humanity is good, healing magic is not as good as chaos magic. But it wasn't until he came to this world that there was no undead's particularity that Lucifer discovered that he was seriously biased. It is not only healing magic, but most defensive magic is also its own weakness. So most of the time, I just use offense instead of defense. I am better at killing people than saving people. As a king, your power will be used. When you are fighting in the four directions, why are you still obsessed with healing methods? I don't want to see important people hurt in front of me again, but I can't do anything about it. Beautiful Miss Skadi, there is one more thing, you may have misunderstood. Everything I do is not to kill, but to protect. With that said, Lucifer looked at the knight beside him. Altria also looked at Lucifer with soft eyes. Everything was silent. Skadi noticed this too. She hesitated for a moment, and said softly. Your name? Lucifer. Okay, Lucifer. From today onwards, I will be your teacher, and in the future, I will train you in my own way until you can reach my standard and graduate. Skadi seemed to be speaking for granted, and there was no incompatibility in his words. Even though she was facing a king, she still didn't look at him with upward gaze. I will please from now on, Master. Lucifer stood up, and he thanked Skadi for his teachers and students. Master. Teachers with a long-standing craftsman spirit, I call them masters. The spirit of the craftsman, in my impression, it has been a long time since I have seen a human with this kind of spirit. I will train you for this goal. Skadi seemed very satisfied with the word, and there was almost a hint of joy in her expression. Thank you, Master, but before that, can you ask Master to solve the illusion on the three idiots? They are my knights anyway. Well, it's simple. At Lucifer's request, Skadi took out a small magic wand. She didn't sing at all, and several Awen words appeared in the air, and then the words turned into magic power, and Gawain came from them. There was a burst of glass shattering, and then they woke up from their fantasy. After waking up, Gawain and the others did not become angry, but looked ashamed. Wang, Please forgive me for the gaffe of waiting. Gao Wen knelt down and said. Then the other two people also knelt down. It's okay. Just don't develop any weird interests because of it. Lucifer was looking at them with subtle eyes at this moment. The three knights seemed to have noticed this look too. They looked at each other as if they understood something. They also heard some rumors when they went to clubs and bars before. Strange interest. Gawain looked at Lancelot. Follow them. Lancelot looked at Tristan. Impossible. Tristan denied it quite simply. Get up. I officially declare to you that this, Miss Scatty will become the court mage of Britain and also my teacher. My knights, I hope you don't lose your temper again because of this. Lucifer calmly told the three of them a fact. They were quite surprised when they heard the news. Teacher Wang. Gao Wen understands. Lancelot understands. Follow the king's wishes. The three of them looked at each other, and they all saw regretful expressions in each other's eyes. Originally, they thought that even if this beauty became a palace mage, they would not have no chance. But it's different now. In the New Year's lucky bag, the beautiful girl teacher and craftsman likes to add 1/43 the chance that I will meet the teacher and craftsman again. I can only say that the teacher and craftsman loves me too much. Actually, what I want is a whale. Aunt Zhen. Why do you want to cry more and more? I strongly request the master treasure to open the treasure book. Number 85. No chance. Please ask for votes, ask for customization. Teacher Wang, they just think it's impossible. In case they failed in their pursuit and rumors such as entanglement were exploded, even if the Wang didn't blame it, they would feel guilty to commit suicide. After the magic eye problem was solved, Lucifer took Scatty to the palace in person. In the palace, while they chatted, they also asked Scatty to choose a suitable resting palace. They walked for a long time, and finally Scatty took a fancy to the deepest courtyard of the palace. She liked the quietness here. Originally Lucifer wanted to help her tidy up, but after a while, he realized that it was unnecessary. Because the ice crystals at the feet of Scatty spread, the palace in front of him has turned into an ice palace, and Scatty nodded in satisfaction. Lucifer and Altria also followed in, but after walking around, they found that there was actually no place for them to do. After finally confessing some related matters, Lucifer left here. Returning to his palace, Lucifer was preparing to take a rest and relax. He subconsciously wanted to hug his exclusive pillow, but suddenly realized that it seemed to be still morning. During the day is official time, Night Ji fulfilled her duties very conscientiously, guarding the safety of the palace, and now she has probably gone out on patrol. This inevitably makes Lucifer a little regretful. There is not much to deal with today, so, should we go see Joan and the others? By the way, also take Isabella over and teach them to read. Just when Lucifer thought about it, the door of the room was opened. Semiramis walked in. She still has a document in her hand. Your eyes are okay. These glasses have good taste and suit you very well. Just sit down, she just confided in Lucifer's previous problems. This surprised Lucifer somewhat, because only a few people knew about it before. The few of them obviously won't talk about this matter, which also means that Semiramis has seen the problem with Lucifer in his own way. You have actually discovered the problem with my eyes. Myra, are you also a legendary master of magic? Lucifer was a little surprised. Before Semiramis had always regarded herself as a duke, Lucifer didn't think much about it. Now it seems that she has always been concealed. I am not a magician, my job is a conspirator. For magic, I only know a little bit of it. Semiramis smiled slightly and did not admit his magical strength. This also made Lucifer even more curious. He couldn't help but think of a joke circulating on the internet in his previous life. Semiramis, who knows a little magic, satisfies my curiosity. What is the point in your mouth? Knowing a little is, literally, no. Chapter 39. Don't expect too much from my magic, Wang. Speaking of magic, shouldn't you ask the self-entry teacher? Still, you can't ask, Master. Having said that, Semirami passed the document in his hand to Lucifer. Her tone is mostly ridiculous. This is also the way they communicate when discussing things privately. It has become a habit to laugh at each other. Facing the Prime Minister's banter in front of him, Lucifer felt a little uncontrollable on his face. This title is spoken from others, it seems really shameful. Ahem. Recent changes in France. He symbolically took the initiative to put the topic on the document. But the more I look at it, the more I feel that something is wrong. Because of the effects of the previous defeat and the war indemnities you have proposed, the interior of France has been unstable in the past 2 years. Originally, France's taxes were already high enough, but now that tax increases have triggered several rebellions, Piping, the dwarf, thought of this way in order to quickly calm the country. Semiramis quietly talked about the internal problems of France. The previous defeat caused France to pay a huge amount of war money, and the country would naturally have to recover this money from somewhere else. Of course, there are many ways to take it back, such as ransacking the homes of some offending nobles, which Piping has already done. Unfortunately, the effect is not very satisfactory. Most of the money goes into the royal family's pockets instead of the treasury. In order to make up for this part of the deficit, he chose the simplest and clearest approach. Increase taxes. This approach can best see the effect in a short time, but the impact may not be eliminated in a few years. After all, for a country with an aristocratic system, tax increase may be a word from the king, but tax reduction is to face the entire aristocratic system. Naturally, the dwarf Piping's practice caused dissatisfaction among the lower classes, and many people who could not survive directly chose to rebel. No accident, these people must have been suppressed in the end, but this also made the already shaken domestic situation even more shaken. In order to calm the current turmoil, the dwarf Piping came up with another trick. That is, well, what kind of ghost is it that separates some territories and establishes a religious field and declares that the Templar Church has become the national religion of France, the dwarf Pepin, so I don't worry about the theocracy over the royal power in the future. Lucifer let go of the file, feeling that the brain of the guy on the other side was broken. For a country, there is only so much power. Once the nobles gain more power, the king will reduce his power. Similarly, once the church is given some power, it means that some power in other places will be reduced. From the current point of view, Peping's approach will undoubtedly weaken his kingship. You may not be able to see it in a short time, but it will definitely end up in a long time. This is exactly where Lucifer is strange. His current practice in Britain is to centralize power, but the other party is decentralizing power. What the is that this kind of domestic problem has been solved, so that he has never heard of him as a devout believer before he even asked the church for help. It is still said that he was crippled by the people from the church in his previous life. As a person who has heard the chronicles of the world, Lucifer can naturally predict the consequences of the unity of politics and church, and at the same time understand in this era, what is the most likely way to make Britain stronger. So when he saw this, he subconsciously thought that Piping's brain was broken. But think about it carefully, maybe it's just because the other party is controlled by the times, or because he believes too much in himself. Perhaps he wants to follow the same path as Ramses II of the Sun King of Asia, unity of church and state. Put kingship and divine power into your hands together. Even if you are as wise as you can't deny that the combination of kingship and divine power will give birth to extraordinary power. Especially now, the internal turmoil in France, the more desperate, the more people yearn for a miracle or belief. Not only that, but Peping's approach is undoubtedly pulling the Temple Church to his side. It can be said that it will kill 3 birds with 1 stone. Semiramis continued to analyze Piping's approach. Number 86. Is this stuff funny? Please ask for votes, ask for customization. The introduction of the Templar Church can not only absorb the power of the Church for use by France, but also use the power of religion to corrupt people's minds, so that they can be contented with suffering, their thoughts are broken, and they are regarded as doctrines, and they completely lose their ability to resist. In this way, not only can the domestic situation be stabilized, but also the power of the Church can be reaped, and even the royal power can be stabilized in a religious way in the future. On the surface, there is simply no better way than this. But awesome! Lucifer's comment on this is only these two words. What? Semiramis was a little confused. Pray to God in a world without God, isn't it funny? The combination of theocracy and kingship can indeed produce strong chemical changes, but it may also be too big. The kingship is a man, and the religious power is a god. Man cannot become a god, and gods will not be degraded to be a person. The gods will eventually become obstacles that restrict the king's power. Especially the churches that are secularized by the so-called priests. They themselves don't believe in the God in their hearts. Do you still expect them to sacrifice for God? Lucifer leaned back, he leaned on the chair, his eyes looked at the ceiling. Lucifer at this moment couldn't help but think of the previous world. Representatives of spreading fire, representatives of extinguishing fire, representatives of capturing fire, and a bunch of messy churches. On the surface, those guys produced many scriptures that sounded very beautiful, but in fact they were just greedily yearning for the power of the initial fire. In contrast, for the continuation of the times, the great King Wen, who took the initiative to burn himself, is more like a believer. Although he is only for the country he created, his approach is indeed a martyr. It's true that Ramses II is also the supreme leader of religion as a king, but France now has a king, but there is still a pope. This may really cause problems, but it is too exaggerated to say that theocratic power is above the royal power. The dwarf piping may know what he is, but if he dies, it is hard to say whether his son knows what he is doing. Since he wants to play, let's help him. With a good idea in mind, Lucifer sat back. There was a pleasant smile at the corner of his mouth. How do you want to do it? Such. After a while, Semiramis could not help but begin to sympathize with France's situation after hearing Lucifer's words. The summary of his words is very simple, that is, using the deviation between theocracy and the kingship to divide the whole of France. You have so many bad ideas. I will send someone to do it. However, Wang, maybe you don't think it is necessary, but you should almost have your own dark organization, otherwise it would be weird to put the intelligence organization in my hands under the king-dominated system. In fact, I am already forming. It's just that I still can't find a CO star. Before that, I can only rely on you a lot. I am beautiful and reliable. Don't think that I am the little girl in your harem. If someone compliments me, I will obediently let you do things. Then, the Prime Minister who is beautiful, generous, understanding, and talented is just 3 sentences. Having said this, Lucifer also teased the previous smile. Haha, all right. All right. Being your Prime Minister is not yet easy. Sorry, only you, the beautiful and reliable Prime Minister, can make jokes in this relaxed tone in business. Yes, to say that the only person who can make jokes like this in public affairs is only Semiramis. No matter whether they are active or passive, other people will maintain a kind of respect for Lucifer during business hours, that is, look up. It is basically unrealistic to expect them to make such a small joke. However, it is very interesting that because of the way Lucifer and Semiramis get along, there was a period of time among the people that Lucifer was actually a puppet king, and the person in power was the Prime Minister. Their biggest evidence is, Semiramis had a lot of black hands in the court. Lucifer just smiled at this kind of obvious provocative remarks. He even openly joked with Semiramis at the imperial conference. After that, they basically did nothing, and the rumors disappeared automatically. Wang is too humble. I now admire Wang's farsightedness very much. Your move to accept the French sisters as concubines is undoubtedly a very wise move for Britain to conquer France in the future. Having said that, Semiramis changed the subject. She talked about Joan of Arc and the others. At this time, Lucifer followed her words and thought of something. Wise, you mean, I marry Joan and they will make ordinary Britons gradually accept the French? Thinking about it carefully, what I did was, in a sense of unintentional interruption. Not only that, when the news reaches France, ordinary people in France will also think that Britain can accept France. Once a large-scale attack on France in the future can minimize the resistance of the French-occupied area, it may even make them feel that the King of Britain actually likes the French people. As long as they have this, they will not resist. However, you will ask, don't you think about it before? Semiramis quietly talked about political considerations, and his words looked at Lucifer a little unexpectedly. Have not thought. Lucifer responded frankly. At that time, I just wanted to bring them back, and coupled with the dragon, I didn't have time to think about that much. You should understand me, I am not the kind of, the one who likes to be fat in one bite. Before Britain's national power is fully formed, and the diplomatic issues between Ross and Rome have not been resolved, I will not consider a complete war with France for the time being. Lucifer was not unexpected in this arrangement, but he didn't think about it so long now. The situation between countries has changed too much. He will only come up with a general strategic policy, such as conquering the hearts of the people after defeating France. But how to subdue the hearts of the people, details, he won't think about it for now. After all, Britain's national power has not fully recovered. After 5 years of hard work, the domestic problems should be solved first. Really surprised? Hey! Don't think of me as an omnipotent person, my Prime Minister. Not long ago, the true omnipotent person was still complaining to me not to treat her as omnipotent. The same is true for me. Although I will not make mistakes in the general direction, I am really not as thoughtful as you in terms of details. Chapter 40. That's why I said that we are a match made in heaven. Lucifer is good at general principles, and the consideration of details is to decide after seeing the actual situation. Semiramis lacks judgment on the overall situation, but it is quite advantageous to grasp the details. Number 87. Miss Cavaliers want to eat. If you use an analogy, Lucifer is a strategist, Semiramis is a tactician. Hey! Such an obvious thing, did you only find out now? No, I knew it a long time ago. In this case, I think you should bribe me a few more times, otherwise I can't guarantee that I will be in such a good mood every time. The Prime Minister blatantly demanded bribes from the king. This is a huge illegal act. Well, let's talk about it. What do you want? Facing the beauties molesting, Lucifer was a little speechless. If Leah is allowed to see the two of them now, it will inevitably be a bunch of righteous advice. For example, every time I come, I prepare delicious black tea for me. How about this condition? Semiramis did not embarrass Lucifer too much. She stepped aside, picked up the notebook on the table next to her and motioned. If it's just this, it's not a bribe. But you are also very clear, I also have my own difficulties. Altria has made it clear that when working as a prince, I cannot do such things that affect the image of the king. You forgot the last tragedy so quickly. Lucifer smiled helplessly. The last time Lucifer was making tea for Semiramis, it happened to be seen by Altria, and it was still official time. Then there is no after. Knight G exercised his power of persuasion, and said Lucifer and Semiramis. Although it feels strange that a king and a prime minister were advised by a forbidden army commander, the truth is, so. Thinking of it before, Semiramis had a playful expression on his face. You are the knight who spoils yourself too much. Obviously, she has been pushed down for 2 years, and she has no results at all. Look at those noble ladies. If they were pushed down for 2 years, they would have been so soft that they had no bones, but she would still be that night lady. It is because it has been overturned for 2 years that I cherish this feeling. Even if Leah wants to change, I hope that she wants to change from the bottom of her heart, not that I force her to become a good girl. Not to mention, she is fine now. Zi. It's sour, today's black tea is so sour, it's like eating a lemon that has just been taken from a tree. No, I'll talk about it later, I'm going to add sugar now. Semiramis drank a little black tea symbolically, and then his expression became very exaggerated. In Lucifer's speechless eyes, the first person retired and left here without finishing. Opening the door, Semiramis unexpectedly found Miss Knight, who was stunned in the corridor. She froze for a moment, then smiled and passed her. Altria entered the room with a tray, and she spoke softly. Wang, this is your lunch. Originally, this trivial matter of delivering lunch was not within the scope of her responsibility, but after the previous poisoning incident, she forcibly placed the second half of this trivial matter under her name. But in fact, she enjoys this process very much. In this regard, Lucifer didn't break it. Leave it over there. At the table, Lucifer was preparing. At this time, Altria's expression seemed a little hesitant. That. Leah, I don't remember what else I need to hesitate. Can you, have it together? At the moment when he heard this, Lucifer almost thought that he was too tired to work. He subconsciously did not react. Seeing Lucifer in silence, Altria was very guilty about her proposal just now. Or maybe she was very guilty at first, after all, she was the one who had previously advocated that the King's Majesty should not be undermined too much, and she is also the one who said that she was eating together. I didn't say anything just now. She immediately changed her words. This time, Lucifer finally heard clearly. He got up and came to Leah, put his hands on her shoulders, and pushed her to the next seat. Sit down. After both of them sat down, Altria's expression was still a bit cautious, she looked like she was doing something taboo, and she couldn't help feeling a little guilty in her heart. Will the king and the knight have lunch at this time? Would it violate the way of the knight? She looked at Lucifer, a little uncertain. But in fact, the expression of Knight G at the moment is more like looking for Lucifer's identification. If Lucifer can identify, she can also convince herself. Of course not. As a king, occasionally eating with his knights, even if they are seen by others, they will only feel very close. Not only does it, will not damage the image of the king, it will even add a lot of human touch to the king. You can understand it as the atmosphere of our informal meeting with Gao Wen. Speaking of the so-called informal meeting, it means similar to private time. Although Lucifer was basically quite majestic in his time as a king, it might even give people a sense of unconscious fear. But in private, he also likes to make jokes. Most of the knights of the Round Table are also very clear about this. Therefore, in private time, these people are also very relaxed when facing themselves. Although they are not at the point of being casual and good friends, they are at least much more relaxed than formal occasions. Gawain even invited himself to a bar, but was strongly rejected by Altria. In addition, Lucifer occasionally teased Gawain's sister, the mascot in the Round Table. The Round Tables generally felt that Lucifer was very human in private. Some people even think that it would be great if the king was like this. But this proposal was immediately rejected by others. Most of these guys are knights who are very emotional and don't distinguish between public and private. If even the king is like this, they instinctively feel that without the king's majestic restraint, this country will go in a strange direction. Is that so? Understand, I will try my best to pay attention to these details in the future. Altria said seriously. After hearing the last words just now, she somewhat, also felt that she was too strict before. Or maybe it's too constrained to details. Well, I will have another chance to eat together in the future. Under the sun, the lunch time becomes a little warm. They only ate together in the evening, not even breakfast together. After breakfast, it was, in the early morning, what Altria had to prepare was different from what Lucifer had to prepare. Because of this time difference, Lucifer would still be a little pity once. Thinking of this, Lucifer picked up the fork. Come on. Ah! Open your mouth. The piece of meat on the fork was close to the corner of Altria's mouth. The night girl didn't panic either, she ate with a calm expression on her face. They have done this feeding many times before. Even the more exciting ones have been played. No, you can't let Wang Guang feed me. The king also has to guarantee his own body. With that said, Altria did the same thing as Lucifer. Lucifer accepted this with a smile. This time, the lunch time seemed to have become for the two of them. Get up quickly. Number 88. The Kingdom of Knights. In the afternoon, the royal city of Britain is still full of vitality. After 2 years of planning and reconstruction, the city ended the previous chaotic zoning, and it ushered in its own regular division. Lucifer divided it into several districts based on his own modern city experience. Except for the military zone and the palace are separated, the other areas are only divided by streets, and they also have new names. The Nascent Ilksur district is not known as a developed commercial area, but is famous for the preference of adventurers. This is the area with the most adventurers in the royal city, so there are more buildings such as taverns. In a tavern called Bonfire, many adventurers are drinking while bragging about what they have recently encountered to the people next to them. A lot of news may even be heard here. Suddenly, the door of the tavern was opened, and a middle-aged white-haired man with a scar on his face walked in. He wears a leather armor and carries 2 different swords behind him. His entry made the people at the tables near the gate glance at him, but only subconsciously glanced at him, and then continued to brag about their big business. This kind of reaction made the man named Gerald a little strange. He had been in France for a while before, but the people there saw him not being so friendly to ignore. However, it's okay to ignore it, he was originally going to eat something. This is more to his heart now. He came to the counter and saw 2 other shop assistants greeting customers, so he looked for the last man who looked young. As soon as Gerald sat down, the clerk named Jenny asked curiously. The demon hunter. He has been here for more than a year, and he has also heard many miscellaneous stories. It also includes the demon hunter. Chapter 41. It is said that these people are experts who specialize in dealing with inhuman monsters. Of course, in Jimin's heart, the king's knight is invincible. In front of these knights, no matter anyone or a monster is rubbish. Just call me Gerald, give me a beer. Gerald said his name. He is now somewhat adapted to the situation in this country. People here feel more curious than afraid of him, which makes him feel pretty good. At least not to be treated as a monster. Good eyesight. Our beer here is not the best in the city, but at least in this area it is absolutely loud. And there are many kinds, which can meet the tastes of different people. Gerald, what are you going to have a cup of? Since this is the case with many types, come and have a cup of the most famous among you. After thinking about it, Gerald ordered one at random. After a while, Lord Jenny took out a large glass of wine from behind. Okay, white horse wine. 1 cup, I wish you all the best. With that, he took the drink and put it directly in front of Gerald. Gerald looked at the wine in the glass, and he found that this thing seemed to be really advanced. Most of the wines he had drunk before would have some impurities, the color was very fuzzy, and the aroma of the wine was not as strong as this glass. This glass of wine made him feel better about failing to hunt down the vampire. How much is it? He picked up the cup and prepared one. 444 silver coins. Puff. How much? Hearing this number, the wine Jiro had just drunk spurted out. He almost thought that he was regarded as a fat sheep, or that the people here thought he was a demon hunter deliberately playing. But after a while, he discovered that the other wines he drank seemed to be at the same price. In other words, this thing is really so expensive. In Britain, where 20 silver coins are equal to 1 gold coin, the price of this glass of beer is definitely outrageous. 444 silver coins, no bargaining, no friendship, no credit. These are the 3 no principles of our store. Jenny patiently wiped the wine on the table, his expression was very calm. It's so expensive. Gerald sighed and sighed. Although he is a little tight now, it is not that he can't afford to pay. It's just that he sincerely thinks that spending 444 silver coins to have a drink is a bit extravagant. Our great Wang Chong said, "You get what you pay for. The cost of this glass of wine is not cheap. If you have a tight hand, there is still a copper coin of stream wine. I just discovered that you don't seem to be afraid of the demon hunter. Why should we be afraid of the demon hunter?" Jenny's rhetorical question stumped Gerald. Yes, why are they afraid of the demon hunter? Gerald that only now thinks of this question, do they need to be afraid? But if they are not afraid, why did the people they saw before see him like a ghost or say, "What monster is just?" Gerald was a little uncertain about his own illusion. I have been to many countries before, and most of them will use it after they have met me, look at me with a look of monsters. But since I came to this country, I have rarely seen this kind of look. Of course, you are now in the kingdom of knights ruled by the great Night King. But if you want to talk about monsters, you are far from it. Casso. Come and see, show you a new friend, your wine is ready. Jenny waved and shouted into the distance. Gerald also looked into the distance, and he suddenly saw a big guy in his sight. Jenny is calling me. You guys don't touch my cards, I'll go over and get the wine. A man who was nearly 3 meters tall sat on a chair and stood up. He put down his card and walked to the counter. After arriving at the counter, Jenny introduced to Casso. This is Gerald. Oh. Hello, Gerald. Casso touched his head and said. Hello there. Gerald suddenly felt a little stressed. This one, obviously should be a person, but he has a match with the ogres he has fought before. Did you see it? You want to be called a monster, at least, you have to have his physique. Jenny said with a smile. I still like you to call me a big man. Wang once called me like that. I like this title very much. Here, big man. Ah. Do you guys still have chivalry? Dare to take a peek? Yelling, Casso ran back to where he was sitting with a few glasses of wine. They continued to play cards there. His name is Casso. Before this, he was seen as a monster, but since once he resisted the burn of the flame and removed the stake and saved 4 people. No one sees him that way anymore. Even the king who was passing by at the time praised him as a qualified knight. There are many things like this. Gradually, everyone is also influenced by the king and learns to look at a person from his virtue and character. Jenny said calmly while wiping the cup. Many people in this country admire Lucifer very much. So unconsciously, Lucifer's words and deeds in public also affected this country. If someone were to say the words just now, many people would probably be a joke, but Lucifer's words, they took it as a creed. Number 89 Duel. Want money? Forget it, please ask for votes, ask for customization. The Kingdom of Knights? What a good country! Now this place has completely changed, and you can't see what it was a few years ago. Gerald had another drink, he said softly. He probably understands what people here think of him now. Of course. Everything comes from our great king. 2 years ago, this country was facing 3-sided invasion, and many people thought that Britain was going to perish. It was the king who saved it and brought it to life. Gerald could hear this little brother's extreme respect for the king in his words, not because of power, but because of something that is recognized outside of power. Thinking of this, Gerald was suddenly curious. Do you want to be a knight in the past? I thought about it, but the reality after that taught me to be a human again. With my small body, I can't be a knight at all. However, Wang once said to us, people make the best use of what they can, and everyone has a path that suits them, where they can give full play to their talents. I think my life is very good now. You may not be able to imagine that 2 years ago, most of the time I was still worried about whether I would starve to death tomorrow. People make the best use of their use, and everything makes the best of their materials. I actually don't quite understand the meaning of this sentence, but the bachelors who come to drink here say that it seems to mean, everyone is trying their best to give play to what they are good at. After hearing these words, Gerald felt more and more that this country had completely changed. It is completely different from the neighboring country France. Originally, these two countries were both countries famous for their knights, but now they are heading in completely different directions. France still maintains everything from the past, but Britain has gradually become a real country of knights. Along the way, I found that there has been less fighting in this country. Gerald continued to drink and chat. Before that, because of his identity as a demon hunter, he didn't even have a speaker. Most of the time, I can only talk to my horse. Now I finally find that I have misunderstood, and I am ready to talk more. There is a saying here that there is no quarrel that can't be solved by playing a game of Gwent cards. If there is, then go to the duel. It turns out that, the card game came from the Kingdom of Knights? But what kind of Roman arena is the duel arena? Gerald was surprised. He actually played this thing too. Speaking of the Gwent card, it was something Lucifer made based on games from previous memories when he was bored. It was originally to pass the time for the soldiers during their breaks, so as not to lose their energy. The result was unexpectedly spread to the outside world, and then merchants began to produce various Gwent cards and developed them all over the country and even other countries. No, no, no. Our sacred duel field is not, the arena is so barbaric. Wang didn't like private fights among the people, he said that would cause trouble to other unrelated people. But he also respects the traditions of this country, so there is an officially designated duel arena. The duels between the knights in the past can now be resolved in a fair manner in the arena. There is also a notary. Regarding the duel, Lucifer actually thought of many ways. Originally, he wanted to completely prohibit private fights with Shui Shang Jun, but after thinking about it, dueling is a tradition in this country. Sometimes instead of destroying tradition, you may try to respect tradition. Chapter 42. Therefore, Lucifer personally founded the duel arena. The law stipulates that it is okay to fight, but you must go to the duel in the duel, otherwise it is illegal to go to jail. As a result, while respecting traditions, new activities have also been extended. Although the duel field brings a lot of income to Lucifer every year, it is not bad. Sounds like encouraging a duel. I haven't finished. There is a fee for the duel field. From the bronze field to the gold field, the price ranges from 1 gold coin to 10 gold coins. So expensive. Does anyone obey? Of course there is. At first, many people also thought that this is a problem, but the king said if in your hearts, the sacred duel that is enough to bet on life is not worth even a gold coin, then your glory is really cheap enough. Facts have proved that with the duel field, duels have decreased. Because most of the hot-blooded guys heard that they had to pay, he felt that instead of going to a duel, it was better to spend money on wine. Yes, just like the pair over there. While talking, Jenny pointed to a table of alcoholics on the other side of the store. On the edge of the tavern, the two drunks might have drunk, and they began to pat each other on the table. I have endured you for a long time, and I will fight you. The man on the left roared with a flushed face. Okay. I have tolerated you for a long time, and walked to the duel arena. Either you die or I live today. The man on the right yelled back. Hearing what they said, the young man at the next table couldn't help but ridicule. Hey, you have to pay for the duel, do you have a gold coin? What? A gold coin? So expensive. Still one by one. They looked at each other and touched their pockets again. Go to a duel once, and their monthly salary may be gone. When they thought of this, their brains suddenly became sober. I think we still go to the bar. The man on the left sat down and suggested. Yes, yes, I suddenly felt the same way. The duel or something is totally wasting money, it is better to use it to buy wine. Here, I was wrong with my eldest brother just now, I'll buy you a drink. No, no, no. It's me who is wrong, I'm here to invite you. Just let's ask each other. Good idea. Go, get some good drinks. Bartender, 2 glasses of white horse wine. We also have to experience General Gao Wen's choice. Yes. Here comes. After serving the wine, Jenny returned to the counter, and Gerald did not leave at this time. But he has fallen into a deep doubt in his life. It's a good duel. You just yelled, loudly, but it turned out to be like this. He almost thought he was watching a play. Did you see it? I don't know how many times this kind of thing will happen a day. Jenny said with a smile. I suddenly understand why your king is holding a duel. Because most people who want to duel are like this guy who drinks a lot, they will be sober when it comes to money. Generally, boring people wake up when they mention money, and those people who really want to fight will not care about the money. The boundary of a gold coin has divided the crowd, and it has resolved many possible conflicts into the invisible. Thinking of this, Gerald suddenly felt that the King of Britain was a very advantageous king. I don't know that. Anyway, I would love to see this situation. I said, you demon hunters always fight monsters, have you heard any anecdote? I just came to this city. I have been chasing a vampire before. Vampire? Come on. Tell me what, the vampire is really the same as the legend. This. Number 90 buy clothes, please ask for tickets, ask for custom. In the city of Britain, the afternoon sun reveals a touch of gentleness. People come and go on the bright avenue in the La Shriek district. The Gothic buildings on both sides of the street extend to the palace, which has become one of the most prosperous areas in the royal city due to its proximity to the palace. In the crowd, Lucifer and the 4 of them did not attract much attention. It wasn't because they were inconspicuous, but because Lucifer used the magic technique for cover-up in advance. Along the way, everyone hardly paid attention to their figure, even if someone occasionally looked over, they would only see a combination of ordinary 3 women and 1 man. Joan and Elle were looking around at this time. Since they came to the royal city, it was the first time that they had seen the royal city up close with their own eyes. The shops on the side of the street, the pedestrians on the road are in order, and the street's ground is clean and tidy, which forms a sharp contrast with the small town before them. The first time I saw this kind of scene, Joan was curious but also a little scared. Her hands clasped Lucifer's arms tightly. Compared to Jean, Elle is much better, although she is calm on the surface, the strength of her grasping Lucifer's arm has betrayed her heart. In contrast, Altria is much calmer. Prior to this, she had had many such appointments with Lucifer, and they had travelled almost everywhere in this royal city, from Lorry Creek to Illusion to Rodland. This time Lucifer came here only because she wanted to help Joan and the others buy clothes. Many of her clothes were also customized in a shop here. And it was designed by Lucifer himself. Wang, is it really good to hide your identity and leave the palace like now? Joan looked at Lucifer a little timidly. These days, she has been learning Chinese from Isabella with Elle. Today is just a holiday, and she was forced out by Lucifer. Remember to call me Lucifer, Joan outside. Lucifer has changed into casual clothes and still has a pair of glasses on her face. Compared to Wang, he looks more like a scholar. Yes. What we are doing now is a normal experience of the people's sentiments. It is difficult to see the whole picture of this country when we stay in the deep palace. Look around, these people who are busy may not have high identities, but it is these tens of thousands of ordinary people that form the cornerstone of this country. Understand that they are the best entrance to a good country. At the beginning of her current practice, Altria had complained about her failure to do business, but as time passed, she had understood her practice. Nor will it reject this secret experience of the people's feelings. Thanks to that, Lucifer will secretly run out to date with her in the name of experience from time to time. It turns out that this is the case. I used to think that the king only needs to sit on the throne of the palace and discuss the affairs of the country with the ministers. Joan murmured. Since meeting Lucifer, her impression of Wang has always been, being refreshed. It seems that Wang is no longer so high, and the distance with her is closer. That's also a way, but if you just don't, you may not be able to see the whole picture of this country. In many cases, it is better to witness many things with your own eyes. Otherwise, why don't you eat cake? Lucifer's inadvertent mention of vulgar caused Al's reaction. Ah! What is that? Al frowned and desperately recalled the knowledge he had written during this period. She tried her best to leave Lucifer with the image of a girl with rich knowledge, but unfortunately, judging from the current situation, the road is still a little far away. To put it simply, there was a queen in the past. Under her influence, the people of the country were about to starve to death, but when she happened to see this situation, she asked his people, since there is no bread to eat, why not eat cake? Well, that's probably the story. In my impression, this seems to be just a paragraph. The real Queen Mary probably has never done such an ignorant thing. It seems that a certain surname Sima did this kind of thing. But in order to adapt to the environment, we can only change the characters in the story. Is that woman's brain broken? There is no bread, where's the cake? Al had a disgusted expression on his face at this time. Both she and Joan have experienced the hardships of ordinary farmers. Naturally, she will not be as ignorant as the queen in the story. Let such a woman become a queen and affect the country, the king in the story is quite disqualified. No, maybe he is more excessive than the queen, just a faint lord who is addicted to enjoyment. Altria also nodded. She didn't blame everything on the queen, and she also felt that there was a problem with the king. After all, the power of the queen comes from the king, and the person who dominates the country is also the king. In contrast, Joan of Arc has a different view. She listened to the story quietly and felt that the people in the story were not all malicious irony. Maybe she really thinks so. The queen has lived in a privileged environment since she was born, and cakes are just ordinary desserts for her. She didn't know the price of bread and cakes, but she took it for granted that since there is no bread, it's okay to eat cakes. But I never thought that people who don't have bread can't eat cake at all. Chapter 43. A story is just a story, and each heart has a different interpretation. Regardless of, is she like Al said that her brain is broken, or is she just purely indulging in enjoyment as Leah thinks, or is she just silly and white as Joan thinks? It is to keep people like her, we are here now. Lucifer smiled, he admitted their opinions, but did not say what he thought. In the past, one sentence I often heard was, take history as a mirror. Most of the so-called history is actually used to be wise, so that oneself will not repeat the mistakes of the previous people, rather than to study whether their details are true or not. From this perspective, all three of them are right. Is that right? Suddenly I feel that it is great that this country can meet a king like Lucifer. Joan said her thoughts softly. As a former civilian, she understands the value of this approach better than many people. I always think so. Altria also agreed. Although your praise won't get bored no matter how many times you listen to it, it's not the time for the king. I am just a knight, and I am preparing to help my lovers choose clothes. Lucifer did not stop on this topic. In private, he tried not to talk about so-called national events. After all, facing the huge amount of documents and the advice of the ministers every day is enough to hurt my brain, and finally I have to relax in the holiday. But, Lucille, I already have a lot of clothes. When I came out the last few times, you have bought a lot of pieces for me, and my wardrobe is a little bit too much. As a true knight, Altria actually doesn't have much pursuit of clothes. She doesn't change one piece a day like some elder ladies. Usually, the favorite pieces are always alternated. In fact, Lucifer bought most of her clothes for her. Her own salary fell, basically useless. Sometimes she really didn't understand it. Some nobles would even borrow money from others after taking a lot of money for the title, and finally put themselves into bankruptcy. Knight G is deeply puzzled about how they spend so much money every year. Philo seems to be a problem. I can't see the interesting comments below. Cry. Number 91 Routine, seeking tickets, seeking custom. In fact, Lucifer is similar. Although it can be said that the entire country is his property, in fact, his biggest expense now is to help Altria buy clothes or buy things for her to eat. For girls, the number of clothes in your small cabinet is not too much. Besides, they are all suitable for you. Lucifer tried to persuade Altria to buy more clothes at this time. For example, what kind of witch costume, literary girl dress, empty back, dress, or wedding dress? Oh, I have already bought 2 wedding dresses. How about changing to a casual shirt jacket this time with boots should fit Leah's legs well? Thinking of this, Lucifer's gaze couldn't help but drift towards Leah's lower body, but today Leah's skirt only showed a small half-loaded leg. Leah didn't notice Lucifer's attention, her expression was a bit distressed. Those clothes are very beautiful, but they are completely unsuitable for wearing in public. This time, you must have a bad idea again, please allow me to solemnly refuse. You can design clothes for Sister Joan of Arc. Altoria's expression was seen by Al, and she couldn't help but feel gloating. Hey! The clothes that make Miss Cavaliers feel uncomfortable, I really want to see it once. Al said maliciously. Actually, I only need to have this dress, so I don't have to spend money on it. If too much money is wasted, it might become like in the story. Sure enough, it is better to spend money in more meaningful places. At this moment, Joan is, for Lucifer. It has been a few days since they arrived at the palace, and the civilian clothes they had had before had been changed. But for a while, they couldn't find suitable clothes in the palace, so they could only temporarily change some of the previously sealed clothes. Because the concubine of the first king looked down on these clothes, they were basically sealed before they were used. Nevertheless, Joan is already very satisfied. Looking at Joan in front of her, Lucifer couldn't help but amused her. In Joan's heart, I have become, why don't you eat cakes? It's a shock. During the words, he deliberately showed a visibly frustrated. Lucifer's appearance caused a guilt in Joan's heart. She really thought that what she had just said had caused a blow to Lucifer. In order to understand the misunderstanding, she can only explain desperately. Ah! No, I definitely didn't mean that, it's just, I know, I will listen to Lucifer. I will choose clothes carefully, please don't continue to lose Lucifer. Joan said her thoughts loudly in one breath. In order to make up for the guilt in her heart, she wanted to agree. Or in other words, seeing Lucifer frustrated because of her, she felt very sad. Joan of Arc. You are really an angel. Lucifer put away his frustration and took Joan's hand. Jean blushed and lowered her head. She felt that there was no reason to refuse now. Altria couldn't bear to look straight after seeing this scene. If you want to say why, it is probably because of Joan of Arc's similar face that he saw the previous self. When they were dating before, she was often played by Lucifer in a similar way, and even some very shameful dresses were worn to Lucifer in this way. Since then, she has felt that her morality as a knight has plummeted in private. It may be that Lucifer recovered too quickly, his approach made Al on one side a little bit unable to stand it, or there was a little jealousy in his heart. Jealous Lucifer is watching Joan of Arc. Sister, don't be fooled by this guy. Look at him now, there is no expression of loss. Cut, when you are not the king, you will lie to the little girl. At this time, Elle didn't know what she said, so Lucy's teasing attention was turned to her. She quickly paid the price for her innocence. I don't deny that, after all, Al is one of the little girls I lied to. Lucifer smiled and nodded. I'm not. Obviously you asked me to make a contract with you, but it was not my initiative. Hearing Al's words, Altria thought for a while and said seriously. Miss Al, if Lucille took the initiative, wouldn't it prove that you were indeed deceived? Silence. Miss Knight's serious personality unconsciously gave the dragon witch a vicious knife. Yes, you should take the initiative to deceive. If Lucifer takes the initiative, it proves that she was indeed deceived. Thinking of this, the circuit of Al's brain has entered a strange circle. No. I don't have one. She subconsciously denied it. Yes, yes. Al was not deceived by me. Al took the initiative to sign a contract with me. Whether it is a prom or a contract, Al took the initiative. That, the person who was deceived was actually me. Alas, as a young and ignorant, I accidentally indulged in her gorgeous figure and couldn't help myself. Lucifer took the opportunity to set a rhetoric trap and wait for Al to be taken the bait. At the same time, Lucifer secretly praised Miss Cavaliers for her assists. Although he is also very clear that Altria is dictated by her personality, and is not specifically helping the gang to abuse them. Al quickly said what Lucifer wanted to hear. Yes. This lady lied to him, and so did the person who made the contract. Al was very proud at first, but in the middle of speaking, he suddenly felt that there was something wrong. It's not that he's lying to me, it's that I'm lying to him. But why I always feel that the weird Al is in contradictory silence. Altria on one side looked at Lucifer instinctively, and Lucifer just smiled. His playful eyes have already indicated everything. In response, Night G sighed. She instinctively felt that this younger sister might be played with in the future, which was very miserable. Miss Knight, who was thinking this way, didn't even think that her situation was similar at this time. What's more interesting is that Joan, who doesn't know the truth, seems to really believe what Al said. Al, your statement is strange. Was it Lucifer who was deceived before? Joan's inadvertent surprise made Lucifer's smile exaggerated, but considering the mood of Miss Witch, Lucifer put his hand gently to the corner of his mouth to cover up his smile. But his act of hiding his ears and stealing the bell made Al feel even more hateful. You guys! You bastard! Don't laugh, if you dare to laugh again, I will burn you to death. You two unite to bully me. Damn it! And you, I'm your sister, why should I stand with them? Feeling being teased by the trio 3, Al openly fired at them. Especially Joan of Arc as a sister. I didn't, I just found out. In the words, Joan stated that she was innocent. She didn't think of this problem just now. In this regard, Miss Cavaliers felt a little strange. Chapter 44. It's strange. According to what Miss Eyre said just now, she was not deceived, that is to say that she is actually the one who deceived. I don't think there is any problem. Feeling the sight of Al almost killing people, Lucifer decided to explain the situation. Otherwise, it wouldn't be fun if Al fired on the boulevard. Leah, it's better not to be true to this kind of thing. Think about the way we communicate, and then think about Al's personality and you'll understand. Lucifer suppressed her smile and said to Leah. Yeah, I got it. Altria's current expression undoubtedly deepened Algar's misunderstanding. What do you understand? She asked loudly. In fact, Miss Eyre is, the kind that Lucille said before. She said no, but she was a very honest girl. Is that right? Altria ignored Al, but seriously asked Lucifer for confirmation. Well, very accurate. It's like your seriousness, this is exactly what makes her cute. What kind of an analogy is that? Damn it, don't think that you have read too many books, so you can say those things in front of me, sounds inexplicable. In that case, Al has to work harder. When I finish studying, I must make you look good. I am looking forward. Facing Lucifer's expectation, Al just turned his head to one side. Humph. Number 92. I want a military uniform girl. Ivy dotted with white stone walls, this is a 4-story Gothic building. The lower 3 floors are displays of clothes of different styles and prices. The 4th floor was originally built for Semiramis's interest and is not open to the public. Although there are clothes on the 4th floor, they are more of the type and collections, and you can also design your own clothes here. Yes, the owner of this large clothing store is Semiramis. Lucifer is also a regular customer here. The shopkeeper girl here even knows Lucifer's disguised identity, but after seeing 2 more girls beside Lucifer, she didn't bother ignorantly, but pretended not to see it. Lucifer took Joan and the others around for a long time on the lower 3 floors, but didn't find suitable clothes. Although Joan stated that everything was fine, Lucifer was forcibly pulled to the 4th floor. After opening the might and magic door, the sister of the shopkeeper leaned slightly to bow, and then quietly exited here. The remaining 444 are alone in this room. The clothes here are not so. Lucifer was actually very curious about this little hobby of Semiramis, but every time he asked, the other party smiled and slid over. And said that if Lucifer likes it, you can give it to him. Rows of hangers can be divided into 2 layers, taller than people, and ladders specially used for stepping are placed next to them. Every time I came here, Lucifer always felt that he was not picking clothes, but came to the library of clothes. If the clothes here are only in terms of value, they may not be as good as the 3rd layer, but there are all kinds of strange styles. The most interesting thing is that there is also beautiful and gentle music from the magic instrument on one side to adjust the atmosphere. Wow! So good, there are so many beautiful clothes. Jean's eyes have become star eyes. Although Al deliberately acted not to care at all, the look that she wandered at these clothes from time to time still betrayed her heart. It's very quiet and unique. Leah and I found suitable dresses here. You can choose by yourself. The other 3 Lucifer said calmly. At this time, Altria was a little embarrassed. Lucille, Altria was about to say something. But it was immediately interrupted by Lucifer. Especially you, Leah. You just said that you are embarrassed to wear those clothes, so choose a formal dress that you are satisfied with. Yes, give it to me now. Lucifer put her hands on Leah's shoulders and pushed her over. In the end, Night G still did not violate Lucifer. She thought of her previous decision to change her mind and strengthened her confidence. Go now. After Altria left first, Al also left, and she seemed to have a favorite style for a long time. The last person to leave was Joan, she said before leaving Phil. I go first. Well, go. Don't think about my likes, the important thing is that you like them. As far as I am concerned, as long as the clothes worn by Joan of Arc will be appreciated sincerely. Okay. Responding to a voice, Jean let go, letting go of her nature as a girl, and began to choose the clothes she liked. It is the nature of girls who like beautiful clothes, although Lucifer doesn't remember who said this sentence. However, from the current situation, this theory is obviously quite correct. Before, Leah's clothes had always been selected with her own help, she was basically half pushing and half pushing. It was not obvious at that time, but now that she is allowed to choose by herself, it is obvious that her interest has also increased a lot. Even Miss Cavaliers are like this, let alone the other 2. Taking advantage of this time, Lucifer took out the pen and paper on the table next to him and began to conceive the clothes he imagined. Joan's words, I remember it should be, Al's words are similar in style. However, what should Leah use this time? Yes, military uniform girl. Yes, Altria's military uniform style has not been released yet, if it is a military uniform, Leah will no reason to complain. Thinking of this, Lucifer couldn't help feeling his inspiration flooding, and drew Joan of Arc in their military uniforms in one breath. After Lucifer finished painting, he realized that time hadn't passed long. Putting the drawing in the drawer of the table, Lucifer also walked into this layer of hangers. Originally Lucifer was going to look at Leah first, but when she thought that her presence might affect her judgment, she dispelled this idea. Facing the sisters of Joan, Lucifer naturally walked towards the nearest Joan of Arc. Lucifer came to the corner at the end of the third row of hangers and immediately spotted Joan of Arc. However, her appearance is a bit subtle at this time. It may be that it is habitual to treat this place as a home, or it may be the first time that she has seen so many clothes, or it may be that she did not find the fitting room behind, and Jean directly found a place here that she thought no one had seen. I started to change clothes in the corner. Her original clothes have been sorted and folded and placed on the ground, with the selected clothes still in her hand. It's just that she was facing Lucifer now, so she didn't see Lucifer's unbearable gaze at all. At this time, Lucifer couldn't help feeling that the village girl in front of her was really stupid. But think about it carefully, the current Joan is not a heroic spirit, nor has she participated in any wars. Now she is just a teenage girl who was a village girl not long ago. Thinking about it this way, her current lack of common sense seems not difficult to understand. At this time Lucifer noticed Joan of Arc's back, where it looked like a beautiful coat of arms, and the 6 red stripes next to it were like the 6 wings of an angel. Joan did not notice Lucifer's approach, she was struggling with her underwear. The first time she felt that growth was too good was also a distress. "Let me help you." In a soft voice, Lucifer took the button on the back of her hand. What? Joan's body seemed to have been enchanted, and she was stunned for an instant. Thinking of the people standing behind her and her current gaffe, her skin seemed to be steaming. SHHH. Now we look like we will be angry when Al sees it. Lucifer continued and whispered in her ear. But we are like this now. Now that Joan of Arc, you have forgotten our current relationship. Still, because I have been busy with national affairs these days, I make you angry. Absolutely not. I don't hate it. Lucifer, it's just not annoying. Actually, I like it very much. But if you are here, if you just do it here, I think it's better to go home and do this kind of thing. But if Lucifer wants to, At this moment, Joan's brain is completely overloaded. She seems to have lost the ability to think, and she starts to say whatever she thinks. Number 93 Miss Cavaliers will cut people. Okay. The girl in front of me lacks common sense in one aspect, but in another aspect it is pretty good. After a while, Lucifer was also relieved. In this era, it is normal for women to get married early. Lucifer stared at Joan in front of her, and she couldn't help but feel a trace of palpitation. But after thinking about where it was and the people next to him, he temporarily gave up this tempting idea. Although it is very irritating to cover Joan's mouth to prevent her from making any noises, it is very exciting to sense something in her cute and scared expression, but it is forbidden to play in the future. Containing her mood, Lucifer pulled her back to face herself, and then continued to help her dress. Before Joan's brain didn't react, his hand hit Joan's forehead. Pain. Chapter 45. Joan is finally awake now. What are you thinking about? If there is chaos on this kind of occasion, Leah might drew her sword and slashed people directly. More importantly, I don't want to leave bad memories with you for the first time. Hey. Then I'm relieved. However, at home, it doesn't matter how you mess around. I hope you won't resist Jean at that time. I will work hard, please be gentle when the time comes. After helping Joan to tie the black ribbon on her dress, Lucifer took a few steps back and said with satisfaction. Okay. It suits you well. Originally I thought black was more suitable for Al, but now it seems that Joan of Arc's gold is obviously particularly beautiful against the black. The whole simple design style also fits well with Joan's style. Really, it's great that Lucifer can like it. Joan looked at her body happily, feeling that her hard work just now paid off. This is it. Faced with Lucifer's question, Joan hesitated. Okay. There are 2 replacements, but... Lucifer immediately understood what it meant. Although there was an accident before, it might be too exciting for her to let her change clothes on the spot in front of her like this. Understand? I went to see Al, but, Joan, there is a fitting room for changing clothes. Be sure to go there if you change clothes. Fortunately, there is nothing else this time. Otherwise, a serious accident may occur. I'm fine. But I will be angry. I will be angry. It sounds more like possessiveness, but Lucifer's words make Joan feel a burst of intimate care. I'm going to change clothes. She picked up the 2 sets of clothes on her hand and quickly ran where Phil pointed. Open the door, close the door. Staying in this quiet space, Joan of Arc changed his face. She clasped her cheeks tightly and felt a rush of heat. Wow, it's so embarrassing, so embarrassing. What if Lucifer thought, say such things? Doesn't it mean admitting that you think too? Lu doesn't think I'm a Jane's brain repair. Lucifer naturally can't see it, he has come to this Al now. Unlike Joan of Arc's rough nerves, Al has changed his clothes. As soon as she came out of the changing room, she met Lucifer. Lucifer only discovered that Al's clothes were a bit like the evening dresses in his dreams, and they were still ropeless and backless styles. Compared to Joan of Arc's simple and conservative style, Al is obviously bold. Hey! I've seen enough, don't look at me with that kind of eyes. Suppressing his inner joy, Al said with disgust. Until now, Lucifer has habitually added her words to the translation. It's very beautiful. Compared with our meeting at that time, you now have a more dreamy color. By the way, you wait here for a while. Looking at Al's attire at this time, Lucifer suddenly thought of what he saw when passing by somewhere. Lucifer turned and walked towards the hangar somewhere. Who will listen to you? I don't want to wait for you. Although he said so, Al still stood in place very honestly. She didn't even move a step. When Lucifer came back, she immediately put away the joy on her face and continued her daily routine. So slow. What is your expression? Don't be too passionate, I am not waiting for you here. I just happened to change my clothes and walked back. Yes. Al has been waiting for me here, and hasn't even moved. I am very moved now. With that said, Lucifer walked behind Al with a black shawl rimmed with white edges. You fellow, don't you know how to listen to people? Feeling the strange touch on his shoulders, Al was a little flustered. She subconsciously prepared to resist, but was stopped by another sentence. Do not move. Obviously it is just the most ordinary words, but Al feels as if he has been given a static magic. She just let Lucifer go around her neck to help her tie her shawl. You are ignoring me again. Well, that's much better. By the way, there is this, come, open your hands. Regardless of how reluctant to speak, what Lucifer said, Al is still, do it. Her protest to Lucifer seemed to remain only on her lips. Lucifer took out a pair of long black gloves and slowly put them on Al's arms. At this time, Al had an instinctive desire to call out an impulse. She bit her mouth forcibly, vowing in her heart that she would never bow to Lucifer's evil tricks. Finally, after a long wait, Lucifer finally helped her put on the gloves. After that, he took out a black hairband and tied it to Al's long hair. After doing this, Lucifer found that Al was flushed and was looking at him with a vicious look. At this time, Joan of Arc changed into a simple style of white clothes. She just walked out and saw Al now. She's pretty, Al. Joan was taken aback, then smiled and said. No, this guy forcibly pulled me into chaos. I want to dress like this at all. 4. Al's words, Lucifer and Joan only smiled at each other. At this time, Altria also walked over. The white shirt matched the blue and white plaid skirt, plus the overall black silk, and the hair was also scattered. Even in a casual outfit, Leah seems to like this simple and clean style very much. Is this okay? Leah turned around several times and calmly showed Lucifer her choice. Old couples and wives like them are naturally not ashamed of this little thing. Well, the girl is full of temperament. Lucille said so. It seems that the thing's in his hand, there is no problem. Altria looked at the other clothes on hand, very satisfied. Number 94 Village Girls Cooking Skills, please ask for tickets, ask for customized. At this time, Joan looked back and forth at the two women in front of her, especially her sister. Then, she looked at Leah again, her expression a little confused. Miss Leah. You are what Lucille likes, and so am I. So just call me Leah, Jean. Lucifer's vision and collocation are very good. Why was Leah afraid that Lucifer would choose for you? Yes, it is. This is the doubt of Joan. It is obvious that such beautiful clothes should not be the type, ugly enough to not see people. That being the case, why did Miss Cavaliers say that? Joan was a little puzzled about this. When asked this question, a trace of distress appeared on Altria's face. Because the vision and collocation are very good, so I can't let him choose for me. Because he always likes to use these talents in strange places. Leah, you hurt me so much by saying that. In a wry smile, Lucifer felt like an arrow in her heart. Weird place. When I go back, I will show you my previous clothes and you will understand. Those clothes are very beautiful, but they can only be worn to him alone. Although I think this is also very good, it still feels a bit wasteful. You can only wear it to Lucifer alone. If it cannot be replaced in ordinary life, it will indeed be a bit wasteful. Well, saving is a virtue. I don't know when, the two in front of me seem to have reached a consensus. This can't help making Lucifer worry about letting them live in the future. After seeing Leah's current aura in the palace, and looking at the other two, Lucifer couldn't help but smile in her heart. In this way, his plan to bring them all out was not in vain. Soon after, Lucifer gave her design drawings to the shopkeeper sister, and put these clothes to her at the same time, and asked her to send them to the palace afterwards. The four of them put on the original clothes and left here temporarily. There is still some time before dinner, and he prepares them to visit other parts of the city. Of course, it is mainly to let Joan of Arc and the others understand the city, and at the same time to make their getting along with each other, harmony. After a stroll all the way, Lucifer took Altria to her favorite part. Simply put, it was, eat. That's right. There is a food street in Los Like, which specializes in providing all kinds of food. Different cuisines. At the beginning of the city planning, Lucifer took into account Leah's nature as a foodie, and specially arranged this street. After 2 years of development, it has become a holy place for foodies in the city. Chapter 46. Small to ordinary snacks and dim sum, most of the professional pub restaurants, here are all available, as well as international cuisine. Compared to the luxurious taverns that nobles often go to, Altria seems to like the delicious food in some distinctive small shops. In the exquisitely decorated shop, 4 are sitting in a compartment, and several different dishes are placed on the table in front of them. As they ate, they began to comment on some recent dishes. Too delicious. Compared to the delicious food in the palace, it is worse. I wish I could make such delicious food for Lucifer. At this moment, Joan of Arc's happy face made Lul feel that the girl in front of him was really easy to be satisfied. No. It's almost a better type, and at the same time modifying the proportions of the seasonings will be more perfect. Lucifer shook his head, with a professional voice. His words made Al, who had just eaten the food, reacted. Ah! How would you know that you have never cooked again? Al said unconvincedly. At this time, Joan noticed the subtle difference in Lucifer's words. Could it be that Lucifer also cooks? Joan asked tentatively. The things Lucille made are delicious, well, better than the ones here. Altria quickly wiped out the delicacy in her eyes, while calmly responding to Jean. No matter what she looks like now. I watched it so many times that Lucifer sighed the magic of this species of food. Hey! Is that right? I am too arrogant. After you go back, please teach me. Joan is ashamed of her self-satisfaction just now. Originally, she thought about making some food for Lucifer, but because she didn't have confidence in her opponent's art, she wanted to learn it for a while before making it. But now it seems that she has a kind of, the feeling of being an ex. Well, Joan will definitely become a good wife in the future. I will work hard. Just as Lucifer and the others were still there, while enjoying the rare leisure time while tasting the food, there was an explosion in the street outside the small shop, accompanied by the screams of the crowd. The impact of the explosion shocked the shop. It only took Altria a second to change into her own armor. She was subconsciously guarded. Lucille. Lucifer opened the window and looked out to the street. The crowd in the distance has dispersed. In the middle of the street, two figures were fighting fiercely. One of them is obviously not human, he has long teeth and crimson eyes. His name is Mora, he is a low-level vampire. Although Duke Baiyi himself may not remember such a little brother, it does not prevent him from thinking so proudly. White Wolf Gerald. You demon hunter, why do you keep staring at me? From France to Britain, you chased my two countries. Mora looked at her bleeding hand, very anxious in her heart. Because of what you did, someone hired me to kill you. The demon hunter holding a silver sword was staring at the vampire in front of him with a serious face. Your employer is dead. I made him myself. Yes. But he has already paid. Mog has a kind, the urge to vomit blood. This guy has been chasing him for so long for this reason. He is still one of my few friends. The situation is in crisis, the vampire sees the situation badly, and his eyes are swept to the left and right. He immediately found a suitable prey, it was a child who had not had time to escape. First, the flicker distracted Gerald's attention, and then quickly ran to the little girl. Faced with such a situation, the little girl with black hair and double ponytails has been scared to cry. He was going to take this little girl as a hostage in order to escape. If he could, he didn't want to stay in this city any longer. This city is the heart of Britain with too many magicians and powerful knights, and every knight of the Round Table can easily kill him. Originally, he thought that he ran here to avoid the limelight. On the one hand, there are many people here, and on the other hand, he is notorious for being a demon hunter. People expelled. But now it seems that instead of being expelled, Gerald seems to have a pretty good life. This almost made him think that the rumor that the demon hunters were disgusted was an illusion. Number 95 Hero, what's wrong with you? Please ask for votes, ask for customization. No matter what, grab the hostage first and let this mad dog let him go. Wait until there is no one to replace my injury with hostages. However, all his thoughts were stranded at the beginning. What? The light was accompanied by a scream, and Mora's body was divided into two parts. At the same time, the little girl in front of him has disappeared. When her body fell to the ground, Mora raised her head and found that the figure of a knight in front of her had already embraced the little girl. I want to destroy my beautiful streets, and I am ready to take action against my people. You have the courage, vampire. Lucifer looked at the two sections on the ground calmly, and he hugged the little girl to prevent her from seeing the scene in front of her. Night King. Mora struggled to call out the title of Lucifer. He couldn't figure out why Lucifer appeared here. As a superior king, shouldn't he stay in the palace? He asked himself that. Oh. Although you have turned into a beast, at least you are not ignorant. It seems that you are also very aware of the sins you have committed, and naturally you should also be aware of the consequences you will face." Lucifer's words revealed a chill, and the flames under his feet gradually burned. Facing the huge pressure from Lucifer, Mora suddenly became extremely flustered. "Wait! You can't kill me, you can't! Listen to me, I'm the subordinate of Duke Bai, the king of the 27th ancestors. If you kill me, Duke Bai will definitely not let Britain go." "What?" Before he finished speaking, his body was turned into ashes and flames. Even the last wailing disappeared with it. "You are not qualified to threaten a king, and the king will not be threatened." Lucifer put down the little girl and the black-haired little girl asked, touching her head. "Can I go home by myself?" "Okay." The little girl's expression was still a little flustered. "It's safe now, go back. Mom and Dad must be worried about you." After self-administering, the security of this royal city has been very good. If there is no accident like the one just now, there is no need to worry about her safety afterwards. However, the twin ponytail loli in front of her obviously has other ideas. "Is my brother really the king of knights?" She was staring at Lucifer with bright eyes. The intense sight made Lucifer feel subtle. "Yup. So handsome. When I grow up, I must marry my big brother." Facing the little girl, Lucifer was stunned for a moment. "I'm abducting little Loli, but I didn't do it." "Forget it, just look at Lolita or something." "Is it? Come on. If you want to marry the king, you must learn to become an elegant lady." I will become a lady in a moment." Having said this, the little girl gave Lucifer a gift. Then he waved his hand and disappeared before his eyes. During the whole process, Lucifer didn't ask her name. In his opinion, this encounter was more of a wonderful accident. After dealing with the little things in front of him, Lucifer is preparing to return to the store to continue the previous dinner. But suddenly, there was a sound of fighting from the small shop where he was originally, and the strong wind blew everything in front of him, and the few guests in the small shop dispersed in a panic. Lucifer's attention was not on the crowd, but on the attack just now. That was obviously Leah's martial skill, Wind Arrow Strike, which allowed her to use martial skills, which can only show that there was a problem in the store. Through the big hole in the wall, Lucifer found that a dozen black cloaks in the shop had surrounded Altria and the three of them. Assassination. The situation before him was the first thing Lucifer thought of. Although there have been assassinations against him before, but most of them were when he appeared in public as the king, and it was the first time that he had a date in disguise. However, Lucifer didn't have time to think about it. A thunder light flashed in his hand, and a thunder light formed a long bow and appeared. Lucifer pulled the bowstring and shot an arrow. The light arrows flying rapidly in the air turned into 3 and 3 into 9. They used different trajectories to completely nail them to the wall before the black cloaks reflected. The remaining black cloaks saw that something was wrong, and they immediately scattered and fled. Leah took this opportunity to swing the sword in her hand. The 2 wind blades that flew out of the sword also left too. What's more interesting is that another one ran to Gerald in embarrassment and was taken by this white wolf. Chapter 47. The last 2 disappeared in 2 different dark alleys. The assassination seemed to be over, just when Lucifer went to ask Altria what happened to them. He suddenly felt a burst of broken fives from behind him. "Okay." Lucifer turned around, and there seemed to be a red meteor flashing in the sky. Lucifer turned his head, and a feather arrow quickly glided across his face, and after hitting the ground, it caused a sinking. The attack was not over yet, and 3 arrows followed. This time, Lucifer didn't evade. The lightning gun flashed in his hand, it collided with 3 arrows in the direction of the feather arrow. At the same time, it was on a bell tower in the Lenjio Valley district, 10,000 meters away from Lucifer's place. A man with short hair was smiling heartily, but his smile came to an abrupt end accompanied by the distant thunder. "I heard that the new king of Britain is very capable, but in terms of shooting guns at this distance, it is too capable. The light of thunder and lightning really makes people miss Helen's helping hero. The man put away the longbow in his hand and jumped high from the bell tower. His figure fell to the ground, and a huge bell sounded just above his head, and he raised his head to look at where he was standing. Lake Wang penetrated the big clock, and the part of the big clock had melted into a gap. Hey! Compare that! This technique is already considered. The plan failed. Retreat. The man rolled up the cloth behind him, completely hidden in the cloak, and then disappeared from the crowd. The man's name is Arash, and he is currently the commander of the 7th Legion of Rome. This assassination was made by Emperor Caligula. The emperor gave him an order to test the strength of the Night King. Of course, it would be better if he could kill the Night King. As for the Black Cloak, it was his temporary hire, so it's not a pity to lose it. With my strength, I am not an opponent at all in a one-on-one situation. With Garna, Arjuna, and the others can try. However, Miss Knight next to her is also a trouble. Lucifer pushed his glasses and found that he could no longer see the figure on the clock tower just now. The armor on his body had emerged, guarding to walk slowly to the place where Altria and the others were. After confirming that none of them were injured, Lucifer breathed a sigh of relief. The goal of the few arrows just now was not at me, but at Jean and the others, and it might really hurt them. Number 96 Intelligence Officer. After a while, the knights also heard the news and rushed here, and Lucifer asked Altria to take Joan of Arc and the others back first under the of the knights. I stayed to deal with the aftermath. After handling the follow-up of the matter and letting the civilians settle down, Lucifer only began to dispose of these corpses. At this moment, a long-haired male knight walked outside the knights. His expression was very feminine, and he looked a bit like a woman. The knight still had both corpses in his hands. Not surprisingly, they were the last two who escaped. Milan Boileau has seen the king. The knight knelt in front of Lucifer. I've heard the name Milan Boileau Ward, you are Tristan's subordinate. Kui Stanching and Bedwell often advance you in front of me, saying that you have special talents in intelligence collection. The two knights of the Round Table have overwhelmed the prize. They just did some trivial things. Get up. Do you know the origins of these people? Lucifer motioned for these, Black Cloak. Judging from the knight's actions just now, he obviously knows these people. You should be able to know a lot of things quickly from him. Dear King, they came from an ancient organization, the Old Man in the Mountains. This organization has been known throughout the world for assassinations. It is a group of elite assassins, and their leader is collectively called Hassan. Assassin. Lucifer felt a little surprised by Hassan's eyes. But when you think about it, this organization may be just a bunch of guys who take money to do things in this world. It's not surprising to think about it this way. However, put the target on the king. Do you want to learn from the Dark Brotherhood assassinating the king in one fell swoop? Exactly. These people are only the lower-level personnel inside, and there are only 2 middle-level personnel. As for the person who can be called Hassan, there is no such thing. Milan continued. After he finished speaking, Gao Wen next to him immediately thought of more possibilities. Wang, I immediately sealed off the whole city and caught the mice in the ditch together. His expression seemed to be suppressing anger. It just didn't break out. The most respected king in my heart was assassinated by these. The assassin did not hurt the king. But even this is enough for Gawain to impose the death penalty on them. Don't be so fanciful, Gao Wenking. Since there is not even a high level among these people, it means that they may just act arbitrarily, and their nest is not here. In that case, press, normal procedure. There is no need to affect the entire royal city. Leave this to you and Lancelot. Lucifer offered a better solution at this time. If the entire city is blocked because of such a small matter, it will undoubtedly cause panic and even cause huge losses to the entire royal city. In the future, if any assassin comes to it, he will follow, this way of playing, then he will basically stare at the assassin every day and don't have to do other things. Yes. Go. Lucifer waved his hand. Gawain left 4 teams of elite cavaliers to protect the king, and he only took away 1 team. He now needs to go back to the place where the